In September 2066, the game Yuan Yuzhou descended into reality, unleashing monstrous sieges and plunging launching into turmoil. The protagonist, Chen Feng, was reborn before the game's launch, acquiring the extraordinary talent of hundredfold reward amplification, which enabled him to successfully transition into the hidden profession of summoner. With the aid of his hidden vocation and the rewards from his talent, he summoned an army of invincible allies, crushing all who stood in their way. Chapter 1. Hundredfold Reward Amplification. Within a luxurious villa in Daxia's magical capital, a young man slowly opened his eyes. Upon recognizing his surroundings, he was momentarily taken aback, followed by a furrowed brow. Did I not perish in the cataclysmic war? How could I possibly be here? In his past life, Chen Feng led 1,000,000 soldiers of Daxia against countless disaster legions. Just as Daxia valiantly resisted the formidable leaders of the calamities, they were ambushed by a top-tier expert from Yinghua Nation, who defected to the disaster forces, resulting in devastating losses for Daxia. Chen Feng ultimately succumbed to the siege from both sides, harboring resentment at his untimely demise. Yet, astonishingly, he had not perished. Realizing this, he hurriedly glanced at the digital clock on the wall. It read September 30th, 2065, at 9:30 a.m. I have returned to the pre-launch phase of Yuan Yuzhou. Chen Feng could scarcely believe it. He activated the auxiliary holographic computer on his person and browsed through the information available. He discovered that news outlets, short video platforms, forums, and social media were all abuzz with promotions for Yuan Yuzhou, as the state encouraged citizens to immerse themselves in the game. That he scrutinized these updates intently to this moment. The people of launching remained oblivious to the profound impact the emergence of Yuan Yuzhou would have on humanity. Most regarded it merely as a premier virtual gaming experience. However, as a reborn individual, Chen Feng was acutely aware that, following a year of operation, the game would gradually merge with reality. Once this fusion occurred, the malevolent entities within the game, the disaster legions, would invade the real world, launching assaults on every city in launching. Although players would inherit their in-game powers, they would still face overwhelming odds against the relentless tide of calamity in that dire time. Death would be irrevocable. Humans could no longer resurrect as they did within the game. With this realization, Chen Feng inhaled deeply, vivid memories from his previous life flooding his mind. Countless human warriors had charged into the onslaught of disaster legions, only to create mere ripples in the ocean of monstrous horror. Cities fell, and vast numbers of humanity were slaughtered, as death, fear, and despair spread through the ranks of mankind. Chen Feng gazed out at the beautiful world beyond, his resolve solidifying. The past was behind him for reasons unknown. He had been granted a second chance. He believed that with his prior knowledge of the game, he could strategically prepare this time around. In this life, he was determined to reverse the impending doom and alter the fate of all humanity. He walked toward another compartment in the bedroom, and upon entering, he was greeted by a top-tier gaming pod, pulsating with elemental energy. This elite gaming pod, worth tens of millions of launching coins, was one of the limited releases from the game company. Its greatest advantage lay in its ability to utilize gaming nutrient fluid, allowing for extended immersion in the game, achieving a simulation fidelity of 100. With the immense wealth inherited from his parents, the cost of this pod was inconsequential to him. Noticing the elite pod lying on the ground, Chen Feng glanced at the time on the holographic computer. Only 8 minutes remained until Yuan Yuzhou launched. Resolute, he approached the gaming pod, which opened upon retinal recognition, and he stepped inside, instantly activating the game. His consciousness rapidly transferred to the game interface. Welcome to Yuan Yuzhou. There are 7 minutes remaining until the game's launch. As a distinguished player utilizing the Supreme Gaming Pod, you may create your character account in advance. Would you like to proceed? A dark data sphere materialized before Chen Feng, emitting a mechanical female voice. He was taken aback. He had not anticipated being allowed early access to the game. In his previous life, he had never heard of anyone being granted such an opportunity. However, considering his rebirth, entering the game early seemed trivial. Without hesitation, Chen Feng responded to the dark data core. Create my character in advance. The data sphere emitted another mechanical voice. Please select your character name. Shurtian. Chen Feng chose the name he had used in his previous life, unconcerned about duplicity due to his early entry. The dark data sphere flickered with light, indicating data had been recorded, and then a digital female voice announced, character creation in progress. Character creation successful. As the first player to enter Yuan Yuzhou, you are entitled to a talent lottery. With the system's prompt, a vast holographic screen appeared before Chen Feng, displaying a multitude of talent options, including those that granted immediate critical hits and enhanced attack speed from the outset. The sheer number of talents was overwhelming, and Chen Feng promptly clicked the lottery button. The immense screen began to whirl, the talents transforming into indistinct shadows. Silently, He prayed for a favorable draw, then pressed the stop button. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn the SS level talent, hundredfold reward amplification. Chen Feng quickly examined the talent description. Hundredfold reward amplification SS level talent. This talent amplifies all rewards received by the player by 100 times. Chen Feng was astounded he had indeed drawn hundredfold reward amplification. This meant that all future benefits he acquired would be magnified a hundredfold. After a moment of exhilaration, his heart settled once more. Rebirth coupled with good fortune did not seem like an insurmountable challenge. He then turned his attention back to the dark data sphere. Please select your profession. As the sphere finished speaking, an array of profession illustrations appeared before Chen Feng. The 7 foundational professions: warrior, mage, priest, archer, assassin, hunter, and summoner were laid out for him. Each profession possessed unique characteristics, allowing players to choose their advanced forms at levels 30, 60, and 100, such as fire mage, focused on explosive damage, or ice mage, centered on crowd-controlled. In his previous life, Chen Feng had chosen the summoner profession. Although the summoner was resource-intensive in the early to mid-game, in the late game, when faced with the relentless disaster legions, the power wielded by other professions paled in comparison to that of a summoner commanding a legion of formidable subordinates. In his past life, Chen Feng had swept through foes with his powerful summoned beasts, and with the awakening of hundredfold reward amplification, he would undoubtedly be formidable in the early game as well. Thus, he resolutely chose to be a summoner once more. Chapter 2. A head start. I choose summoner. With this declaration, the word summoner was inscribed upon Chen Feng's character panel. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding. You have selected summoner as your profession, successfully triggering hundredfold reward amplification. Ding dong. You have obtained the hidden class transfer scroll spirit. Summoner unique. This can be triggered as well. Chen Feng murmured, gazing at the ancient scrolls soaring towards him, and deftly caught it. Spirit summoner unique usage level. Level 10 effect. Upon usage, it triggers a hidden class transfer quest. Upon completing the quest, the base class summoner can be transformed into the hidden class spirit summoner. Description. The spirit summoner possesses a unique affinity for summoning, enabling the summoning of more powerful and numerous entities. Originally, he had chosen an ordinary class, but under the influence of the hundredfold reward amplification, he directly acquired the unique hidden class spirit summoner. Hidden classes are notoriously difficult to obtain in the game, especially when considering that this particular class is unique. The only downside is that this scroll can only be utilized at level 10, but with the enhancement from hundredfold reward amplification, reaching level 10 should be an expedient endeavor. He tucked the ancient transfer scroll away. Ding dong. Character creation has been completed. Would you like to enter the game early? Enter the game. Instantly, the surrounding environment transformed, a blinding white light enveloped him, and after a brief moment of dizziness, swish, Chen Feng's form materialized, already in the novice village. Ding dong. The game map has been successfully loaded, and you have been randomly assigned to Novice Village No. 9528. Wishing you an enjoyable gaming experience. As the system notification faded, Chen Feng began to survey his surroundings, finding it indistinguishable from his previous life. Under the flawless simulation of the top-tier gaming pod, the environment felt like a second world for humanity. At this moment, he noticed that no players had yet appeared at the resurrection altar. Glancing at the time, he realized he had entered the game approximately 5 minutes earlier than other players, a precious 5 minutes he intended to utilize wisely. While walking, he opened his game inventory. The initial game bag was relatively small, containing only 30 slots. Upon reaching level 10, the bag would expand to 40 slots, and at level 20, it would increase to 50 slots, continuing this pattern, gaining an additional 10 slots with every 10 levels. At this moment, his inventory contained only the top-tier novice gift pack provided as a bonus for purchasing the gaming pod. Compared to the several thousand yuan spent on a gaming helmet gift pack, the top-tier gaming pod's gift pack offered additional gold coins, equipment, and skill books. This was one of the reasons Chen Feng had invested heavily in the past. Making strides in the early game would enable a competitive advantage in the later stages. He proceeded to open the top-tier novice gift pack. As the chest illuminated with a flash. Ding dong. You have opened the top-tier novice gift pack, gaining 100 gold coins, triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You have received 10,000 gold coins. Ding dong. You have opened the top-tier novice gift pack, acquiring novice robe whiteboard, triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You have obtained the wild wolf robe. Bronze. Ding dong. You have opened the top-tier novice gift pack, acquiring novice pants whiteboard, triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You have obtained the wild wolf pants. Bronze. Ding dong. You have opened the top-tier novice gift pack, acquiring the magic staff. Bronze, triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You have obtained the pumpkin staff. Gold. Ding dong. You have opened the top-tier novice gift pack, acquiring the skill book Summon Goblin Whiteboard, triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You have obtained the skill book Summon Mecha Goblin Bronze, a formidable goblin, reminiscent of game poison milk powder. The 5 system notifications left Chen Feng utterly astounded. The hundredfold reward amplification was remarkably potent, even augmenting the novice gift pack. An early reward of 10,000 gold coins would ensure he could comfortably purchase potions, materials, and cover daily expenses in the early game, especially since the game had not yet opened the recharge feature. He then turned his attention to the equipment and skill books in his inventory. Wild Wolf Row Bronze Defense, 10 health, 100 stamina, 3-part, upper garment required level, LV1 applicable classes, Mage, Priest, Summoner. Additional effects, none. Description, a cloth armor made from wild wolf fur, Wild Wolf Pants Bronze Defense, 10 health, 60 intelligence, 3-part, lower garment. Required level, LV1 applicable classes, Mage, Priest, Summoner. Additional effects, none. Description, a cloth armor made from wild wolf fur, Pumpkin Staff Gold Attack, 30 magic intelligence, 10 casting speed, 10-part, weapon. Required level, LV1 applicable classes, Mage, Priest, Summoner. Additional effects, Pumpkin Bomb, upon use, throws a 33 pumpkin bomb in a specified direction, dealing 50 intelligence, 5 points of magical damage to the target, and stunning enemies within the blast radius for 2 seconds, cooldown time 60 seconds. Description, a magical staff made from a pumpkin, best not to take a bite, for it may explode. Impressive, the first 2 pieces of bronze equipment were commendable, but the pumpkin staff not only provided substantial attributes, but also included a control skill with area damage, making it exceptionally valuable. That he equipped all 3 pieces of equipment from his inventory, and finally turned his gaze towards the skill book, Summon Mecha Goblin Bronze Learning Level, LV1 Learning Class, Summoner. Skill effect, consumes 30 MP. After chanting for 3 seconds, summons a Mecha Goblin to assist in combat. AT Level 1. The Mecha Goblin will use a spiked club to attack, with a chance to stun enemies. During attacks, there's a chance to grant itself a buff for increased movement and attack speed. At level 5 and above, additional skills such as rock throwing, triple throwing, and spread throwing are added. AT Level 10 and above, the ability to throw explosive bombs is added, with a passive effect of critical hits. The summoned being's existence lasts for 60 seconds, either until it perishes or the summoning time expires, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Hiss. Satisfied with meeting the learning conditions, he crushed the skill book. It vanished as he learned the skill. He glanced at the skill list, now displaying an additional bronze-framed skill, nodding with satisfaction as he reviewed his attribute panel. Character, Shirtion level, LV1 race, human class, summoner talent, hundredfold reward amplification. Skills, scout scans for monsters with attributes not exceeding LV5, summon Mecha Goblin, health, 360 attack, 56 defense, 28 magic, for 160. Attack speed, 1 time second attacks once every second. Casting speed, 10 casting sped up by 10 seconds only. Takes 9 seconds. Movement speed, normal movement 1.5 milliseconds, sprinting 3 ms. Attributes, strength 5, intelligence 23, agility 8, stamina 8, charisma 95, maximum 100, reputation 0, luck 1. Equipment, Pumpkin Staff Gold, Wild Wolf Row Bronze, Wild Wolf Pants Bronze. Chapter 3. Learning Summon Thunder Elemental Aurora Grelin. The foundational attributes of players exhibit considerable variance. Typically, mages, priests, and summoners possess elevated initial intelligence, peaking at 10 points. Chen Feng's fortune was favorable, boasting a maximum intelligence of 10 points, while the other attributes stood at a modest 5 points each. In the Yuan universe, the enhancement of players' panel attributes is governed by the principle that, aside from equipment bonuses, every level gained results in an increase of 1 point across all attributes. Upon leveling up, players receive 5 points of free attribute points to allocate at their discretion. 1 point in strength augments physical attack by 2 points and grants 10 health points. 1 point in intelligence enhances magical attack by 2 points and bestows 20 mana points. 1 point in agility increases physical attack by 2 points and boosts attack speed by 0.01, only enhancing the main attribute's value. And 1 point in stamina provides 20 health points and 1 point of defense. The attribute configuration mirrors that of a previous life entirely. Chen Feng glanced at his character attributes panel before closing it and proceeded towards the novice skill mentor. In the initial state, characters can learn 2 skills, with an additional skill slot unlocked every 5 levels. Each novice village houses mentors for various professions, and every player must learn a foundational skill upon their emergence. Otherwise, they can only resort to basic attacks against monsters. For physical classes like warriors, this is somewhat manageable, but for those relying on magical attacks, leveling becomes an arduous task. Yet, in a previous life, many players remained oblivious to the ability to learn skills as novices, charging into monster hordes with mere wooden sticks, only to perish repeatedly before realizing they could acquire skills beforehand, all the while watching others ascend in levels. Of course, the novice village mentors only impart basic skills. To master more advanced techniques, players must obtain skill books themselves, such as those found in treasure chests containing bronze skill books. Approaching the novice profession mentor, Chen Feng beheld a familiar sight. A petite girl with vibrant red hair, styled in twin ponytails, wielding a red staff, accompanied by a water elemental. Her adorably innocent expression belied her role as a mentor. Paysite, the summoner mentor, she greeted, her eyes sparkling as she noticed Chen Feng's approach. Brave adventurer, do you require assistance? Gazing at the little mentor, he promptly stated, I wish to learn the skills of the summoner profession. The petite mentor blinked her large eyes and replied, learning a profession skill requires 10 silver coins. Here is a gold coin, he said, producing a gold coin from his backpack and presenting it to her. The coin vanished instantly, and the little mentor returned with a substantial bag of coins, which Chen Feng accepted without a glance, swiftly adding it to his inventory. In the Yuan universe, the currency exchange rate is 1 gold coin to 100 silver coins and 10,000 copper coins. Additionally, in-game gold coins can be directly exchanged for real-world blue star currency at a rate of 1 gold coin for 10 blue star coins. After receiving the coins, the little mentor waved her staff, summoning a luminous screen that displayed a series of summoner skill options. Warrior, please make your selection. Chen Feng approached the skill list. Summon Fire Elemental, Yade Yin, whiteboard level. Summon Ice Elemental, Bing Nai Si, whiteboard level. Summon Dark Elemental, Sei Ming Te Ku, whiteboard level. Summon Thunder Elemental, Lei Wei Si, whiteboard level. During the initial phase of the game, players are limited to learning basic summoning creatures. Without hesitation, Chen Feng chose the higher damage option. Summon Thunder Elemental, Lei Wei Si. Your choice is commendable. The little mentor stated as she shattered the skill scroll with a flick of her wrist, allowing a golden light to flow into Chen Feng's being. As the skill infused within him, a chime echoed. Ding. You have successfully learned the skill, Summon Thunder Elemental, Lei Wei Si, whiteboard level. Triggering, hundredfold reward amplification. You have successfully elevated the skill to Summon Thunder Elemental Aurora Grelin, bronze level. The realization that skill learning could trigger such an event astonished Chen Feng, suppressing his excitement. He maintained a calm demeanor and departed without further conversation. After a brief walk, he eagerly examined the skill bar's description. Summon Thunder Elemental Aurora Grelin, bronze level, learning level, 1 learning profession, summoner skill effect, consumes 40 points, after a 3-second chant. Summons a Thunder Elemental Aurora Grelin to assist in battle. The Thunder Elemental will utilize lightning magic for attacks, with a chance to inflict an electrocution status. When attacking, it may release a lightning shield that provides a shield equal to 10 of its maximum health, reflecting lightning damage when struck by enemies. At level 5 and above, it adds a lightning barrage of 5 strikes. At level 10 and above, it grants the skill Thunder Fury, enabling attacks on enemies within range. Upon death, it detonates, inflicting the electrocution status on surrounding foes. The summoned creature's existence lasts for 60 seconds, dissipating upon death or the expiration of the summoning time, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. After thoroughly reviewing the skill, Chen Feng burst into laughter. Under the influence of hundredfold reward amplification, an ordinary Thunder Elemental had evolved a level, resulting in significantly higher damage output. The Thunder Elemental Aurora Grelin-S attacks also carried an electrocution effect, which, when struck while under this status, would incur additional light attribute damage, proportional to the level of the summoned creature. Having absorbed the skill attributes, he closed the skill panel and hastened towards the distance. With 2 powerful summoned creatures at his disposal and his golden weapon in hand, no novice monster stood a chance against him. Moments later, Chen Feng arrived at the village chief's location, intent on undertaking a rather mundane novice quest. The reason for pursuing this ordinary quest was that the subsequent stages held the promise of hidden tasks. The village chief stood before me, and without indulging in unnecessary pleasantries, I opened the dialogue box directly. Village chief, may I inquire if there is anything in the village that requires assistance? The chief glanced at me and replied, Brave adventurer, the fields of our village are often ravaged by wild boars. If we do not slay some of these beasts, our food supply for the winter will be insufficient. Would you be willing to help us eliminate some wild boars? Ding. The village chief has issued a novice quest. Eliminate the wild boars. Do you accept? Quest description. Assist the village in exterminating the wild boars to the north of the farm and collect 30 wild boar hides to present to the village chief. You will receive 100 copper coins and 100 experience points. Accept. Chapter 4. 2 bronze-level summoned beasts. Having accepted the quest, I hastened towards the farming area outside the village. In my previous life, few players undertook this task. After all, These wild boars were merely level 1 monsters, and players typically managed to complete it just once. However, unbeknownst to others, completing this quest 10 times would allow one to collect 300 wild boar hides in total to turn into the chief, thereby triggering a subsequent hidden quest. In my former life, I had stumbled upon a post in a forum where a player shared that completing this hidden quest had rewarded him with a unique item, propelling him into the ranks of the game's elite. In this life, I was determined to trigger that hidden quest in advance. After bidding farewell to the village chief, I made my way to the potion merchant in the novice village. I wished to purchase potions. At that moment, an elderly apothecary with a grizzled beard nodded and waved his hand, revealing a list of potions before me. Level 1 Continuous Recovery Potion. Restores 30 health points per second for 10 seconds. Effect ceases when attacked. Price, 10 silver coins. Level 2 Continuous Recovery Potion. Restores 50 health points per second for 20 seconds. Effect ceases when attacked. Price, 20 silver coins. Level 1 Recovery Potion. Instantly restores 300 health points. Price, 20 silver coins. Level 2 Recovery Potion. Instantly restores 600 health points. Price, 40 silver coins. Without hesitation, I purchased 20 sets of Level 2 Recovery Potions, each containing 20 vials, totaling 400 potions and costing 160 gold coins. I planned to consume them slowly, as I had ample funds. Without sufficient health and mana potions, my efficiency in slaying monsters would surely decline. Transaction complete. The apothecary, seeing 160 gold coins credited to his account, was overjoyed, realizing that a fifth of his potions had been sold, a substantial sum in the game. His gaze towards me was filled with gratitude. Just as I was about to leave, the apothecary called out, "Brave adventurer, please wait." The elderly man slowly extended his wand towards me, chanting an incantation. Moments later, a light descended upon me. Ding. You have received the initial attribute enhancement from Apothecary Norton. Effect increases all attributes by 1 for 1 hour. Ding. The initial attribute enhancement from Apothecary Norton has triggered hundredfold reward amplification. You have received the ultimate attribute enhancement, increasing all attributes by 100, lasting for 100 hours. I was utterly taken aback. A doubling of all my attributes? This effect would last over 4 days. Surely enough to leave everyone else far behind in the early stages. Unable to contain my excitement, I expressed my gratitude to the apothecary with a bow. Apothecary Norton smiled warmly and said, "Brave adventurer, do come back to purchase from me often, and I shall continue to enhance your attributes." My heart swelled with joy. Such a miraculous boon for a mere handful of gold coins. It seemed that for quite some time, Apothecary Norton would be my go-to for attribute enhancements. After bidding farewell to Apothecary Norton, I set forth towards the village farm. I have arrived, little wild boars. As I approached the fields outside the village, I indeed spotted a group of large, black wild boars, happily digging into the cabbage with their enormous snouts. In no time, several boars had uprooted an entire patch of cabbage. Such splendid cabbage, ravaged by these swine, could not be forgiven. As I approached, a series of data automatically appeared before my eyes. Wild boar, common level, level 1 health, 200 attack, 10 defense, 2 skills, rooting. Wild boar charge description. The wild boars descending from the mountains possess tough hides and enjoy destroying cabbages. Be wary of their tusks. The data revealed that the wild boar's attributes were quite formidable, boasting health at least double that of a newly spawned player. Without several players working together, it would be challenging to defeat one. However, I was different. I now wielded a golden weapon and benefited from a 2x attribute boost. Even if 100 wild boars charged at me, I would not lose a single health point. I began to chant my skills. Summon Mecha Goblin. Summon Lightning Elemental Aurora Grelin. Soon, both skills were fully chanted, and 2 formidable beings appeared before me. One was clad in armor, wielding a massive spiked club taller than itself. This was the Mecha Goblin. Due to its goblin lineage, it was diminutive in stature, yet it appeared all the more robust. Due to the tenfold enhancement of Chen Feng's attributes, both summoned creatures have also been augmented. JGGBLN, bronze level, level 1 health, 600 attack, 60 attack speed, 13 strikes per second movement speed, normal movement of 15 meters per second, defense, 10 skills, acceleration, heavy strike. Upon attacking, there is a 10 chance to stun the enemy for 2 seconds, ineffective against units of silver, inclusive, grade, or above. Truly, a bronze quality summoned creature. Its attributes are formidable, comparable to an already powerful summoned being, inclined towards melee stunning combat. With Chen-Feng's current 100 attribute bonus, it surpasses even a player warrior significantly. Turning to the other summoned entity, approximately 2 meters tall and radiating with yellow lightning energy. This is the Thunder Spirit. Jaeguing Glin. Thunder Spirit Jaeguing Glin, bronze level, level 1 health, 400 attack, 75. Magical attack. Attack speed. 13 strikes per second. Movement speed. Normal movement of 2 meters per second. Defense. 10 skills. Thunder strike. Lightning shield. Upon attacking, there is a 20 chance to electrocute the enemy for 3 seconds. Ineffective against units of silver, inclusive, grade, or above. And inflicts additional light attribute damage to electrocuted foes. Chapter 5. Efficient monster farming. Although its health does not surpass that of JGGBLN, its output is undoubtedly comparable to that of a level 3 mage. Moreover, as a lightning-based summon creature, its attack frequency is quite rapid, making it a reliable lightning mage. Complemented by the frontline support of JGGBLN, with both damage output and frontline defense in place. The addition of a healing summon creature would render the setup even more perfect. For a summoner to create a powerful legion, it is essential to harmonize with various summon creatures. A flawless combination of summons in the later stages can rival a top-tier raid team. As these two summoned beings emerge, they exude an overwhelming aura of victory. Engage and vanquish the wild boars devouring the cabbages, directing the two formidable summoned beasts to charge towards the herd of wild boars in the lower fields. The wild boars, previously feasting on the cabbages, let out a shriek upon noticing the approaching trio. As the thunder spirit J Guing GLIL and pointed towards the wild boars, a lightning line, resembling steel wire, appeared above their heads, striking down upon them. 75. Electrocution. 152. 2 damage values emerged simultaneously, leaving the wild boar that had yet to approach charred and lifeless, transforming into experience points floating towards CHNF-ing. Meanwhile, JGGBLN wielded its massive spiked club, delivering a heavy blow to another wild boar's head, occasionally stunning it, and soon after dispatched another boar, which also dissolved into experience points. The attributes of these two bronze-level summoned creatures far exceed that of a level 1 wild boar, thus their swift kills are entirely justified. Thus, the two summoned beasts continued to assault the numerous wild boars near the fields, while CHNF-ing himself also engaged, inflicting considerable damage. The trio operated separately, achieving an impressive efficiency in monster farming. 75, 74, 65. As wild boars fell one after another, transforming into corpses on the ground, CHNF-ing's system panel continuously displayed a series of notifications. Ding dong. Congratulations on killing a wild boar, normal level, and gaining 10 experience points, triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You have gained 1,000 experience points. Ding dong. Congratulations on killing a wild boar, normal level, and gaining 10 experience points, triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You have gained 1,000 experience points. Before long, CHNF-ing's level rose consecutively. Ding dong. Congratulations on reaching level 2. You have gained 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Please allocate wisely. Ding dong. Congratulations on reaching level 3. You have gained 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Please allocate wisely. All players who initially choose a profession receive the same allocation of 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point upon leveling up. Once players reach level 30, they can undergo a class change, which will yield varying rewards based on the strength of their new class. However, CHNF-ing possesses a hidden class scroll, which, when used, grants him greater attribute rewards than other players. After the second class change of the hidden class, he anticipates unlocking even more formidable hidden class talents. Hidden classes are exceedingly rare. The several hidden classes he encountered in his past life were indeed among the pinnacle of the entire Blue Star. Yet, even without a hidden class in his previous life, he was still remarkably powerful. Seeing the additional 10 attribute points, CHNF-ing primarily allocated them to intelligence, as it influences the attributes of summoned creatures. However, he refrained from investing entirely in intelligence, for if the summoner were to perish, even the most powerful summoned beasts would vanish. In his previous life, he allocated 4 points to intelligence and 1 point to stamina, enhancing both the attributes of his summoned beasts and his own survivability. He directly allocated all 8 attribute points to intelligence and added 2 points to stamina. This way, CHNF-ing's summoned beast attributes experienced a slight enhancement, while his own attributes also improved somewhat. In the later stages of the game, upon acquiring certain life-saving skills for summoners, he would consider investing entirely in intelligence, for survival is paramount for output. CHNF-ing allocated both skill points to the Thunder Spirit J Guing GLILN. Currently, the focus remains on damage output, as there are no monsters capable of breaching their defenses. Utilizing skill points for output will expedite leveling efficiency. Once the Thunder Spirit J Guing GLILN reaches level 5, it will unlock the skill Lightning Barrage, allowing it to strike all enemies within a linear attack range, thus accelerating the monster clearing process. Although skill points are indeed precious and the methods of acquiring them are limited, this holds true primarily for ordinary players. For Chen Feng, however, He understands that securing first kills and completing dungeons ahead of others can yield a substantial bounty of skill points and attribute points. Thus, the attribute upgrades he invests into this bronze skill are of little consequence. With his skill points fully allocated, Chen Feng once again directs his 2 summoned beasts to attack the wild boars. Now that he has reached level 3, the experience gained from slaying level 1 wild boars is minimal. Even with the hundredfold reward amplification, advancement is sluggish. Chen Feng plans to collect the task item, wild boar skins, and then depart to hunt higher level monsters. Just as he examines the first wild boar's carcass, the system notification chimes in. Ding! You have picked up 2 copper coins, triggering the hundredfold reward amplification, and you receive 2 silver coins. Ding! You have collected 1 task item, wild boar skin, triggering the hundredfold reward amplification, and you receive 100 wild boar skins. Startled by the notification, Chen Feng checks his inventory and discovers that he now possesses 100 wild boar skins resting quietly within. He had not anticipated that task items could also trigger the hundredfold reward amplification. This means he is well on his way to completing the task. Although the drop rate for this task material is not guaranteed at 100, each successful drop amounts to 100 wild boar skins. Swiftly, Chen Feng inspects all the wild boar corpses in the vicinity, accumulating over 500 wild boar skins. However, apart from a meager amount of copper coins and the task item wild boar skins, he finds that not a single piece of equipment has dropped from the slain wild boars. Chapter 6. Where are the wild boars? It is indeed Yuan Yuzhou. With a drop rate reminiscent of his past life, Chen Feng lightly scoffs, reflecting that had he not opened skill books and equipment from his novice gift pack, he would likely be wielding a novice staff and accompanied by a Liwosi, still battling the wild boars. Shaking his head, he glances at the time. The launch of Yuan Yuzhou must have commenced, and the novice village is surely teeming with players. He wonders what expressions would grace the faces of players from his novice village upon discovering that not a single wild boar remains in this area. With a chuckle, Chen Feng shifts towards a region inhabited by higher-level monsters. He is not mistaken. At this moment, novice village number 9528 is bustling with players. Groups of players surge from the resurrection altar in the novice village, some accepting quests while others purchase potions. The realism of Yuan Yuzhou is astounding. My equipment is merely a game helmet costing 10,000 blue star coins. Yet the simulation is remarkably high. It truly feels like a second world. How astonishingly real. Look at that female instructor's staff, so pristine. And that little lowly, oh my. Hurry and learn skills. You're about to drool on her leg. A throng of curious players engages in excited chatter, while another group is focused on quickly leveling up. After acquiring skills and accepting quests, they dash towards the wild boar territory in the fields without a moment's pause. Ha! Charge. Little wild boars. I am here to vanquish you. I spent all my money on this game helmet. I've heard that in Yuan Yuzhou, any equipment dropped early on can fetch a hefty price. The equipment on the wild boars seems to be beckoning me. Charge. Overnight riches are not a dream. My great sword has long been itching for action. Yuan Yuzhou is incredible. I absolutely adore this game. Everyone, stay alert. I've heard that the level 1 wild boar monsters have attributes exceeding those of players. We must not be careless. A guild manager admonishes his team, regardless of whether they belong to organized guilds or are solo players. Everyone is eager and charged with excitement as they rush towards the outskirts of the novice village. However, upon their enthusiastic arrival at the fields, all players are left petrified. A chill breeze sweeps through. The wild boars that should have been grazing amidst the cabbage in the fields are nowhere to be found. What the heck? Where are the wild boars? One player is the first to voice his confusion, prompting a wave of discussion among the surrounding players. What a garbage game. The first quest has already glitched. This game is trash. Where is customer service? Someone explain this to me. Wait, weren't you just raving about how amazing Yuan Yuzhou is? Players begin to protest, with some contacting members from their guilds and other novice villages to see if they are experiencing the same issue, only to receive replies indicating everything is normal, which only deepens the confusion among the players of novice village 9528. Since the monster respawn time in Yuan Yuzhou is approximately 5 minutes, the players of novice village 9528 will likely have to wait several more minutes for the wild boars to reappear. Some players, unable to wait, venture into the territory of level 3 wild bulls to test their luck, but inevitably, they are all sent back to the novice village. After a few futile attempts, the players resign themselves to patiently await the respawn of the level 1 wild boars. Meanwhile, in the wilderness beyond the novice village, Chen Feng traverses a small stream and arrives at a hillside, where he spots a multitude of wild wolves resting on the grassy terrain. Chen Feng's eyes brighten as he employs a reconnaissance skill, and a stream of data unfurls before him. Savage wild wolf, common level, 5 health, 600 attack, 25 defense, 2 skills, bite, wolf pounce, wolf claw. Description, wild wolves from the plains that frequently hunt livestock in the nearby villages. Be cautious not to provoke them, as their leader is formidable. Though these level 5 monsters possess decent health and attack stats, they are not a concern for Chen Feng. Dismissing the monster panel, he begins to chant. And moments later he summons Mecha Goblin. He summons Thunder Spirit Aurora Gremlin. 2 summoned beasts were called forth in advance, charging towards the wild plains wolf with fervor. The wild plains wolf, likely having just feasted on a lamb, was enjoying a blissful rest on the grass, completely oblivious to the impending danger. Suddenly, a series of lightning strikes struck its body. The damage was significant, with numbers flashing: 143, 301, critical hit. The wild plains wolf lost more than half of its health. With 2 skill points added, the Thunder Spirit Aurora Gremlin was now at level 3. Despite the slight level disparity, its overall attributes had been enhanced. Fortune smiled upon it, as even a modest spell's critical hit chance was triggered. The wild plains wolf, now electrified, rose to its feet, baring its teeth at the approaching human and 2 pets. With a howl, it summoned several nearby wild plains wolves to join the fray. As the pack charged, the golden weapon in Chen Feng's hand shimmered with radiant light. The weapon's skill, Pumpkin Bomb, allowed him to hurl a 33 damage bomb in a designated direction. The spell enveloped the entire area of several charging wild plains wolves, with damage numbers appearing above their heads: for 115, for 125, for 117, for 118. The pumpkin bomb inflicted over half health loss on all 4 charging wild plains wolves, with 1 already wounded succumbing instantly, transforming into experience, while the remaining 3 were stunned for 3 seconds. Subsequently, Thunder Spirit Aurora Gremlin and Mecha Goblin surged forward and swiftly eliminated the 3 remaining wolves. A notification chimed. Congratulations on defeating Wild Plains Wolf, common, and earning 50 experience points. Hundredfold reward amplification, triggered, granting you 5,000 experience points. Another notification followed, and soon 4 such notifications rang out, while Chen Feng, already close to leveling up, found himself enveloped in a golden light as his level surged once more. Congratulations. Your level has risen to level 4. You have gained 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Please allocate them wisely. Chapter 7. First kill of Black Iron within a mere span of minutes, having reached level 4 with 85 of experience needed for level 5. Chen Feng felt a surge of joy. Upon reaching level 5, he could unlock an additional skill slot. Although he currently lacked a skill book, upon returning, he could learn a basic skill, which under hundredfold reward amplification would at least yield a bronze level summoning skill. A summoner's need for equipment is not as pressing as acquiring a potent summoning skill. Observing more wild plains wolves charging forth, Chen Feng continued to command his 2 formidable summoned beasts to attack, while he himself cast ordinary magical attacks from the rear. It was not long before he succeeded in slaying another wild plains wolf. This is the advantage of being a summoner. As long as one's summons are powerful, one can remain at a safe distance while dealing damage. Before long, all nearby wild plains wolves had been eradicated, unbeknownst to him, under the influence of hundredfold reward amplification. His level ascended to 5. At this point, further combat with level 5 wolves would no longer yield experience bonuses. Higher level monsters provide experience bonuses when defeated. Chen Feng, eager to reach level 10 swiftly to transition to a hidden class, decided to clear the surrounding minor creatures while advancing towards the map's edge. Aiming for the next leveling spot, he hoped to encounter something special. According to the description of his scouting skill, there should indeed be something here, though he was uncertain if he would come across it. As he murmured softly, he continued onward into the wilderness, dispatching any wild plains wolves he encountered. After defeating another, a sudden, mournful howl erupted from the dying wild plains wolf, echoing far and wide. In response, a more resonant howl came from a nearby hillside. Awu! Chen Feng halted, gazing ahead as he spotted a colossal wolf, significantly larger than the others, charging towards him with an angry demeanor and thick fur. Could it be? Peering intently at the approaching giant wolf, he activated his scouting skill, and a smile spread across his face. Wild Plains Wolf King, Black Iron level, 7 health, 1800 attack, 120 defense, 10 skills, Frenzied Bite, Giant Wolf Pounce, Wolf Claw, Wolf King's Roar. Description: the king of the plains wolves, known for preying on livestock in villages, possesses formidable combat strength and is rarely seen. Indeed, Chen Feng's heart soared with joy. First kills typically result in substantial rewards, and as the number of kills increased, the likelihood of receiving gear diminished. Normally, the highest quality drops from Black Iron level creatures are Black Iron gear, which Chen Feng deemed subpar and merely transitional. However, with hundredfold reward amplification in effect, Black Iron equipment could potentially transcend to silver quality. Additionally, all first kills across the server are announced with system notifications and generous rewards, which Chen Feng was determined not to miss. Black Iron level does not trigger announcements. He surmised that at this stage, no one could feasibly kill any of these creatures. Even Black Iron level ones. Chen Feng then directed his 2 summoned beasts to charge towards the wild Plains Wolf King, initiating an assault. He allocated all 4 skill points gained from leveling up to Thunder Spirit Aurora Grelin, which had now reached level 5, unlocking a second skill and significantly enhancing its attacking attributes. With 2 bronze level summons facing off against a single Black Iron level foe, Chen Feng felt confident in their chances. Soon, the massive Wolf King clashed with the Mecha Goblin. The colossal wolf's claw viciously struck the Mecha Goblin, while the Mecha Goblin's massive Wolf Fang mace forcefully landed upon the Wolf King's head. Damage numbers materialized above the 2 creatures' heads. The Mecha Goblin, being merely level 1, suffered considerable harm due to the level disparity. However, soon after, the Lightning Spirit, Aurora Grelin, unleashed an onslaught of electrical strikes upon the Wolf King's form, resulting in 5 damage numbers appearing. The skill of 5 consecutive lightning strikes concentrated its attack on a single target. The damage readouts were 154, 154, 154, 259, electrified, and 259, electrified. The final 2 strikes triggered electrified damage, calculating that the current level 5 electrified damage could inflict approximately an additional 100 points of light attribute damage. Such a significant amount of damage erupted above the head of the Wild Wolf King, reducing its health bar by 2/3. The severely wounded Wild Wolf King was further afflicted with the negative status of electrification, with subtle arcs of electricity crackling around its body. Sensing the impending danger, it began to retreat, its feet moving backwards in trepidation. Chen Feng observed this scene without a hint of surprise, as he understood that any entity possessing a certain level of intelligence, particularly those of higher levels, exhibited greater cognitive abilities. In his previous life, some beings had become akin to super-intelligent minds, far surpassing human intellect. Thus, it was no marvel that this ordinary Black Iron creature felt a modicum of fear towards death. Nevertheless, Chen Feng had no intention of letting the Wolf King escape. Under his command, the Mecha Goblin swung its mace, fortuitously triggering a critical hit. A dazed status effect appeared above the Wolf King's head, and seizing the opportunity, Aurora Grelin unleashed a flurry of lightning strikes. With the final bolts of electricity, the Wild Wolf King howled in agony as its massive body collapsed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Following this, the system's notification chimed, "Ding. Congratulations on defeating Wild Wolf King, Black Iron level, earning 200 experience points. Triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You have gained 20,000 experience points." A deluge of experience surged forth, allowing Chen Feng to level up once more. "Ding. Congratulations. Your level has risen to level 6. You have received 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Please allocate them wisely." Following the level up notification, the prompt for the first kill reward also sounded. "Ding. As the first player in the entire server to defeat a Black Iron level creature, you have received an additional skill point. Triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You have gained 100 skill points." Astonished, Chen Feng could scarcely believe it. After all, skill points are invaluable for all summoners, comparable to top-tier equipment. Chapter 8. Silver-level summoned beast Dark Knight equipment can be purchased with wealth, but skill points are finite. During the initial 20 levels, players earn 1 skill point for each level gained. From levels 20 to 30, they receive 2 skill points per level. From levels 30 to 40, 3 skill points per level, and so on. By the time players reach level 100, they can accumulate approximately 560 skill points. Other methods of obtaining skill points include first kills of various tiers, defeating higher-tier creatures, completing special quests, and receiving rewards from dungeons. In the later stages, the skill upgrade requirements for higher-tier skills demand substantial skill points. In summary, to enhance one's skill levels, relentless effort in the game is essential. Opening his character panel, Chen Feng noted the substantial influx of skill points, and without hesitation, upgraded both summoning skills to level 11. Until further upgrades were no longer possible, skill levels cannot exceed the player's level by more than 5. Now, he was finally free from concerns about insufficient skill points. As long as he achieved first kills of different tiers, he would be well off. Stowing away his staff, he began to collect his spoils. "Ding. You have picked up 2 silver coins, triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You have gained 2 gold coins. Ding. You have picked up equipment, Wolf Ring, Black Iron. Triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You have acquired equipment, Ring of the Wolf King, Silver. Ding. You have picked up the skill book, Summon Skeleton, Black Iron. Triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You have obtained the skill book, Summon Dark Knight, Silver." A series of item rewards popped up on the system interface, and upon seeing the ring and skill book, Chen Feng's face lit up with excitement. Opening his inventory, he eagerly examined the attributes of the ring and skill book as if awaiting a lottery draw. Ring of the Wolf King, silver, attack, 10 agility, 10 magic, 200 required level, 6 applicable classes, all. Additional effect, Wolf Howl, activates a skill that boosts the attack of allied players within a 55 range by 5 and defense by 5 for 20 seconds. Cooldown time 60 seconds. Description, a ring forged from the core of the Wolf King, imbued with its powers. This was splendid. The ring not only boasted decent attributes, but also possessed a supportive effect. Rings are notoriously challenging to acquire among all equipment slots, and this one, with its auxiliary skill, was particularly suitable for the current summoner. He promptly adorned the ring, and then turned his attention to the skill book. Summon Dark Knight, silver skill book, learning level, 5 learning class, summoner skill effect, consumes 120 points. After a 5-second casting time, summons a Dark Knight to assist in battle. At level 1, the Dark Knight wields a giant sword for attacks. Normal attacks have a chance to repel enemies, and can switch to shield defense, reducing damage taken by 50 while in a defensive state. At levels above 5, it gains the passive skill Guardian Aura, which accelerates the healing speed of itself and allied units within the vicinity. At levels above 10, it gains the skill Taunt, forcing surrounding creatures to attack it for 5 seconds while increasing its resistance to abnormal states. At level 15, an additional passive skill, the Defense Aura, enhances the defense of all allied creatures within its range. The summoned creatures grow in strength alongside their master, existing for 120 seconds before vanishing upon the master's death or the expiration of the summoning time, with a cooldown of 120 seconds. To my astonishment, it is the Heian Qixi. How splendid! In my previous life, Chen Feng possessed the skill Summon Heian Qixi, which served as a formidable shield in the summoned army. Although it may be classified as such, its offensive capabilities are quite impressive in the early stages, particularly after unlocking all skill forms. Moreover, the Heian Qixi boasts an exceptionally dashing appearance, adorned in ancient armor that is truly captivating. Without hesitation, I shattered the skill book, which transformed into a radiant glow that entered my being, unlocking the third skill and adding a knight skill icon. I promptly allocated skill points to maximize the Heian Qixi's skill level. Thus, Chen Feng now commands 3 summoned creatures, each at level 11. Instantly feeling a surge in his power, eager to test the combat prowess of his summons, Chen Feng consumed a bottle of level 2 recovery potion. Rejuvenated, he eagerly ventured towards the higher level monster zones. After several minutes, Chen Feng journeyed onward, vanquishing minor creatures along the way. Under the influence of the hundredfold reward amplification talent, he swiftly ascended to level 7, drawing closer to the threshold of level 10. Presently, the average level of players in the Yuan Yuzhou realm may only hover around level 23. One wonders how the guild elites and affluent players across the server would react upon discovering that one player has reached level 7. Observing his rapid advancement, Chen Feng murmured to himself, it was only with the hundredfold reward amplification that he could outpace the collective support of the entire guild. After more than half an hour, Chen Feng finally arrived at a new training ground. This location featured monsters at level 10, untouched by other players, presenting a significant opportunity for encounters. Should he succeed in defeating a bronze-tier creature, the hundredfold reward amplification would ensure that any bronze equipment dropped would at least be upgraded to gold quality. Currently, gold equipment with favorable attributes could fetch hundreds of thousands, although he was not in need of currency. Nonetheless, the first kill reward for bronze must be claimed. If memory serves, the server's first kill of a bronze creature would yield a system announcement throughout the novice village. These announcements serve the singular purpose of swiftly elevating one's reputation, proving invaluable for future endeavors within the game. Gradually advancing into the heart of the plains, Chen Feng soon encountered a dense thicket. Upon entering the jungle, he was greeted by a multitude of spiders on the trees and ground. The spiders, entirely black, bore large fangs and 8 eyes surveying their surroundings. A cacophony of leather rustling echoed as the spiders sensed the presence of an intruder, becoming increasingly agitated. Chapter 9. Giant Venom Spider Leader. With a flash of insight, data on the spiders flooded Chen Feng's mind. Jungle Spider, common level, 10 health, 1000 attack, 56 defense, 10 skills, venomous bite, poison spray. Description, a giant spider that attacks with venom, possessing a 40 chance to inflict poison, dealing 20 health points per second for 10 seconds. Such attributes are undeniably formidable for novice players. The combination of a 40 chance to poison and over 50 points of attack makes it challenging for most players to withstand its damage. However, Chen Feng remained unfazed, eager to test the might of his new summon, the Heian Qixi. Raising his staff, he chanted an incantation to summon the Heian Qixi. A dark magic circle illuminated the ground, and a majestic figure clad in armor wielding a colossal sword materialized before him. Dashing, As soon as the Heian Qishur appeared, 3 jungle spiders scuttled toward it. Due to the Heian Qishur's towering stature, the massive spiders resembled mere chicks in comparison. Before long, the 3 jungle spiders sank their fangs into the Heian Qishur's armor. The damage numbers, though minimal, appeared above its head. 1, 1, 1. At this moment, the Heian Qishur had reached level 12, exerting a 2-level advantage over the jungle spiders, with an impressive defense of 50 points. The weak attacks of the jungle spiders could not breach its defenses. The slight damage inflicted was far outpaced by its regeneration. Truly, the Heian Qishur is renowned for its extraordinary defense. Minutes later, as the Heian Qishur's massive sword struck down repeatedly, the surrounding jungle spiders fell one by one. Once the last of the jungle spiders was defeated, Chen Feng sheathed his staff and ventured deeper into the jungle. After a few more minutes of exploration, following the defeat of another jungle spider, Chen Feng's level rose once again. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 8. You have earned 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Please allocate them wisely. Chen Feng allocated 4 points to intelligence and 1 point to stamina, opting to disregard the skill point for the time being, confident that future rewards would suffice. Subsequently, he invested skill points to elevate the skill levels of his 3 summoned creatures to level 13, resulting in a further enhancement of their attributes by approximately 1. Reaching into his bag, he retrieved a bottle of level 2 recovery potion to restore his state. Being a summoner is indeed mana-intensive. He lamented that he had not utilized a single potion and wondered if the old apothecary would allow him to return it. Once the state was restored, Chen Feng strode towards the last slain jungle spider, ready to collect the copper coins. As he rummaged through the carcass of the jungle spider, he was taken aback to discover an iron-colored shoe beneath the body. Had he finally obtained some equipment? After vanquishing so many monsters, if not 100, then at least 90 had fallen, yet he had seen no loot from the lesser creatures. He began to doubt whether his luck value was abysmally low. Ding! You have picked up 30 copper coins, triggering the hundredfold reward amplification. You have received 30 silver coins. Ding! You have picked up the equipment, jungle cloth shoes, black iron, triggering the hundredfold reward amplification. You have received the equipment, spider soft boots, silver. After gathering the coins and equipment from the ground, Chen Feng opened his backpack to examine the attributes of the boots. Spider soft boots, silver, movement speed, 5 stamina, 10 intelligence, 5 required level, 10 applicable professions, mage, priest, summoner. Additional effects, none description, shoes made of spider silk, remarkably lightweight. While the attributes of this silver equipment were rather ordinary, the 5 increase in movement speed was a modest boon, enough to make it useful, as his output did not rely on personal damage. However, he could not equip the item until reaching level 10, so he reluctantly placed it in his backpack. Continuing deeper into the jungle, Chen Feng's objective was now to swiftly elevate his level to 10. As time passed, and the jungle spiders continued to be defeated, Chen Feng's experience bar surged rapidly. He was on the verge of reaching level 9. Just as he intended to press further into the jungle to slay more spiders, a large black spider, significantly larger than the previous ones, materialized in an expansive clearing ahead. Chen Feng's eyes lit up as a cascade of information flooded his mind. Giant venomous spider leader, bronze, level, 12 health, 2000 attack, 130 defense, 35 skills, venomous bite, venom spray, web entanglement, frenzied strike. Description: a giant venomous spider that attacks with toxins. Beware of its web entanglement. His luck seemed extraordinary, just after defeating a black iron level creature. A bronze level 1 appeared. Chen Feng felt a surge of exhilaration. In this source universe, the spawn of low-tier creatures was often left to chance. Much like when he inadvertently defeated a wild plains wolf, which may have had some special connection and directly spawned the wild plains wolf king. It was also possible that defeating a significant number of monsters in the area could lead to the emergence of similar types. This spawn was likely due to the many jungle spiders Chen Feng had vanquished. Chen Feng gazed at the spider ahead and immediately began to chant a spell. Moments later, he summoned Mecha Goblin, Thunder Elemental Aurora Gremlin, Dark Knight. He summoned all 3 of his minions in succession. He then directed his summons, with the Dark Knight moving swiftly to the forefront, followed by the Mecha Goblin. And lastly the mage, the Thunder Elemental Aurora Gremlin. The Mecha Goblin had now reached level 13, unlocking additional ranged skills, allowing it to throw stones and explosive bombs. The stone-throwing attack was exceptionally swift, comparable to a minor mage in terms of area damage, while the explosive bombs could inflict devastating area damage upon targets. This trio comprised a melee fighter, a versatile melee and ranged attacker, and a ranged mage. If a healing pet were to join, even gold would be left in the dust. Chapter 10. 2 consecutive announcements in no time. The Dark Knight, charging at the forefront, engaged the giant venomous spider leader. The fangs of this venomous spider were several times larger than those of the previous jungle spiders, and it sank its massive fangs down ferociously. The Dark Knight raised his shield in response, and upon collision, a resounding clang echoed at the point of impact. A damage number of 51 appeared above the Dark Knight's head. Simultaneously, a layer of green toxin enveloped the Dark Knight's entire body. Ding! Your summoned creature, the Dark Knight, has been afflicted by the poisoning effect of the giant venomous spider leader, losing 50 health points per second for 10 seconds. At this moment, a series of damage numbers indicating a reduction of 50 began to emerge above the Dark Knight's head. The damage per second is quite substantial. Chen mused softly. However, he was not concerned. Such damage was negligible for the Dark Knight's health bar, especially with its skill to resist abnormal states, preventing significant health loss. The other two summoned creatures also unleashed their attacks upon the giant venomous spider leader, with sounds of stones being hurled and crackling electricity. A barrage of projectiles struck the target in rapid succession. 110, 56, 135, 154. In mere moments, they inflicted tremendous damage, and as the lightning struck, it triggered an electrocution effect. At this juncture, the Dark Knight thrust his colossal sword forward, dealing over 200 points of damage. The giant venomous spider leader, receiving such overwhelming damage, was instantly filled with rage and retaliated by unleashing its venom spray skill upon the three summoned creatures. A cloud of toxins surrounded the body of the giant venomous spider leader, and the three summons and Chen were suddenly poisoned, suffering 50 points of damage per second. However, this damage was insufficient to pose any real threat to the trio and their master. The attacks from the three summoned creatures continued to rain down upon the giant venomous spider leader. During the period when the electric shock effect was active, the damage surged dramatically. The explosive lightning barrage from the mecha goblin's magical creature, Awan Graylin, struck fiercely upon the venomous spider lord, dealing 195 and then 215 points of damage. The health bar quickly diminished, and the unfortunate bronze-level creature succumbed to the relentless assault of the three summoned beasts, collapsing into a heap of experience and equipment on the ground. Observing the fallen creature, Chen Feng silently mused. The thrill of an encirclement is truly exhilarating. Subsequently, the experience from the defeated foe flowed into Chen Feng's being, accompanied by the system's notification sound. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the venomous spider lord, bronze level, and earning 400 experience points. You have triggered the hundredfold reward amplification, granting you an additional 40,000 experience points. As the experience coursed through him, two beams of golden light signifying level-ups erupted from Chen Feng's body. Ding! Congratulations on advancing to level 9. You have received 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Please allocate them wisely. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 10. You have obtained another 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Please allocate them wisely. Having ascended directly to level 10, he was now eligible to undertake the hidden class transfer quest. More system notifications soon followed. Ding! As the first player in the entire server to defeat a bronze-level creature, you have received an additional reward of 1 skill point. You have triggered the hundredfold reward amplification, granting you an additional 100 skill points. With the influx of skill points, yet another system notification appeared on Chen Feng's interface. Ding! Announcement from newbie village number 9528. Player Shirtian has defeated the level 12 venomous spider lord, bronze level. Becoming the first player in newbie village to achieve this feat as a reward, player Shirtian receives 10,000 experience points, 1 skill point, 5 free attribute points, and 50 reputation points. Ding! Announcement from newbie village number 9528. Ding! The system announcement echoed 3 times throughout newbie village number 9528. Instantly, the players in the entire newbie village erupted in excitement. Who is this Shirtian? How is it possible to have slain a bronze creature just hours after the server launch? Surely, this Shirtian cannot be a cheat. Fool! Don't you know that the game, Yuan Yuzhou, operates under an intelligent system? No one can cheat. Shirtian is incredible. I want to be his underling. A multitude of players in newbie village number 9528 engaged in fervent discussions, many taken aback by Chen Feng's unprecedented achievement of slaying a bronze-level creature. Some felt envy, others jealousy, yet being merely a newbie village announcement, it held limited impact. However, when the second major announcement from the Daxiao region rang out, all players lost their composure. Ding! National server announcement. Congratulations to player Shirtian for reaching level 10. Becoming the first player on the national server to achieve this milestone. As a reward, player Shirtian receives the title Pioneer and 100 reputation points. Ding! National server announcement. Ding! 3 glowing system announcements flashed across the screens of players throughout Daxia. This time, The announcement was not limited to just newbie village number 9528. All players in Daxia witnessed it, igniting a fervor across the entire server. What the hell? This person must be cheating. How could someone level up so quickly? I barely managed to reach level 4 since the server opened, and here someone is already at level 10. Can this be believed? This is utterly absurd. It has only been a short time since the server opened. Even if thousands of players formed a guild, it wouldn't be possible to progress this fast. Oh dear, Shirtian. Please take me with you. I am willing to serve you. Go away, you whiny creature. The players from Newbie Village know. 9528 were already in shock from Chen Feng's achievement of slaying a bronze creature, and now he was the first to reach level 10, inciting envy and admiration from countless players. Beyond the ordinary players, the name Shirtian had also captured the attention of major factions and top players within the national server. In a flash, discussions surrounding Shirtian became a hot topic among all players in Daxia. Chapter 11. A chance encounter in a private screening after witnessing the 6 system announcements. Chen Feng remained unfazed, his primary concern resting on what rewards the bronze first kill might yield. He quickly commanded the Dark Knight to move the corpse aside, revealing the silver coins and equipment within. Ding, you have collected 20 silver coins, triggering the hundredfold reward amplification, granting you 20 gold coins. Ding, you have picked up the equipment, Jungle Robe, bronze, triggering the hundredfold reward amplification, granting you the equipment, Silver Wing Robe, golden. Ding, you have retrieved the equipment, Jungle Longsword, bronze, triggering the hundredfold reward amplification, granting you the equipment, Venomous Longsword, golden. Ding, you have obtained the skill book, Heavy Slash, bronze, triggering the hundredfold reward amplification, granting you the skill book, Triple Slash, golden. After collecting the equipment and skill book, he promptly examined their attributes. Silver Wing Robe, golden, defense, 20 health, 500 stamina, 10 required level, 12 applicable classes, mage, priest, summoner. Additional effect, resistance, when receiving damage, can block 50 points of damage. Description, Venomous Longsword, golden, attack, 95 strength, 15 stamina, 10 required level, 12 applicable classes, warrior, knight. Additional effect, venom, after releasing a skill. The next attack will inevitably poison the enemy, causing them to lose 50 points of damage per second for 10 seconds. The venom has a cooldown of 60 seconds and deals an additional 20 physical damage to poisoned enemies. Description, a longsword refined with venom. Contact could lead to infection with poison, so caution is essential. San Lian Zhan, golden skill book, learning level, 10 learning profession, warrior skill effect, consumes 100 points to inflict 3 consecutive physical damages on the enemy unit. The first strike deals 50 physical damage, the second strike deals 60, and the third strike deals 70. Skill cooldown time is 60 seconds. Damage increases with skill level. Upon seeing 2 pieces of golden equipment and the skill book, Chen Feng's face radiated joy, for this was indeed a bountiful harvest. The robe could be kept for personal use, while the golden poisonous longsword was undoubtedly the strongest warrior equipment at this stage, and the skill book, San Lian Zhan, was equally exceptional. However, Chen Feng was not in need of money. He decided to hold on to these items for the time being. Hoping to exchange them for skill books he could utilize or sell them if necessary. He stowed away the equipment and skill book, preparing to return to the novice village to claim a hidden quest, when he suddenly noticed an influx of nearly 10 million friend requests on his friend interface, which momentarily surprised him. Upon inspection, most were requests for assistance or friend slots, along with a considerable number of guild invitations. Chen Feng disregarded them all and disabled the friend request feature. He felt no inclination towards the invitations from other powerful factions. His goal in this life was to establish his own force, gathering friends from his past life and the formidable warriors of Daxia under his guild, so that when the game transcended into reality, he would possess sufficient strength to contend against it. After closing the friend interface, he recalled that the system had rewarded him with a bronze chest and a title for his first kill, which he had yet to examine. As he journeyed, he simultaneously checked his rewards. Explorer, title carry level, 10 wearing effect, all attributes 10, magic recovery speed increase, affection 10. Description, a symbol of honor for the player who first reaches level 10. After a prolonged silence, Chen Feng thought the system was rather stingy. This title seemed of little value. Nevertheless, he decided to equip it for its modest attribute boost. He realized that rewards directly given by the system could not attain the hundredfold reward amplification. Once adorned with the title, which had a pleasing appearance, he chose to conceal all his gear and name to avoid unnecessary trouble. He continued on his path without pause, heading towards the novice village. As he approached, he began to notice other players gradually appearing around him. At this stage, the first tier of players were approximately level 5, and out of curiosity, Chen Feng opened the novice village's leaderboard. He was taken aback to see a bowman at the top, already at level 7, seemingly possessing some extraordinary talent. Upon closer inspection, he saw the name, Feng Xingzhe. This brought back memories, as Feng Xingzhe had been one of the top 10 masters of Xia in his past life, endowed with a mysterious occupational talent, and had even transitioned into a hidden class in the later stages of the game, showcasing remarkable power. To his astonishment, he found himself in the same novice village as Feng Xingzhe. Chen Feng silently contemplated, as a friend who had once guarded Xia. He felt a tinge of nostalgia. In his previous life, Feng Xingzhe had never retreated in the face of the Cataclysm Legion, but ultimately, his limited strength led to his capture and subsequent suffering. In this life, should the opportunity arise, he would strive to bring Feng Xingzhe into his fold. Chen Feng resolved to expedite his own path to strength, determined not to let the tragedies of his past repeat themselves. As he gradually approached the Wild Plains Wolf, a multitude of players appeared ahead, seemingly monopolizing the area for leveling. A large group of top players congregated at the crossroads, engaged in conversation. Since this path was the only route to the novice village, Chen Feng had no choice but to head towards the crowd. Just as he was nearing them, he overheard snippets of their conversation. This area is claimed by our Blood Empire Guild. If you wish to level up, you must pay a protection fee of 10 gold coins. Otherwise, you better scram. A warrior with a pineapple hairstyle and a long horse-like face stood at the forefront, menacingly addressing the surrounding players. We are players too. This is a public leveling area. Why should your Blood Empire Guild charge us 10 gold coins? Exactly. We have barely earned a few coins. Why don't you go rob someone instead? As someone spoke up, the surrounding players began to echo their sentiments. Eager to enter the leveling area, the pineapple-haired warrior glanced at the crowd, his eyes narrowing slightly before he smiled and signaled to the players beside him. Suddenly, two figures next to him vanished. Shortly thereafter, the young mage who had initially spoken found two shadowy figures appearing behind him. Before he could react, one dagger, glinting ominously, slashed toward the mage's neck, while the other dagger executed a skill, viciously plunging into his back. 85, 160. Critical hit. Two damage numbers emerged, depleting the mage's health. It was only then that he realized the danger, but alas, he had already succumbed to a state of dizziness, unable to move. The two assassins launched another attack. And once again, damage numbers appeared, causing the young mage to be enveloped in white light as he returned to the novice village, leaving behind only a corpse and a staff. Chapter 12. The battle commences. Surrounding players gasped in shock at the scene. This level 5 mage, considered among the first tier of players, had been effortlessly slain by two assassins. Moreover, observing the skillful execution of the assassins, it was evident that this was not their first offense. Who among you wishes to share the same fate as him? The warrior with the pineapple head and horse face kicked the lifeless body of the slain mage, collecting the equipment and coins with a mocking smile directed at the surrounding players. The onlookers, filled with indignation yet unable to voice their anger, reluctantly approached, exchanging gold coins before leading their team into the wasteland. This is how it should be. Why force my hand? He taunted. Is there anyone else wishing to enter? Come forth and pay your gold. Seeing this, the nearby players felt helpless. The leveling zone in the vicinity was the only suitable area for experience gains, while the lower regions offered insufficient experience and the higher ones proved too challenging. Thus, they trudged forward, retrieving their gold coins before entering the training ground. Chen observed this scene with a heart devoid of emotion. He had witnessed such occurrences countless times in his past life. Dominating the leveling area was merely a basic tactic. As long as one did not provoke him, he had no intention of involving himself in their affairs. He swiftly made his way towards a side path, unwilling to waste time here. However, this action did not go unnoticed by the leading warrior. He scrutinized the unnamed player closely, deducing from his appearance that he likely belonged to a magical profession. Clutching an unremarkable staff, Chen seemed inconspicuous. Yet the warrior soon recognized that this magic user was no ordinary player. On Chen hand gleamed a ring, igniting a spark of greed in the warrior's eyes. Rings and necklaces were notoriously difficult to acquire, and even a plain white ring could fetch 200 to 300 gold coins in the novice village, translating to 2,000 to 3,000 blue star coins, nearly equivalent to a month's salary for an average person. Furthermore, the direction Chen approached led to an area inhabited by level 6 monsters, prompting the warrior to contemplate whether he was a formidable solo player. With intentions to recruit Chen, the warrior approached him. Hey, young brother, where are you off to? Not leveling up? Upon hearing the voice, Chen furrowed his brow and turned to face the player, finally recognizing him as SSS-tier. I am returning to the novice village, not leveling. Chen replied coolly, continuing on his way. Noticing Chen's lack of response, SSS-tier's expression darkened slightly. Yet he persisted with a forced smile. Ha ha ha, young brother, I am the vice president of the SSS-tier Guild. Your demeanor suggests you possess great potential. Would you be interested in joining our guild? I can assure you a position as a squad leader. At this moment, several players from the SSS-tier guild approached, eyeing Chen Feng. You lucky chap, being noticed by our leader is quite a fortune. Indeed, our SSS-tier guild boasts tens of thousands of members nationwide, all of formidable strength. Joining us will bring you numerous benefits. That's right. What are you hesitating for? There are plenty of beautiful women in our guild. Hearing this, Chen Feng paused, a hint of wariness creeping in. The implications of their words carried a subtle threat, and he was well aware of the true nature of guilds like SSS-tier. If he declined their offer, they would likely resort to violence, yet he regarded the few before him with utter disdain. Chen Feng smiled at the surrounding players. I have no intention of joining your SSS-tier guild. The players were immediately incensed by his words. How audacious! Chen frowned, issuing a command to his subordinates. Since you refuse to join, we shall relieve you of your equipment. With that, the players from SSS-tier began to encircle Chen Feng. Observing this, a smirk crept onto Chen Feng's face as he raised his staff to summon. As he initiated his spell, the players around him shouted, "Assassin, interrupt his casting." Just as one player uttered the command, Chen Feng completed his incantation. Summon Mecha Goblin, with the brilliance of a hexagram illuminating the area. A goblin wielding a massive spiked club and carrying a large basket appeared before the players of the SSS-tier guild. The sight left the guild members in shock. They had never encountered such a peculiar summoned creature before. Ha ha ha, he's a summoner. This should be easy. A summoner is a worthless class. Watch me take him down. Upon realizing Chen Feng was a summoner, the players wore expressions of derision. It was well known that summoners ranked among the least desirable classes, with few players willing to take them on. Moreover, the creatures summoned in the early stages were weak, failing to even defeat the simplest of monsters, rendering them nearly useless. However, they were about to face Chen Feng, a summoner unlike any other. Seeing the mockery on the faces of the surrounding players, Chen Feng felt a sense of familiarity. He had encountered this disdain in his previous life and had long since grown accustomed to it. Meanwhile, the members of SSS-tier guild hesitated to act, until an assassin player tossed a smoke bomb, vanishing into thin air as he stealthily approached Chen Feng, brandishing a glowing white dagger aimed at him. Chapter 13. Overpowering the SSS-tier guild. Witnessing this, the distant onlookers shook their heads. Another one is about to be taken down by the SSS-tier guild. Ah, merely 10 gold coins. Sometimes misfortune brings fortune. Now, not only will he lose gold, but also experience and equipment. Such is the nature of youth, striving for superiority. What a pity. Chen Feng was oblivious to the discussions of other players. His sole focus was the dagger lunging toward him. Yet, he remained unperturbed, continuing to chant the summoning incantation. The assassin, observing Chen Feng still casting, smirked inwardly, thinking him a fool for not realizing that assassins possessed interrupt skills from the very outset. He could not fathom how such an inept individual had attained such a high level. However, his smile was abruptly extinguished. The mech goblin, previously stationed in front of Chen Feng, suddenly appeared behind him with remarkable speed, raising its spiked club high before delivering a crushing blow. The surrounding players were taken aback by the swiftness of the attack. The assassin player realized it was too late to retract his move, yet remained unfazed, dismissing the small goblin as inconsequential. But when the club struck him, a jolt of pain surged through, accompanied by a colossal damage number floating above his head. 342. In an instant, his health was obliterated, and the level 4 assassin transformed into a wisp of white light, vanishing from sight. The players around him gaped in disbelief, jaws agape as if they could swallow 2 cucumbers whole. Wasn't it said that summoners' pets were utterly worthless? Wasn't the summoner a bottom-tier class? What was the meaning of this formidable summoned beast? As the players stood in shock, Chen Feng completed the chant for his second skill. Summon, Thunder Spirit Aurora Grelin. Behold, a creature of pure gold emerged, its body crackling with arcs of electricity, an awe-inspiring sight that instantly captivated a multitude of players. Chen Feng commanded both of his summoned creatures to unleash area of effect skills into the throng. The Thunder Spirit Aurora Grelin, with its body pulsating with electric energy, swiftly unleashed a series of 5 lightning strikes amidst the ranks of the Blood Red Empire Guild. The mech goblin was not idle either. It retrieved a large, black explosive from its backpack and hurled it into the crowd of Blood Red Empire players. Soon, their screams echoed as those struck were annihilated, dissolving into beams of light. Blood Red Dawn's members were nearly rendered speechless, utterly bewildered. How could this be possible? While Blood Red Dawn was momentarily stunned, Chen Feng summoned Dark Knight. The third of his summoned creatures emerged, a shadowy magical circle manifesting as a warrior clad in ancient armor stepped forth, wielding a colossal sword. At this moment, Despair began to wash over the Blood Red Empire players, for they discovered that any damage dealt to the summoned creatures resulted in a mere forced damage of 1 point. Conversely, any contact with their own players resulted in instant annihilation. What manner of summoned creatures were these? The players of the Blood Red Empire cried out in anguish. Some astute players attempted to use reconnaissance skills on the 3 summoned creatures to ascertain their levels and attack power, only to be met with a series of question marks, leaving them utterly perplexed. Could these summoned beings be 5 levels higher than themselves? What level was this summoner? Before they could contemplate further, the dark night cleaved down, and they vanished in a flash of white light, their demise shockingly swift. The remaining members, still reeling from the astonishment, were struck by a barrage of lightning, disappearing into white light. Meanwhile, the players of the Blood Red Empire, still at a distance, remained unaware of the chaos unfolding until Blood Red Dawn was similarly felled in a single blow, finally capturing their attention. What in the world was happening? How could the vice president be killed? Who was that towering figure? It must be that person wielding the staff. Kill him. Avenge the vice president. Instantly, the members of the Blood Red Empire began to organize an offensive. Fireballs and arrows rained toward Chen Feng. However, 3 level 15 summoned creatures stood in the way, absorbing the onslaught of attacks. 1 immune. 1 immune. Immune. A cascade of damage numbers rose, the majority indicating immunity or a mere 1 point of force damage. The players of the Blood Red Empire were incredulous. How could this be? Aren't summoned creatures supposed to be weak? Yet, in this game, Chen Feng emerged as an unconventional summoner, possessing 2 bronze and 1 silver level summons, all at maximum skill levels, effortlessly decimating the hapless crowd. Subsequently, a torrent of skills unleashed by the summoned creatures swept through the players of the Blood Red Empire, mercilessly claiming their lives, leaving a sky filled with white light and scattered equipment. After several waves of assault, the morale of the Blood Red Empire players shattered, and they began to scatter in panic. Chen Feng commanded his 3 summoned creatures to eliminate a dozen fleeing players before halting the pursuit once the summoning duration expired. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlooking independent players were left in awe. What a magnificent display. I have long been dissatisfied with the Blood Red Empire. They monopolize monster spawn points in every game, constantly bullying us, independent players. Who is this summoner, wielding such formidable summons? Who dared to claim that summoners were worthless? I shall delete my account and start anew. Truly remarkable. I have recorded the video of the Blood Red Empire's humiliation. I will upload it to the forum to show that we summoners are indeed a force to be reckoned with. In this moment, Chen Feng turned and collected the equipment strewn across the ground, examining their attributes only to find them to be of little worth. Discarding them back onto the earth, save for a bronze weapon dropped by Blood Red Dawn, which could barely fetch a few hundred gold coins. How pitiful. How embarrassing for the vice president to be wielding merely a bronze item. Doesn't that bring shame? Chen Feng muttered to himself before stowing the weapon and continuing on his journey toward the novice village. Chapter 14. The village chief's hidden quest unveiled at this moment. In the novice resurrection point, Shuesei Li Ming emerged with a visage full of fury. The members of the guild that had rented the venue suffered grievously, with over half of them having fallen, each losing a level. This represented a significant blow to their Shuesei guild, yet he felt utterly powerless against such formidable adversaries. Cursed Shishianshan. My Shuesei Digua guild shall not rest until we settle this score. Upon witnessing the slaying of Shuesei Digua's players, the system notification revealed that the first player in the entire server to reach level 10 was indeed Shishianshan. Could it be that his summoning level had surpassed 10? How could his reconnaissance fail to unveil the level of his summoned creatures? No, this cannot be right. The game had only just commenced. How could he possibly possess so many skill points? Yet, why were his summoned beings so exceptionally powerful? In the midst of Shuesei Li Ming's turmoil, a hurried player from the guild dashed over, exclaiming, "Vice President, the summoner who just defeated our guild members is now heading toward the novice village. What shall we do?" Seeing the distraught expression of the newcomer, Shuesei Li Ming, unable to contain his frustration, kicked the knight player in the chest, bellowing, "What can we do? We cannot fight back. Report to the president first." Subsequently, Shuesei Li Ming activated the video call feature, relaying the events that had transpired to their guild leader. Shuesei. On the other end of the screen, Shuesei glared at his ineffectual brother, his voice seething with anger. "Useless. A group of you bested by a single player, and you still have the audacity to report this to me." Upon hearing his brother's ire, Shuesei Li Ming's defiance faltered, and he pleaded, "Brother, it is not our incompetence. The opposing player is simply too powerful. The monsters he summoned are beyond our defenses. Besides, his level is likely the highest in the entire server. It is nearly impossible for us to defeat him." Meanwhile, Shuesei, who was organizing guild members and slaying a black iron beast in another novice village, contemplated for a moment before saying, Let us hold off on this matter for now. We cannot contend with him at this moment. Once all our guild members have exited the novice village, we shall devise a plan to reclaim our honor. Hearing that his brother was still intent on addressing Shixianshan, a smile returned to Shui Se Li Ming's face. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. At this juncture, the president of Shui Se Digua, Shui Se, cast his gaze upon the wild boar king, which their guild was on the verge of toppling. A sinister grin spreading across his face. A mere solo player dares to challenge us, Shui Se Digua. You shall regret ever entering this game. With that, he lunged forward, driving a shimmering silver sword into the wild boar king, whose massive form collapsed, scattering loot across the ground. Meanwhile, Chen Feng had finally navigated through several leveling areas and returned to the novice village, which was bustling with players. Every monster zone was teeming with activity, particularly in the village's farmland, where a newly spawned wild boar was met with the onslaught of 5 or 6 burly men wielding an array of weapons. Within moments, the creature was reduced to experience points and materials. Goodness, is the monster spawning rate in this game really so cutthroat now? Luckily, my level surpasses theirs, otherwise, I might not have been able to claim any monsters at all, Chen Feng mused silently. He then made his way to the village chief's location and opened the quest log. Dear village chief, I have exceeded the task you entrusted to me. Here are the wild boar skins I have collected. Chen Feng presented all 500 skins to the village chief, having far surpassed the requirements of the task. Upon seeing such a bounty of wild boar skins, the village chief's expression shifted slightly before returning to composure. Brave adventurer, I can scarcely believe you have slain so many wild boars. Your actions have greatly aided our village. Please accept this small token of our gratitude. Ding dong. Congratulations on repeatedly fulfilling the quest, Eliminate the Wild Boar, issued by the novice village chief. You have received a reward of 100 gold coins, triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You now possess 10,000 gold coins, alongside 1,000 experience points, further triggering hundredfold reward amplification, granting you an additional 100,000 experience points. As the substantial experience points were credited, Chen Feng realized that his experience bar had reached its limit, unable to advance further. Based on his past gaming experience, players could only accumulate experience to level 11 after reaching level 10, beyond which no further experience could be earned. The initial class chosen by players was merely a probationary period. Only upon completing the class transfer quest and obtaining a transfer scroll could they be considered officially transitioned to their new roles, thus allowing them to continue leveling. The transfer quest required players to reach level 10, visit the village's class mentor to receive a recommendation letter, and then proceed to the main city to undertake the transfer assessment. However, Chen Feng already possessed a transfer scroll, specifically for a hidden class, thus negating the need to undertake the assessment in the main city. He merely needed to utilize the transfer scroll to complete the hidden class quest and become a hidden class, elf summoner. With this in mind, Chen Feng opened his inventory and retrieved the hidden class scroll he had originally acquired. Elf summoner, unique, usage level 10 effect, upon use. It activates the hidden class transfer quest. Completing the quest will transform the basic class summoner into the hidden class, elf summoner. Description: the elf summoner possesses a unique affinity with summoned creatures, capable of conjuring stronger and more numerous allies. He decided to accept the village chief's hidden quest first before employing the scroll. Chen Feng was in no rush to use it, as it appeared that the village chief's quest had also been triggered. Brave adventurer, you have demonstrated remarkable patience and resolve. Now, I have an even more critical task to entrust to you. This task is perilous. Do you accept? The village chief gazed intently at Chen Feng. Without further contemplation, it is undoubtedly a hidden task that has been triggered. For the sake of the human race, what is a modicum of danger? I am willing to brave fire and water for the human race. With a serious expression, Chen Feng spoke to the village chief. Excellent, brave adventurer. In the region between our village and the center of Stormwind City, there exists an area controlled by a legion of scourge puppets, where the Empire's elites are frequently assimilated. Are you willing to eradicate them? Ding. The village chief has issued you the server's only hidden quest. Eliminate the scourge puppets. Will you accept? Quest description: the scourge puppets controlled by the Lich King's Mount, Bone Dragon King, Syndragosa, are eroding the human alliance. Proceed to eliminate them. You must conquer the dungeon Scourge Ancient Temple on Nightmare difficulty, and there is only one opportunity during the quest. Player level must not exceed 20. The system prompt sounded. Accept. Chen Feng joyfully clicked the button. This was the only hidden quest on the server, and the rewards for its completion would undoubtedly be substantial. However, the task's difficulty was certainly extraordinary, and there was only one chance to complete it. Given that the level required to tackle this dungeon cannot exceed 20, and he was currently at level 10, it would be prudent to first complete the job change quest to elevate his level to 20 before attempting this task. Chapter 15. Setting up a stall to acquire skill books. Brave adventurer, I knew I did not misjudge you. The journey ahead is long and fraught with peril. Here, I have a damaged jewel that serves no purpose in my possession. I shall gift it to you, hoping it proves beneficial. With that, the village chief produced a translucent jewel from his robes and handed it to Chen Feng. Chen Feng received it with both hands. Ding. The novice village chief has bestowed upon you the special item, Damaged Resurrection Jewel, triggering the hundredfold reward amplification. You have obtained Resurrection Jewel. Resurrection Jewel, Divine Special Item. Effect. Upon player death, you can resurrect on the spot, restoring 100 of health and mana, with no death penalties. Usage count, 33. Upon player death, a resurrection count is consumed. After all counts are expended, one count is restored every 24 hours. Description. With it, death shall no longer be feared. Chen Feng was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to convey his current emotions. This special equipment granted the right to die 3 times. And it was not a one-time use item. Even if he were to live again, Chen Feng believed this equipment possessed the most remarkable attributes he had ever encountered. Gently stowing away the jewel, he was cautious not to let the village chief discover that the jewel he had received was already restored. Thank you, village chief. I will swiftly eliminate the scourge puppets, ensuring they no longer pose a threat to the human race. Go forth. The future of humanity requires brave and fearless young individuals like you. After bidding farewell to the village chief, Chen Feng realized that he could not yet undertake this hidden quest. After all, it could be completed at any time before reaching level 20, so there was no rush. Chen Feng made his way directly to the player trading area within the village. This trading area in the novice village served as the current hub for player transactions within the game. Chen Feng still had one skill slot unlearned and wished to see if anyone possessed a summoner's skill book. He also intended to see if he could sell the golden skill book and golden weapon in his backpack. Presently, he had a level 12 golden longsword, which he could equip in a few days when players leveled up. It was currently at its highest sale value. Although he did not lack money, it was better to sell it than to let it depreciate further or exchange it for something else. As for the golden skill book, whether to sell it or not was inconsequential, as skill books generally did not depreciate and should appreciate in value later on. He would not lack for such items in the future, especially since he possessed the hundredfold reward amplification. After walking for a few minutes, he finally arrived at the trading area. Chen Feng settled down in the central position of the trading area, observing the sparse crowd around him. The players here were mainly life players from major guilds responsible for setting up stalls and acquisitions. These individuals typically represented a faction and were not short on funds. Consider that several thousand players in a guild could collectively farm gold. Even if each person earned just 10 gold coins, that would amount to a staggering sum, especially with the beginner's gift packages yielding some currency. Naturally, some players were merely there to observe, curious about what rare items certain big shots had acquired or what they had slain, making the trading area a hotbed for gossip. Chen Feng paid no mind to these distractions. He solely sought to acquire at least a black iron level summoner skill book. He strolled through the players' stalls, but, unfortunately, found no summoner skill books for sale. He only encountered a vendor selling a bronze level mage skill book, which the stall owner claimed had been a stroke of luck from a beginner's gift package. Regrettably, it was not a summoner's book. After searching for quite some time, Chen Feng decided to abandon his quest for a stall and approached the trading area administrator. Excuse me, I would like to rent the best stall available. The fee for the prime stall is 10 gold coins per hour, the stall administrator replied, stroking his small mustache. Chen Feng rummaged through his backpack, producing 10 gold coins and handing them over. Upon receiving the coins, the vendor handed him a stall number plaque and a key, stall number 88, located in the middle of the 5th row. This is the best position. You can enter directly using the key. If you wish to continue renting, come back to pay again. Taking the plaque and key, Chen Feng proceeded to the designated stall. Upon arriving, he noted that the paid stall not only occupied a larger space, but was also centrally located within the trading area. Using the key to enter the shop, a luminous screen appeared inside, allowing him to set the shop's name and list items for sale. He changed the sign's text to read, selling the first golden weapon on the server, acquiring summoner skill books. As it is a gold coin stall, generally, few individuals rent it. Those who can afford it typically possess exceptionally rare equipment. After all, spending 10 gold coins per hour is not within everyone's means. It is precisely for this reason that Chen Feng's stall, once established, attracted a multitude of onlookers. Who is this wealthy individual? How is he using a gold coin stall to collect items? Is he unaware of the current value of gold coins? Indeed, the recharge feature has yet to be activated, and 1 gold coin can be exchanged for at least 100 LNX in coins in offline transactions. The world of the affluent is beyond our comprehension. A large crowd quickly gathered around, and when someone glanced at Chen Feng's shop sign, they were instantly taken aback. Gold equipment? Surely this stall owner is exaggerating. The server has only just launched, How could he possibly have gold equipment? I bet the stall owner has no gold equipment at all. If he does, I will eat dung upside down. Wow, brother, you're quite bold. What if the stall owner actually possesses it? I'll remember your words. Your name shall be LOB. Upon noticing the gathering crowd, Chen called out on the public screen. I am offering high prices for summoner skills of black iron grade and above. If you have any, do not hesitate to reveal them. No one responded. It seems the crowd is still insufficient. Subsequently, he placed the toxic longsword directly on display. As soon as the golden weapon was listed, players nearby clicked on the stall to take a look. They were left utterly astonished upon seeing it. My goodness, it is indeed a piece of gold equipment. As this revelation spread, the players who had been observing immediately ceased their conversations, all clicking to check the stall. Moments later, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from the players present. The system must be joking. It truly is a piece of gold equipment. Incredible. It is indeed a golden weapon. This is the current artifact for warriors. It should be unanimously agreed that it is the strongest in the entire server. With over 100 physical attack points, coupled with this poison effect, landing a strike will be absolutely exhilarating. Where's that LOB who claimed he would eat dung upside down? Chapter 16. Lingyun Guild. Initially, the players surrounding the stall began to discuss, quickly attracting even more players from afar. The server has only just launched, and most players are clad in basic black iron gear. How could this stall owner possibly sell golden equipment? This is a weapon of golden grade. Possessing it would surely make you the most dazzling figure on this street. Many players began to envision themselves wielding this golden weapon, rampaging through hordes of monsters. Soon, this event created a sensation in the 9528th Novice Village. The guild leaders in Novice Village 9528 received news from their subordinates, all abandoning their current monster hunts to rush towards the trading area, eager to verify the authenticity of the claims. If there truly is golden equipment available, they would spare no expense to acquire it. Consequently, the once sparsely populated stall area suddenly attracted a large throng of players. As the crowd around the stall grew, the numerous bystanders began to speculate on who would ultimately claim this golden equipment. The leaders of various guilds and wealthy second-generation heirs began gathering their guild's gold coins and summoner skill books. By the time Chen Feng realized the situation, he found himself surrounded by a crowd of players, unable to escape. My goodness, there are so many people. Chen Feng exclaimed, fully aware of the significant impact this golden weapon would have on the novice village, but he had not anticipated such an overwhelming response. However, to other factions, this golden weapon was not merely a weapon. In their eyes, possessing the first golden weapon in the entire server equated to holding a mobile business card, facilitating future guild development, and allowing for the recruitment of more core members during the team's initial explorations. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Feng understood this as well. His objective was straightforward: to utilize the golden weapon to draw attention and subsequently acquire the summoner skills he desired. Observing the growing throng, Chen Feng called out again, "Ahem, the golden weapon will be sold preferentially to players possessing high-grade summoner skill books." The surrounding players, upon hearing the stall owner's announcement, grew even more excited. The stall owner has emerged. I want that golden sword. Name your price. I'm ready to trade. Stall owner, I want it too. If you give me the golden sword, I'll give you all my weapons in return. The stall owner would never be interested in your pathetic offer. The stall owner surely prefers someone like me. Just look at my fierce dragon roar. Suddenly, a large contingent of organized players approached, dispersing the scattered onlookers. A middle-aged player in his 40s stepped forward and addressed Chen Feng. Young brother, how much for this golden weapon? My Lingyun Guild is willing to make a generous purchase, and if you sell it to us, I can also offer you membership in our Lingyun Guild. Upon hearing this, the surrounding players erupted into even more fervent discussions. Could this truly be Lingyun Guild's legendary leader? Lingyun Tian? I can't believe I'm in the same novice village as him. The stall owner is incredibly fortunate. Joining Lingyun Guild means he can dominate the game. How enviable. At that moment, Chen Feng finally took notice of the newcomer, who wore a warm smile and stared intently at him. Upon seeing his name, Chen Feng felt a surge of anger ignite within him. Lingyun Tian. In a previous life, this individual betrayed Daxia for personal gain, clandestinely allying with Yinghua Nation. During the ultimate battle, he turned against Daxia, stabbing the nation in the back, which led to catastrophic losses for Daxia. And it was in that very conflict that Chen Feng met his demise. You, the traitor, still dare to purchase my equipment. Rage surged within Chen Feng's heart. Yet he found himself without a reason to unleash it. I will not sell you the golden equipment, Chen Feng stated coolly. Upon hearing this, the players from Lingyun Guild surrounding him were seething with fury, drawing their swords and creating an atmosphere charged with tension. Had it not been for the safety zone, they might have resorted to violence. At that moment, the leader of Lingyun Guild, Lingyun Tian waved his hand, prompting the players to step back. Young brother, you may not be familiar with our Lingyun Guild. We uphold the values of peace and friendly development in all games, which is why we have become the foremost gaming guild in Daxiao at this stage. Minor frictions in the game are inevitable. If a member of our guild has offended you, I, Lingyun Tian, offer my sincerest apologies. Lingyun Tian maintained a calm demeanor, leaving no room for criticism in the eyes of the surrounding players. However, Chen Feng was unimpressed. Lingyun Tian was nothing but a complete hypocrite, outwardly virtuous while secretly engaging in countless sordid deeds. I will not sell you the golden equipment. Do you not understand? Chen Feng's tone intensified. Why is that? Lingyun Tian inquired. Because you are ugly. As soon as these words left his mouth, the previously composed expression on Lingyun Tian's face shifted slightly, his grip tightening on his staff. He did not react immediately, but the members of Lingyun Guild around them were instantly displeased. How dare you speak to our leader like that? Indeed, you're courting disaster. Let's see if you can survive leaving the novice village. The surrounding underlings attempted to voice their grievances, but were interrupted once more by Lingyun Tian. Since the young brother does not wish to sell to us, we cannot force him. Let us depart. With a restored calm, Lingyun Tian commanded his subordinates, and they marched out in a grand procession. At this moment, the onlookers commented, Vendor, your path has narrowed. Offending Lingyun Guild is no trivial matter. Indeed, Lingyun Guild is the leading conglomerate in Daxia. Their financial strength is formidable. Oh, it seems the vendor may struggle to continue in Yuan Yuzhou after this. Hearing the remarks from the surrounding players, Chen Feng remained unfazed. He had intended to be adversarial from the outset and was indifferent to the timing. His current strength in the game instilled no fear of anyone. And as for dealing with him in reality, Chen Feng merely smiled. Chapter 17. Daxiao's goddess of war Zai's Qiangwei as Lingyun Tian and his entourage stepped away from the crowd. One of the core members of Lingyun Zhanshun Guild addressed him. What shall we do, President? Do you require my guidance for such trivial matters? Handle it yourselves. Lingyun Tian replied nonchalantly before logging out of the game. Lingyun Zhanshun understood the implication, a subtle smile playing on his lips, and he proceeded to instruct the remaining members before exiting the novice village. Chen Feng surveyed his surroundings, still surrounded by a multitude of players. Curiosity piqued by the earlier events involving Lingyun Guild. What kind of formidable figure could possibly disregard the leader of Lingyun Guild? Many speculated and began to piece together clues. The golden equipment on sale at his stall was of level 12, and the highest level player at present was the one announced server-wide recently, Shitian. Only he could have acquired such equipment. Of course, this was merely conjecture. With the vast population of Daxia, it was inevitable that a few exceptional individuals would emerge. After waiting for several more minutes, several players made offers, and 2 individuals presented summoner skill books. But alas, they were merely blank skill books. He was unwilling to exchange for a golden weapon. It appeared that acquiring skill books of black iron grade or above was still a distant prospect. Glancing at the time, Chen Feng realized he had been trading for quite a while and decided to return to leveling up. The matter of skill books could wait for another time. Perhaps he might even procure one himself. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Feng began to pack up his stall, preparing to close the shop and see how to complete his class transition quest. Just as he had gathered his stall, ready to depart, a familiar voice called out, Wait a moment. Upon hearing the voice, Chen Feng instinctively lowered his raised foot and turned to the direction of the sound. There, not far away, stood a stunning female warrior clad in armor, wielding an ancient bronze beginner's sword. Her exquisite visage, skin as smooth as jade, a refined nose, and full, rosy lips, complemented by her captivating eyes and an alluring figure, rendered her breathtakingly beautiful. In Yuan Yuzhou, character avatars were a one-to-one representation of reality, meaning that this female warrior was just as stunning in real life. Even some of the female celebrities on television paled in comparison. As she appeared, a throng of players around her turned their attention to her. All male players displayed expressions of longing, while female players exhibited envy and jealousy. By heavens, how can there be such a beautiful woman? She is truly the woman of my dreams. Is she here to purchase the golden equipment as well? Isn't it so? Do you know who she is? She is the vice president of one of the top 10 guilds in the nation, Qiangwei Guild, known as Zai's Qiangwei. Beautiful and wealthy. Her twin sister is the president, Muse Qiangwei, another stunning beauty. Oh my, look at those long legs and that figure. Zai's Qiangwei paid no heed to the surrounding players' discussions and walked directly up to Chen Feng. Vendor, do you think this summoner skill book of mine is acceptable? Can I add some money to purchase this golden weapon? Upon concluding his words, he produced a skill book that shimmered with a faint bronze luster. The melodious voice, reminiscent of a nightingale, interrupted Chen thoughts. It was not the allure of the purple rose that captivated him. Rather, he recognized the female player before him as the sole woman among the top 10 warriors on the national server in his past life. In the previous iteration of the game, both ZSG-NGWI and his sister MSG-NGWI ranked among the top 3 in their respective professions. They possessed formidable strength, which, after the game merged with reality, enabled them to quickly become powerful guardians of D11. In the annals of D11, these sisters were revered as the Valkyrie and the Sorceress. However, their fate was not a favorable one. Prior to Chen Feng's downfall, the leader of the Scourge Legion, the Lich King, coveted their beauty and dispatched an army of the undead to capture them alive. Betrayed by traitors, the sisters found themselves besieged atop a great mountain. Aware of their impending defeat and unwilling to become puppets of the Scourge, MSG-NGWI resorted to forbidden magic, leading to their demise on that mountain at the border of D11, their remains erased from existence. In the wake of this tragedy, future generations named the mountain Chi-NGWI Mountain to honor their legacy. Chen Feng was taken aback to encounter one of the sisters, ZSG-NGWI. So early in this life, he resolved to assist them whenever possible, for in his previous life, both sisters sacrificed themselves to protect D11. Chen Feng yearned to seize this opportunity of rebirth to aid those who devoted themselves to safeguarding D11. His thoughts returned to the present, focusing on the skill book that ZSG-NGWI held, gleaming with a bronze hue. A bronze-level skill book. Chen Feng felt a surge of excitement. Though others might perceive the exchange of a bronze skill book for a golden weapon as disadvantageous, for him, it was fortuitous, as he sought a particular skill. With the hundredfold reward amplification, the bronze skill book in his possession would effectively become a golden-level skill book. Should he acquire a golden skill book, he would willingly trade it for 5 pieces of golden equipment, as his main reliance lay with summoning skills. He was not particularly interested in golden weapons, and waiting for others to bid was a waste of time. Besides, he did not lack funds, making the acquisition of a usable skill book most appropriate. Let us trade and reveal the type of skill book you possess, Chen Feng said with a beaming smile. A stark contrast to his previous indifference towards LINGENTIN. ZSG-NGWI, unhesitant, promptly sent a trade request. And a system prompt appeared before Chen Feng. Ding. Player ZSG-NGWI has sent you a trade request. Would you like to accept? Accepting the invitation. A luminous panel appeared for both players, allowing them to place the equipment and currency necessary for the exchange. ZSG-NGWI swiftly placed the bronze skill book on the panel. However, as she did so, she inadvertently caught sight of the trader's name. You are SHTIN. ZSG-NGWI exclaimed in astonishment. Her reaction was understandable. For SHTIN's recent exploits in the 9528 Novice Village had become renowned, featuring prominently in system announcements, including a server-wide notification in D11. Surrounding players were startled by ZSG-NGWI's exclamation. The mysterious vendor selling golden gear was indeed the illustrious SHTIN. It must be SHTIN. Who else could possibly possess such high-level golden equipment? How enviable. Not only does SHTIN excel at the game, but he is also remarkably handsome. I wish to bear his children. Oh, spare us. I fear you would tarnish SHTIN's admirable genes. The beautiful ZSG-NGWI is a far more fitting companion for him. It was undeniable. The two standing together exuded an air of compatibility that did not go unnoticed. Initially curious about the mysterious vendor's identity, the surrounding players now cast envious and admiring glances upon the revelation. Yet, a handful of hidden players, upon learning that the enigmatic vendor was SHTIN, displayed a glimmer of greed before stealthily retreating into the crowd. Chapter 18. The exchange of golden weapons for bronze skill books at this moment. As the players became aware of his true identity due to ZSG-NGWI's outburst, Chen Feng decided to abandon pretense and openly declare, I am SHTIN, the foremost player in UNYZHU. ZSG-NGWI, blushing slightly, offered an apologetic smile. I'm so sorry. I couldn't help but reveal your identity. No matter. It was meant to be seen. I was concerned someone might accuse me of boasting. And your revelation has provided me with an opportunity for gratitude, Chen Feng replied with a chuckle. This elicited a flurry of excitement from ZSG-NGWI, capturing the envious gazes of numerous male players surrounding them. Now, let us examine the skill book and determine how much more gold I need to gather. ZSG-NGWI suggested with a light laugh. Chen Feng, reminded of the task at hand, quickly turned his attention to the trade panel displaying the skill book. Summon Plant Spirit, Blue-Toothed Grass, Bronze level, Learning level, 5 Learning Profession, Summoner Skill Effect, consumes 40 points. After a 3-second casting time, summons a Plant Spirit, Blue-Toothed Grass, to assist in battle. The spirit will attack using vines, with a chance to inflict a bleeding status. At levels above 5, it gains the skill Flying Leaf Blade, releasing 3 waves of what attribute physical damage forward. Above level 10. The additional skill Entanglement allows the user to ensnare their target enemies with the power of vines. Summoned creatures will exist for 60 seconds, either until they perish or the summoning time elapses, with a cooldown period of 60 seconds. Incredible! A rare plant-type summoning skill. Chen Feng exclaimed softly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Plant-type summoned beasts are exceedingly rare, even in his previous life, as they typically possess a balance of damage and control, coupled with remarkable vitality. Although this was merely a bronze-level plant summoner, it surpassed many silver-type creatures in power. In his former life, Chen Feng had longed for a high-grade plant summoning skill book, but had never succeeded in obtaining one despite extensive efforts. To his surprise, he had stumbled upon one in the novice village in this life. If a bronze-level plant summoner was so formidable, what might a gold-level plant summoner be like under the influence of a hundredfold reward amplification? Chen Feng was immensely pleased with the plant skill book and eagerly wished to exchange it. He placed a gold weapon in the trading slot and addressed the purple rose before him, saying, "I am quite fond of this skill book. You may take the gold weapon without needing any additional coins." Although, at this stage, the gold weapon was indeed more valuable than the bronze skill book. The other party's offer was merely a handful of coins, which he did not require. Furthermore, he felt no concern in offering the gold weapon to the purple rose, as he anticipated future opportunities to assist the guardians of Xia. Observing Chen Feng's resolute demeanor, the purple rose felt slightly embarrassed. She was all too aware of the gold weapon's worth, and he was willing to trade it for a mere bronze skill book. "Are you certain about this, God of Slaughter? That gold weapon's value could easily exchange for several silver skill books. Enough chatter, will you trade or not? If not, I shall take my leave." Chen Feng urged impatiently. Yes, let us trade." Mu Yaoyao quickly clicked confirm, and the transaction was successfully completed. "Thank you, God of Slaughter. Should you ever require assistance from our Rose Guild, do not hesitate to ask," Mu Yaoyao said, her beautiful eyes gazing at Chen Feng, clearly feeling she had gained an advantage. Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively, as he was far more eager to discover what transformations awaited the plant skill after the hundredfold reward amplification. He prepared to depart without further ado. "God of Slaughter, wait." Mu Yaoyao called after him. "What is it?" Chen Feng turned to face the purple rose once more. "Could we become friends? I and my sister are quite strong," she replied, showcasing the newly acquired gold weapon. "Ding. Player Mu Yaoyao requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Feng clicked agree, and thus his first friend in the game was born. The sight of Chen Feng's avatar appearing in her friend list filled Mu Yaoyao with joy. "All right, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Should you come across any high-grade summoner skills in the future, feel free to contact me. I am always interested," Chen Feng declared as he prepared to depart. He still had new skills to learn and needed to trigger the hidden class advancement quest, leaving no time to waste on idle conversation. As Chen Feng turned to leave, Mu Yaoyao hastily warned, "God of Slaughter, be cautious. I heard you just offended Ling Yuntian from the Lingyun Guild. He is known for his vendettas, and now that your identity is exposed, it's likely not just his group that will seek to eliminate you. You should avoid venturing outside the city for a while. I have no fear of these insignificant pests. You've acquired a gold weapon, just be careful. My sister has already arranged for guild members to escort me, so there is no need for concern," he replied nonchalantly. "Very well, I shall take my leave." Watching Chen Feng's retreating figure, Mu Yaoyao quickly contacted her sister to relay everything that had transpired. "Rest assured that God of Slaughter likely possesses some strength. You need not worry excessively. The members I dispatched will soon arrive at the novice village. Ensure you safeguard that weapon. If you cannot equip it yet, do not let it be lost." Her sister reassured her. "Understood, sister," Mu Yaoyao responded before they ended the call. Chapter 19. Unlocking the fourth skill and initiating the class advancement quest. At this moment, Chen Feng surveyed his surroundings, noting that several players were discreetly observing him. Their gazes betrayed a hint of greed. As he exited the trading area, they followed suit, only to scatter and feign nonchalance when he turned to look. Clearly, Mu Yaoyao's words held truth. Many harbored intentions toward him. Let them follow if they wish. I have tasks to complete. If I encounter the Lingyun Guild, I would not hesitate to eliminate them all, Chen Feng thought, dismissing them as he retrieved the skill book from his inventory. He crushed the skill book, which transformed into a green light that enveloped him, and a system notification chimed. "Ding. You have learned the skill, Summon Plant Spirit, Bluetooth Grass, bronze level. Triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You have successfully upgraded the skill level. You have learned the skill, Summon Plant Spirit, Demon Realm Flower, gold level." At this moment, a new skill icon appeared in Chen Feng's skill bar, adorned with green vines and a blood-red flower at its center. He clicked on the skill icon with his left hand to view the skill description. Summon Plant Spirit, Demon Realm Flower, gold level, learning level, 10 learning profession, summoner skill effect, consumes 100 points, casting the spell over 6 seconds. Summon a plant spirit. The Mo Hua, to assist in battle. The Mo Hua employs thorny vines for close combat and uses root attacks from a distance. When attacking, it has a chance to inflict poison and bleeding on enemies, while also slowing their movement speed. It possesses an additional ability called Binding, which allows it to control foes with its vines. When summoned at level 5 or above, it gains the skill to release poisonous insects that attack enemies within range, with the potency comparable to that of the Mo Hua and a chance to poison enemies. Upon reaching level 10, it unlocks the seed sowing skill, enabling the Mo Hua to scatter 2 seeds around it, which will eventually give rise to 2 more Mo Hua after a certain duration. Only the main spirit can sow seeds, with a maximum of 3 sowings. This summoned entity is immobile, but its existence lasts for 240 seconds, fading upon death or when the summoning duration expires, with a cooldown of 120 seconds. Indeed, as a creature of golden quality, its power is formidable. After reading the skill description, Chen Feng could not help but exclaim in admiration. This plant-type summon boasts both melee and ranged attack capabilities, along with 3 debilitating status effects and a control skill, rendering it truly versatile. However, the most formidable skill is the seed sowing ability unlocked at level 10. Given sufficient time, 3 sowings can yield 7 Mo Hua. Based on my current attributes, the summoned Mo Hua should possess attributes comparable to those of Silver Grade. Imagining myself on the future battlefield, summoning this Mo Hua, and then having the main flower sow seeds. If I protect the seeds well, the battlefield will ultimately be adorned with 7 Mo Hua, rendering me invincible. The only drawback is that this plant-type summon cannot move, yet its extensive attack range compensates for this limitation. Chen Feng felt an exhilarating rush and fully upgraded the skill. Now that he had reached level 10, all 4 unlocked skill slots were filled, and he could finally commence the quest for transitioning to a hidden class. Opening the system backpack, he retrieved the hidden class scroll. Gazing at the ancient scroll shimmering with a mysterious light, Chen Feng crushed it in his hand. In that instant, specks of starlight began to swirl around him, as if a host of tiny spirits were frolicking about. Subsequently, a system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully triggered the hidden class, Spirit Summoner, Transition Quest, Rescue the Spirit Maiden. Quest description: enter a special dungeon solo, rescue the trapped Spirit Maiden, and bring her back to the game world. Upon completion, you will immediately transition to Spirit Summoner. This is a unique quest with a time limit of 24 hours. Failure will result in permanent loss of the opportunity to transition. Quest difficulty: unknown. Ding! The quest countdown has begun. Remaining time: 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. As the prompt faded, a coordinate indicator appeared on Chen Feng's quest interface, located on a clearing to the east of a novice village, likely where the conditions to enter the hidden dungeon would be triggered. To be cautious, Chen Feng returned to the novice alchemist Norton to replenish his mana potions. He then prepared himself and set off toward the quest location. Chapter 20. Avoid summoners in group battles. Just as Chen Feng stepped out of the novice village, a player who had been lingering at the village entrance spotted him. Finally, he yelled out, "I've been waiting for this moment." The player opened his friend list and initiated a voice call. Beep, beep, beep. Call connected. Boss, Shi Tian has left the novice village. He is finally out. Got it. Make sure your team is ready. Cut off his retreat to the novice village. Understood. This time, we 1T let him return alive. The call ended. At that moment, Ling Yun, battle god of the Ling Yun Guild, began directing over 20 core members to ambush along the paths that Chen Feng would traverse. Meanwhile, from the direction of the novice village, a squad leader named Ling Yun Baijian, accompanied by a dozen core members, blocked Chen Feng's route back. Ever since their leader Ling Yun Tian had departed from the trading area, Ling Yun, battle god, had been organizing core members to monitor Chen Feng's every move. Once players lurking in the trading area confirmed the identity of the mysterious vendor as the current top-ranked player, Shi Tian, Ling Yun, battle god's desire to eliminate Chen Feng intensified. If I can take down Shi Tian, the top player, surely the boss will reward me handsomely. He thought excitedly. Concealed along the sides of the path, he watched as Chen Feng approached, his excitement bubbling over as the figure drew nearer. Players like Chen Feng were once potential recruits for the Ling Yun Guild, but after their leader expressed interest in recruiting him, Shi Tian had refused to join and even declined to sell them any golden weapons. The Ling Yun Guild, having dominated the gaming world for so long, had never endured such indignity. Following the principle of if you cannot possess it, destroy it, he decided to take down Shi Tian a few times in the novice village to build his own reputation. Furthermore, Ling Yun, battle god, believed that even if Shi Tian was strong, he was merely a summoner, a class often underestimated. With so many elite members in his guild, killing a higher-level summoner should be a simple task. Nevertheless, meticulous as ever, he had arranged for over 30 guild members to participate in the ambush, planning to let Chen Feng summon a creature first, allowing it to attack his side. Then, they would ensure Chen Feng turned red-named before finally eliminating him, thus increasing the chances of high-quality loot dropping to 80. He reveled in the thought of his flawless plan, a sly grin spreading across his face. Brothers, do not act yet. Wait until Shirtian summons a creature to attack us. Only then, when he turns red, shall we strike, ensuring his equipment is dropped. Understood. 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 As Chen Feng stepped into the ambush circle of the Lingyun Guild, the brothers encircled him. With a resounding shout, Lingyun War God, accompanied by over 20 players, emerged menacingly from both sides of the ambush path, blocking Chen Feng's way. Shortly after, Lingyun Baijian, along with a dozen players, rushed forward, completely encircling Chen Feng. At this moment, Lingyun War God slowly stepped forward. Robbery. Surrender all your equipment and items. I shall spare your life. Lingyun War God declared arrogantly, exuding the aura of a bandit king, which was indeed somewhat compelling. Behind him, over 20 players displayed fierce expressions, brandishing their weapons as if to say that a single word of defiance would provoke them to rush forward and slay him mercilessly. The commotion soon attracted players who were training nearby. Come quickly. There is a spectacle to behold. Really? What kind of spectacle? Look ahead. Over 30 members of the Lingyun Guild are blocking the top-ranked player, Shirtian. Indeed, this news is explosive. I must contact my friends to join the fray. Wow, more than 30 players against one. The Lingyun Guild lacks honor. Shoo, keep it down, or you're finished. Ah, what a pity. The top-ranked Shirtian is bound to lose a level. At this moment, a large crowd of onlookers shook their heads, lamenting that Chen Feng was in grave danger. Just then, an alternate voice chimed in. Do not underestimate summoning. Recently, I witnessed a powerful summoner in the wilderness who sent over 50 members of the Blood Red Empire Guild back to the novice village. The speaker was a girl who had witnessed Chen Feng, with his 3 summoned beasts, scatter the Blood Red Empire's 50 to 60 members in panic. However, Chen Feng had been concealed at that time, so only the members of the Blood Red Empire were aware of his involvement. At this moment, the surrounding players erupted in laughter. What a ridiculous joke. One person can take on over 50? The server has only just launched. How is that possible? Yes, and a summoner at that. Little sister, perhaps you are exaggerating your class's prowess. Rest assured, aside from Shirtian, we prefer not to have summoners in our team. Ha ha ha, neither do I. Ha ha. You are all too much. The surrounding players burst into a chorus of laughter, leaving the summoner speechless. Chapter 21. The miserable Lingyun Guild at this moment. The Lingyun Guild and Chen Feng remained locked in a standoff. So, will you surrender or not? Lingyun War God sneered at Chen Feng, having already considered him an easy target. Chen Feng, influenced by the demeanor of the crowd, nearly burst into laughter. You lot, with your crooked features, dare to attempt robbery? Have you memorized your mountain bandit lines? Chen Feng mocked, observing the throng. Hearing the audacity of the surrounded individual, the Lingyun Guild players were instantly enraged, unleashing a torrent of insults. Trash, I see you are seeking death. Boss, stop wasting breath. Let me handle him. You and your stars. However, due to Lingyun War God's prior instruction to refrain from attacking until Shirtian turned red, the surrounding players could only hurl insults without making a move. These fools are waiting for me to act first. This is a perfect opportunity to test my newly learned summoning skill. Not missing a beat, Chen Feng began to chant his summoning skill. Summon Demon Realm Flower of the Plant Spirit. Shortly thereafter, a red and black magic circle materialized before Chen Feng, and as it manifested, a massive, budding flower appeared. As the flower fully emerged from the ground, it blossomed into a blood-red, enormous flower, vibrant and otherworldly. The entire Demon Realm flower was roughly the size of an adult, with tendrils deeply embedded in the earth, and its thorny stalk added to its eerie beauty. What on earth is that? The Lingyun Guild members were struck with dread at the sight of such a bizarre flower. Simultaneously, the flower's center expelled 2 tiny seeds, which quickly fell to the ground and began to take root and sprout. Whatever it is, he has summoned it. Once it attacks us, he will turn red, and we will take him down. Lingyun War God bellowed from the front. The surrounding Lingyun Guild players drew their swords, prepared to attack Chen Feng. I fear you may not have the opportunity to strike, Chen Feng retorted coldly. The tendrils of the Demon Realm flower began to move swiftly beneath the ground. Suddenly, a series of thorny green roots erupted from beneath Lingyun War God and several other players at the front. The green roots pierced through the surrounding Lingyun Guild players with astonishing speed. My backside. It hurts. What is this monstrous thing? The air was filled with chilling screams echoing across the wilderness. Get lost. How could you resort to such despicable tactics? Even someone as unscrupulous as Lingyun War God could not withstand such humiliation in front of so many. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, displayed expressions of bewilderment. quickly followed by cheers of approval. Whoa, this scene is quite exhilarating. Is this truly a ride to kindergarten? The peculiar nature of this summoned creature's attack is truly bewildering. It serves them right. The 30 or so members of the Lingyun Guild have been bullying a lone player, and now they find themselves in dire straits. Especially that Lingyun Zhanshan, who recently attempted to purchase an item from me. When I refused to sell, he resorted to threats. Now witnessing his miserable fate brings me great amusement. Large guilds are all the same, relentlessly preying on us solitary players, and this time, it's their misfortune. Observing the gruesome demise of the Lingyun Guild members around me, even Chen Feng felt a tightening sensation. He had not anticipated the bizarre attack pattern of the Mo-Jie-Ji-Hua, which was not only lethal, but also psychologically tormenting. The anguished cries of the Lingyun Guild members were a direct result of the authenticity of Yuan Yu Zhou. Within the game, all sensations are indistinguishable from reality. While pain perception can be minimized, even at the lowest setting, a lingering 30 of pain remains, inevitably causing these players immense suffering. The Lingyun Guild members who had not yet charged in, upon witnessing the tragic fate of their comrades, hesitated to advance. As realization struck, goosebumps covered their skin, and they began to curse. This bastard is utterly despicable. Such vile and underhanded tactics. Some shouted insults at Chen Feng from a distance, while others began to analyze the attack patterns of the plant summon. It seems this flower does not move. Let us try ranged attacks. As the melee players retreated, the ranged archers and mages began to form a cohesive unit, preparing to unleash their assault. Just as the magical incantations were nearing completion, more green roots erupted from beneath the ground, breaking through the soil to target the vital points of the mages and archers in the formation. The air was filled with a series of horrifying screams. What is happening? Why are there suddenly 3 massive flowers? At that moment, the onlookers observed that 2 additional Mo-Jie-Ji-Hua had emerged from different directions on the battlefield. The 3 colossal flowers converged to create a triangular formation, encircling the battlefield. The roots from the 3 Mo-Jie-Ji-Hua continuously burrowed underground, while black venomous insects occasionally darted from the flowers, mercilessly claiming the lives of the Lingyun Guild members. It was then that the players of the Lingyun Guild realized the gravity of their situation. This god-slaying creature was not so easily vanquished. If they did not flee, they might share the same fate as their fallen brethren. Brothers, retreat, someone shouted. And the remaining members, feeling a wave of relief, scattered in all directions. Humph, now you wish to escape? Too late. The other 2 Mo-Jie-Ji-Hua had also sprouted in another corner of the battlefield. At this point, 5 Mo-Jie-Ji-Hua formed an even tighter encirclement, trapping the fleeing members of the Lingyun Guild. Faced with no escape, despair washed over the Lingyun Guild members. You can't kill us. We are from the Lingyun Guild. If you slay us, our guild of thousands will not let you off easily. We will hunt you down until you quit the game. As soon as the words left his mouth, a vine pierced through his vital area, causing him to perish in a most gruesome manner. Many other fleeing members of the Lingyun Guild were similarly ensnared by the vines, meeting the same tragic fate. Some players, unwilling to face such a demise, chose to end their own lives, vanishing into beams of white light as they returned to the city. Thus, none of the 30 members from the Lingyun Guild, who had come to ambush Chen Feng, survived. They either fell to the roots of the Mo-Jie-Ji-Hua or took their own lives. Witnessing the overwhelming power of the Mo-Jie-Ji-Hua, a satisfied smile crept across Chen Feng's face. He approached and dismissed the 5 Mo-Jie-Ji-Hua in turn, ensuring no harm would come to the onlookers nearby. Meanwhile, the spectators, witnessing the harrowing scene, collectively gasped in shock, relieved that they were not among those on the battlefield. Chapter 22. Entering a special instance at this point, Chen Feng began to clear the battlefield. After eliminating the Lingyun Guild players, the ground was littered with equipment and potions, including several items radiating a unique glow. Chen Feng picked up a few pieces gleaming with bronze and silver hues, equipping them without even checking their attributes. As he still lacked a complete set of gear, he could not be bothered to collect the plain and black iron equipment, considering it a waste of his inventory space, and left them for anyone who wanted them. The battle with the Lingyun Guild concluded swiftly, leaving an indelible impression on the players who had been spectating from afar. Chen Feng had utilized only a single skill to annihilate over 30 players. The mysterious flower, like a harbinger of doom, left no survivors in its wake. Although its attack style was somewhat unseemly, the god-slaying summon was astonishingly powerful. Was it not said that summoners at this stage could only conjure weak creatures? Why was the god-slaying summon so formidable? It was unbelievable that 30 individuals were felled by a single summon. Nearby, another summoner was starstruck. I'm in love. The god-slaying summon is simply magnificent. Did you see that? This is my husband's strength. I now admit that summoners are powerful. But since when is the god-slaying summon your husband? Clearly, it's mine. Pooh, have some shame. You're a man. Just as Chen Feng finished tidying up and prepared to leave with his newfound equipment, a large group of players suddenly appeared around him. Has the Lingyun Guild's reinforcements arrived so swiftly? Chen Feng was slightly taken aback, immediately suspecting that the reinforcements from the Lingyun Guild had come. Just as he was about to continue chanting his summoning skill, a familiar female voice interrupted. Wait, it's her. At this moment, Zisei Chongwei gracefully approached amidst a gathering of guild members. You don't intend to rob me, do you? Chen Feng inquired with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Zisei Chongwei covered her face and chuckled lightly. How could that be? I brought so many people here to protect you. After all, you sold me a golden weapon at such a bargain. However, I never anticipated that the formidable Shirtian de Shun would be so powerful. I only just received word that you had dealt with all these scoundrels. Zisei Chongwei shrugged her shoulders, expressing her helplessness. Chen Feng, noticing this, also smiled. Though they had not been of much assistance, her grand arrival warranted some gratitude. Ah, they are merely trash. There was no need for you to come personally. He then glanced at the equipment strewn across the ground and added, to thank you for coming. I have no use for this equipment, so I shall gift it all to you. Upon hearing his words, Zisei Chongwei surveyed the equipment on the ground, which included at least 5 or 6 pieces of black iron gear and 7 or 8 pieces of whiteboard gear. At this stage, the black iron gear could fetch a few dozen gold coins each, amounting to a significant sum. Witnessing Chen Feng casually discard so much equipment left her in astonishment. Is that really appropriate? We didn't help much after all. Then you may take them. I still have tasks to attend to. There are plenty of players around who will gladly take them, Chen Feng replied, not wishing to linger. He had a more pressing hidden class advancement quest to complete. With that, he turned and departed. Observing this scene, Zisei Chongwei felt a tinge of frustration. What was this man's deal? He always left after just a few exchanged words, so unlike other men. Was it that I am not beautiful? After murmuring to herself, she instructed her subordinates to gather all the equipment from the ground before leaving the area. A few minutes later, Chen Feng finally reached the coordinates indicated by his quest prompt. He felt a slight pull, likely related to the scroll he had used. At that moment, a hexagram-shaped teleportation array appeared before him, pulsating with energy. This must be the place. He stepped into the center of the array, and soon the energy began to coalesce. In a flash of white light, his figure vanished from the array, and the glow dissipated, leaving the ground tranquil once more. At that instant, after a dazzling transition, his vision settled upon a dilapidated city filled with ruins. Ding dong, you have entered the special area, Hei and Ji Cheng, the system notification chimed. Chen Feng hastily drew his staff from behind his back, on high alert as he surveyed his surroundings, finally comprehending the city's grim state. The streets were shrouded in an unknown black mist, with crumbling buildings teetering precariously, occasionally releasing a few black bats, as if proclaiming the lingering presence of life. Where's this? The scene before him was utterly foreign, not appearing in any of his memories. Faced with this unfamiliar environment and devoid of clues, he could only open the quest panel, hoping the quest indicator might provide some guidance. Upon doing so, he discovered that the quest indicator's icon remained unchanged, and his friend's list had turned a grim shade of gray, severing all contact with the outside world. Even the option to exit the game had vanished. This sudden realization left Chen Feng feeling a bit panicked. What kind of quest is this? Am I to be trapped here forever if I fail? Scanning the eerily deserted streets, he found no signs of life. Damn it, here goes nothing. It's just a hidden class quest. I've already died once. I'm not afraid. Chen Feng uttered a rare curse. Since it was a quest, there should be a chance for success. Besides, he still had the revival items given by the village chief. He was confident that with his current strength, no task would elude him. Resolute, he decided to explore the nearby buildings. To be safe, he began casting a spell. And moments later, he summoned the Dark Knight. The imposing figure of the Dark Knight appeared before him, kneeling on one knee as Chen Feng swiftly leaped onto its shoulder. This feels much safer. He then directed the Dark Knight towards the nearest structure. Chapter 23, The Elven Girl, Shi-Ru-Ru. Chen Feng cautiously remained vigilant against any lurking monsters. Just then, in the corner of the street, he spotted a little girl clad in tattered clothing, her outfit strangely colored in red. A little girl in a red dress, combined with this eerie atmosphere. Am I playing a horror game? Chen Feng thought, eager to leave the area. However, just as he prepared to depart, the girl turned to face him. The anticipated terrifying image did not materialize. Instead, the girl gazed at him with large, pleading eyes. Big brother, could you spare me a bit to eat? I haven't had a meal in a long time. At that moment, Chen Feng took a closer look at the girl, estimating her age to be around 7 or 8. She had long elven ears, and her dirty face bore traces of tears, making her appear pitiful. When he regarded the girl, he was taken aback. To think this was the elven girl he needed to save for the quest. What a coincidence. As he commanded the Dark Knight to advance, nearing the elven maiden, he gracefully leaped in front of her, swiftly rummaging through his backpack. In no time, he produced a piece of bread and presented it to the elven girl. Here, take this and eat. Upon seeing the bread, her eyes sparkled with delight. She accepted it with a grateful thank you directed at Chen Feng, and perhaps driven by hunger, consumed the bread within mere seconds. Soon after, she cast a pitiful glance back at him. I must admit, I haven't prepared much food, Chen Feng said. And just as he finished speaking, he noticed the little girl looking up at him with hopeful eyes. After a brief moment of contemplation, an idea struck him. He retrieved the wild boar meat left over from a previous hunt. The aroma was still fresh, and he gathered a few pieces of wood from the surrounding abandoned structures. With a flick of his pumpkin staff, he conjured a small pumpkin bomb, igniting the wood, and soon placed the wild boar meat over the flames to roast. After several minutes, the savory aroma of roasted wild boar wafted through the air, and he couldn't help but marvel at the realism of the Yuan Yuzhou simulation. Even the scent of the grilled meat was perfectly replicated, causing his mouth to water involuntarily. He sliced the cooked meat and handed a generous portion to the elven maiden. Her eyes widened in excitement at the sight of the meat, and she eagerly began to eat. Chen Feng took a small piece for himself and chewed thoughtfully. It lacks seasoning and is somewhat tough, he mused to himself. A few minutes later, they had devoured all the roasted meat. Chen Feng leaned back against the ground, letting out a satisfied belch, only to then remember that their task was still incomplete. He turned to the elven girl and asked, "What is your name, little one? How did you come to be here?" "My name is Su Ruoro. You can call me Ruoro, big brother. I was brought here by a demon lord and have been trapped for quite some time." As she spoke, her name transformed in Chen Feng's mind into Su Ruoro. "Ruoro, do you know how we can escape this place?" he inquired. "Yes, there is only one way to leave. We must defeat the demon lord. He resides in the highest temple at the center of the city." "How powerful is this demon lord?" Chen Feng asked. According to the elders in my clan. At his peak, the demon lord could easily annihilate epic-level monsters." Epic level? Chen Feng was at a loss for words. Was this system truly designed to ensnare him? To casually eliminate epic monsters implies that this demon lord is at least god tier. How could a mere level 10 character, untransformed, contend with a god-level foe? This was no laughing matter. Noticing Chen Feng's troubled expression, Ruoro looked at him with concern. "Big brother, what's wrong? Are you unwell?" With a sigh, Chen Feng replied. "The demon lord is so formidable. Our powers are vastly different. It seems we cannot escape." Hearing this, Ruoro giggled. "Big brother, there's no need to worry. The demon lord here is merely one of his countless avatars. His true form has long returned to the demon realm to recuperate, and his strength has been significantly diminished in this form just to capture me. I am merely an elven priestess with little power. Is that truly the case?" Chen Feng felt a flicker of hope rekindle within him. "Indeed, big brother. I wish to escape as well. I have lost track of how long I have been trapped here. All right, I shall defeat the demon lord's avatar and lead Ruo out," Chen Feng declared, brimming with enthusiasm, eager to confront the demon lord of this peculiar realm. "Okay, big brother, let us set forth." Thus, Ruo led Chen Feng as they made their way towards the dilapidated city's central temple. Along the way, they engaged in lively conversation, and Chen Feng posed many questions, to which Ruo answered without hesitation. As their dialogue unfolded, Chen Feng surmised that Ruo's identity was likely extraordinary. Not only had a mysterious demon lord, as a god-level entity, gone to great lengths to confine her in this enigmatic world, but the knowledge she possessed far surpassed that of Chen Feng, a reincarnated individual. Who exactly was this enigmatic little girl? Just as Chen Feng pondered these thoughts, Ruo abruptly halted, turning to him and stating, "Big brother, we have arrived. This is the temple where the demon lord's avatar resides." Upon hearing her words, Chen Feng lifted his gaze to the imposing structure ahead. The building stood at the very heart of the city, its exterior unmarred by the decay that plagued the surrounding ruins. Looking up, he noted that the structure comprised 3 tiers, the first of which was the most expansive, resembling a small pyramid that towered majestically between heaven and earth. His gaze fell upon a large, dark entrance in the center of the first tier, ominously ajar, revealing nothing within, akin to the gaping maw of a colossal beast. "What a magnificent edifice," Chen Feng murmured in awe. "Let us proceed, big brother. We must hasten our departure." Ruo's melodious voice interrupted his reverie. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. Glancing at the task countdown, 2.5 hours had elapsed since he accepted the mission, and time was of the essence. He took Ruo's hand, and together they hurried towards the grand entrance of the temple. Chapter 24, the first level of the temple. As Chen Feng and Ruo stepped through the doorway, the surroundings were instantly illuminated by a series of azure oil lamps, casting light upon everything. It was then that he clearly discerned the environment. The first level was an expansive hall, adorned with lifelike carvings. Although dust had settled upon them, it was not difficult to envision that this space had once been a resplendent palace. Strangely, the entire floor of the palace was strewn with white bones. exuding an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. Big brother, it's so frightening. The sound of rapid breathing came forth as a young girl suddenly leaped into Chen Feng's embrace. Upon witnessing this, could Chen Feng still claim to be afraid? Certainly not. Summoning his courage, he reassured her, "Do not fear. Your big brother has many pets. Let us have them scout ahead." "Really?" she asked. "Indeed, trust your big brother." After uttering these words, she gently descended from Chen Feng's arms and stood on the ground. At this moment, Chen Feng dared not be careless, for until now, he had yet to encounter a single monster, which was highly illogical. A hidden class quest should undoubtedly be exceedingly challenging. He began to wield his staff and invoke a summoning spell. Moments later, the incantation concluded. Summoning Mecha Goblin. Summoning Thunder Spirit Aurora Grelin. Summoning Dark Knight. 3 summoned entities materialized before them. "Wow, big brother, you really weren't lying. Are these all your pets?" the girl exclaimed with excitement. Chen Feng, however, wore a face of exasperation. "Can you not be so loud, little one? What if you attract the monsters?" Just as this thought crossed his mind, the surrounding bone structures began to stir, and an array of bones swiftly assembled, forming armored skeletons that stood upright. Gazing at the dense horde of skeleton soldiers, brandishing rusted blades and charging towards them, Chen Feng exclaimed, "So many skeleton soldiers." He quickly directed his summons to advance, his eyes gleaming with determination as a stream of data appeared on the system display. Corrupted Skeleton Soldier, Elite, Level, 10 Health, 1500 Attack, 100 Defense, 30 Skills, Bloodlust. Critical Strike. Description: human soldiers who have perished, now transformed into mindless skeletal beings by the encroaching dark energy. Corrupted Skeleton Archer, Elite, Level, 10 Health, 1200 Attack, 120 Defense, 20 Skills, Fire Arrow. Description: human archers who have perished, now transformed into mindless skeletal beings by the encroaching dark energy. Corrupted Undead Creatures. Chen Feng murmured before the Dark Knight engaged the corrupted skeleton soldiers. The Dark Knight swung his sword, sending several charging skeletons flying, colliding into the rear ranks of the corrupted skeleton archers and inflicting additional damage. "Wow, Big Brother's pets are amazing." The girl cheered from behind Chen Feng, just as he was about to boast. A barrage of fire arrows descended from afar like a rainstorm. "Quick, take cover behind me." Without the luxury of time for further explanation, Chen Feng swiftly pulled the girl behind him, determined that she must not perish. Her demise would spell the end of his hidden class. He then commanded the Dark Knight to activate its shield defense, mitigating 50 of frontal damage. As a multitude of fire arrows rained down, a cacophony of metallic clangs echoed as the arrows struck the Dark Knight's shield. At that moment, numerous -1 immunities were displayed above the Dark Knight's head. The relentless barrage of fire arrows continued. Fortunately, the Dark Knight's defenses were formidable. Had it been Chen Feng, he would have been pierced like a porcupine. Meanwhile, the other 2 summoned creatures were not idle. Due to Chen Feng and the Dark Knight holding the front line, the fire arrows targeting the Mecha Goblin and Thunder Spirit Aurora Grelin were few. The Thunder Spirit Aurora Grelin's body shimmered with lightning, as an abundance of thunder elements coalesced around it, triggering its skill, Thunderous Wrath. A torrent of golden lightning surged forth, crashing upon the ranks of the corrupted skeleton archers. Boom, boom. In no time, the area struck by the lightning saw numerous corrupted skeleton archers collapse, disintegrating into white powder upon the ground. Yet, there were no notifications of experience rewards, and no equipment or coins dropped from the slain foes. It seemed that in this unique quest instance, defeating monsters yielded no experience or rewards. Chen Feng shook his head, casting a glance at the multitude of skeletons with a sense of regret. Yet he continued commanding his 3 summons to eliminate the skeletal horde. After several rounds of Thunderous Wrath and the explosive attacks from the Mecha Goblin, most of the ranged corrupted archers were nearly eradicated. With the ranged threat diminished, confronting the melee corrupted skeleton soldiers became significantly less daunting, allowing him to contribute to the offense. Minutes later, all remaining skeletons were reduced to ashes, vanishing from the floor of the first level. Phew, it's finally all resolved. Chen Feng exhaled, surveying the vast expanse of skeletal dust surrounding him. "Next, shall we seek the entrance to the second level?" he inquired of the girl. "Yes. The passage is to the left, where a staircase leads up, but there is a formidable guardian at the entrance," she replied softly. "All right, let us proceed. Let us go." Thus, a young man accompanied by a little girl briskly made their way toward the entrance of the second level. Chapter 25. Defeating the guardian of the first level. Chen Feng and the girl cautiously approached the entrance leading to the second level. As they gazed into the distance, a towering, indistinct figure emerged. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that this being stood at least 25 meters tall, donning a helmet and visor that obscured its expression, revealing only a pair of glowing red eyes, signifying its vitality. In its hand, it wielded a battered giant sword, patrolling the vicinity. A gleam flickered in Chen Feng's eyes as information appeared on the system display. Shumenren, Ligier, bronze level, 15 health, 5,000 attack, 210 defense, 80 skills, sword chi wave, charge, heavy strike, thunder strike. Description: once the general of a city guarding a desolate land, he sacrificed himself while resisting the Demon King. After death, his soul was imprisoned by the Demon King, becoming the gatekeeper of the demon realm. Surprisingly, this 15-level bronze possesses attributes significantly superior to those in the wild. After reviewing the attributes, it became apparent that this 15-level bronze was far more formidable than the previous 12-level poison spider leader, boasting double the strength and surpassing many silver-level foes. Nevertheless, Chen Feng felt no trepidation. While this might be an insurmountable entity for others, he regarded it with disdain. Chen Feng raised his staff and began to chant. Summon Mechagoblin. Summon Thunder Spirit Aurora Grelin. Summon Dark Knight. Summon Plant Spirit Demon Flower. One after another, the summoned creatures materialized around him. This time, Chen Feng did not hold back, seeking to resolve the matter swiftly. Yuyui, stay back. Big Brother is about to engage in battle. Okay. Yuyui obediently nodded and retreated to a corner. Observing Yuyui's distance, Chen Feng felt unconstrained and commanded his 4 summoned beasts to charge forth. Sensing the commotion, the gatekeeper let out a furious roar in Chen Feng's direction. Intruder, die! The gatekeeper swung his battered greatsword, unleashing a massive wave of sword energy. Realizing the imminent danger, Chen Feng deftly sidestepped the incoming attack. The sword energy sliced past him and struck the wall behind, resulting in a thunderous crash. With a resounding bang, a colossal sword mark appeared on the wall behind Chen Feng. The initial strike having missed, the gatekeeper charged at Chen Feng once more. Overestimating yourself. The 4 summoned beasts unleashed a flurry of attacks, causing a multitude of damage numbers to appear above the gatekeeper's head. In a mere instant, his health plummeted significantly. Damn it, intruder! I will not allow you to pass. Enraged by the damage inflicted upon him, the gatekeeper swung his greatsword and charged towards Chen Feng with great speed. Activating the charge skill, however, the Dark Knight suddenly appeared, interposing himself in front of Chen Feng with his shield raised. Bang! The 2 armored figures collided, causing both the Dark Knight and the gatekeeper to stagger back several paces, damage indicators appearing above their heads. As the gatekeeper retreated, the demon flower's vines swiftly ensnared him with the entangling skill. Despite his frantic attempts to slash at the vines, their sheer number overwhelmed him, leading to his confinement. In the interval during which the gatekeeper was restrained, a barrage of damage was unleashed upon him. Ultimately, the gatekeeper's health bar depleted, and he collapsed to the ground without any reward notification. With the gatekeeper's demise, a barrier at the staircase began to dissolve, revealing a passageway. It turned out that one could not ascend to the 2nd floor without defeating him. Chen Feng, accompanied by Yuyui, approached the staircase. Just as they neared the gatekeeper's corpse, Yuyui, who had been silent, suddenly grasped Chen Feng's arm. "What's wrong?" Chen Feng inquired, puzzled. Yuyui did not respond. Instead, she began to chant softly, and moments later, her small hand emitted a pure white light, sending beams of holy energy towards the gatekeeper's body. Subsequently, flecks of green emerged within the holy light, seemingly purifying the gatekeeper's soul. Chen Feng was astounded. It was indeed a combination of nature's power and holy light. Memories surged within Chen Feng's mind, and a sudden realization struck like a bolt of lightning. The Elven Maiden, capable of wielding nature's and holy light's powers. Could it be that Yuyui was the light goddess, Haiyu, who in the late game would save countless human alliance troops and had previously dealt a devastating blow to the Scourge army? Chen Feng was utterly stunned. He had never anticipated that the little girl beside him would become the faith of the entire alliance, the light goddess. If he could form a bond with such a powerful ally, would he not be able to navigate the alliance with ease? Chen Feng was filled with exhilaration, watching Yuyui casting her spell, feeling as though this mission had yielded extraordinary rewards. Whether or not there were additional rewards for the quest was inconsequential. Having a lowly companion was enough. In the midst of his thoughts, a surge of dark energy suddenly erupted from the gatekeeper's corpse. The dark mist seemingly struggling against the holy light, but soon dissipating within the purifying radiance. Then, the gatekeeper's body shifted slightly, and a soul emerged, soaring into the distance, leaving behind a strand of peculiar energy that returned to Yuyui. "Big brother, I just purified his soul. He's all better now. Let us go." Yuyui cheerfully exclaimed to Chen Feng. Yuyui, you're a priest, right?" Chen Feng asked. "Yes, I'm a holy light priest. I've learned many light and nature spells. Can you use supportive skills? Cast one for Big Brother." Chen Feng replied with a smile. "I can, but Big Brother, I just used holy light purification, and now I have no magical power left. I need to replenish some mana," Yuyui said in a somewhat apologetic tone. Chen Feng's lips curled into a smile. "Isn't that just a mana potion? I have plenty. He hurriedly rummaged through his backpack, producing a large number of restorative potions and placing them before Yuyui. Drink up. No need to be polite with Big Brother. Upon seeing the numerous potions before her, Yuyui did not hesitate and began to gulp them down one by one. Whether it was due to Yuyui's unique lack of restrictions on potion consumption as a non-player character, or simply her vigor, she quickly finished off 2 sets of level 2 potions. Afterward, she even wiped her mouth where some potion had spilled. Wow, you finished that so quickly? Chen Feng gazed at Yuyui in disbelief. Yes, I've restored a bit. I can cast a few skills now. Then bless Big Brother. Certainly, dear brother. At this moment, I can only release a rudimentary blessing spell. Upon uttering these words, Yuyui gracefully waved her delicate hand, and in no time, a golden radiance enveloped Chen Feng. Ding! The elven maiden Yuyui has bestowed upon you the blessing of the Holy Maiden. Effect: increases all character attributes by 1, casting speed by 10, attack speed by 10, and movement speed by 10, with a duration of 12 hours. Ding! The elven maiden Yuyui has triggered hundredfold reward amplification, granting you the blessing of the goddess of light. Effect: enhances all character attributes by 100, base attributes of character potential points, excluding equipment bonuses, casting speed by 1000, attack speed by 1000, and a duration of 1200 hours. Chapter 26. Unlocking 10x attack speed and 10x casting speed. This, upon seeing the attributes applied to him, Chen Feng was utterly astonished. After a full 10 seconds, he finally regained his composure following the earlier notification. Good heavens, a 10-fold increase in all attributes, 10x attack speed, and 10x casting speed. Doesn't this mean this skill has effectively granted me 3 additional innate talents? Moreover, with a duration of 1200 hours. That roughly translates to being usable until the second class transition in the game. Chen Feng hastily opened his attribute panel to ascertain the extent of his extraordinary attributes. Character, Shirtion level, 10 race, human class, summoner, talent, hundredfold reward amplification skills, reconnaissance, detects attributes of monsters not exceeding level 5, summon Mecha Goblin, bronze level. Summon Thunder Spirit Aurora Grelin, bronze level. Summon Dark Knight, silver level. Summon Plant Spirit Demon Realm Flower, golden level. Health, 6500 attack, 1100 magical attack, defense, 330 magic, 9500 attack speed, 10 times per second casting speed, 1000 casting time reduced to 9 seconds from 10 seconds, movement speed, normal movement 15 meters per second, running movement 3 meters per second. Attributes, strength 110, intelligence 450, agility 125, stamina 250, reputation 200, luck unknown, equipment, pumpkin staff, golden tier, wild wolf robe, bronze tier, wild wolf pants, bronze tier. Goodness, my current attributes surpass those of the fortified gatekeeper by a significant margin, which means my summoned creatures must be even more formidable. This is because the summoned beasts in the game grow in strength according to the player's attributes. Closing the character panel, he looked at Yuyui, feeling an overwhelming excitement. You truly are my little lucky star. Chen Feng gently pinched her adorable little face. Let us proceed, my lovely Yuyui. We are off to the second level. With a confident stride, Chen Feng led Yuyui towards the staircase to the second level. Upon completing the staircase, they arrived at the temple's second level. As they emerged, a barrage of fire magic orbs suddenly rained down from above. Seeing this, Chen Feng had no time to evade and swiftly pulled Yuyui into his embrace, shielding her beneath him. Numerous undodgeable damage numbers erupted, prompting Chen Feng to activate the skill of his pumpkin staff and release the pumpkin bomb in the direction of the incoming fireballs. 2300, 2300, 2300. 4-digit damage numbers emerged, completely clearing all monsters within the bomb's radius. It was then that Chen Feng discerned the surroundings. It turned out that the second level was filled with monsters wielding staves. Triggering his reconnaissance skill, an array of data appeared before him. Corrupted Plague Mage, elite level. Level, 15 health, 2000 attack, 130 magical attack, defense, 30 skills, fireball, flame impact. Description, a deceased human mage. Transformed into an unconscious being due to the corruption of magic. With these attributes, I feel my normal attack could defeat him. Raising his staff, Chen Feng unleashed a flurry of basic magic orbs, each cascading like pearls. 1100, 1100. Before all the orbs could strike the corrupted plague mage, he collapsed, disintegrating into dust. Haha. This is exhilarating. I never expected that summoners could engage in such a manner. I have resolved that should the opportunity arise, I will pen a novel titled Online Game, The Magical Gatling Gun. Chen Feng continued casting magic orbs towards the surrounding monsters, systematically obliterating any that drew near, though regrettably. Each orb could only vanquish a single foe, resulting in somewhat diminished efficiency in monster farming. After several minutes of battling creatures in the second level, Chen Feng had his fill and began summoning allies. Raising his staff, he commenced the incantation as a rich surge of lightning elements coalesced, summoning Thunder Spirit Aurora Grelin. In an instant, the Thunder Spirit Aurora Grelin appeared before Chen Feng, its rapid casting speed a testament to its prowess. Now, Chen Feng's skill casting no longer required a charging time. He could summon his summoned beasts instantaneously, a clear advantage of such swift casting speed. Upon inspecting the attributes of the Thunder Spirit Aurora Grelin, after the tenfold enhancement, Thunder Spirit Aurora Grelin, bronze level, 15 health, 5000 attack, 1400 magical, attack speed, 13 times per second movement speed, normal movement 2 meters per second. Defense, 400 skills, Thunder Strike, Lightning Shield. During an attack, there is a 20% chance that the enemy will enter a state of electrocution for 3 seconds, which is ineffective against units of silver grade and above. Enemies affected by electrocution will additionally receive light attribute damage. The Lightning Barrage skill unleashes 5 bolts of lightning in a straight line, causing area damage. If only one enemy unit is present, the damage is concentrated. Thunderous Might allows one to strike enemies within range using the power of lightning. The Death Explosion skill causes surrounding enemies to enter an electrocution state. The attributes of the Lightning Spirit, Aurora Grelin, have also seen a significant enhancement, mirroring its own attributes, commanding the Lightning Spirit, Aurora Grelin, to unleash its skills. A wave of area damage is released, instantly obliterating all nearby monsters. The attributes of summoned beasts now scale with the character's intelligence, enhancing their strength to tenfold of what it once was. Following this, a broad extermination of monsters ensued, and within minutes, all the minor foes on the second layer were annihilated by the area spells of the Lightning Spirit, Aurora Grelin. It was time to seek the passage to the third layer where the Demon King's avatar resides. At this moment, Chen Feng felt invigorated, shedding any prior trepidation. An avatar of the Demon King, after all, would not pose a challenge to him now that he had leveled up. Even if the true body were to appear, he would be prepared to confront it. Chen Feng stowed away his staff, accompanied by Ru, as they searched the second layer. Chapter 27. Invitation from the Demon King of the third layer. Finally, in a corner, they discovered the entrance to the third layer. At the threshold stood a guardian. Distinct from the first layer's sentry, this one was a mage wielding a staff. Gatekeeper Hawk, bronze grade. Level, 18 health. Attack. Defense. Skills. Description: the former chief mage of the ruins, sacrificed during the resistance against the Demon King, and subsequently imprisoned by the Demon King. His soul now serves as a guardian. Upon conducting a reconnaissance, a series of greetings appeared, indicating that the attributes were beyond 5 levels higher than Chen Feng, rendering them unviewable. However, Chen Feng remained undaunted, seeing the current foes as mere fodder for his might. He commanded the Lightning Spirit, Aurora Grelin, to unleash its abilities. A colossal surge of lightning gathered overhead before cascading downwards. The resounding thunderclaps echoed as indiscriminate attacks rained down within the lightning's reach. Damage numbers soared: 1250, 1264, 1524, electrocution. The substantial damage figures illuminated above the foe's head, and his health rapidly diminished until he collapsed. How could this be? The tragic figure could hardly believe his fate. Having been a mere bronze, felled without a single skill unleashed by a summoned beast. Following this, Chen Feng and Ru approached, with Ru performing a rite to absolve the soul of this sorrowful mage. Upon completion, the two stepped into the final layer. Upon entering the last layer, Chen Feng dared not let his guard down. He first summoned the Dark Knight to scout ahead into the third layer. After confirming there were no dangers, he entered the third layer with Ru. This layer was far less expansive than the preceding two, with a more confined space of approximately 200 square meters, allowing for a clear view of everything around. Chen Feng noticed a figure seated upon the throne in the center of the third layer. This must be the Demon King, he whispered to himself, his eyes glinting with determination. Avatar of the Demon Lord Wang, grade unknown, level. Health. Attack. Defense. Skills. Description: merely an avatar. What? All question marks. Chen Feng's breath quickened as he instinctively shielded Ru behind him, hastily casting spells to summon all his summoned beasts, instantly crowding the entire floor. Soon, the 4 great summoned beasts surrounded the throne. Observing this scene, the Demon King chuckled dismissively, addressing Chen Feng. Human, you have managed to reach this place. You are quite special. We admire you. Join my demon army. I shall lead you to unify the continent. Will you accept? As the Demon King's avatar finished speaking, a system notification appeared on Chen Feng's panel. Ding. Avatar of the Demon Lord Wang invites you to join the Demon Realm faction. If you agree, you will receive 99 999 Demon Realm Prestige, and gain the opportunity to transition into the hidden class of Dark Hunter with a complete growth-type Demon Realm set. If you agree, your human faction prestige will drop to 999. Notice, choosing a faction will bind you to its rules, and the human faction will become hostile. Upon seeing this notification, Chen Feng promptly declined. He could never betray the human alliance. After all, his purpose for reincarnation was to save the real world, and he held no interest in the hidden class of the Demon Realm. As for the growth-type equipment, it held little temptation for him. With a hundredfold reward boost, what kind of equipment could he not acquire in the later stages of the game? After making his choice, the avatar of the Demon King began to blur. "Human, you will regret this," it declared, leaving behind those words before vanishing. Chen Feng stood in bewilderment. Was that it? He had prepared for a thrilling battle. Yet the Demon King simply disappeared? Chen Feng muttered to himself. Big brother, perhaps the Demon King's avatar had diminished in power after such a long time. This challenge might have merely tested your loyalty to the human alliance. You chose to decline, so the avatar naturally vanished, Ruru analyzed from the side. Indeed, that is one way to interpret it. At that moment, a portal appeared in the direction of the throne. It must be the gateway back to the game world. Finally, it was over. Let us go. With that, Chen Feng took Ruru by the hand and walked towards the portal. After a flash of white light, Chen Feng and Ruru returned to the game world. Upon returning to the realm of the game, the task list of Chen Feng was greeted by a series of system notifications. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden class transfer quest, Elf Summoner. Rescue the Elf Maiden. You have attained class recognition and successfully transitioned to the hidden class, Elf Summoner. As a radiant spectrum enveloped Chen Feng, his original class, Summoner, vanished, replaced by Elf Summoner. Eagerly, Chen Feng examined the class description. Elf Summoner, unique class, class talent, beast enhancement, passive increases the attributes of summoned creatures by 20. Limit lifted, passive the restrictions on summoning creatures have been abolished, allowing for an unlimited number of summons, additionally extending their duration by 30. Summoning affinity, passive when casting summoning skills, it is possible to summon double the original quantity at once. Description, subsequent class advancements will enhance these talents. After perusing the class description, Chen Feng couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This was extraordinarily powerful. Even with a second chance at life, he never expected to acquire such a formidable hidden class right from the start. The primary limitation of a summoner is the restricted number of summons. However, with this limitation lifted, as long as one acts swiftly, unlimited summoning becomes feasible. Furthermore, the capacity to summon double the original amount implies that if one could initially summon one creature, they could now summon two, and if they could summon two at once, they could summon four, all while benefiting from a 20 boost in attributes. This exponentially amplifies combat prowess. With such an immensely powerful class and the talent for a hundredfold reward increase, there was no concern for future crises. Capturing demon lords as subordinates and having the Lich King serve as an enforcer would be nothing short of delightful. With this thought, Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle audibly. Chapter 28. The Extraordinary Talent of Ruru. Great chapter, seeking 5 stars and support in various forms. Noticing Chen Feng's sudden laughter, Ruru, who was nearby, looked on in confusion. Big brother, what is going on? Coming back to his senses, Chen Feng closed the class description and considered how to address the presence of this little girl now that the task was complete. Ruru, where is your home? Let big brother take you there, shall we? Upon hearing this, Ruru's expression dimmed, and she softly murmured, my homeland is far from the human empire. In the elf forest. With big brother's current strength, we cannot reach there. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng understood that the elf forest was situated in a secluded region in the southern part of the continent. The journey was indeed extensive, requiring several months of travel. Moreover, the path to the elf forest was fraught with a multitude of high-level monster zones, areas only accessible in the later stages of the game. Despite his newfound strength, he would be unable to inflict even a scratch on the monsters due to their overwhelming levels and ranks. What should be done about this little girl? Chen Feng fell into contemplation. Just then, Ruru's small hand, which had been grasping Chen Feng's, suddenly loosened, her eyes glistening with tears as she walked away, speaking softly. Big brother, do you find Ruru a bother? Then I shall go alone. As she spoke, she crouched down, tears shimmering as if they were on the verge of overflowing. Who could withstand this? Chen Feng, who could scarcely bear to see children cry in reality, was taken aback by how similar this little girl from Yuan Yuzhou was to those in real life. At that moment, a small party passed by and witnessed the scene. Isn't that the god of slaying heaven? What is happening with the little girl beside him? Whoa, the god of slaying heaven made such an adorable girl cry. He can't have some unsavory predilection, can he? Even a child is not spared. Shoo. Don't you know the god of slaying heaven can single-handedly take down 3 or 4 core players from the Lingyun Guild? Be cautious. Oh, I see. I better make myself scarce. Chen Feng's expression darkened upon hearing this. Am I truly that kind of person? He hurriedly pulled Ruru, who was sitting on the ground, and comforted her. Ruru, Big Brother does not find you a bother. If you wish, you may stay with Big Brother for now. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Ruru's little face brightened immediately as she looked up at him, saying sweetly, really? Big Brother 1T find me bothersome? Of course not. How could Big Brother ever think that? Chen Feng replied with unwavering conviction. At that moment, a system task notification popped up on Chen Feng's panel. Ding. Congratulations on triggering the unique hidden quest, The Growth of the Elf Maiden. Task description, nurture and care for Elf Maiden Ruru. When Elf Maiden Ruru reaches level 60, the next task will be triggered. Task difficulty, unknown. Task reward, none. Note, players may level up together with Elf Maiden Ruru, who will share 50 of the player's experience. Looking at the task he had triggered, Chen Feng was momentarily at a loss. How did it suddenly feel like he had stepped into a girl-raising game? As he gazed at the young girl before him, Chen Feng realized she was one of the pivotal characters in the later narrative of Yuan Yuzhou, and being in her juvenile stage meant she had the potential to grow. Even after so many years in his previous life, he had never heard of any instances involving growth mechanics, yet here he was, encountering one. Was this an indication of his extraordinary luck? Considering the future where the game would merge with reality, all beings, like humans in reality, would join forces to resist the invasion of the Catastrophe Legion. Moreover, if he were to nurture this future goddess of light, wouldn't he then be able to stride confidently through the game world? With this thought, a warm smile graced Chen Feng's face. Little Ruru, come here. Brother will take you home now. In the game, taking care of and nurturing Chen Feng was a novel experience for him. It was only later, through guides for other nurturing games, that he realized that cultivating a character in a game is quite similar to reality. It requires players to provide food, potions, and equipment, essentially mirroring the nurturing of other players. The only distinction is that, at this stage, players can resurrect upon death, whereas in the event of demise, resurrection is impossible without certain special items. With a well-crafted strategy, there is no need to worry about food, as long as there are coins. The game world offers an abundance of culinary delights. While housing is currently unavailable since in-game accommodations are typically not for sale to players, it is not a significant concern, as one can simply spend some coins to stay at an in-game inn. Chen Feng was indifferent to his solitary existence. Previously, he had braved the elements while battling monsters outdoors, but with the presence of Xiao Riyue, circumstances had changed. He felt compelled to provide her with better living conditions and could not allow her to suffer. Another aspect to consider was Riyue's safety. With this in mind, Chen Feng opened Riyue's character panel. Character, Elf Maiden Shi Riyue level, 1 race, Elf, class, Holy Light Priest, talent, Divine Prayer level, skills, Scout, detects monsters up to level 5, Light of Life. Blessing of the Holy Maiden, health, 520 attack, 48 defense, 24 magic, 600 attack speed, 1 attack per second cast speed, 10, casting time reduced by 10, taking only 9 seconds for a 10-second spell, movement speed, normal movement 15 ms, running speed 3 ms, attributes, strength 24, intelligence 24, agility 24, stamina 24. Equipment, red tattered robe, common, beige mini skirt, common, affection, 999 dependent. Seeing Riyue's statistics, Chen Feng noted that her basic attributes exceeded his own by several multiples. Moreover, he discovered that Riyue possessed a unique talent. While his own talent, hundredfold reward amplification, was already formidable, he was curious about the nature of her unique talent. He opened the talent description. Divine Prayer, level, talent effect. Upon the death of surrounding monsters, a range prayer can be conducted to elevate their souls. Upon completion of the prayer, faith power is obtained, enhancing all attributes by 1 point. When praying for black iron level monsters, all attributes increase by 2 points. For bronze level monsters, the increase is 3 points, and so forth. Summons and clones are ineffective, skill limit unknown. Upon reading the talent description, Chen Feng was further astonished. No wonder he had seen Riyue praying to 2 bronze level monsters. The ability had such an effect. This talent seemingly allows for the mass extermination of monsters, granting infinite attribute rewards. How extraordinary! It is well known that Holy Light Priests also possess offensive skills and inherently counteract necromantic magic. After reflecting on this, he felt his own talent was not as formidable as he initially believed. Hundredfold reward amplification was only potent in the early stages of the game. In the late game, when all equipment and enhancements reached their pinnacle, even hundredfold reward amplification would struggle to provide further growth. Shaking his head, he closed Riyue's talent panel, grateful that he had rescued her. Once Riyue is nurtured, she would undoubtedly become a significant asset in both the game and reality. Chapter 29. Departure from the novice village. Regaining his focus, Chen Feng realized that his class transition task was complete, allowing him to continue leveling up. He planned to dedicate the following day to elevating his level to 20. After reaching level 20, he would undertake the village chief's hidden quest to acquire a legendary special item. There was still some time left, so he aimed to raise Ryue's level as well. Currently, her level and attributes were too low. What if the Demon King recovered and sought revenge? With this thought, Chen Feng retrieved a resurrection pearl from his backpack and handed it to Ryue. Chen Feng felt confident that no player in the entire Yuan universe could defeat him, and even if he were to be vanquished, he could resurrect. However, Ryue was still quite weak, and having the resurrection pearl in her possession would alleviate his concerns. Big brother, what is this? It's so beautiful. Is it a gift for Ryue? She exclaimed, unaware of the item's true nature. Yes, this is a gift from your brother. Make sure to keep it safe and don't lose it, he replied. Ryue will definitely take good care of the gift from Big Brother, she insisted, and with that, she tucked the resurrection pearl away, allowing Chen Feng to breathe a sigh of relief. Refocusing his thoughts, he realized that the monsters near the novice village no longer met his leveling requirements. He needed to venture to the higher-level Storm City to expedite his advancement. With a resolute mind, he set off towards Storm City with Xiao Ryue by his side. Along the way, Chen Feng regaled Xiao Ryue with amusing anecdotes from the real world, causing her to giggle heartily. At times, she would dash ahead, only to return to his embrace when she grew tired, and together they journeyed on, filled with joy. Before long, Chen Feng and Xiao Ryue exited the boundaries of Novice Village number 9528, officially entering the unregulated wilderness. Ding! You have arrived at the undeveloped area, periphery of the Dark Forest. As the first player to explore this map, you have earned 10 reputation points, triggering hundredfold reward amplification. Your reputation points total 1,000. As the system notification echoed, Chen Feng glanced at his panel displaying 1,200 reputation points. In the early stages of the game, the utility of reputation points is limited, and thus, the tasks rewarding reputation points are few. However, as the game progressed into the later stages, the significance of prestige points became increasingly pronounced. Establishing a guild, purchasing special items from the Empire, and undertaking high-level quests issued by the Empire all necessitated the expenditure of prestige points. These points could be accrued by completing tasks and defeating monsters from opposing factions. The exploration of this map allowed for a commendable gain of 1,000 prestige points. Without further contemplation, the daylight within the game gradually dimmed, signaling the approach of night, and it was evident that there were no nearby settlements. Thus, an early search for a resting place was in order. As he traversed the dense jungle, Chen Feng's footsteps abruptly halted as he gazed ahead. Not far from the two of them, a shadowy figure slowly materialized. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a black bear, with data flashing in its eyes. Mohu Hei Xiong, elite level. Level, 15 health, 1,500 attack, 50 defense, 20 skills. Bear Paw? Bear Mountain Crush. Description: a corrupted black bear on the outskirts of the Dark Forest. Having lost all reason, caution is advised. This bear possessed rather unremarkable attributes. Chen Feng estimated that 2 regular attacks would suffice to bring it down. He refrained from continuously casting magic orbs, instead managing his attack frequency. Launching 2 magic orbs in quick succession. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 red damage numbers floated above the black bear's head. At that moment, bolstered by his substantial attributes, Chen Feng's magical attack surged to over 1,100 points. In this phase, a mere ordinary magical attack was akin to a grand move of other players. Within the span of a second, the Mohu Hei Xiong collapsed to the ground. As the massive bear's body fell, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain the 15-level Mohu Hei Xiong, elite level, and earned 150 experience points. You have triggered the hundredfold reward amplification, granting you 15,000 experience points. Ding! Spirit Maiden Shi Weiying receives 50 of the experience, totaling 7,500 points. Ding! Spirit Maiden Shi Weiying levels up to level 2, gaining 5 points in all attributes and 1 point in all skills. Ding! Spirit Maiden Shi Weiying levels up to level 3, gaining 5 points in all attributes and 1 point in all skills. Ding! Spirit Maiden Shi Weiying levels up to level 4, gaining 5 points in all attributes and 1 point in all skills. Observing the golden light continuously emanating from Yueying, who had ascended 3 levels in quick succession to reach level 4, Chen Feng was taken aback. Why were there no attribute points to allocate? He noticed the system's notification but hadn't examined it closely. He only saw that Yueying's level had risen without any mention of additional attribute points. Upon inspecting Yueying's attributes, he calculated and realized that her attribute points were distributed across all attributes, which meant that leveling up resulted in a substantial boost of 5 points across the board, far exceeding his gradual enhancements. Truly extraordinary. Why does it feel as though Yueying is becoming more like the protagonist of the game while I remain a humble worker? Chen Feng silently lamented as he continued toward the fallen bear's carcass to see if any loot had dropped. However, Yueying hastened forward and said to Chen Feng, "Little bear, it's so pitiful. Let me offer a prayer for it." Chen Feng smacked his forehead in realization. How could he have forgotten this? Yueying's prayers could indeed enhance attributes. He quickly urged her to proceed. Before long, Yueying approached, and soon a spirit emerged from the black bear's corpse, signaling the completion of the prayer. Wow. Is Yueying able to pray that quickly now? Chen Feng recalled that during her class transition quest, prayers had taken a considerable amount of time. He was astonished at the speed this time. Yes, I can now perform area prayers. The souls of these creatures are not very powerful, so I can pray for a group in a short time. However, more formidable beings will require longer. But as my level increases, I will become even swifter. Yueying proudly informed Chen Feng. Indeed, Yueying is the strongest, he replied, gently ruffling her hair in encouragement. He then kicked aside the corpse of the Mohu Hei Xiong to collect the silver coins it had dropped. Embracing Yueying, he ventured deeper into the jungle. Chapter 30. An encounter with silver. Along the way, they occasionally encountered wild beasts, yet under Chen Feng's formidable attributes, nearly every creature in the outskirts of the dark forest could be subdued with a single magic orb. If not, he would simply unleash a couple more. Before long, under the barrage of his ordinary attacks, his experience points soared, and he quickly leveled up twice, reaching level 12. Meanwhile, Yueying's attributes also surged rapidly due to her continuous prayers, elevating her to level 8. Holding Yueying, Chen Feng cleared the surrounding wild monsters, and soon, there were no signs of creatures in the vicinity. Noticing that evening had arrived, Chen Feng recalled that players in the game would experience fatigue from battling. Previously, it hadn't mattered when he played alone. As a model student of the new era, he had often pulled all-nighters gaming during his school days. However, with Yueying now accompanying him, he did not wish for her to stay up late. The little girl needed to adhere to a proper sleep schedule. After dispatching a corrupted wolf, a cave came into view before him. This cave was nestled behind a large tree, its entrance shrouded in thick vines, rendering it quite inconspicuous. Had it not been for the fallen corrupted wolf at the entrance, Chen Feng might not have discovered it. Yueying, there are no nearby settlements. Let us rest here for the night, Chen Feng said to her. Okay, Yueying replied obediently with a nod. After disposing of the wolf's carcass, he led Yueying into the cave. Upon entering, Chen Feng immediately noted that the interior was remarkably spacious, with the surrounding rock walls appearing as if they had been expertly hewn, yet the cave itself was enveloped in utter darkness, obscuring the view within. It is unacceptable to allow the little girl to traverse the dark path. However, after rummaging through his backpack for a while, Chen Feng realized he had forgotten to bring any illumination tools. He had thought that his constant practice without rest rendered torches unnecessary, hence he did not purchase any. What was he to do in such darkness? After a moment of contemplation, an idea flashed through Chen Feng's mind, and he began to chant his spell. Summon, Thunder Spirit Aurora Grelin. 2 golden magic circles appeared on the ground, and 2 summoned beings imbued with golden lightning energy manifested, instantly illuminating the surrounding cavern. I truly am a little genius. At this moment, Chen Feng's Aurora Grelin could sustain itself for a minute and a half, which should suffice for exploring the cave and ensuring there were no lurking monsters. Thus, he let the Aurora Grelin lead the way, while he cradled the delicate Yurua, leisurely walking through the depths of the cave. After traversing for about a minute, the forward-moving Aurora Grelin suddenly shimmered with golden electricity, and a bolt of lightning struck ahead. Boom! The ground erupted as large boulders shattered, debris scattering everywhere. A monster, Chen Feng murmured, glancing ahead. Before him stood a massive silhouette. Goodness, what a colossal black bear. A glimmer sparked in Chen Feng's eyes as the data of the creature materialized before him. Corrupted Black Bear King, Silver Rank, Level, 18 Health. Attack. Defense. Skills. Description. Once the ruler of the outskirts of the dark forest, it has lost its sanity upon being corrupted, becoming a mere puppet driven by the urge to kill. Silver Rank. Chen Feng felt an overwhelming excitement upon seeing this attribute introduction. He never imagined he would encounter a silver rank creature here. After all, silver rank monsters could yield silver grade equipment, which under his hundredfold reward boost, could translate to dark gold grade gear. Currently, he was still wearing equipment obtained from the novice gift pack. At this moment, the 2 Aurora Grelin had already engaged the corrupted Black Bear King in battle. A deluge of lightning continuously struck the corrupted Black Bear King, provoking its furious roars. However, it was evident that the bear's health was substantial. Being silver grade, it surpassed the Aurora Grelin by a rank. Were it not for Chen Feng's tenfold attribute enhancement, the 2 Aurora Grelin might not have been able to contend against a silver grade foe. Yet, Chen Feng did not rely solely on this one summoned beast. In order to swiftly eliminate the corrupted Black Bear King, he began summoning additional creatures. Summon Mecha Goblin. Summon Dark Knight. Summon Plant Spirit Demon Realm Flower. With a series of rapid-fire summoning spells, different magic circles appeared in succession, from which emerged various summoned beings, all appearing in pairs. In an instant, the cavern, which had been relatively spacious, became crowded. Nevertheless, this did not hinder the assault of the summoned creatures, as a relentless barrage of attacks rained down upon the corrupted Black Bear King. Soon, the bear's health plummeted. Realizing it was outnumbered, the corrupted Black Bear King roared in desperation and attempted to flee deeper into the cave. Trying to escape, Chen Feng would not allow such a thing. He commanded the Demon Realm Flower to execute its binding skill. 2 Demon Realm Flowers swiftly ensnared the massive corrupted Black Bear King with their numerous vines, which held steadfastly despite its struggles, rendering it immobile. Subsequently, the relentless attacks from the other summoned creatures struck the corrupted Black Bear King's head, inflicting tremendous damage. Before long, the bear emitted a final, defiant roar before its colossal form sank to the ground. With a thud, dust erupted into the air. Ding dong. Congratulations. You have slain the 18-level, corrupted Black Bear King, silver rank, and earned 1,000 experience points. Triggering hundredfold reward boost. You have gained 100,000 experience points. Ding dong. Your level has successfully increased to level 13, earning 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Please allocate wisely. Ding dong. Spirit Maiden Yu Ruo receives 50 of the experience. Spirit Maiden Yu Ruo gains 50,000 experience points. Ding dong. Spirit Maiden Yu Ruo's level rises to 9, with 5 points to all attributes and 1 skill point. Ding dong. Spirit Maiden Yu Ruo's level rises to 10, with 5 points to all attributes and 1 skill point. Ding dong. Spirit Maiden Yu Ruo's level rises to 10, successfully mastering the skill Spear of Victory. A series of system notifications echoed in Chen Feng's ears. Chapter 31. The national server announcement overwhelms. Before Chen Feng could focus on anything else, the national server system announcement popped up once more. Ding dong. As you are the first player in the entire server to slay a silver rank creature, you have received an additional 2 skill points, triggering hundredfold reward boost, granting you an additional 200 skill points. Ding dong. National server announcement. Congratulations to player Shirtian for defeating the 18-level corrupted Black Bear King, silver rank, becoming the first player in the national server to achieve this feat, thus rewarding player Shirtian with 20,000 experience points, 2 skill points, 10 free attribute points, and 100 reputation points. Ding dong. 3 consecutive glowing national server announcements appeared on the system interface of all players, leaving them in a state of shock. Not again. It's this Shirtian. Is he the sole proprietor of the world announcements? For goodness sake, why don't you pay attention to how he defeated an 18-level silver rank creature? I'm only level 8. I'm grinding through these little wild wolves, and the system keeps pushing these notifications at me. It's really disheartening. Shirtian, please take me along. I am your long-lost son. At this moment, I am consumed by a desire to return home and bask in the comforts of my family. The recent 3 system announcements have ignited a fervor among players across the great land of Daxia. Everyone is in awe, acknowledging Daxia's reputation as a cradle of talent, and marveling at the formidable prowess of the one known as Shirtian. Meanwhile, Zai's Qiangwei and her sister Muse Qiangwei are leading a group of core players from their guild, having just vanquished an 11-level bronze wild wolf king. An abundance of experience flows into Zai's Qiangwei, elevating her level to 10. Elated, she exclaims, "Sister, just 2 more levels, and I can equip a golden weapon." Her excitement radiates as she witnesses her swift ascent. However, shortly thereafter, 3 consecutive system announcements appear on their screens. Ding dong. The national server announces, "Ding dong, shocking news." The 2 sisters are momentarily taken aback, as are the core members of the Qiangwei guild surrounding them. How is this possible? Muse Qiangwei murmurs in disbelief. After a few moments, her expression normalizes, and she gazes at her sister with a knowing look, stating, "Based on what you've told me before, Shirtian may harbor some interest in you. You are aware of the significance of the game, Yuan Yuzhou, to our family. I believe it would be prudent for you to engage with him more, should the opportunity arise." Upon hearing her sister's words, Zai's Qiangwei's cheeks flush slightly as she softly replies, Understood, sister." Muse Qiangwei nods and continues to direct the core members of the guild toward other monster zones. At the same time, this system announcement catches the attention of other prominent guild leaders, inciting curiosity regarding the mysterious Shirtian and his remarkable strength, prompting many to consider recruiting him. Numerous guild leaders send friend requests to him, but alas, his settings prevent any additions, leaving them to abandon their attempts. Naturally, the news of the national server announcement reaches the ears of both the Lingyun Guild and the Blood Empire Guild. Upon seeing the announcement, Ling Yun Tian remains unfazed, merely telling his subordinates, "He is just a lucky little fellow. There's no need to concern ourselves." He then resumes leading his guild members in leveling up. Conversely, upon reading the announcement, the leader of the Blood Empire Guild, Xiesher, furrows his brow. Since we are already at odds, if we do not impose restrictions, he may become a future threat. He issues a command. All guild members, report any sightings of Shirtian to headquarters promptly. All squad leaders, expedite the leveling up of guild members. Xiesher instructs the management, ensuring that Shirtian's development is stifled in its infancy. Of course, such matters are far from the thoughts of Chen Feng, who is currently preparing to loot equipment from the corpse of the recently fallen Yue. As per tradition, Yue leaps from Chen Feng's arms, swiftly dashing to the corpse and commencing her prayers. With her eyes closed and hands clasped, she begins to chant incantations. Moments later, her soul ascends, and a stream of divine energy flows into her body, enhancing her attributes. This defeat of a silver-tier creature propels Yue's level to 10. And along with the increase in all attributes, she unlocks a new skill, which, judging by its name, appears to be an offensive one. Opening Yue's system panel to examine the skill attributes reveals, Victory Spear, skill level, 10 skill effect, consumes 100 points to hurl a spear forged from holy light at the enemy, capable of piercing them and inflicting damage equal to 100 of magical attack, while restraining the enemy for 2 seconds. After a brief period, the spear detonates, dealing 120 magical damage to enemies within the vicinity. After reviewing the skill, Chen Feng's jaw drops in astonishment. He never anticipated that Yue would not merely be a support character. Her first offensive skill rivals that of legendary abilities, capable of piercing, controlling, and dealing significant damage. Should a mage witness this priest's offensive prowess, they would likely weep in despair. He feels as though he has stumbled upon a treasure, and laughter escapes him in delight. Chapter 32. Harvest closing Yue's skill panel. He commands the Dark Knight to clear away the massive corpse of the demonic Black Bear King and proceeds to gather all the gold and equipment scattered on the ground. Ding dong. You picked up 2 gold coins, triggering the hundredfold reward amplification. You received 200 gold coins. Ding dong. You picked up the equipment, Venomous Staff, silver, triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You acquire the Deep Sea Staff, dark gold. Ding dong. You picked up the equipment, Fluorescent Necklace, silver, triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You obtained the Spirit of the Deep Sea Necklace, dark gold. Ding dong. You picked up the equipment, Blossom Skirt, silver, triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You receive the Demon Spirit Skirt, dark gold. The continuous stream of system notifications dances across Chen Feng's system page. This is an extraordinary windfall. 3 pieces of equipment have emerged. Chen Feng opens his bag to inspect the attributes of the newly acquired items. Ocean Sea Staff, dark gold. Attack, 151. Magical, Intelligence, 20 casting speed, 20 slot. Weapon required level, 15 applicable professions. Mage. Priest, Summoner. Additional effects. After casting a skill, there is a chance to unleash a skill 2 levels above the current skill level. Description, omitted. An exquisite staff. With a staggering magical attack of 151, it also adds 20 points of intelligence and a 20 casting speed. Most importantly, this staff has a chance to unleash skills beyond your current level when casting, making it immensely practical for a summoner. However, it requires a level of 15 to equip. And since he has not yet reached that milestone, he can only stow the staff in his bag for now, awaiting the day he achieves level 15. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the other 2 pieces of equipment. The Shunhai Ji Ling Necklace, dark gold equipment, boasts an attack of 30, intelligence of 20, health of 500, and magic of 500, requiring level 15 for all classes. Its additional effects include a 30 chance to release a water-based healing spell that restores 500 health points to surrounding units upon casting a skill, and a second effect that offers a 20 probability of resetting the cast skill with an internal cooldown of 20 seconds. The description is omitted. This necklace, capable of resetting spells, was a perfect fit for all magical classes, and it was fortunate that Chen Feng did not possess any necklace in his inventory. Not only did it provide substantial attributes, with a boost of 500 to both health and mana, but it also possessed a group healing skill. The property most suited for summoners is the 20 chance to reset the summoning skill. Meaning if Chen Feng summoned 2 Demon Realm flowers at once and triggered the reset effect, he could cast again, given the hidden class's talent that imposes no summoning limit. With a stroke of luck, he could summon 4 Demon Realm flowers. Imagining the scene of 28 Demon Realm flowers wreaking havoc on the battlefield sent a chill down Chen Feng's spine. It was simply monstrous. However, as it was also a level 15 piece of equipment, he decided to set it aside and examine the final piece of gear. The ML dark gold equipment offers a defense of 50, health of 1500, stamina of 30, and requires level 15 for mages, priests, and summoners, female exclusive. Its additional effects include resilience, allowing it to absorb damage below 500 points, while damage exceeding 500 points deducts the excess from health. The second effect permits wearing this equipment even if the character is 5 levels below the required level. The description is omitted. This skirt, if it could be worn by him, would be quite splendid. Unfortunately, it was not meant for him. He retrieved the skirt from his inventory and handed it to Yeya. Here, Yeya, quickly try on the new skirt. Yeya happily accepted the skirt, pleased with her gift. Having spent a considerable amount of time in the special space created by the Demon King, her formerly ordinary skirt had long since worn out, so she was, of course, delighted to receive a new one. Finding a dark corner, she quickly changed into the new outfit and soon emerged, bouncing with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, big brother, for the lovely skirt." Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction, planning to gather a full set of gear for Ye once he acquired more. After managing all the equipment in his inventory, Chen Feng ignited a fire using the method he had employed previously and began roasting the bear meat that had been extracted from the outer layer. Thanks to the nourishment from his game chamber, he could go for extended periods without food without feeling hunger, but Ye, in her current state, needed to eat daily. After roasting for several minutes, the aroma of the grilled bear meat wafted through the cave, making Yeya's mouth water. "Big brother, can we eat yet? I'm getting a bit hungry." All right, let me add some seasoning." Chen Feng sprinkled some seasoning purchased from the novice village onto the bear meat, and the delicious roasted bear meat was ready. He cut a large piece and shared it with Yeya, and they began their feast in the cave. They quickly finished their sumptuous meal, and perhaps feeling a bit tired, Yeya nestled into Chen Feng's arms and soon fell asleep. Observing the sleeping Yeya, Chen Feng felt a wave of fatigue wash over him as well. It was essential to rest. After all, he needed to recuperate to enhance his strength the following day. With that thought, he gently placed the slumbering Yeya onto a bed of bear fur within the cave. After watching her for a moment and seeing that she did not awaken, he felt reassured. At that moment, a wave of drowsiness overtook him, prompting him to access the system interface and log off. Moments later, Chen Feng's consciousness returned to reality as he dragged his weary body out of the game chamber. In the bathroom, he quickly rinsed off and, while showering, instructed the villa's intelligent maid robot to clean the entire room. Once he finished his grooming, he returned to his bed and fell into a deep slumber, experiencing a night devoid of dreams. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the window. Chen Feng awoke, refreshed himself, and enjoyed the breakfast prepared by the maid robot before returning to the game chamber to enter the game. Ding dong, welcome back. Upon logging in, he was greeted by the sweet voice of the system. His consciousness arrived in the game world, with his body manifesting in the cave where he had logged off the previous night. He hurriedly glanced over at the bear fur bed, only to find that Yeya was missing, which caused him to panic and begin searching frantically. Just as he was about to exit the cave to look for her, a familiar figure appeared before him. Seeing Chen Feng emerge at the cave entrance, Yeya excitedly rushed towards him and jumped into his arms. "Big brother, you're finally back. I thought you didn't want me anymore." Chen Feng embraced Yeya, gently reassuring her. "Brother is from another world and sometimes has to return to his own. How could I ever forsake you?" "Then, big brother, can I visit your world?" The little girl looked at Chen Feng with hopeful eyes. "Of course, one day. I will surely take you to see my world," Chen Feng replied earnestly. "All right, it's a promise. Let us seal it with a pinky swear." Yeya extended her pinky, and Chen Feng mirrored her gesture. This made him reflect on the day a year later when the game would descend into reality. And indeed Yeya would be able to accompany him to his world. However, when that time came, it would coincide with the onset of calamities across the Blue Star. He could only wonder what the world would be like then. Chapter 33. Arrival at Liya Town today, following the periphery of the Dark Forest. I made my way to the nearby Liya Town. Liya Town, one of the small towns affiliated with Baifeng City, provided a portal that would allow for direct transportation to Baifeng City. With our plans set, there was no reason to linger. Accompanied by Ria, I departed from the cave and headed towards Liya Town. In truth, players in the novice village could bypass the Dark Forest entirely, utilizing a safe official road that leads swiftly to Hongya Town. The decision to navigate around the Dark Forest was purely to enhance both my and Ria's levels. After all, Ria was only at level 10, and venturing to the main city would be too daunting for her. Moreover, with my hundredfold reward amplification, my level would rise rapidly. Along the way, we engaged and defeated minor creatures, and after 3 hours, we reached our destination, Liya Town. Upon entering Liya Town, I noticed several players in the vicinity. At this moment, some of the leveling enthusiasts from the novice village had also reached level 10, gathering in Liya Town to prepare for their transfer to Baifeng City for their job change quest. Observing the crowd, I proceeded to the teleportation array. "Please select your teleportation destination," the system prompted. Instantly, the entire continent map appeared before me. The human alliance's cities occupied 1/3 of the territory, while orcs and elves claimed another third. The demon faction held a small area, and the entire Scourge Legion concentrated in a corner of the northwest glaciers, claiming a portion of land. However, the available teleportation destinations from Lia Town were quite limited, as longer distance transfers required larger teleportation arrays. Constructing such an array necessitated a significant amount of spiritual stones. A standard teleportation array costs millions of gold coins, while a large-scale array within the Empire could exceed hundreds of millions of gold coins. Thus, most factions were unable to afford such constructions. The Novice Village, for instance, could not be equipped with a teleportation array and relied on reaching Hongya Town to access Baifeng City. I choose Baifeng City, I declared decisively. Baifeng City, situated at the center of the continent near the Beast Mountain Range, served as a convergence point for the 5 major factions: humans, elves, orcs, undead, and demons, marking it as a future battleground for fierce conflicts. The surrounding monster zones of Baifeng City were notoriously challenging, yet correspondingly rewarding. Ding. Teleportation to Baifeng City requires a fee of 10 gold coins per person. I retrieved 20 gold coins from my inventory, which swiftly vanished from my grasp. Ding. Teleportation initiated. A blinding light enveloped us, and we found ourselves in a vast city. Surveying my surroundings, I realized I stood within an opulent hall, spanning at least several thousand square feet. The teleportation array continued to glow intermittently, with players arriving in this grand metropolis. These individuals were likely high-level players from the nearby novice villages, with billions of players across the entire Xia game. Even if just one player from a novice village reached level 10, the number of players present here was still in the millions. Opening the game map, I made my way towards the hall's exit. Other players were primarily focused on completing their class certifications, but having already achieved mine. My priority was to find a suitable place for Ruya to settle. It would be impractical to have her sleep on the streets. Following the map's directions, we headed towards a tavern in Baifeng City. A few minutes later, we arrived at the tavern's interior. Esteemed guest, our courtyard can be rented for a mere 200 gold coins per month, a steward remarked, observing me closely. I produced a pouch of coins and handed it to the steward. This contains 310 gold coins. I stated, I will rent for 1 month, with an additional 100 coins for daily delivery of the finest meals and 10 coins for your tip. If the funds run out, feel free to ask for more. The steward counted the coins, and upon confirming the amount, his smile widened appreciatively. Your wish is my command, my lord, he replied, taking the coins and retreating. I opted for the largest traditional Chinese courtyard available, occupying approximately 300 square meters. It included 2 rooms, a reception area, and a small garden. Although the price was steep, I deemed it a small price to pay for Ria's comfort. Currently, my reputation and gold coins did not permit me to purchase property, but once I acquired a residence, I would ensure Ria's settlement within my in-game estate. Properties in the game served various purposes, and many affluent players enjoyed purchasing homes to indulge in leisure activities within the game rather than focusing solely on leveling up or conquest. Big brother, will we live here from now on? Ria asked, her eyes glimmering with curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings. Yes, this will be our home for the time being, I affirmed. Upon hearing my response, the little girl could not contain her joy, celebrating with exuberance. That's wonderful. Ria has a home now, she exclaimed, gleefully running around the courtyard. Seeing her happiness, a subtle smile crept upon my face, and I felt a sense of fulfillment wash over me. This, perhaps, is what they call a sense of achievement. As I reveled in this feeling, a knock echoed at the door. My lord, lunch for you, and the young lady has arrived, came the voice of the steward. I snapped back to reality, realizing I had forgotten it was time for lunch. While I was oblivious, Ria would still need to eat. Come in, I called out. Moments later, the steward entered, accompanied by a gaggle of servants pushing carts laden with exquisite dishes. Gazing at the sumptuous food within the game, I marveled at how wealth could grant one such indulgence anywhere. Esteemed guest, here is the exquisite Chinese cuisine prepared for you and the young lady. Please savor it at your leisure. I shall take my leave now. Chen Feng nodded, signaling the steward to withdraw. At that moment, Ruro's eyes glimmered as she gazed at the array of food being brought in, yet she remained still, awaiting Chen Feng's cue. Observing her obedient demeanor, Chen Feng chuckled softly. Do indulge. All of this is for you. Upon hearing his words, Ruro began to partake in the delicacies before her. After all, being trapped in a foreign realm for an indeterminate duration had deprived her of such refined cuisine. Chen Feng, meanwhile, watched in silence, relishing the rare tranquility. Once Ruro had finished her meal, she expressed her fatigue, prompting Chen Feng to escort her to a room for rest. Given their current bonded state, any experience he gained would be shared with her, necessitating no constant companionship. After ensuring everything was in order, Chen Feng exited the tavern, making his way toward the task hall of Stormwind City. Chapter 34. Hidden quests in the beginner zone upon reaching Stormwind City. The majority of quests are primarily posted within the task hall, alleviating players from the burden of scouring the expansive city for tasks. The sheer size of Stormwind City is daunting. Traversing its entirety could take days, even with diligent exploration. Chen Feng's objective was to leverage his past life's memories to accept a hidden quest issued by the city's lord. Soon, he entered the task hall and proceeded directly to the beginner task area. Instantly, he observed dozens of players bustling about, entering and exiting in haste. A large group of newcomers fixated on the task display screen, eager to claim quests with substantial rewards. The task hall is divided into 5 tiers, each representing varying degrees of difficulty. The first tier denotes the beginner task area, accessible to all players. The second tier, the intermediate task area, requires players to reach level 20 and possess 1,000 reputation points to enter. The third tier is the advanced task area, necessitating level 30 and successful class advancement, with a reputation score of 5,000. The fourth tier is the epic task area, where tasks are exceedingly challenging, demanding level 60 and a minimum of 50,000 reputation points for eligibility. As for the fifth tier, tasks are seldom posted, perhaps due to the elevated requirements rendering them unattainable for ordinary players. At this juncture, Chen Feng raised his gaze toward the task display, diligently seeking information on hidden quests within the first tier. He noted that tasks were frequently being claimed, likely by nearby players or cancelled by hired hands. As he continued to scan the display, several tasks remained unclaimed. How curious, he mused, that so many high-star tasks have gone unattended. The task display indicated difficulty levels ranging from 1 to 10 stars, while 15-star tasks were occasionally claimed. The 6 to 10-star tasks were rarely accepted. Chen Feng scrutinized the task descriptions, quickly discerning why these tasks remained untouched. It was not that players lacked interest, rather, their capabilities fell short. The 15-star tasks were relatively straightforward, typically involving the defeat of monsters of comparable strength or simple delivery missions, with minimal penalties for failure. Conversely, the 6 to 10-star tasks were of a more urgent nature or presented substantial challenges. To prevent reckless claims leading to task failures, players were required to forfeit a portion of their reputation and a sum of gold as a deposit upon acceptance. Successful completion would see the gold refunded along with a reputation reward, while failure would result in the loss of both reputation and gold. Consequently, despite the multitude of players, none dared to undertake the 6 to 10-star quests. Chen Feng focused intently on the high-star task descriptions, recalling that the Lord had issued a hidden quest likely within the 6 to 10-star range. Escort herbal medicine, task difficulty, task requirements. Players must escort a shipment of herbs from the apothecary to the pharmacy in Baishui Town, with a completion deadline of 3 days. Note, the route from Stormwind City to Baishui Town traverses Thorny Mountain, a region notorious for bandit activity. The bandits are of high level, making it perilous. Forming a party is advisable. Task rewards: 1,000 experience points, 150 reputation, 100 gold coins. Number of players eligible: 20. Task issuer: apothecary owner of Stormwind City. Task requirements: players must pay a fee of 50 gold coins and 50 reputation points. If the task fails, the gold is forfeited along with an additional deduction of 50 reputation points. Collect Snorridge flowers and Tianqing Debai. Task difficulty. Task requirements: players must venture to the frozen gorge in the north, traversing the canyon to locate the herbs hidden beneath the snow, specifically 100 Snorridge flowers and 100 Tianqing Debai, to be delivered to the apothecary owner, with a completion deadline of 5 days. Note, the frozen gorge is near the territory of the Scourge, with a risk of being ambushed by the undead. The area is also home to level 30 snowy white bears. Should players encounter the Scourge or these bears, it is advisable to flee, as forming a party will not be effective. Task rewards: 2,000 experience points, 200 reputation, 200 gold coins. Number of players eligible: 11. Task issuer: apothecary owner of Stormwind City. Task requirements: players must pay a fee of 100 gold coins and 90 reputation points. After thoroughly reviewing a series of tasks, Chen Feng discovered that the tasks rated between 6 to 10 stars were categorized into various types, the majority being collection and escort missions. The primary distinction from the 1 to 5-star tasks lay in the level of the monster-infested areas that players were required to venture into, which were beyond the current capabilities of most players. Consequently, these tasks remained unclaimed. However, for Chen Feng, the monster zones at this stage were well within his grasp, although some of the tasks were rather time-consuming, which he chose to forego. After searching for approximately 3 to 4 minutes, Chen Feng finally spotted a task issued by the Lord of Stormwind City on the luminous screen. The task, titled Source of the Plague, had the following details: difficulty, task requirements: travel to the plague-ridden town of Andoril, defeat the plague town's lord, demonic corpse king. and extract the demonic Corpse King's blood to deliver to the Lord of Stormwind City for the purpose of researching a vaccine against the plague. The task completion time was 7 days. Note, the town of Andoril is completely infected with the plague, housing numerous undead creatures. It is advisable to form a party for this mission. Task rewards included 2,000 experience points, 300 reputation points, and 500 gold coins. Task is available for 11 players. Task issuer, Lord of Stormwind. Players were required to pay 100 gold coins and 100 reputation points. Failure to complete the task results in the confiscation of gold coins and an additional deduction of 100 reputation points. At last, he found it. Without hesitation, he quickly accepted the task, fearing it might be claimed by other players. Ding. Are you sure you wish to accept the 10-star difficulty task, Source of the Plague? Confirmed. Ding. Do you agree to pay 100 gold coins and deduct 100 reputation points? Yes. Ding. You have successfully accepted the task. Investigate the source of the plague, issued by the Lord of Stormwind City. Remaining time for the task, 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Please complete it as soon as possible. Upon seeing the successful acceptance of his task, Chen Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the rewards for this task were not particularly enticing, he understood that the probability of a 10-star task appearing in the beginner zone was exceedingly low. Moreover, he had initially come to try his luck, hoping the Lord would release this unique task. To his surprise, fortune smiled upon him, and he encountered it. Based on his recollections, he knew there was a follow-up to this task, but the specific details eluded him, as he had only seen it in a guide. How to trigger it would depend on his discoveries throughout the course of the task. Chapter 35. Journey to Andoril. Having accepted the task, Chen Feng did not linger any longer. He exited the task hall and proceeded towards the teleportation array. At that moment, as he approached the entrance of the teleportation array, he noticed a player slowly emerging from it, accompanied by 6 other players. Chen Feng coincidentally crossed paths with this group. Observing the 7 players approaching, he paid them no mind and continued directly towards the teleportation array. In a flash of white light, he vanished into the teleportation array of Stormwind City. The leader of the 7 players, a robust individual, suddenly spoke up. The player who just passed by seems to be Shirtian. Boss, it does look like him. The picture sent by the vice president is identical. One of the younger members chimed in. Let us go see where he was in such a hurry. After saying this, the 7 players returned to the teleportation array, and the robust leader approached the array manager, displaying what he believed to be the most amicable smile, and inquired, Mister, could you please help me find out where that player went? You see, he resembles my long-lost brother, and I wish to locate him. Upon finishing, the robust leader discreetly slipped a bag of gold coins into the manager's pocket. Initially inclined to refuse, the manager of the teleportation array, upon noticing the sudden offering of coins, amounting to at least 100, had his stern expression dissipate. Is that so? I operate on the principle of doing good deeds. Normally, I cannot disclose the destinations of other players, but since he is your long-lost brother, I shall reluctantly inform you. The adventurer just went to the affiliated town of Stormwind City, Andoril. Hearing this, a smile crept across the robust leader's face as he glanced at his companions, then turned back to the manager of the teleportation array and said, Thank you, kind sir. I shall take my leave. Yes, do not forget that I only revealed this information out of goodwill, the manager replied. Of course. The robust leader nodded eagerly and led his followers away from the teleportation array. After distancing themselves, the robust leader immediately opened his friend list and initiated a video call with the top player. The call connected quickly, revealing a young man, approximately 28 or 29 years old, who was none other than the guild leader of the Blood Empire, Shuesi. Pardon man, what is it? Shuesi inquired. Guild leader, I have found Shirtian's whereabouts. The robust leader exclaimed, clearly agitated and somewhat flustered. Oh really? Where is he headed? Shuesi asked, showing little surprise. Guild leader, you wouldn't believe. I just emerged from the teleportation array, and I immediately recognized Shirtian's appearance. He seemed quite anxious to head to the teleportation before he could finish. A voice from the other end interrupted. Get to the point. Where did he go? He went to the affiliated town of Stormwind City, Andoril. All right, I understand. The guild will reward you. You may return to your business. Yes, thank you, guild leader. The call ended abruptly. Congratulations, boss. You were the first to discover Shirtian's whereabouts. Indeed, the boss has a keen eye, spotting that little rascal Shirtian at a glance. The surrounding followers showered the robust leader with praise. Humph. This Shirtian is truly overestimating himself, daring to oppose our Blood Empire guild. It is nothing short of courting death. Let us proceed to the guild branch to gather and prepare to confront Shirtian. After uttering these words, the 7 individuals departed from their location. At that moment, Chen Feng had just arrived at the teleportation point of Andohar town through the teleportation array and beheld a multitude of players gathering around the town, each calling out in search of suitable teams. Level 11 knights leading a team at the outskirts of Andohar town. The party has a priest, but lacks a high-ranking mage. Level 10 warriors seeking to form a group at the outskirts of Andohar town, boasting an impressive attack of 150, potions provided. At the outskirts of Andohar town, a complete 10-man team is assembled, yet they lack a powerful healer. Hurry up if you're coming. Observing the throngs of players forming groups around him, Chen Feng declined several invitations and made his way alone into the depths of the town. At this stage, the outskirts of Andohar town were particularly well suited for players to level up, and there was a relatively rewarding 3-star quest available at the quest hall, which entailed slaying the undead skeletons lurking outside the town. However, even the lowest level undead skeletons there were of level 15, and within the town's interior, one would encounter level 20 undead zombies. Given the current player's attack and defense capabilities, soloing the outskirts was virtually impossible, leading most players to opt for teamwork. As Chen Feng ventured alone toward the monster zone at the outskirts, he sparked murmurs among those who had intended to invite him to their teams. Who is that person? How dare he enter the outskirts alone? Is he seeking death? His equipment seems quite impressive. Perhaps he is some renowned player. Surely, you all recognize that individual. He is the illustrious Shirtian from our novice village. With your shabby gear, how could you possibly invite him? Dream on. Wow. So it's the famous Shirtian. No wonder he looks so familiar. Is Shirtian really going to solo the depths of the town? Those are level 20 undead zombies. Our 10-man team struggles against even the level 15 skeletons. Shirtian can solo silver-tier bosses. These monsters must be mere fodder for him. A large crowd of players became engrossed in discussion, while Chen Feng had already departed towards the monster region at the outskirts of the town. Chapter 36. Entering the town outskirts at this moment, many players were already grinding monsters in the outer area. A knight was simultaneously drawing the attention of 1 to 2 undead skeletons, holding their aggro while mages and archers attacked from behind, and priests continuously healed the knight. With such coordination, the undead skeletons were swiftly dispatched. However, most teams could only meander in areas where the skeletons were not overly dense. A slight advance could easily attract 4 to 5 skeletons, overwhelming the knight and leading to a total party wipe. At this stage, players also had limited skills. If a mage did not obtain a skill book, they could only learn 2 to 3 basic spells, and after casting their skills, they could only resort to distant normal attacks. Chen Feng paid little heed to the throngs of players around him, observing briefly before steering clear of those engaged in combat. Heading alone towards the interior of the town, with his quest target being the demonic corpse king residing within. As he walked, Chen Feng cast the scout spell on the surrounding skeletons, data flooding into his vision. Undead skeleton, common, level, 15 health, 1300 attack, 151 defense, 30 skills, corpse poison, plague spread. Bite description, the lowest tier undead creature of the Scourge Legion. Common tier undead creatures did not pose a concern for Chen Feng, who promptly initiated a summoning. Summon, Thunder Elemental Aurora Grelin. After a brief incantation, 2 magical Aurora Grelin appeared before Chen Feng, who immediately began directing his summons forward. Bolts of lightning erupted amidst the clusters of monsters, dealing over 1,000 damage points to each skeleton, all resulting in instant kills. Simultaneously, numerous notifications chimed on Chen Feng's system panel. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain a level 15 undead skeleton, common, and earned 150 experience points. Triggering hundredfold reward amplification grants you 15,000 experience points. Ding! Fairy girl Shiru gains 50 of the experience, receiving 7,500 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain a level 15 undead skeleton, common, and earned 150 experience points. Triggering hundredfold reward amplification grants you 15,000 experience points. Ding! Fairy girl Shiru gains 50 of the experience, receiving 7,500 experience points. Ding! At that moment, the commotion within the town's interior immediately captured the attention of players grinding at the outskirts. What is that? How is someone advancing so deep into the monster zone alone? It looks like a summoner. Could it be the illustrious Shirtian? This is outrageous. Our 5-man team struggles to handle 2 skeletons, while he manages a whole horde. The disparity is astounding. Oh great one, please don't leave. How about leading us for an hour for 100 gold coins? Chen Feng heard the chatter behind him, though he had no time to engage with them. As the undead skeletons fell one by one, the once crowded monster area began to clear, creating a void in the space. His own level, which was on the verge of increasing, finally ascended. A golden light enveloped him. Ding! Your level has successfully increased to level 14, granting you 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Please allocate wisely. Upon receiving the system's upgrade notification, Chen Feng promptly accessed the attributes panel, allocating the 5 acquired free attribute points, 4 to intelligence and 1 to stamina, while disregarding the negligible increase in attributes. In the early stages, The impact of these attribute points is minimal. However, after the first and second job transitions, the enhancement of attribute points will undergo a transformation. He continued directing the thunder sprite deeper into the town. After several minutes, the surrounding undead skeletons fell to the ground, reduced to copper coins and a scant few pieces of equipment, thanks to the thunder sprite's relentless bombardment. With the augmentation from hundredfold reward boost, Chen Feng's level ascended once more. A prompt chimed, indicating his successful elevation to level 15, granting him 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point to allocate judiciously. Reaching level 15 allowed him to meet the equipment requirements for the Songhai staff and the Deep Sea Spirit necklace. Without a moment's hesitation, he donned both items and stowed away the novice village's level 1 pumpkin staff in his backpack. Opening his character panel, he allocated his attribute points and simultaneously enhanced all the skills of his summoned beasts to level 20, significantly bolstering their overall strength. Upon reviewing his attributes, he noted that his spell attack had increased by at least 200 points, and he had unlocked the necklace's skill effect, giving him an exhilarating sense of power. He collected all the equipment and potions from the ground, accumulating 5 pieces of bronze gear under the hundredfold reward boost, which were of average quality and promptly placed into his backpack as he continued deeper into the town. Chapter 37. Slaying the Corrupted Corpse King. After traversing approximately 1,000 meters into the town, Chen Feng encountered the ominous sight of corrupted zombies, all adorned with decaying flesh. Now at level 20. Corrupted Zombie, Elite. Level, 20 health, 2000 attack, 180 defense, 50 skills, Bloodthirst Maul. Description: undead creatures created by the necromancer using dark magic. Upon inspecting the zombies' attributes, Chen Feng realized they were beyond what players at this stage could contend with. However, he felt confident in his abilities. He summoned his beasts, ready to initiate an onslaught. The outcome was akin to that of the previous undead skeletons. Once targeted by Chen Feng's summoned creatures, they were swiftly dispatched. After a prolonged period of summoning, the surrounding corrupted zombies were reduced to experience points and rewards, propelling Chen Feng's level to 16. Now, only the Corrupted Corpse King remained. However, locating this formidable foe could prove challenging, as he could appear in any corner of the town. Chen Feng knew that upon finding the Corrupted Corpse King, summoning a few beasts would allow him to easily defeat it and complete his quest. Just as he began dispatching his summoned creatures to search, he unexpectedly spotted a figure in the town's center, brandishing a staff and seemingly engaged in some form of alchemy. Hastening closer, Chen Feng was taken aback by the sight. The Corrupted Corpse King stood quietly beside the mage, motionless as if a mere servant, while the mage was casting spells to transform the corpses on the ground into undead. "Oh my," Chen Feng whispered, intrigued by the unusual scene. At that moment, the Corrupted Corpse King seemed to sense the presence of intruders, its eyes ablaze with crimson fury as it let out a furious roar. Already discovered? Chen Feng thought, startled. His normal sight also detected 2 pieces of information. Corrupted Corpse King, golden level, 25 health. Attack. Defense. Skills. Description: a powerful creature transformed by necromantic magic. Necromancer Sugard, golden level, 30 class. Necromancer, second transition, health. Attack. Defense. Skills. Description: the most exceptional mage in the town, his obsession with necromancy led to his ostracization by other mages, ultimately propelling him to betray the Alliance and become a minion of the Plague Legion. By the heavens, Chen Feng couldn't suppress an exclamation. He had anticipated only a Corrupted Corpse King, but a mid-level mage awaited him as well. Was this truly a mere beginner's 10-star quest? It was more akin to a high-level 20-star quest. Now, Chen Feng dared not underestimate the challenge. Despite his tenfold attribute boost, facing an adversary who had undergone a second transition was no small feat. He needed to summon his beasts without delay. Rushing toward the outskirts of the town, he began the summoning process while on the move. Fortunately, his casting speed was rapid, and soon 2 dark knights emerged from the dark ritual circle. At that moment, the pursuing Corrupted Corpse King let out another furious roar, its massive fist crashing down upon one of the dark knights. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated as the weight of its level and rank pressed down on one dark knight, sending it staggering back several steps. Thankfully, the dark knights had received enhancements to their damage and attributes, enabling them to withstand some of the Corrupted Corpse King's assault. However, the mid-level necromancer soon arrived on the battlefield. "Damn it, you shall not escape," the mage shouted, swinging his staff as necromantic magic descended, summoning a green ritual circle from which 4 towering zombies emerged onto the battlefield. Corrupted Zombie, Elite, level, 25 health. Attack. Defense. Skills. Description: the necromancer utilizes necromantic magic to conjure undead creatures. At this moment, Chen Feng also summons other creatures. Summon Mechagoblin. Summon Thunder Elf Aurora Grelin. Summon Plant Elf Demon Realm Flower. In an instant, a multitude of summoned beings appeared around the town, their attacks raining down upon the surrounding undead minions. The battlefield was now teeming with summoned creatures, gaining the upper hand and swiftly annihilating the 4 level 25 corrupted zombies. The seeds of the Demon Realm Flower began to sprout, resulting in the emergence of 4 blooming flowers on the battlefield. How infuriating! I never expected a novice summoner to possess such formidable allies. I underestimated you. At this moment, the necromancer realized the dire situation and continued to wield necromantic magic. With the casting of his spells, more undead creatures descended upon the scene. Undead minions, I bestow upon you fervor. Crush everything here. As the mid-level mage cast his spells, the surrounding undead monsters, including the demonized Corpse King, experienced a surge in speed. Ding! The necromancer unleashed the skill fervor, augmenting the attack speed of undead creatures within his vicinity by 30, their movement speed by 50, and their attack power by 20. A multitude of undead beings, propelled by their heightened speed, charged rapidly toward Chen Feng, intent on eliminating him first. You think it will be that easy to take me down? Chen Feng deftly commanded the Demon Realm Flower to unleash its vines, ensnaring the approaching undead minions, followed by a torrential downpour of lightning. The earlier summoning of Thunder Elf Aurora Grelin had triggered the necklace's attributes, refreshing this skill, allowing Chen Feng to summon 4 Thunder Elf Aurora Grelin directly. Subsequently, 4 bolts of thunderous might struck the horde of monsters, resulting in an explosion of damage as numerous numbers appeared, instantly obliterating a vast number of foes. The beleaguered mage, recognizing the peril, commanded the demonized Corpse King to charge toward Chen Feng while he activated his escape spell, Time Warp, retreating a distance before fleeing rapidly. Chen Feng, astonished that he was running away, found himself at a loss. It was too late to pursue. As the mid-level mage moved swiftly and a demonized Corpse King obstructed his path. Forget it. Perhaps another opportunity will arise in the future. At this point, only a golden-level demonized Corpse King remained on the battlefield. This creature's attacks were exceptionally fierce, boasting a substantial health pool. Yet it was no match for the overwhelming number of summoned beasts. Minutes later, after enduring a barrage of skills, its health diminished, and its massive form collapsed into a heap of putrid flesh. Chapter 38, Let You Strike First. With its demise, a torrent of experience surged toward Chen Feng. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the level 25 demonized Corpse King, golden level, earning 6,000 experience points. Triggering hundredfold reward amplification, you receive an additional 600,000 experience points. Ding! Your level has successfully risen to 17, granting you 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Please allocate wisely. Ding! Your level has successfully risen to 18, granting you 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Please allocate wisely. Ding! Spirit Maiden Shiru receives 50 of the experience, totaling 300,000. Ding! Spirit Maiden Shiru has leveled up to 13, gaining 5 points in all attributes and 1 skill point. Ding! Spirit Maiden Shiru has leveled up to 14, gaining 5 points in all attributes and 1 skill point. Ding! Spirit Maiden Shiru has leveled up to 15, gaining 5 points in all attributes and 1 skill point. Ding! Spirit Maiden Shiru has successfully comprehended the skill Holy Light Guardian. The abundant experience propelled Chen Feng's level to 18, while Shiru, resting at home, reached level 15 and comprehended a new skill, which he would review upon returning. Ding! As the first player in the entire server to slay a golden level foe, you receive an additional 2 skill points, triggering hundredfold reward amplification to gain 200 skill points. Ding! National server announcement. Congratulations to player Shirtian for defeating the level 25 demonized Corpse King, golden level, marking the first golden level kill on the national server. As a reward, player Shirtian receives 1 level increase for skill points, 20 free attribute points, and 200 reputation points. 1 golden treasure chest. Ding! National server announcement. Ding! The 3 consecutive system announcements sent shockwaves through the entire Daxia server, leaving players gaping at the glowing screen displaying the national server announcements. After repeatedly confirming the authenticity of the events, all were astounded. A level 25 golden creature was slain without dignity? What audacity! Shirtian is truly remarkable, dominating the world announcements daily. I thought my eyes were deceiving me. How is it possible for someone to defeat a golden level creature within just a few days of the server opening? There must be something amiss. If a golden creature has fallen, it surely indicates foul play. I implore the Yuan Universe officials for an explanation. Calm down, do you have any evidence? Cheats have been extinct for centuries. It's implausible. I just saw Shirtian enter. Perhaps I should go witness the remains, as it would be a rare sight. Following the 3 system announcements, a throng of players, numbering in the hundreds, gathered at the outskirts of Andohar town. Damn it! Shirtian has indeed slain the golden creature. At this moment, numerous key members of the Blood Empire Guild had already arrived, having swiftly traversed the outskirts of the town toward its interior. Thanks to Chen Feng clearing the monsters within the town, only a few remained, thus allowing for relatively unobstructed access into the town. Brother, the player Shirtian has just slain Huang Jin, and he must be in a rather poor state. This is our golden opportunity, remarked Shuesher Liming, who stood nearby. Indeed, he is likely occupied with collecting loot. Let us hurry in. We have hundreds of players this time. I refuse to believe he can sprout wings and escape. Maintain formation and advance. Yes, yes. Following the command of the guild leader, Shuesher, the surrounding players formed a long line, moving towards the direction where Chen Feng was located. This scene did not go unnoticed by other players who were leveling up nearby. Are they planning to raid? One player wondered. Weren't they just recently defeated by the great Shirtian? Another replied. Are you foolish? Clearly, someone intends to harm Shirtian and seize his treasures. Goodness. Hundreds of players against a single individual. How shameless. Did you not see? Back in the novice village, Shirtian effortlessly defeated over 30 players. Such prowess. I cannot miss this battle. I must witness it. The surrounding players whispered among themselves, their curiosity piqued by the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Chen Feng had just stowed away the newly acquired equipment into his bag and had not yet examined it when he noticed a throng of players surrounding him in formation. Furrowing his brow, Chen Feng surveyed the crowd, clearly sensing their ill intentions. Ha! Shirtian, I shall not mince words. Hand over the treasures you obtained from Huang Jin and join our Blood Empire Guild. We can put aside the grievances between you and my brother. How does that sound? The leader of the Blood Empire said with a grin. You seek the equipment I possess, do you not? There is no need for pretense. Last time, I sent over 50 of your members fleeing. Do you believe that bringing along some weaklings will turn the tide this time? What a joke. Humph. I see you are not an ordinary player. I was merely jesting. Since you refuse to recognize my goodwill, I shall not waste further words. Attack. At the leader's command, over 100 core members of the Blood Empire Guild launched an assault on Chen Feng. Spells from mages, charges from warriors, and backstabs from assassins rained down upon him, causing his system panel to flicker incessantly. Ding. Player, Dan Sheninghan, attacked you, dealing 0 damage. The opponent is now red-named. You may retaliate against this player for the next 10 minutes without accruing sin points. Ding. Player, Shuesher Liming, attacked you, dealing 0 damage. The opponent is now red-named. You may retaliate against this player for the next 10 minutes without accruing sin points. Ding. Player, Xiao Pinghua, attacked you, dealing 0 damage. The opponent is now red-named. You may retaliate against this player for the next 10 minutes without accruing sin points. Simultaneously, a barrage of immunity notifications flooded above Chen Feng's head, obscuring his view. With tenfold enhanced attributes, he was impervious to the attacks of these newly minted level 10 players, their forced damage failing to penetrate his defenses. As the onslaught from the Blood Empire Guild persisted, Chen Feng leisurely navigated through the numerous skills being cast upon him. Noticing an archer whose shot veered off course, he effortlessly intercepted the arrow with a swift motion. After the Blood Empire Guild's third consecutive round of attacks, the players surrounding him were left dumbfounded, witnessing the incessant immunity notifications above Chen Feng's head. Chapter 39. Instantaneous elimination of hundreds. Onlookers observing this fierce battle were equally astonished. Why does it seem as if Shirtian is deliberately absorbing the attacks? Is this still the squishy summoner we once thought? Surely, no diamond can surpass his defense. At that moment, Chen Feng, adorned with a multitude of arrows and fireballs, sauntered toward the leader of the Blood Empire, his staff poised above the leader's head. Hey, why aren't you attacking me? Do you look down upon me? If you don't strike, I might just retaliate. Fear etched across the leader's face. He instinctively raised his silvery sword and struck at Chen Feng. Immunity. As expected, the familiar immunity notification appeared. Well, you've all taken your turns attacking me. I've given you ample opportunity. Your ineptitude is not my fault. Now, it is my turn to strike. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Feng raised his staff and began to summon. Summon Mechagoblin. Summon Thunder Spirit Aurora Grelin. Summon Dark Knight. Summon Plant Spirit Demon Realm Flower. 8 summoned creatures emerged, triggering the necklace's attributes, prompting Chen Feng to summon yet another Mechagoblin. The battlefield was soon filled with 10 level 24 summons, each charging toward the crowd. With a thunderous roar, arrows, explosive blasts, and various attacks cascaded down upon the surrounding players like a torrential rain, swiftly annihilating nearly 100 of them. Each instance of damage exceeded the life limits of these players. In an instant, the area fell silent. The entire Blood Empire Guild, comprising over 100 members, was reduced to mere white light as they returned to their respective towns, leaving behind a ground strewn with equipment and potions. There were at least 80 to 90 pieces of gear on the ground, some shimmering with bronze and white effects. A direct consequence of the Blood Empire players' decision to strike first and turn red named. After this encounter, Chen Feng was confident that the Blood Empire Guild would not recover swiftly, as some players had been sent back to the novice village, losing their equipment in the process. All done. Task complete. Chen Feng clapped his hands and approached the equipment, casually collecting a few high-quality items. As for the others, he had little interest. Whoever picked them up could keep them, for his own inventory was already full. He then made his way toward the teleportation point in the town. At this moment, the onlookers, still in a state of bewilderment, finally realized that the previous battle had concluded far too swiftly for them to comprehend. This equipment. Surely, I should be able to claim it. A player, seemingly among the onlookers, suddenly exclaimed, awakening all the surrounding players. What the hell? Stop trying to seize it. Get off me. If you push any harder, I might just become pregnant. Wait for me. Leave some for me. Laughter erupted as someone declared, I've obtained 2 pieces of bronze equipment. Why are you hitting me? Soon, what began as a scramble for equipment gradually escalated into a brawl. The number of items on the ground multiplied, and the participants swelled from hundreds to thousands, ultimately culminating in a guild battle involving nearly 10,000 players. This skirmish lasted the entire afternoon, only subsiding when several major guilds chose to withdraw. Of course, the orchestrator, Chen Feng, remained oblivious to this event. Upon returning to Stormwind City, he proceeded directly to the Lord's Manor. As he journeyed, he cast a glance at the equipment that had dropped. Reward Multiplier, Diamond Grade, Attack, 50 Health, 1000 Magic, 800 Agility, 50 Stamina, 50 Worn On, Wrist Required Level, 20 Applicable Classes, all special effect, when attacking from a distance. There is a 2 chance to enter an invincible state for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Description, brief. A bracelet endowed with an invincibility skill. This accessory appears to be tailor-made for archers, as triggering invincibility necessitates a high attack speed to maximize its activation duration. However, since Chen Feng had acquired an increase of 10 to his attack speed, he discovered that he could output damage comparable to that of an archer. He was merely 1 level away from equipping it, so he decided to hold on to it for now. Next, he examined another piece of equipment. Dozhyodi, Diamond Grade, Defense, 80 Health, 1500 Stamina, 60 Required Level, 20 Applicable Classes, Mage, Priest, Summoner. Special effect, 20 chance to evade physical attacks. Description, brief. This belt, which offers evasion, boasts impressive health and defense attributes, quite commendable. Lastly, his gaze fell upon a skill book. Zhohu Ingu Ing J Ing L Ing, Diamond Grade Skill Book. Learning Level, 20 Learning Class, Summoner Skill Effect, consumes 200 points. After an 8-second incantation, summons a Holy Light Fairy to assist in battle. Level 1, Holy Light Healing, provides group healing to allies within range, with the healing effect influenced by the intelligence of the Holy Light Fairy. Passive, when the summoner receives light attribute damage, they only take half of the damage. At level 5, Radiant Aura boosts the attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed of allies in range by 10, while also increasing their attack by 10. At level 10 and above, additional skill, Holy Light Cross, unleashes a Holy Light Cross in front, inflicting true light attribute damage on monsters and reducing their attributes by 20. At level 20, additional skill, Holy Light Cage, releases multiple beams of light attribute damage to enemies within range, controlling them for 10 seconds. With control duration varying based on the enemy's strength. The summoned creature's existence lasts for 150 seconds, and upon death or expiration, the skill has a cooldown of 120 seconds. Chen Feng had possessed this skill in his previous life, recognizing it as an exceptionally powerful auxiliary summon. The skill description indicated that this summon could provide healing, support, and control, all in one. In his past life, he acquired this skill book only in the later stages, so he was pleasantly surprised to obtain it before even reaching level 20 in this life. Delighted, he placed the skill book back into his backpack, grateful that the dropped equipment and skill book were usable by him, although he needed to reach level 20 first. Chapter 40, Acquisition of the City Building Permit. Subsequently, Chen Feng's attention turned to the golden treasure chest announced server-wide that he had received in his backpack. Ding. Do you wish to open the golden treasure chest? Yes. As golden light flashed, the chest slowly opened, accompanied by a system notification. Ding. You have opened the golden treasure chest and obtained a guild token, triggering hundredfold reward amplification. And you have received a city building permit. With the system notification, the first item that allows for guild establishment in UNYZHU landed in his inventory, shimmering radiantly, with 2 golden dragon patterns vividly displayed on the token, exuding an imposing aura. Upon opening his backpack to retrieve the city building permit, he noticed GNCH Ing L Ing. Special item, function, upon use. It allows the player to apply to the city lord for the establishment of a guild and grants a designated area for the guild's base. Players may expend gold coins to develop the guild. Seeing the city building permit in his hands, Chen Feng beamed with delight, fully aware of its worth. This was splendid. With this permit, he could establish his own influence in the game ahead of others. In the later stages of the game, an ordinary guild token could be valued at around 10,000 blue star coins. Yet, the significance of the first guild token in the entire game server was unparalleled. Its worth undoubtedly exceeded 1 million, as the first guild established often became the strongest. Moreover, this permit provided a piece of territory for the guild, further amplifying its value into the tens of millions, a rarity indeed. In his previous life, he might have sold this city building permit, as he was not fond of the burdensome task of managing an entire guild. However, in this life, he had no choice, facing future crises. Relying solely on his own strength was ultimately limited. Only by possessing a certain level of power could he have the means to confront the impending apocalypse. Upon contemplating this, Chen Feng returned the token to his backpack and proceeded towards the city lord's mansion. Upon reaching the entrance, the guards initially intended to obstruct him. However, upon Chen Feng presenting the city building order, they promptly retreated and respectfully escorted him into the inner sanctum of the mansion. A few minutes later, under the guidance of the guard, Chen Feng arrived at the entrance of an opulent palace. "My lord, please wait a moment. Allow me to report your arrival," the guard said with utmost deference. With a nod, the guard ventured alone into the inner chambers of the city lord. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, addressing Chen Feng with respect. "My lord, the city lord requests your presence." Only then did Chen Feng enter the inner chamber, where a stern-looking middle-aged man sat upon the throne, observing him intently. Chen Feng slightly bowed and respectfully stated, "City lord, I have slain the Mo Hua Shi Wang. Here is its blood." He then produced the blood of the Mo Hua Shi Wang from his backpack and presented it to the city lord. The city lord appeared momentarily taken aback before examining the blood. "You have indeed slain the Mo Hua Shi Wang. Remarkable. The future of Baofeng City requires intrepid warriors such as yourself. Come, here is your just reward." As soon as he finished speaking, a system prompt echoed. "Ding. Congratulations on completing the 10-star mission, Source of the Plague. You have earned 2,000 experience points and triggered the hundredfold reward amplification, granting you 200,000 experience points. You have also acquired 500 gold coins, with the hundredfold reward amplification granting you an additional 50,000 gold coins and 300 reputation points, which, under the same amplification, becomes 30,000 reputation points. Ding. Your level has risen to level 20, and you have gained 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Please allocate them wisely. Ding. Your reputation has surpassed 10,000 points, enhancing the goodwill of all alliances. Ding. Your reputation has exceeded 30,000 points, further enhancing the goodwill of all alliances. With a continuous stream of reward notifications, it was no surprise that Chen Feng's level had finally reached 20. Ignoring the system prompts, he continued to address the city lord. "My lord, during my battle against the Mo Hua Shi Wang, I discovered that it was controlled by a necromancer named Su Jiad. And I suspect that this sorcerer is the true source of the plague afflicting Andohar town." "Oh, pray, elaborate on this matter," the city lord inquired with a furrowed brow. Recognizing that the subsequent task had indeed been triggered, Chen Feng recounted everything he had witnessed in Andohar town without hesitation. After listening, the city lord's brow knitted slightly in contemplation. A few moments later, he spoke. "If we do not eliminate this necromancer, Su Jiad, similar calamities will inevitably arise in Andohar town. We must slay him. Adventurer, are you willing to continue assisting me in this matter?" Ding. The city lord of Baofeng has issued you a follow-up mission. Eliminate the necromancer Su Jiad. Will you accept? Accepted, Chen Feng decisively affirmed. And the mission panel updated to include a new task. Eliminate the necromancer Su Jiad. Mission difficulty. Unknown. Mission requirements. Proceed to Andohar town. Investigate, locate, and eliminate necromancer Su Jiad, and return with Su Jiad's intermediate mage medal to Baofeng City. Mission rewards. Unknown Chapter 41. Establishing the New Era Guild. I shall await your good news at the city lord's mansion. My lord, I have one more matter to discuss. With that, Chen Feng retrieved the city building order from his backpack. If you wish to establish a guild city, it will require 10,000 gold coins and 20,000 reputation points. The city lord stated directly. Ding. Do you wish to spend 10,000 gold coins and 20,000 reputation points to establish a guild city? Chen Feng was not surprised. Establishing a guild city was not a trivial endeavor. It required not only the city building order, but also a substantial amount of reputation points. Fortunately, with the hundredfold reward amplification, he had gained 30. 000 reputation points from completing the City Lord's initial task, making the 20,000 points a mere formality. Confirmed. The system deducted 20,000 reputation points and 10,000 gold coins, causing the city building order to vanish from his possession. Thus, the first player guild of Yuan Yuzhou was born. Ding. Please name your guild. New Era, Chen Feng declared instinctively. He had contemplated this name for some time, ultimately choosing it to signify his aspiration to forge a new epoch for humanity in the future. Ding. You have established the guild New Era. Ding. As you utilize the city building order, you may select a designated area for the guild's base. Once the selection is completed, the monster siege mode will commence in 2 days. Simultaneously, a series of system announcements resounded. Ding. National server announcement. Player, Shirtian, has established the guild New Era. As it is the first guild established, the guild is rewarded with level 2. Given that the New Era guild possesses a base, the monster siege mode will commence in 2 days. Ding. National server announcement. The national server announcement repeated thrice, flooding the screen. At this moment, a new option appeared on Chen Feng's panel. Guild, New Era, Level 3 Guild Leader, Shirtian, 11, Vice Leader, None, 01, Team Leader, None, 05, Captain, 010, Elite, 0100 Members, 0500, Level 3 Guild Benefits. All members gain 5 experience points. Guild Funds, 0 at this juncture. The entire guild comprised solely Chen Feng. However, he remained unperturbed. His next objective was to recruit old friends from the past life SSS-tier national server leaderboard, thereby establishing a core management team. As for the ordinary guild members, Chen Feng was not in a hurry. Given the current positions available, he could only recruit 500 ordinary members and 100 elite members. This group would serve as the core for the future, so careful consideration was essential. In any case, once he had selected the guild's residents, he would recruit all the core members and allow them to take charge. Chen Feng walked towards the outskirts of the city, inputting the information of his friends from his previous life based on his memories. Just as he was about to input, a friend request popped up. Sent by Zi Seichong Wei. What could she want from me now? With a hint of curiosity, he clicked to accept the call. Great God. You actually established a city. Came a gentle voice over the line. Yes, what is up? Why not join my guild? Chen Feng replied half-jokingly. Yes, I called to join your guild. What? Didn't you already have a guild with your sister? Why come to mine? That is not the case. I haven't received the guild token yet. Please let me join your guild for now, and when my sister gets the token, I'll return. After much contemplation, Chen Feng ultimately agreed to Zi Seichong Wei's temporary membership in the guild. After all, he knew her character from his past life, and her joining for the time being posed no issues. After ending the call, Chen Feng began to input the first name in his friend list, Luo Rufan. Although Chen Feng had set permissions to refuse private messages and friend requests from strangers, he could still proactively add friends. Luo Rufan had likely just left the novice village, and Chen Feng chuckled to himself, wondering if his friend would be shocked by his level. Luo Rufan was Chen Feng's childhood friend, having attended the same elementary, middle, and high schools. They only parted ways in college, attending different institutions. During their school years, Luo Rufan, being smaller in stature, was often bullied, and Chen Feng would always chase off the bullies, solidifying their strong bond. Given that Chen Feng was a few months older, Luo Rufan referred to him as Big Brother, and Chen Feng trusted him implicitly. He promptly entered Luo Rufan's game name, Luo Rufan, in his friend list and sent the request. At that moment, Luo Rufan was at a leveling spot near Storm City, engaged in a wild team battling monsters. Suddenly, a friend request came through, startling him. Upon opening his friend list, he was taken aback. Without hesitation, he accepted the request. This must be it. Level 20 surely belongs to the legendary player, Shirtian. I can't believe I have a spot on Shirtian's friend list. Overwhelmed with excitement, Luo Rufan quickly sent a message to his new friend, Shirtian. Chen Feng chuckled at Luo Rufan's reaction. It's me, Chen Feng. No way. Big brother Chen Feng. You're not kidding, right? You're actually the first in Yuan Yuzhou, Shirtian? Have I just hit the jackpot? Haha, I've established a guild, so hurry over. Chen Feng sent the coordinates for Storm City without further ado. The pressing matter was to arrange the guild affairs, as a monster siege was set to occur in 2 days and could not be delayed. Got it, big brother. I'm on my way. Luo Rufan quickly left his wild team and rushed to the coordinates Chen Feng had sent. Chen Feng continued to reflect on the hero rankings from Xia, methodically sending friend requests. He relied entirely on his memory, but not all friends were searchable. He understood his memory was impeccable, but some individuals, like himself, likely wished to avoid unnecessary trouble and had disabled friend requests. There was little he could do about that, and would have to gradually bring those individuals into the organization later. However, most players on the leaderboard were merely ordinary players during the early stages of the game. Soon, Chen Feng had added all those he could recall. Meanwhile, his friend panel was inundated with notifications. Each accepted friend request brought a flood of private messages, causing his chat window to be inundated. Given the impossibility of responding to each one, Chen Feng decided to group all the accepted friends into a guild chat he created. New Era Guild Core Group. Ding. Player, Luo Ru Fan, has joined the chat. Ding. Player, Zi Sei Chong Wei, has joined the chat. Ding. Player, Jiang Nan Di Yishin Qing, has joined the chat. Ding. Player, Feng Xingzhe, has joined the chat. Ding. In total, Chen Feng added 118 players as friends, all of whom were now in the chat. Once he successfully added everyone to the group chat, he noticed the messages had become chaotic. Jiang Nan Di Yishin Qing. Wow. Shirtian, are you inviting me to join the guild? Honest person, great God. What merit do I possess to join your guild? I stepped in dog poop today and knew I would be lucky. I didn't expect happiness to arrive so suddenly. Feng Xingzhe, I'm utterly confused. Can someone explain? Also, can Shirtian share the secret to leveling up so quickly? I drew a class talent, but can't keep up with you. It's so demoralizing. Yi Ao Naiwahi, wow. The one above has a terrifying class talent. I'm envious. Zi Sei Chong Wei, hello? Honest person, whoa. The beautiful Zi Sei Chong Wei is here too. What is going on? Messages flooded the group chat, and before long, the entire chat was filled to capacity. Chapter 42. Inviting legendary players from the past. A casual glance revealed that the group was abuzz with curiosity over why Chen Feng had added them to the chat and how he knew about them. Naturally, most felt that having Shirtian as a friend was an achievement worth boasting about. At this moment, observing the incessant stream of lively messages in the group chat left me somewhat bewildered. How could I possibly elucidate the situation? Never mind, the more I explain, the more convoluted it becomes. I certainly cannot disclose that I am a reincarnated being, urging them to join me in saving the world. Such revelations would likely be met with disbelief. Chen Feng resolved to communicate the matter directly. If they were unwilling to join the guild, so be it. His own interests were not at stake. He proceeded to edit the group announcement. The Shirtian Guild is seeking new recruits. Joining the guild comes with numerous benefits. I will share tips on how to level up swiftly and dominate server announcements, among other things. In due time, you will understand. Those willing to join may remain in the group, while those disinterested may exit. Upon this proclamation, the atmosphere in the group erupted once more, with no one opting to leave the chat. Wow, only a fool would exit. Please, guild leader, share the secrets to leveling up. I am eager to follow your lead. Exclaimed Feng Xingzhe. I hereby declare myself the foremost loyal follower of guild leader Shirtian. Proclaimed Yao Naiwahi. You are too excessive. I shall be the guild leader's first disciple. You can only be the second. Countered Jiang and Di Yishin Qing. Guild leader, you are so handsome. Can you assist me in leveling up? Asked Xiao Yinyan. The guild leader is quite busy. I will help you level up, responded Zai Xiangwei. I only wish for the dashing guild leader to guide me, replied Xiao Yinyan. As the messages flooded the screen once more, the topic quickly veered off course. At that moment, the chubby Rufan arrived at the designated location. Boss, I am here. What are your instructions? Rufan exclaimed with excitement. Without wasting words, Chen Feng promptly appointed him as the vice president. This group of people will undoubtedly be restless for a while. My aim is to establish the most formidable guild in the Daxiao realm, and I have gathered the necessary personnel. As for the development, that will be your expertise. Chen Feng explained to Rufan. Understood. I am thrilled to assist you, boss, Rufan replied enthusiastically, secretly thinking that he had secured a significant opportunity by becoming the vice president of the first guild in the game, which would surely enhance his status. Chen Feng then retrieved 50,000 gold coins from his inventory and traded them to Rufan. Rufan gazed at the gold coins in astonishment. What does 50,000 gold coins even mean? That's equivalent to 500,000 blue star coins through official exchange, and in private trade, it could multiply tenfold, amounting to 5 million. He exclaimed, how did you acquire such a fortune, brother Chen Feng? The recharge feature is not yet available. These coins are intended for guild development. With so many recruits, the entire guild requires funds. This capital is for your initial operations, Chen Feng explained. All right, boss. You can count on me. There is also a city that requires construction. Ensure you recruit trustworthy players, Chen Feng added before departing, leaving Rufan in charge. Following Chen Feng's exit, he wasted no time and quickly logged into the official forum within the game. At that moment, the most popular thread on the forum was one about himself. Shirtian de Zhangjiu establishes the first guild, Zhenjiuan, in Yuan Yuzhou. The content detailed the establishment of the guild that day, and this seemingly ordinary post was surprisingly a paid one, requiring 1 copper coin to view. Nonetheless, the readership surged to 3 million, with comments reaching several million. This single ordinary post had generated an income of 300 gold coins, leaving Chen Feng speechless. He clicked into the thread and glanced through a few comments. First guild, and created by Shirtion Dezangio. I desperately wish to join. Please grant me this opportunity. Wrote Pilai Jiao Shirgan. Shirtion Dezangio, you've created a guild? This is fantastic. Finally, a chance to align with a great figure. Remarked Xiao Shuigua. Don't kid yourself. With a level 3 guild plus management, only about 600 players can be accommodated. There are millions wanting to join in the national server. Do you really think you stand a chance? Countered Paomi and Dashu. I genuinely wish to join. I am a devoted fan of Shirtion Dezangio, replied Xiao Shuigua. Players were fervently discussing in the thread. The creation of the first guild in the game was a sensational event, especially given that its founder was the illustrious Chen Feng. If one could associate with this guild and Shirtion Dezangio, would they not be able to navigate the game world with ease? Would those who had bullied them in the past dare to confront them again? Such privileges could be enjoyed simply by joining the Zhenjiuan guild. Who wouldn't want to be part of it? Furthermore, joining the guild would ensure experience boosts whenever the guild spent money, and greater benefits would come as the guild leveled up. However, at this stage, the number of recruits was limited, making it likely that only a select few would gain entry. Chen Feng logged into the forum intending to leverage his current fame to earn some gold coins through traffic. He quickly composed a post titled How to Join Zhenjiuan, detailing the requirements for player levels and attributes, along with information on the verification process. In truth, it was just an ordinary post without much substance. He had no intention of using it as a recruitment tool since the official hype had already been established, and there was no need for him to add fuel to the fire, since the game's recharge system had yet to be activated. Without the Baibai reward amplifier, establishing a city would have been impossible. However, the required gold coins were still insufficient. What to do in the absence of funds? Crowdfunding was the quickest solution. Once the post was completed, he set it to paid viewing, charging 1 silver coin, which, at the current private exchange rate, was approximately 1 yuan, not overly expensive. In the game, the forum and game account are linked, ensuring that all posters are consistent with their in-game identities. Payments made on the forum are conducted using in-game currency, and players receive 70 of the earnings from their posts, while the remaining 30 is collected by the game developers. After posting, Chen Feng exited the forum, eagerly awaiting the success of his post to reap the rewards. At this moment, he had just reached level 20, enabling him to undertake the village chief's hidden quest. Should he increase his level by even 1 more, he would miss the opportunity to complete this quest. The thought of being unable to proceed with the hidden dungeon due to a level overrun was overwhelming. Additionally, this hidden dungeon task allowed him to bring along 20 players. Completing the dungeon on nightmare difficulty would grant him a unique item, and the participating players would receive substantial rewards. He contemplated nurturing the members of his guild by leading them through this quest. Chapter 43, Gathering for the Dungeon with Determination. Chen Feng swiftly shared the details of the dungeon task in the guild's chat. He randomly selected 18 fortunate players, reserving 1 spot for his close friend. RFN. As soon as the message was sent, the guild chat erupted with animated discussions. Windwalker wow. The mighty SSS-tier is leading us into a dungeon. Finally, I can witness his prowess in monster hunting. No one dare steal my spot. The arrogant, oh no. I haven't even arrived at Storm City. The teleportation costs are exorbitant, and I'm still on foot. What bad luck. Ha! You, elementary schooler, help me get selected. I'll give you 100 gold coins. The arrogant, you're the real elementary schooler. The honest one. Just use the revive option to teleport. Deep affection of Jiangnan, honest one. Don't you think you're being a bit too chatty? Little Yin Yin. Wah, can the great one take me along? I really want to see if the guild leader is even more handsome in the game than in the photos. A group of guild members excitedly engaged in conversation. This was the strongest player in the entire server leading them into a dungeon, and it was a first clear dungeon. It was important to note that none of the dungeons in UNYZHU have been opened yet. If they could conquer this dungeon together, not only would they receive the first clear rewards, but Chen Feng's name would also grace the national server announcement, a source of pride indeed. Thus, every player eager to join the dungeon made their intentions clear. After the draw, the chosen participants were Lu RF and CHN, ZS Chi NGWI, Windwalker, Deep Affection of Jiangnan, The Honest One, Little Yin Yin, among others. Those who did not make the cut were understandably disheartened. However, the players in the guild understood that as long as they remained in XNJUN guild, opportunities would abound in the future. They were fortunate. For a plethora of players aspired to join the guild, but could not. With the participants finalized, Chen Feng sent the assembly location for the quest and made his way there. He soon arrived at the designated location, finding it completely deserted. He decided to wait for the others at the dungeon entrance. While waiting, he retrieved the skill book he had previously acquired, having forgotten to learn its skills until now. Now that he was level 20, with 2 skill slots unlocked, he decided to learn the skill of the Holy Light Sprite, saving the other slot for a more suitable skill book in the future. He had sufficient summons for now, so there was no concern about lacking creatures. He crushed the skill book, watching as it transformed into a radiant light and faded away, adding a new summoning skill to his repertoire. This dungeon would provide an excellent opportunity to test the attributes of the Holy Light Sprite. After a short wait, a guild member appeared on the horizon, approaching at a leisurely pace. As the player drew near, Chen recognized her as one of the few female players in the guild, Little Yin Yin, who appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, standing approximately 165 meters tall, with an endearing and attractive face. Seeing Chen gaze at her, Little Yin Yin approached without a trace of shyness and exclaimed, "Guild leader, you're so handsome. Much more so than in the videos. I wonder if you need a girlfriend?" Chen felt a wave of embarrassment. If memory served him right, Little Yin Yin had been an assassin player in his past life, renowned as one of the most formidable female assassins on the D11 national server. Back then, she was merciless against invading monsters, and he was surprised to see her in this light upon entering the game, just as he was grappling with the peculiarities of this little girl. I approached with a gleaming golden sword in hand. "Little sister, you're already clinging to the guild leader. Be careful he doesn't kick you out." I said with a hint of rivalry, positioning herself between them. Little Yin Yin, undeterred, replied, "Brother, your sister is well dressed. No wonder she is so beautiful. Could it be that Sister I is your girlfriend? Don't say that. I'm still single." interjected, speechless. "Well then, sister is a bit too involved." I retorted, the air thick with tension. Fortunately, a large group of guild members soon arrived, spotting the three who had arrived early and hurriedly jogging to join them. "Wow, guild leader, I'm your fan. Can I have your autograph?" "Guild leader, you haven't shared your leveling secrets yet." "Thank you, guild leader, for taking us to level up." As time passed amidst the chatter, all 19 guild players soon gathered at the location. "All right, everyone is here. Let us form our party and set off." Stepped forward and called out, sending out a team invitation. After a series of system upgrade notifications, his 20-member team was successfully formed. Ding. You have successfully triggered the hidden quest, eliminate the puppets of the Plague Legion, and are about to enter the dungeon, Plague Ancient Temple. Ding. The dungeon, Plague Ancient Temple, has been activated. Please select the difficulty level, easy, normal, hard, abyss, nightmare. Nightmare. Ding. You have selected the nightmare difficulty for the Plague Ancient Temple dungeon. As the initiating player, you will not incur any gold costs for this entry. Ding. Your team will now enter the Plague Ancient Temple at nightmare difficulty. Please defeat all dungeon creatures within 60 minutes. Failure to do so will result in a failed challenge. With the system prompt echoing, led his group into the dungeon. Chapter 44. Entering the nightmare difficulty dungeon. Upon entering the dungeon, the first sight to greet them was a tower-like structure, exuding an aura of antiquity. The members following closely behind remained vigilant, wary of any lurking monsters. Turned to the guild players behind him and stated, "Let me clarify first. Anything other than equipment and items that I require is of no concern to you. You need not collect any gear. Simply wait at the dungeon entrance until we clear it. If any equipment suitable for your class drops, you may take one piece. The rest should be placed in the guild equipment repository for future use with contribution points." The first completion of this nightmare difficulty certainly promised a plethora of equipment and valuable items. Given the application of my hundredfold reward amplification, even the drop gear would at least be of diamond quality. Organized this expedition with a large group to enhance the strength of the guild's core members, especially since the guild had just been established. He was willing to grant them one piece of gear if they needed it, but any surplus would be prioritized for himself, while the rest would be stored in the guild equipment repository for exchange with guild contribution points. It was essential to prevent them from developing a habit of expecting handouts. Otherwise, he would be the only one striving for the guild's success. Thus, he needed to convey this understanding to them beforehand, ensuring they realized that while rewards would be given, corresponding contributions were necessary to earn more. "Rest assured, Guild Master, we are all reasonable people. We are already satisfied that you are taking us along to clear the dungeon," one member responded. "Yes, I don't need any equipment. Let us contribute everything to the guild. After all, the guild is just starting and requires substantial support," another added. "Exactly. I don't need any dropped gear. It's all for the guild." The guild members chimed in unison, smiled, and nodded in agreement. He didn't need to overly worry about their integrity, as they had already proven themselves to be capable individuals in their previous lives, ultimately becoming the guardians of a realm, just like Ling Yintian from his past. No matter how formidable one's strength might be, it was their character that truly mattered. "I'll collect the gear and pass it to you. You can pick it up directly," said Tu. "All right." With that, led deeper into the ancient temple. After traversing a few hundred meters, the first creature of the dungeon materialized before, a soldier clad in armor. Activating his reconnaissance skill, a multitude of data appeared before his eyes. Ironclad Guardian, bronze level monster, level 20 health, 10,000 attack, 421 defense, 235 skills, heavy strike, heavy armor defense, double slash. Description: originally an elite guardian of the Human Legion, defeated and killed by the Plague Legion, now controlled by necromantic magic, it serves as a puppet and the outer protector of the ancient temple. Upon reviewing these attributes, was unsurprised. Monsters in the Nightmare difficulty dungeon were certainly much stronger than ordinary creatures found in the wild, yet to him, they posed little threat. However, couldn't he see the monster's information? Wow. Boss, what are the attributes of this monster? I can't see its information, exclaimed. Promptly captured a screenshot of the monster's attribute panel and shared it in the team channel. The players erupted in astonishment upon viewing the attributes. Windwalker, wow. These attributes are too strong. Can the guildmaster defeat it? Little Yen Yen, Are you questioning my guildmaster's strength? Windwalker. No offense. The guildmaster is the best. Purple Rose, green tea, chose not to engage with the inquiries in the chat, as his actions in battle would speak for themselves. He dismissed the ordinary monster as beneath his concern and focused on swiftly clearing the dungeon. He then began to unleash his summoning skills. Summon Mech Goblin. Summon Lightning Spirit Aurora Grelin. Summon Dark Knight. Summon Plant Spirit Demon Flower. Summon Holy Light Spirit. After a brief incantation, a dozen formidable summoned creatures appeared on the battlefield. The summoning of Lightning Spirit Aurora Grelin triggered an equipment effect, prompting to summon 2 additional Lightning Spirit Aurora Grelin. The quality of all summoned creatures was impressive: 2 bronze, 1 silver, 1 gold, and 1 diamond, showcasing a luxurious array of summoned beasts. With his attributes amplified tenfold and enhanced by the hidden profession S buffs, each summoned creature possessed extraordinary strength. Leaped onto the shoulder of a Dark Knight. Summoners, in the absence of a mount, could ride on larger summoned beings, an aspect of their profession. He then commanded his legion of summoned beasts to charge towards the throng of monsters ahead in the dungeon. The guild players watching from the back were awestruck by this spectacular scene. This truly showcases the formidable prowess of our esteemed leader. The aura of each summoned beast is utterly terrifying. I have a foreboding that none of us can contend with any of the leader's summoned beasts. No need for your premonitions. My brother shall always be the mightiest. Wow, the armored summoned beast is so imposing, with the leader seated atop. I too wish to gaze upon the splendor below from the back of a summoned beast. A throng of individuals, without needing to take any action, simply followed behind Chen Feng, their eyes alight with admiration and envy as they beheld the striking figure perched on the shoulder of the Dark Knight. At this juncture, the battle ahead had commenced, with 2 holy light spirits enhancing the combat prowess of all summoned beasts in the vicinity, boosting their attack and movement speed as they unleashed a barrage of assaults upon the horde of monsters. The sounds of swish and boom echoed as the mecha goblins, Aurora Grelins, and demonic flowers executed their area of effect ranged attacks under Chen Feng's command, raining destruction upon the monstrous throng. Every monster within the attack radius suffered grievous injuries, followed by a continuous stream of system notifications. Ding dong, congratulations on slaying a level 20 Ironclad Guardian, bronze tier creature, earning 500 experience points and triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You gain 50,000 experience points. Ding dong, Elf Maiden Shi-Ru-Ru receives 50 of the experience. Elf Maiden Shi-Ru-Ru gains 25,000 experience points. Ding dong, congratulations on slaying a level 20 Ironclad Guardian, bronze tier creature, earning 500 experience points and triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You gain 50,000 experience points. Ding dong, Elf Maiden Shi-Ru-Ru receives 50 of the experience. Elf Maiden Shi-Ru-Ru gains 25,000 experience points. Ding dong, ding dong. Elf Maiden Shi-Ru-Ru's level has risen to 16, with all attributes increased by 5 points and all skills upgraded by 1 level. Due to the fact that she delivered the final blow, she received a significant experience boost, while the remaining 19 players each garnered approximately 60 of the monster's experience, a commendable yield nonetheless. As the monsters continued to fall, Chen Feng merely needed to direct the Dark Knight forward and subsequently collect the gear, which he did without inspecting the attributes, as his inventory was nearing capacity, tossing the items to the waiting Rufan behind him. In just 5 short minutes, the outer, Ironclad Guardians had been nearly eradicated by Chen Feng's summoned team, with any remaining dispatch to be dealt with by 2 mecha goblins. Chapter 45. Defeating the first level of the dungeon. As they ventured deeper into the dungeon, they spotted a colossal beetle emerging from its lair, gnawing at the decaying flesh before it. This must be the first boss of the dungeon. A reconnaissance spell was cast, revealing its attributes. Soul-eating beetle, silver tier, level 25 health, 150, 000 attack, 900 defense, 500 skills, earth spikes, summon mini beetles, spiked carapace, burrow. Description: one of the minions of the Disaster Lord, the Cave Master, possessing high defense and a formidable shell, with a melee retaliation effect. It is best attacked with ranged magic. Recalling these attributes, he remembered that this beetle was one of the reasons this dungeon was notoriously challenging. Its thick defenses and health, combined with its ability to consume surrounding carrion to regenerate health, made it a formidable foe that would burrow back into its lair when its health dwindled. In his previous life, when this dungeon opened, 99 of teams found themselves stuck at this point, unable to progress. It was only when player levels increased and they acquired numerous control skills that they managed to defeat this guardian, using control skills as its health dipped below 30, followed by a barrage of explosive damage. Fortunately, his Holy Light spirits possessed a powerful area control skill, Holy Light Cage, which could immobilize for 10 seconds. With 2 Holy Light spirits casting simultaneously, this would extend to 20 seconds. Currently, his summoned beasts boasted attack power exceeding 2,000, and the Holy Light spirits dealt true damage while reducing attributes by 20. With such high output, there was no need to worry about the beetle burrowing. Having formulated a plan, Chen Feng directed his numerous summoned beasts to launch an all-out assault. 35-85, Holy Light spirits attack reduces resistance. 45-20, 35-20. The Holy Light spirits initiated with the Holy Light Cross, diminishing the beetle's attributes by 20, thereby significantly breaching its defenses, and its health plummeted at a visibly rapid pace. After several rounds of attack, the soul-eating beetle's health fell below half. Sensing danger, it hastily turned to burrow underground, clearly attempting to use its skill to escape. However, Chen Feng had anticipated this. He commanded the Holy Light spirits to unleash their skills. A white beam of light erupted from the Holy Light spirits, forming a cage of golden energy that enveloped the area occupied by the soul-eating beetle. Subsequently, a golden cage descended from above, trapping the beetle mid-burrow. The beetle struggled against the cage, repeatedly crashing against its base, but this was a skill executed by a diamond-tier summoned beast. A mere silver-tier creature stood no chance of breaking free. Seeing the soul-eating beetle ensnared, Chen Feng wasted no time directing the other summoned beasts to attack. A torrent of strikes rained down upon the beetle. After a relentless barrage lasting several seconds, the once-feared beetle emitted a mournful cry and collapsed heavily to the ground, splattering decaying flesh everywhere. In the instant of its demise, the system notification echoed. Ding dong, congratulations on slaying a level 25 soul-eating beetle, silver tier, earning 9,000 experience points and triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You gain 900,000 experience points. Ding dong, Jingling Shan Shirure has acquired 50 of the experience, amounting to 450,000 points. Ding dong, your level has successfully risen to level 21, granting you 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Please allocate them judiciously. Ding dong, Jingling Shan Shirurue's level has ascended to level 17, with an increase of 5 in all attributes and 1 level in all skills. Ding dong, Jingling Shan Shirurue's level has reached 18, similarly enhancing all attributes by 5 and all skills by 1, with the system rewards appearing. Chen Feng's level has also risen by 1, and Little Rurue has attained level 18, consistently siphoning 50 of Chen Feng's experience, thus accelerating her level advancement. The observers from a distance have also leveled up, despite lacking the hundredfold reward amplification talent. It is understandable that they, with their levels only in the teens, managed to defeat a nightmare difficulty golden tier foe. It turns out the guild leader employs this method to farm monsters. No wonder he consistently secures first kills. He is undeniably formidable. Have you noticed? The guild leader's level has increased again. It seems his experience far surpasses ours. And it appears that the equipment he drops has significantly improved in quality. Perhaps the guild leader obtained an extraordinary talent at the beginning. He is truly remarkable, and I am determined to rely on him. The guild leader is impressive. The guild leader is my idol. This group, feeling bored, began to lavish praise upon Chen Feng in the team chat. Chen Feng paid them no mind, instructing the Dark Knight to kick aside the corpses, and then he collected all the equipment. Chapter 46, Completing the Nightmare Dungeon. Ding dong, you have picked up 50 gold coins, triggering hundredfold reward amplification. And you have received 5,000 gold coins. Ding dong, you have picked up the equipment, Qingfeng Xiantai shoulder pads, silver tier, triggering hundredfold reward amplification. And you have obtained the equipment, Shuang Wuhan shoulder pads, dark gold tier. Ding dong, you have picked up the equipment, Centaur chief armor, silver tier, triggering hundredfold reward amplification. And you have acquired the equipment, dark elf knight chestplate, dark gold tier. Ding dong, you have picked up the skill book, slow healing, silver tier, triggering hundredfold reward amplification. And you have obtained the skill book, fast healing, dark gold tier. Upon seeing the system notifications, except for the 2 pieces of armor meant for warriors and knights, which he could not utilize, Chen Feng, uninterested in checking the attributes, promptly handed the equipment to Rufan. However, he found the skill intriguing, judging by its name. It should be a healing skill for priests. Chen Feng took out the skill book for examination. Fast healing, dark gold tier skill book, learning level, 20 learning profession, priest skill effect, consumes 100 mana to rapidly restore a single ally within a certain range. With a base recovery of 100 points per second. The recovery amount increases with the skill level. Each level increases the recovery rate by 10 points per second. The effect lasts for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. This priest skill book is rather impressive. A first level skill can restore 100 points. And with a 30-second duration, it totals 3,000 points of health, which is quite substantial at this stage. I'll give it to Rufan, considering he is the one managing guild affairs. Chen Feng then presented the skill book to Rufan, stating, "This skill book is for you. You can learn it once you reach level 20, as you are the vice president of the guild, and your strength should correspond." Rufan looked at the skill book in astonishment, speechless, yet he accepted it. The two exchanged no further pleasantries. After completing the equipment transactions, Chen Feng continued toward the heart of the ancient temple. As he ventured deeper, the dimness of the ancient temple intensified, and the encountered monsters were no longer ironclad guards, but rather ironclad knights possessing higher health and defense. Observing the dark surroundings, Chen Feng, concerned about potentially missing any monsters, decided to have his companions wait on the periphery to prevent any fatalities in this dungeon while he pressed on alone. Summon Mecha Goblin. Summon Thunder Elf Aurora Graylin. Summon Dark Knight. Summon Plant Elf Demonic Flower. Summon Holy Light Elf. He resummoned all of his summoned beasts. At this moment, the Night Legion ahead sensed the presence of enemies and began charging toward Chen Feng's location. Waves of black figures surged forth like a torrent of steel, a truly magnificent sight. If a team of 20 had encountered such a simultaneous charge from so many ironclad knights, they would undoubtedly have fled in terror. Yet Chen Feng remained unfazed. He began directing the demonic flower to execute root attacks from the ground, with sharp roots piercing through the earth, inflicting damage while also hindering the charge of the ironclad knights. The Thunder Elf Aurora Graylin was tasked with aerial assaults, conjuring mighty bolts of lightning that rained down upon the charging ironclad knights, dealing significant magical damage while also applying an electric shock effect. Meanwhile, the Mecha Goblin incessantly hurled massive boulders from its backpack, occasionally tossing explosive devices. The combined efforts of these 3 types of summoned creatures formed a dense net of firepower before the ironclad knights, converting every charging knight into experience points. Any stray ironclad knights that managed to break through were swiftly dispatched by the vigilant dark knights. This method of farming monsters was significantly more efficient than before, as the monsters presented themselves willingly, allowing Chen Feng to continue summoning as his skills cooled down. Before long, there were few ironclad knights left capable of organizing themselves. His level rose once more to 22. After the level increase, Chen Feng upgraded all his summoning skills, bringing the levels of all his summoned beasts to 27, with their overall attributes enhanced by approximately 2. Continuing to command a multitude of summoned beasts, I advanced towards the innermost sanctum of the ancient temple, where, as anticipated, the final confrontation awaited. After a 2-minute trek towards the heart of the temple, I, Chen Feng, led my formidable army of summoned creatures into a grand hall constructed of stone. The entire chamber was devoid of life, an eerie chill pervading the air, evoking a sense of dread. Suddenly, a massive coffin arose from the center of the hall, its lid creaking open to reveal a pair of enormous claws. Forth emerged a towering zombie creature, over 3 meters tall, its body radiating a sinister green glow. Could this be an enhanced version of the demonic corpse king? I was taken aback, for this creature bore an uncanny resemblance to the demonic corpse king I had vanquished in Andohar town. It was indeed a modified being. Yet, according to my recollections, the second entity available to players in my previous life was supposed to be a skeletal knight captain. How had it transformed into this? Was it due to my role as the instigator of this dungeon that the final entity had altered? Pondering these questions, I cast a reconnaissance spell. Demonic Corpse King, golden level, level 30 health. Attack. Defense. Skills. Description: a humanoid weapon crafted by the necromancers of the Plague Legion, subsequently sealed within, awaiting the first soul to awaken it. Indeed, it was another demonic corpse king. I murmured, noting that this version was 5 levels superior to the previous one, although I could not discern its attributes. The descriptions suggested that the necromancer responsible for its creation was significantly more powerful than the previous mid-level mage of 30, thus resulting in a different incarnation of the demonic corpse king. The appearance of so many corpse kings was easily explicable, given that the quantity produced by necromantic magic would undoubtedly be substantial. In my former life, I had no idea how many of these humanoid weapons I had defeated. This was only the second one I encountered in the game, regardless of the demonic corpse king S level. The solution was straightforward. I commanded my summoned army to attack in mass. A barrage of strikes rained down upon it. 4,500, Holy Light Elf attack, 5,000, 2,150, 1,240. With the deluge of assaults, I discerned that the Holy Light Elf's radiant magic inflicted particularly high damage against this undead creature, likely due to its low resistance to light attributes. At that moment, the creature retaliated, its claw crashing onto the armor of a dark knight. 1,501. A substantial 4-digit damage number appeared, indicating that the golden creature's attack exceeded at least 2,000 points. Fortunately, its defense was not excessively high, slightly inferior to that of the beetles from the first floor. At this juncture, 2 Holy Light Elves unleashed healing spells, completely restoring the health of the 2 frontline Dark Knights. Thus, while the 2 Dark Knights held the line, the summoned beasts continued their relentless output, swiftly depleting the creature's health by half. As the sound reminiscent of an old car engine echoed from its maw, a green light surged forth, causing the once lifeless bodies of the armored knights to soar into the air, each crunching as they were consumed. Concurrently, a green glow emanated from my forehead. 5,000, 5,000. Astonishingly, it could also restore health. I directed the Holy Light Elves to cast Holy Light Prison, interrupting the healing. Indeed, upon being confined, the creature could only attack futilely against its cage, desperate to escape, but the diamond-grade Holy Light Elf skill was not easily broken. Meanwhile, the surrounding summoned beasts unleashed a new wave of assaults upon the imprisoned demonic corpse king. Slashes, lightning strikes, bombs, vines, and holy light crosses all converged upon its head, finally causing its health to plummet within the confines of the skill's control. Chapter 47. The Invitation of the Plague Legion. Is this the nightmare difficulty? Too weak. I felt a surge of pride. I then remained on the spot, anticipating the system notification, as the first completion of a dungeon would trigger a server-wide announcement and rewards. However, after a prolonged wait, no sound of rewards graced my ears. What was happening? Could the system be malfunctioning? That was improbable. Yuan Yuzhou was controlled by the mainframe. In my previous life, I had never experienced such a silence. Yet, why was the system announcement delayed? I immediately checked my experience bar, and to my astonishment, it had not moved an inch. A sense of vigilance washed over me. This creature must not have been defeated. I once again commanded all summoned beasts to advance, preparing for another round of strikes. Just then, the original coffin in the temple's center suddenly stood upright, runes flickering around it as a torrent of dark energy surged forth from within. At this sight, even I felt a twinge of panic. Ding. You are affected by the dragon's might. Attack speed decreased by 99, casting speed decreased by 99, movement speed decreased by 99, defense decreased by 99. All attributes decreased by 99. What in the world is happening? My mind raced as I read the system notification. Could a dragon have descended upon this humble locale? That shouldn't be possible. This was still the territory of the Human Alliance, and there existed the mysterious dragon domain's guardianship. Surely, they would not engage with a mere insignificant being like me. At that moment, I noticed the once visible coffin had vanished, and a mass of black energy began to coalesce in the center. I had to escape. I turned to flee, only to find myself utterly immobilized. Insignificant human. You are fortunate. A sudden, ancient, and chilling voice echoed through the chamber. As I turned to face it, dread coursed through my veins. Before Chen Feng stood a colossal bone dragon, shrouded in darkness, its immense skeletal wings slightly unfurled, and its enormous dragon eyes, resembling blue flames, fixated on him. In that moment, Chen Feng recognized the formidable beast before him. It was none other than the Bone Dragon King, Syndrala, one of the ultimate beings of the Scourge Legion. In his past life, as a member of the Scourge Legion, Syndrala had led the Bone Dragon army, inflicting devastating blows upon human cities time and again. Chen Feng was astonished to encounter it here. Even in his previous existence, he had been no match for this creature, and now, facing it again, he saw no glimmer of hope. All he could do was proceed cautiously, resigned to the possibility of losing a level. Human, your potential is commendable. You have passed my test. I now offer you the opportunity to join the Scourge Legion, and I promise you the status of one of my 10 great lords of calamity, along with a divine artifact. The system chimed. The Bone Dragon King, Syndrala, invites you to join the Scourge Legion. Upon joining, you will receive the hidden class, Lord of Death. Do you accept? A warning followed. If you refuse, you will face annihilation at the hands of the Bone Dragon King, and your level will decrease by 10. Chen Feng was momentarily speechless, astonished at his unexpected popularity, as 2 factions had extended invitations for him to join. Naturally, he could not accept. He understood that the scourge was far more than it appeared. The hidden class and divine artifact were mere temptations. Once he joined, they would have countless means to control him. In his past life, the Sakura Kingdom had betrayed all of humanity, yet the Scourge Legion was cold and ruthless. Once they lost their utility, even the king of the Sakura Kingdom was treated like a mere animal, while the populace became subjects for the necromancer's experiments. Being bestowed with a divine artifact only to be controlled was not worth sacrificing his freedom. With his current talents, he still held hope to defeat them in the future. The only regret was that refusing would result in a 10-level drop, and he was uncertain if there would be further repercussions. His only course of action was to stall for time. After all, he was on the territory of the Human Alliance, and he believed that their powerful members would soon sense the anomaly and arrive. However, how could he prolong the situation until help arrived? This thought plunged Chen Feng into contemplation. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, players such as Rufan, Zai Xiangwei, Feng Xingsh, and Zianian were forming a team to defeat a small monster left behind by Chen Feng. Honest man, Rufan. Hurry over. Can't you see I'm out of health? Rufan, don't rush. My skills are still up. Take a potion first. Jiangnan's most affectionate. Wow. Feng Xingsh. How is your hand speed so fast? I've been single for 20 years and can't keep up with you. Tell me your secret. Feng Xingsh. Bah. I drew a 10-fold attack speed talent at the start. Okay. Honest man, wow. Big shot. You really drew a talent. I can only look up to your level of talent. This group, chatting and battling the remaining ironclad guardians, created an impressive visual spectacle as they worked in perfect harmony. Soon, the nightmarish ironclad guardian fell at the feet of Honest Man. Huh? Gear drop. Quick, let us see what it is. Let me. Honest man. You are the African chieftain. You probably can't find anything good. They all crowded around, eager to claim the gear from the ground. Just then, everyone's movements froze, and the system notification echoed in the air. Ding. You have been affected by the dragon's might. Attack speed decreased by 99, casting speed decreased by 99. Movement speed decreased by 99, defense decreased by 99, all attributes decreased by 99. Ding. All players rushing forward are now immobilized. What is happening? Why can't I move? Came the startled exclamations. Oh no, the guild leader is still inside. What if something happens? I have to save the guild leader. But we can't move. Raising my hand feels like a struggle. The guild leader is invincible. We believe in him. Well, it seems we can only pray for his safety. Chapter 48. Guardian of the Dragon Domain. At this moment, Chen Feng was still devising ways to delay the powerful entity before him. He was determined not to lose 10 levels. Human, you are exhausting my patience. Make your choice quickly, or I shall obliterate you. The Bone Dragon King, Cinderella, was clearly growing impatient. Its enormous dragon eyes radiating blue light as they bore down upon Chen Feng. With no options left, Chen Feng's mind raced. Great Bone Dragon King. I am eager to join the Scourge Legion. However, my family and brothers remain in the hands of the humans. Might it be possible for them to join as well? Upon hearing this, the impatience in the Bone Dragon King's gaze noticeably diminished. Having more recruits was certainly advantageous. Of course, as long as your family is not within the human empire or the dragon domain, when my true form arrives, I can bring them back. Chen Feng realized that this was merely a projection of the Bone Dragon King. However, it was evident that this projection was imbued with far more energy than the previous one from the Demon Lord, making it impossible for him to defeat it. Great Bone Dragon King, may I see the illustration of the exclusive artifact you promised me? Chen Feng cleverly pivoted the conversation back to the Bone Dragon King. Certainly, but this shall be your final request. If you refuse to join after viewing the artifact's illustration, I shall obliterate you. As soon as the words left its mouth, a divine artifact illustration appeared on Chen Feng's system panel. Judgment of Doom. Sorrowful Sword. Mythical. Attack. 25. 500 Strength. 1. 675 Agility. 1. 900 Attack Speed. 100 Slot. Weapon Required Level. 100 Applicable Classes. Warrior. Knight. Additional effects. All skill damage is enhanced by 5. When there are allied heroes nearby. The chance to strengthen the power of Wailing Death's basic attack is 12, inflicting 375 primary attribute magic damage without internal limits. For every 2 allied heroes. Increase personal damage by 1750, with a maximum of 20 allies. For every 2 allied heroes, skill damage is augmented for 10 seconds with a cooldown of 75 seconds. Upon witnessing this equipment, Chen Feng feigned a greedy gaze, yet he truly desired it. This was a mythical grade item, attainable only in the late game. Observing Chen Feng's expression, the Bone Dragon King, Xian de La, was not surprised in the slightest. Humans are inherently greedy, and this individual was no exception. Insignificant human. How about this? Join our Scourge Legion, and you shall be able to change your class to Death Lord. I will slightly seal the power of this sword, allowing you to equip it right away. You could become the strongest among all adventurers. The Bone Dragon King, Xian de La, wore an expression of arrogant pride. feeling he could easily manipulate this human. Chen Feng, however, found himself at a loss, inwardly cursing the human alliance's powerful beings for their tardiness. How infuriating. I can no longer hold on, he silently lamented. At that moment, the Bone Dragon King, Chen Feng's demeanor grew increasingly impatient. Human, you have exhausted my patience. If you do not make a choice, death awaits you. With that, his colossal claw was raised high, poised to strike. This is it. Chen Feng commanded the holy light spirits, while the time for other summoned spirits had already elapsed, leaving only 2 holy light spirits, which had been summoned at the last moment and still had some time remaining. Although the holy light spirits were also oppressed by the dragon's might, Chen Feng had initially been controlling the 2 to charge the holy light prison, hoping to buy himself some time. Golden energy manifested in the sky of the ancient temple, ultimately converging into 2 massive golden cages. The 2 golden cages swiftly enveloped the immense form of the Bone Dragon King, Chen Feng, trapping him within. Excellent, he exclaimed, beginning to move slowly towards the exit. Human, congratulations on successfully enraging me. I shall tear you apart. A thunderous roar echoed, soon shattering the 2 holy light cages, leaving Chen Feng in despair as he witnessed this scene. It's over. I'm doomed. I might as well await my demise. Chen Feng had resolved to cease his resistance, knowing it would be futile. Just then, the enormous dragon claw swung toward him, seemingly capable of rending space itself. However, as the claw approached at a terrifying speed, a flash of golden light swiftly sliced through the Bone Dragon King's massive claw, severing it and causing it to plummet to the ground, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. With a resounding crash, a brilliant light descended from the heavens, akin to a sword dispelling the surrounding darkness. Chen Feng couldn't help but look up, and to his astonishment, a colossal golden dragon, with vast golden wings, descended gracefully from the sky, revealing a human female standing atop its head. Is this the guardian of the dragon realm? Chen Feng gasped. The guardian of the dragon realm represented the pinnacle of human combat strength, feared by both the Scourge Legion and the demonic armies. Without the guardian of the dragon realm, the human alliance would have likely been overrun by the Scourge long ago. Chen Feng, this is not your domain. Return to your frost fortress at once, the girl above declared first. Upon seeing her, the Bone Dragon King, Chen Feng, shook his massive head, his previously vanished claw reappearing, adorned with a mocking expression. Wanyu, you fool, we share the same plane. Why do you assist those from another? If we collaborated, we could effortlessly unify both realms, ruling together as kings of this land, rather than being subservient to humans. Humph, you dragon race traitor. You dare to boast. I will eventually march to your frost fortress and eradicate you. The enormous golden dragon interjected. Lord Lich will soon lead an army to flatten this entire continent. I shall be the Dragon King. You are the true traitors. He laughed maniacally. Dream on. The golden dragon retorted furiously. Little Jean, do not waste your breath on him. This is merely an energy avatar. The girl atop the golden dragon spoke, and with that, the sword of light in her hand expanded dramatically. With a roar, the golden light formed a dragon aura that coiled around the gleaming sword. Break! With a mighty shout, the enormous sword surged with thunderous force toward the Bone Dragon King, Chen Feng below. In an instant, the golden sword pierced through the colossal skeletal body, which transformed into black mist and began to dissipate. One day, our Scourge Legion will surely trample your dragon realm. With those final words, the Bone Dragon King's form vanished into nothingness. Chapter 49, Nightmare Dungeon First Clear. At this moment, the only witness to this scene, Chen Feng, could not help but break into a cold sweat. Is this what true power looks like? It seems that the beings I encountered in my past life were merely the weakest among them, he mused. Just then, the colossal golden dragon descended gently to the ground, and the girl atop its head floated down towards Chen Feng. As he focused, he recognized her, Holy Dragon Knight Lanyu, as she landed gracefully before him. Her beautiful eyes met his gaze. So beautiful, Chen Feng sighed. The scene reveals a woman draped in a pristine white cloak, her porcelain-like visage seemingly delicate enough to shatter with a mere touch. Her enchanting eyes, clear as crystal, possess an uncanny ability to peer into the depths of one's soul. In her hand, she wields a long sword that glimmers with a golden hue, its edge radiating an ethereal glow that immediately suggests it is no ordinary weapon. Greetings, adventurer. She speaks, as Lanru approaches Chen Feng. Stunned, Chen Feng momentarily finds himself at a loss for words. Hello, Honorable Saint Dragon Knight Lanru. Lord Lanluo. I sense a trace of elemental affinity emanating from him, interjects the golden dragon nearby. Upon hearing this, Lanru scrutinizes Chen Feng anew, a fleeting blue light flickering in her eyes, before she smiles and declares, indeed, he possesses the elven heritage. He is a talent worth cultivating. With that, she turns her gaze back to Chen Feng. Adventurer, you are the most promising individual I have encountered at this stage. Would you be willing to join the Radiant Alliance to dispel the calamities and bring peace and tranquility to humanity? As her words resonate, a system notification chimes in Chen Feng's interface. Ding. Saint Dragon Knight Lan Ru invites you to join the Radiant Alliance. Do you accept? Note, declining will have no adverse effects. I accept. Chen Feng responds without a moment's hesitation. Only a fool would refuse. His purpose has always been to eradicate the Calamity Army, and even aside from the game, he would unreservedly choose to join the Radiant Alliance for the sake of the real world. Ding. You have joined the Radiant Alliance and gained the recognition of Saint Dragon Knight Lan Ru. You have received the special item, Wisdom Medal. Ding. As Wisdom Medal is a growth-specific item, it cannot be enhanced by hundredfold reward amplification. Excellent, adventurer. Once you have grown stronger, come find me in the sacred Dragon Valley of Jiuxiao City. I will present you with challenges to further enhance your strength. Ding. Saint Dragon Knight Lan Ru has issued you the quest, The Rise of Radiance. Do you accept? Quest description. When the player's level reaches 30 and they have completed the first transition quest, seek Saint Dragon Knight Lan Ru in the sacred Dragon Valley to the east of Jiuxiao City. She will provide you with trials. Stunned by the notification, Chen Feng could hardly believe he had received a quest from one of the most powerful figures in the game world. Such quests were beyond his wildest dreams in his past life, and he anticipated future tasks related to factions, which would undoubtedly yield extraordinary rewards. I accept. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted the quest. I look forward to the day you come to find me, she said, before gracefully leaping back atop the golden dragon. The dragon roared and flapped its enormous wings, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon. Chen Feng slowly raised his head, watching the golden dragon disappear into the sky. One day, I will surpass them. His eyes brimmed with determination. As the dragon soared away, time seemed to resume its flow, and the system notification sounded once more. Ding. Congratulations on defeating 30 corrupted corpse kings, golden level, and earning 12,000 experience points. You have triggered hundredfold reward amplification, granting you 1,200,000 experience points. Ding. Elf Maiden Shiru receives 50 of the experience, amounting to 600,000 points. Ding. Your level has successfully risen to 23, granting you 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Please allocate them wisely. Ding. Elf Maiden Shiru has leveled up to 19, gaining 5 in all attributes and an increase of 1 in all skills. Ding. Elf Maiden Shiru has leveled up to 20, gaining 5 in all attributes and an increase of 1 in all skills. Ding. Elf Maiden Shiru has successfully leveled up to 20 and has mastered the skill, Baptism of Light. With the continuous system notifications ringing in his ears, Chen Feng's thoughts were drawn back to reality. The pressure had finally dissipated. He examined his character panel and soon realized that the effect of dragon might had worn off, allowing him to move swiftly once again. The sensation of being held captive was indeed unpleasant. At that moment, 3 enormous, crimson banners appeared above his head. Ding. Global announcement. Players Shirtian, Purple Rose, Windrunner, Xianyan, Jiangnan's most affectionate and honest man, have successfully cleared the nightmare difficulty dungeon, Calamity Ancient Temple. Becoming the first team in the national server to achieve this feat rewards. All listed players gain 1 level, 10 skill points, 50 free attribute points, and 500 player reputation. First completion treasure chest for nightmare difficulty grants the title Soul of Adventure. Ding. Global announcement. Due to the Daxia server being the first to complete the dungeon task, the Calamity Ancient Temple is officially opened on the Daxia server. Players above level may 10th access the dungeon teleport point to enter and challenge. Ding. Global announcement. Ding. 6 consecutive system announcements appeared on every player's interface in the whole server. Chen Feng's team not only achieved the first completion, but also unlocked the game's earliest dungeon, undeniably accelerating the developmental progress of all players on the national server. This revelation sent the entire server's players into a frenzy. Players from Star Stripe Nation exclaimed, "What is this Daxia team? Aren't we the strongest?" Players from Sakura Nation questioned, "Daxia has completed it first? Why wasn't it our Star Stripe Nation that led?" Players from Kimchi Nation declared, "All members of the dungeon team are from our nation." Players from A3 Nation asserted, "This cannot be. This announcement is false. My great deity has informed me." Players from Ba Ba Yang Nation praised, as expected of the big brother, Daxia. Players from North Bear Nation remarked, as a combat nation, "We must strive harder." Of course, the players from Daxia were the most elated, as their server was the first to unlock this introductory dungeon. This news was a boon for all major guilds and studios, as the opening of the dungeon meant that leveling up and acquiring gear would be significantly quicker than in the wild, accelerating their growth even further. Although the more challenging dungeons may still be beyond reach, the easier ones can certainly be attempted. It is undoubtedly the expert from the Shirtian Guild leading the charge. They are all members of the Xingyuan Guild, and I can't help but feel envious. I too wish to join the Xingyuan Guild, to effortlessly reap the rewards of being among the first to clear the server and to be featured on television. I am truly envious. Oh, my beloved Shirtion. I am your cherished little darling. Please allow me to join your Xingyuan Guild. This recent first clear has led over 99 of players on the Daxiao server to desire membership in Chen Feng's Xingyuan Guild. Once one becomes a part of the Xingyuan Guild, there may be a chance to bask in the glory of the esteemed Shirtion. However, Chen Feng and his party remain oblivious to the stir these events have caused outside. Meanwhile, those still within the dungeon have claimed their first clear rewards, each leveling up and acquiring a wealth of attribute and skill points. The first clear treasure chest of the Nightmare Dungeon has been opened by all. Most players received equipment suited to their classes, while others found skill books and unique items. In addition to these rewards, they earned a title for completing the dungeon first. When everyone examined the attributes of the title, astonishment filled the air. Soul of Adventure. Title, required level, 10 effects, 100 to all attributes, 50 increased movement speed while not in combat. My goodness. This title grants an additional 100 points to all attributes. It surpasses even the bonuses from my golden equipment. It is simply exceptional. With a 50 increase in movement speed while not in combat, my mother no longer has to worry about me lagging behind the esteemed Shirtian special transport. Incredible. Once again, I extend my gratitude to Chairman Shirtian. Chairman Shirtian is remarkable. Xingyuan is extraordinary. All 19 individuals within the dungeon are filled with gratitude towards Chen Feng, who has, in such a brief span of time, transformed their equipment from shabby to splendid, elevating their prowess significantly. These 19 players shared screenshots of their acquired equipment and skill books in the guild chat, stirring envy among others. Upon seeing these screenshots, players in the chat expressed their agony over their own misfortune. Why must their luck be so wretched? Had they secured the opportunity to enter the dungeon alongside Chairman Shirtian, wouldn't they now be basking in the rewards on television? There is no greater anguish than this. Meanwhile, Chen Feng remains inside the ancient temple. Once time resumes its normal flow, he summons the Dark Knight, kicks aside its corpse, and begins to collect the spoils of victory. A total of 3 pieces of equipment and a skill book have been acquired. 1 pair of diamond-grade shoes is perfectly suited for him, and he immediately equips them. The exceptional loot from this dungeon run has allowed Chen Feng to retire his former gear entirely. Assessing his current equipment, he finds a dark gold weapon, dark gold shoulder pads, golden upper armor, golden lower armor, a dark gold belt, diamond-grade shoes, a silver ring, a diamond bracelet, and a dark gold necklace. Truly luxurious. After organizing his gains, Chen Feng opens the first clear treasure chest of the Nightmare difficulty dungeon. Ding! You have opened the first clear treasure chest of the Nightmare dungeon. Receiving 1,000 gold coins. Triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You receive 100,000 gold coins. You have obtained the skill book, Summon Mage Flame Reich, dark gold grade. And triggering hundredfold reward amplification grants you the skill book, Summon Grand Mage Lewis, legendary grade. Just what I needed. A legendary grade skill. Chen Feng eagerly anticipates as he retrieves the skill book from his bag. Summon Grand Mage Lewis, legendary grade. Learning level, 20 learning class, summoner skill effect, consumes 200 points. After a 5-second chant, summons a Grand Mage Lewis to assist in battle. At level 1, it possesses the skill Ice Spike, unleashing ice magic on enemies within range, dealing 140 of the summoner's magical attack as ice damage, with a 20 chance to freeze the target for 3 seconds. At level 10 and above, it gains the skill Fireball, attacking enemies within range with a fireball, dealing 200 of the summoner's magical attack as fire damage. At level 20 and above, it gains the skill Meteor Summon, calling down 3 massive meteors, dealing 300 of the summoner's magical attack as earth damage to enemies within range, and causing a brief 2-second stun effect. The summoned creature's existence lasts for 200 seconds, until either it dies or the summoning time expires, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Wow, how powerful! Chen Feng cannot help but exclaim. A legendary quality summoner skill, and it is an area of effect attack. With this mage summon, the speed of other monsters in the vicinity will increase dramatically. He swiftly shatters the skill book, and the skill icon for Summon Grand Mage Lewis appears in his skill bar. Using skill points, he maxes out the skill immediately. This upgrade to a legendary level skill requires 3 skill points for each increase in skill level. Fortunately, Chen Feng possesses an abundance of skill points, leaving him unconcerned. Once the skill points are fully allocated, he will await an opportunity to summon and witness the true power of this legendary creature. Presently, his summoning skills have reached a total of 6, and thanks to the first clear rewards, their level has ascended to 24. One more level up will unlock another skill slot. Chapter 51, Bountiful Harvest. Finally, he notices an item resembling a medal in his bag. It reminds him that upon joining the Guangming Alliance, Lan Ru had gifted him an item. He had forgotten to check it until now, and hurriedly turns his attention to it. Wisdom Medal, blank grade growth equipment, required level, 0, equipped attributes, none. Additional effect, growth, killing dark faction creatures enhances the medal's attributes. Increasing intelligence by 1 point for every 10 dark faction creatures slain, with a maximum increase of 10,000 points of intelligence. The current kill count, 010,000, surprisingly represents one of the 4 prestigious emblems within the Yuan Yuzhou. Upon seeing this emblem, Chen Feng was suddenly reminded of something. In Yuan Yuzhou, there are 4 emblems, each symbolizing a particular virtue. The emblem of strength represents power, the emblem of wisdom signifies intelligence, the emblem of agility embodies swiftness, and the emblem of defense stands for protection. These 4 emblems correspond to the 4 attributes present in the game. When players collect all 4 emblems and elevate their attributes to the utmost level, they can synthesize them to obtain the game's ultimate equipment, the Certificate of Order. Chen Feng did not expect that upon completing a hidden quest, the Saint Dragon Knight, Lan Yu, would reward him with one of these esteemed emblems. He also knew the locations of the other 2 emblems. The emblem of defense seemed to be in the possession of the Demon King, while the emblem of agility resided within the Elven realm. As for the final emblem of strength, Chen Feng was at a loss. Nonetheless, he decided not to dwell on the emblems for now, as collecting them all would be an arduous task. He would address it at a later time. At that moment, Rufan, Zisei Chongwei, and others entered the ancient temple, making their way towards Chen Feng. President, you are truly formidable. My admiration for you flows like an unceasing river. Thank you, President. Thank you. A group of ecstatic guild members, upon seeing Chen Feng, could not help but shower him with praise once again. There was no denying that their recent gains were substantial, and failing to express their gratitude would feel somewhat remiss. Many among them had upgraded their equipment directly from silver grade to dark gold grade, while others had previously worn black iron gear. With Chen Feng leading them through the dungeon, their gratitude was only natural. Brother President, what just happened? We were completely immobilized earlier, and I was so worried about you. At the forefront of the crowd, the little girl, Yin Yin, spoke to Chen Feng. When they were outside, they could not move at all, and they seemed to have glimpsed a colossal golden dragon within the dungeon, which likely rendered them immobile. Chen Feng anticipated their inquiries, but wished to withhold too much information. He had already prepared his response. I just completed a hidden quest, which triggered a certain narrative. Upon hearing this, the surrounding guild members expressed even greater envy. President Gidge, how amazing. The narrative could even summon a divine dragon. Yin Yin admires you so much. Little Yin Yan's eyes sparkled with awe. Zisei Chongwei interjected. What a deadweight. A schemer. Ignoring the crowd, Chen Feng addressed them directly. The equipment is with Rufan. Take what you can use. With your newfound strength, I expect you to uplift the other guild members. The monster siege is in 2 days, so you might want to recruit some additional players. Understood, President. They replied. Acknowledging his instructions, Chen Feng then conveyed a few words to Rufan, requesting him to help sell the other equipment. He decided to leave the guild affairs to Rufan and stepped away, exiting the dungeon and arriving at the Storm City Tavern via the teleportation array. After a long and intense day of gaming, Chen Feng, despite having sustenance to maintain his energy, knew he needed to log off to preserve his health. As he entered the courtyard, he spotted Yu Yu playing with a small cat that had wandered into the yard. Upon hearing the door open, Yu Yu recognized Chen Feng's return and immediately set the cat aside, leaping into his arms. Big brother, why were you gone for so long? I missed you so much. Chen Feng gazed at the little girl in his embrace, his face radiating affection as he gently caressed her adorable cheeks. Brother must work hard outside to protect you better. After saying this, Chen Feng retrieved a set of dark gold priest equipment from his backpack and handed it to Yu Yu, having reserved a set for her from the dungeon loot. Delighted, Yu Yu accepted the equipment. Thank you, brother. Yu Yu is quite strong now too. Hearing this, Chen Feng recalled that their bond meant half of his experience points were shared with her, and she had now reached level 20. Unlocking 2 skills that he had yet to review, Chen Feng promptly accessed Yu Yu's character panel. Character, Elven Maiden Shi Yu Yu level, 20 race, Elven class, Holy Light Priest, talent, Divine Prayer level, skills, Reconnaissance, detects attributes of monsters no higher than level 5. Life Light, Blessing of the Holy Maiden, Spear of Victory, Guardian of Holy Light, Light of Baptism. Health, 6,000 attack, 1,500 defense, 1,000 magic, 4,000 attack speed, 1 per second, casting speed, 30, casting speed increased by 10. 10 seconds reduced to 9 seconds. Movement speed, normal movement 15 meters per second, running movement 3 meters per second. Attributes, strength 150, intelligence 150, agility 150, stamina 150. Equipment omitted. Affection 999 dependent. Gasping in astonishment at her attributes, Chen Feng was taken aback by Yu Yu's remarkable growth, especially in a non-enhanced state. Had he not strengthened his own attributes, he would have been utterly outclassed. Regardless, Yu Yu's strength was beneficial to him, and he resolved to be a quiet laborer. He then proceeded to examine the descriptions of Yu Yu's two skills. SH Inguing SH skill level, 15 skill effect, consumes 150 points to envelop allies within a sacred halo, providing a protective effect for a certain duration. Allies within the halo will experience reduced damage and will be immune to control skills. Once the protective shield is breached, it will explode, dealing light attribute magical damage to nearby enemies. The duration and durability of the shield are influenced by the skill level. Skill cooldown, 60 seconds. XLZH Guing, skill level, 20 skill effect, consumes 300 points to summon a divine light of baptism in front of the caster. Inflicting light attribute magical damage on enemies, with damage being correlated to the caster's intelligence. Skill cooldown, 20 seconds. One is a supportive skill, and the other is an offensive skill, to summarize with a single word, powerful. Now, YY is capable of standing alone. As long as the challenges are not excessively formidable, she should manage quite well. Indeed, when the monsters lay siege, it is imperative to bring YY along to gather more faith power and enhance her attributes. CHNF made his decision, noting that it was getting late. To avoid exhaustion, he decided to log off and rest for a while. YY, Big Brother is returning to his world to rest. You can also take a break. And we shall meet again tomorrow. Alright, YY is also tired. Big Brother, rest early. After ensuring YY was settled, CHNF logged off into another room. Chapter 52. Becoming a blogger with millions of fans. A night devoid of dreams. The following morning, the alarm rang for quite a while before CHNF awoke in bed. Perhaps having played for an extended period yesterday, he felt quite lethargic and reluctant to rise. Without haste to log back in, he lay in bed and opened the game interface to browse the official forum. Upon logging into the game forum, he discovered that 80 of the posts were related to him. He casually skimmed through a few. At the top of the forum was a post titled "The God of Slaying Heavens leads the XNJUN Guild to first clear the nightmare difficulty, TNZIGCH, bringing glory to the D11 server." Upon opening the post, he found it authored by the head of the D11 server. The content discussed the successful clearing of the dungeon. Most of the comments were praises for him, with some expressing a desire to join the XNJUN Guild. There were also comments from players on other national servers, mostly accusing him of cheating or exploiting glitches, though these were in the minority, and CHNF chose to ignore them. At this moment, CHNF accessed the post he had published yesterday about how to join the XNJUN Guild. Since it was a paid post, he was curious to see its viewership after one day. Upon opening the post, astonishing statistics appeared. He found that his seemingly trivial post had garnered over 50 million views, equating to 50,000 gold coins, as each view translated to 1 silver coin. After deducting a 30 commission, he suddenly found himself enriched with 350,000 gold coins. Indeed, this is the era where traffic reigns supreme. To earn money, one must simply possess traffic. CHNF could not help but marvel. He immediately withdrew the gold coins, since the game forum was linked to the game itself. The coins could be directly converted into game currency or exchanged for real-world LNX coins. However, anyone choosing to convert to LNX coins at this moment would be foolish, as the private exchange rate had reached an astonishing 1 gold coin for 100 LNX coins. The official exchange rate was only 1 gold coin for 10 LNX coins, and only a fool would exchange through the official site. It is expected that the exchange rate will stabilize only after the recharge system is opened, gradually returning to normal. After extracting the game currency, CHNF continued to edit a post on the game forum titled TNZIGCH Dungeon Clearing Strategy. He wrote about his insights from his previous life, also setting it as a paid post, priced at 10 silver coins, and marked it as supportive of original content, prohibiting unauthorized reproduction. Once the post was completed, CHNF could already envision the impact it would have on the entire forum. Speaking of strategies, who could rival his prowess? Given that only he had led a team to successfully clear the dungeon, any other strategist's guide would pale in comparison. Now, he awaited the influx of income. CHNF smiled as he submitted the post. Before he could exit the forum, the viewership skyrocketed, reaching 5 million views in just 5 minutes. The numbers continued to rise rapidly. Why was the increase so swift? CHNF pondered, as typically, official traffic pushes would rise gradually, with increments occurring later. Out of curiosity, he opened his official forum account, and a large golden verification badge appeared behind his name. To his astonishment, his follower count had reached 50 million, and the number continued to surge at a rate of 100,000 per minute. Wow. I posted a seemingly useless thread, and my followers skyrocketed to 50 million. This is truly incredible. Chen Feng marveled, not expecting his current popularity to be so immense. He checked the comments on his freshly published post. Yin. Haha, I am the first. I am a die-hard fan of the god of slaying heavens. I have already established a fan group for our leader. Everyone is welcome to join. Group number is 125081. LORNRN. Wow. The first is gone. How about a second? BIGYN Huin. Envious of the one above. I also wish to join the XNJUN guild. BOCing NNHI. Great post. Learned a lot. Thank you. God of slaying heavens. ZHing FCI. Incredible. God of slaying heavens. Love it. Wow. ShioYNYN. What are you doing? What fan group have you even established? Why wasn't I included? CHNF in complained. Exasperated at how these people spent their days not leveling up, but engaging in such activities. Continued to browse through the comments, finding them all rather similar. Before he decided to close the comments section. Upon checking his account, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his follower count had surpassed 60 million. Could it be that I have become the fastest growing influencer in a single day? With a smile, exited the gaming forum. After lying in bed for a few more minutes, he got up, freshened up briefly, and stepped out of his room. At that moment, the intelligent maid robot in the villa had already prepared breakfast, which was laid out on the dining table. After finishing the meal alone, he glanced at the clock and noted that it was already 9:30. It was time to log on and conquer monsters. Entering the game pod, the retinal scan completed, he re-entered the game. Chapter 53, Completing Quests. A sweet system notification chimed. Ant's consciousness returned to Yuan Yuzhou. Outside, he could hear the playful sounds of and a little kitten. Rising, he walked toward the courtyard. "Brother, you're back," exclaimed, clearly missing him. Upon seeing, she eagerly dashed into his arms. With a smile, he lifted and spun her around. After some playful antics, sat down. He checked his task list and noted that 3 tasks remained uncompleted. One was the quest from the Holy Dragon Knight, titled The Rise of Light. This task required him to reach level 30 and, after class advancement, return to the Holy Dragon Valley in the Imperial capital to seek her out. Currently, he was at level 24, and with the experience gained from today and the monster siege tomorrow, he should reach level 30. Once he completed the class advancement task, he could proceed to the Holy Dragon Valley. For now, he would set this task aside. The second task was a follow-up quest triggered while saving, which involved nurturing her to level 60 before further quests could be activated. This was a distant prospect, to be addressed in due course. Next, he focused on the third task, defeat the undead mage. This quest had no restrictions. However, finding him might take some time, so he decided to tackle this task first. With a decision made, he set off. The difficulty of this task should not be great, with current strength. Bringing her along posed minimal risk and could enhance her attributes through her innate talents. Let us go. Today, brother will take you to fight the bad guys. Fight the bad guys. I love fighting bad guys, exclaimed, her joy causing her to leap in excitement at the prospect of joining. After instructing the inn's steward to prepare some provisions for their journey, the duo stepped out of the lodge. On their way to the teleportation array, he contacted to transfer 300,000 gold coins from his backpack, instructing him to invest in the guild's city development. With the monster siege set for tomorrow, a substantial amount of gold was required for construction, and this sum should suffice for the time being. Having arranged matters for the guild, and Little proceeded through the teleportation array to Andohar town. Arriving once more at the town's entrance, they found it still bustling with players. At this point, concealed his personal information, allowing him to blend in as just another ordinary player. He led into the heart of the town. The quest indicator prompted him to investigate the town's granary, suggesting that it might reveal the whereabouts of the undead mage. Following the task's guidance, he made his way toward the granary, where a few undead skeletons roamed nearby. This presented an excellent opportunity to test the summoning skill of the Grand Sorcerer. Summon Grand Sorcerer. After the incantation, a female mage clad in a sky-blue robe materialized before Ant. The mage wielded a crescent-shaped staff that radiated a brilliant azure light. Checking the attributes of Sorcerer, he noted, Grand Sorcerer, Legendary, Level, 29 Health, 10,000 Attack, 3, 500 Defense, 1, 200 Attack Speed, 15 hits per second, Cast Speed, 60 Movement Speed, Normal, 2 meters per second. Skills, Ice Needle, releases ice magic against enemies in the area, inflicting 140 of her spell attack as ice damage, with a 20 chance to freeze the target for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Fireball, launches a fireball at enemies in the area, dealing 200 of her magical attack as fire damage. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Meteor Summon, calls down 3 massive meteors, dealing 300 of her magical attack as earth damage and causing a 2-second stun effect. Cooldown, 90 seconds. Truly, as a legendary summon, her attributes were formidable. murmured softly. The base attributes of a legendary quality summon were already quite high, and with its own attribute bonuses, this sorceress's powers rivaled those of epic-level beings. The classification of summon quality ranged from the initial tiers of whiteboard, black iron, bronze, and silver, to mid-tier qualities of gold, dark gold, diamond, and legendary, culminating in high-tier qualities of epic, mythical, demigod, and the highest, divine. Closing the summon panel, began directing Grand Sorcerer to unleash her spells upon the horde of monsters. The Grand Sorcerer began casting, gathering vast amounts of water elemental energy from the sky, forming numerous ice spikes, which then rained down in a merciless attack upon the ground. 4958, 4856, 5002. All the undead skeletons within the attack range were instantly annihilated by the ice spikes. With just one skill cast, over a dozen skeletons lay defeated. Ding! You have slain an undead skeleton and received experience. In the midst of the fallen skeletal spirits, the wisdom medal of Chen Feng transformed, its passive attributes soaring to 13,100. 000. The medal's intelligence increment from a mere 0 to a commendable 1 point. The experience gained was modest, yet it provided the perfect opportunity to enhance the attributes of the wisdom medal. Chen Feng continued to command Archmage Lewis to unleash spells upon the surrounding skeletal beings, sparing none. Within 5 to 6 minutes, all the skeletal spirits were reduced to experience points and equipment, vanishing from the streets of the small town. At that moment, Chen Feng arrived at the designated task location, the granary, and ventured inside. Chapter 54. Slaying the Undead Mage, Sugard. Upon entering the granary, Chen Feng discovered that the grain within had succumbed to pestilence. Recalling the memories from his previous life, he understood that this narrative revolved around the fact that the town of Andoril fell victim to a plague after utilizing external grain supplies, leading to the devastation of its populace and soldiers, ultimately transforming the entire town into a domain of calamity. The architect of this plague-infested grain was none other than the undead mage, Sugard. By tracing the origin of the grain, he could uncover Sugard's stronghold. Chen Feng began to search for clues within the granary, and soon he found that all the grain labels indicated a singular location, the grain transfer station in Fengye Town. This was undoubtedly the place. As he picked up the grain label, the task panel updated to reflect a new mission: to head to the grain transfer station in Fengye Town, locate the undead mage Sugard, and eliminate him. Without hesitation, he made his way to the teleportation array, departing from the town of Andoril. Upon arrival in Fengye Town, a system notification chimed, alerting him that this locale had been afflicted by a plague, teeming with perilous undead creatures, and advised immediate evacuation. As the system message resonated, Chen Feng surveyed the entirety of Fengye Town. Much like Andoril, the streets were devoid of human life, yet Fengye Town appeared significantly larger, clearly serving as Sugard's base of operations. The vastness of the town could pose a challenge for other players in locating the undead mage. However, Chen Feng recalled that this treacherous mage was likely concealed within the basement of the central church, and locating him there would fulfill his mission. Without delay, he proceeded towards the central church with Yuya in tow, dispatching numerous level 20 undead creatures along the way, which led to Chen Feng achieving level 25. Now just 5 levels shy of level 30. After a brief passage of time, he reached the central church. Upon searching, he finally discovered the entrance to the underground passage and, within the basement, encountered Sugard, who was engrossed in a magical experiment. The basement was cluttered with towering racks, brimming with bottles of various hues, creating a chaotic scene. At the center of this disarray stood a gaunt middle-aged mage clad in a robe, engaged in an arcane experiment of unknown purpose. As Chen Feng approached slowly with Yuya, the reconnaissance spell provided the following data: Undead Mage Sugard, Intermediate Mage, Level, 30 Health, 170. 000 Attack, 2, 100 Defense, 800 Skills, Dark Entombment, Dark Magic Sphere, Frenzy, Summon Plague Zombie. Description: the most distinguished mage of the town, shunned by his peers due to his obsession with necromantic magic, ultimately leading him to betray the Alliance and become a minion of the Plague Legion. At that moment, Sugard, noticing Chen Feng's presence, exclaimed, "Cursed! How do you keep returning?" He cast a disdainful glance at Chen Feng and hurled a black magic sphere. Anticipating this, Chen Feng had already summoned a Dark Knight to intercept the spell, which struck the Dark Knight, dealing 501 damage and immobilizing him momentarily. Meanwhile, another Dark Knight charged at Sugard, brandishing a colossal sword, while Yuya summoned the Holy Light Spear to pierce Sugard. Damage numbers erupted above Sugard's head: 958 and 125. For a brief moment, his figure was pinned in place for 2 seconds. Soon after, Sugard retrieved a potion from his bag and consumed it, instantly enveloped in a green glow, restoring 2,000 health. "So you possess potions, but I wonder if they will suffice." Chen Feng remarked with a sly grin as he summoned a legion of creatures into the basement. Summoning Mecha Goblin, Lightning Spirit Aurora Grelin, Floral Spirit of the Demon Realm, Holy Light Spirit, and Archmage Lewis. A total of 10 summoned beings crowded the basement. You treacherous adventurer. You lack honor. Sugard roared. A torrent of attacks then rained down upon the immobilized Sugard. 805, 1, 542, 3, 520, 4, 021. In a mere round of assaults, Sugard's health plummeted by a quarter, and the Holy Light Spirit's entrapment lasted a full 10 seconds. As the control from the first Holy Light Spirit waned, the second ensued, ultimately draining the last vestige of health from this treacherous mage. Foolish adventurer, my demise does not alter anything. The calamities of this land have only just begun. Oh. Before falling, the necromancer Shugade uttered one last exclamation. Chapter 55, The Affluent. Bah. Such pointless chatter. Chen Feng remarked while awaiting the system's notification. Ding. Congratulations. You have slain the level 30 necromancer Shugade, intermediate mage, and received 8,000 experience points, triggering hundredfold reward amplification, granting you 800,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 26, earning 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Please allocate them wisely. Ding. Elven Maiden Zilu gains 50 of the experience, totaling 400,000 points. Ding. Elven Maiden Zilu has leveled up to level 22, receiving 5 points in all attributes and 1 point in all skills. Ding. Your quest, Necromancer Shugade, has been completed. Please report to the Lord of Stormwind City to claim your reward. As the system's ascending tone echoed, Chen Feng's level increased once more. He utilized the acquired potential points, subsequently elevating all summoning-related skills to level 31. After allocating all skill points, he finally turned his attention to the items dropped by the mage. The ground was strewn with a plethora of items, and Chen Feng first retrieved the intermediate mage medal from Shugade's form, then began collecting the scattered belongings. Ding. You have picked up 1,000 gold coins, triggering hundredfold reward amplification, granting you 100,000 silver coins. Ding. You have picked up the equipment, Bone Ring, Golden Grade, triggering hundredfold reward amplification, granting you the equipment, Dream Crystal Ring, Diamond Grade. Ding. You have picked up equipment, Omitted. Ding. You have picked up equipment, Omitted. Ding. You have picked up the item, Plague Potion, Incomplete, triggering hundredfold reward amplification, granting you the item, Plague Potion. Ding. You have picked up the item, Fragmentary Treasure Map, triggering hundredfold reward amplification, granting you Treasure Map. Ding. You have picked up a potion. Ding. The system notifications continued to sound. Chen Feng was uncertain of the total number of items acquired. This encounter was distinctly different from the usual wilderness kills. In the wild, rewards were dispensed by the main system, whereas this instance resembled a player drop, with approximately 20 of items being collectible. Thus, the quantity of dropped items was substantial, with 1,000 gold coins alone, suggesting at least an additional 5,000 coins remained, marking him as a significant fortune. After gathering all items, he roughly estimated around 20 pieces of equipment, all of which, post hundredfold reward amplification, were of golden quality or higher, alongside a multitude of potions, each of decent quality, potentially fetching several hundred gold coins each if sold. Little Zayulu. We have truly struck it rich this time. Chen Feng beamed at the sight of his bulging backpack. Yes, brother, we have struck gold. Zayulu's eyes sparkled with joy. He proceeded to organize the items, disregarding those of lower quality and focusing on the higher-tier treasures. Dream Crystal Ring, Diamond Grade, Attack, 60 Intelligence, 50 Strength, 50 Magic, 1,000 Required Level, 30 Equip Location, Ring. Applicable classes, all. Additional effect, Teleportation. Utilizing this equipment skill allows instant transfer to any location within a 50-meter radius, with a cooldown of 240 seconds. Description, Omitted. Amazing. It possesses a teleportation skill, a life-saving technique in perilous moments. Chen Feng joyfully stowed the equipment in his backpack, eagerly anticipating the day he could replace his long-worn silver ring upon reaching level 30. Continuing to inspect the other items, he discovered Plague Potion, Medicine, Usage Effect. When used on creatures of no higher than Golden Grade, ineffective against undead. It can infect them with plague, reducing all attributes by 80 and deducting 10 health per hour until death, capable of spreading within the vicinity. Description, the plague potion crafted by the necromancer Shugade, the source of all plagues. Tip, this potion can be submitted to the Human Alliance for plague control, yielding substantial rewards upon submission. After comprehending the nature of this item, Chen Feng pondered for a long while, realizing it held no utility for him, as he currently decimated creatures below Golden Grade, rendering the plague potion unnecessary, especially since it was ineffective against the undead. Well, I shall submit it later. If it can help resolve the plague, The rewards should be considerable. He tucked the potion away. He continued rummaging through his backpack for a while, finding no other intriguing items, and subsequently closed the backpack. The harvest this time has been quite substantial. Not only has my level increased by 2, but I have also acquired a plethora of equipment. Once I complete the Lord's quest, I anticipate a considerable reward. Glancing at the time on the luminous screen, I realized it was nearly noon. It was likely that Yuan was feeling hungry. Chen Feng retrieved the food prepared by the butler from his backpack and handed it to Yuan. Yuan, it's time to eat. After we finish, we shall return. Yuan, ever obedient, promptly began to eat the food Chen Feng had given her, showing no signs of fussiness. She is indeed easy to care for. With just a few gold coins each day, I can possess such a remarkably talented and adorably obedient little girl. It is truly a bargain. Chapter 56. The Honorary General of Stormwind City. After Yuan finished her meal, the two of them returned to the teleportation point and were transported back to Stormwind City. After ensuring Yuan was settled, Chen Feng made his way directly toward the Lord's mansion. Upon arriving at the entrance of Stormwind City, the guards, upon seeing Chen Feng, smiled and ushered him inside without any hindrance. Such is the advantage of high reputation. In the inner courtyard, he encountered the Lord of Stormwind City, who, upon noticing Chen Feng's arrival, promptly set aside his documents and approached him with a smile. Brave adventurer, you have returned so swiftly. Have you managed to eliminate that despicable traitor of the human race? From his backpack, Chen Feng presented the intermediate magic medal of Sugard along with the plague potion to the Lord of Stormwind City. Indeed, my lord, I have slain Sugard. Furthermore, I have obtained a sample of the plague potion he developed. The Lord's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he examined the items presented to him. After scrutinizing the medal with his magical powers, he inspected the plague potion, and his face lit up with delight. Excellent. Adventurer, your contribution to Stormwind City is unparalleled. I am at a loss as to how to reward you. Chen Feng felt a surge of joy at the prospect of a generous reward. Very well. As the Lord of Stormwind City, I bestow upon you the title of Honorary General of Stormwind City, a rank second only to mine within the city, granting you the authority to command up to 10,000 city guards. Additionally, you will be able to purchase property in Stormwind City at exceptionally favorable rates. Ding. The Lord of Stormwind City has conferred upon you the title of Honorary General of Stormwind City. This title does not enhance your talents. Moreover, here are your rewards for completing this task. Ding. You have successfully completed the task. Defeat the undead sorcerer Sugard. Experience points awarded, 10,000. Triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You have received 1,000,000 experience points. You have gained 10,000 gold coins, triggering hundredfold reward amplification for a total of 1,000,000 gold coins. You have earned 1,000 reputation points, triggering hundredfold reward amplification for a total of 100,000 reputation points. Ding. Congratulations, your level has increased to 27. You have received 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Please allocate them wisely. Ding. Elven Girl Yuan receives 50 of the experience points, totaling 500,000 experience points. Ding. Elven Girl Yuan has leveled up to 23, gaining 5 points in all attributes and 1 skill point. Ding. You have obtained a spatial ring, golden level, triggering hundredfold reward amplification, and you have received a spatial ring, diamond level. As the system notifications ceased, Chen Feng was utterly astonished. Such an abundance of rewards felt like a sudden windfall, and several of the items could not be enhanced through talent augmentation. Chen Feng gazed at the contents of his backpack. Honorary General of Stormwind City. Title, required level, 20. Effect 1, all attributes 500. Effect 2, free use of any teleportation array. Effect 3, when purchasing any item or property in Stormwind City, a 50 discount is automatically applied. Effect 4, can command 10,000 city guards but cannot leave the territory of Stormwind City. Description, omitted. Truly, this title is second only to that of the Lord of Stormwind City. It grants an additional 500 points to all attributes, equivalent to the total of Chen Feng's current attributes, and is significantly more powerful than the title obtained from the first completion of the dungeon. However, the first completion title granted a 50 increase in movement speed while not in combat, which will still be useful for traveling in the future. The second effect holds little value for Chen Feng, yet the third is exceptionally impressive, allowing him to purchase any item at a 50 discount. Most importantly, it grants him the right to acquire all properties in Stormwind City. Although Stormwind City may not rival the Imperial capital, its unique geographical location ensures a significant influx of players even in the later stages of the game. Upon realizing he could purchase all properties in Stormwind City at half price, Chen Feng conceived an audacious idea, albeit one that would require a substantial amount of gold coins. He He would devise a plan to gather the necessary coins after leaving the Lord's mansion. As for the fourth effect, commanding 10,000 city guards is akin to having an army of 1,000 level 50 fighters at his disposal. In this stage of the game, who could possibly rival him in Stormwind City? Chen Feng donned the title, and with a dazzling display of effects, his presence was instantly elevated. Incredible! He exclaimed in admiration before turning his attention to the other items. Spatial ring, diamond level, required level, 0 worn on, ring. Additional effect, grants 50 cubic meters of storage space upon wearing. Description, a marvelous spatial storage ring. Splendid. A storage ring with 50 cubic meters of space. Chen Feng felt a wave of joy. Previously, many pieces of equipment could not be picked up, but now, with this spatial ring, he would no longer have to worry about lacking storage for equipment. 50 cubic meters could easily accommodate tens of thousands of items. With this in mind, Chen Feng slipped the spatial ring onto his other hand, as it did not conflict with the ring that increased his attributes. After examining all the items, Chen Feng rose to bid farewell to the Lord. Thank you, esteemed Lord of the City. Chen Feng respectfully expressed his gratitude to the Lord of the City. You have eradicated the plague afflicting the entire Baofeng City and have become its benefactor, now honored as the General of Baofeng City. Henceforth, you need not address me as Lord. I am your elder, so simply call me Wuzier de Go. As soon as the words left his lips, the title of the Lord of Baofeng City transformed into Lightbringer Wuzier. Lightbringer Wuzier is one of the legends in the Yuan Yu Zhou, not only serving as the Lord of Baofeng City, but also as the commander of the Imperial Holy Light Knights, possessing formidable combat prowess. In his previous life, he led the Holy Light Knights to decisively thwart the incursions of the Cataclysm Legion multiple times. Chen Feng never anticipated that he would forge a connection with such a legend. It was truly astonishing. I am grateful to you, Wuzier de Go. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. With that, Chen Feng departed from the Lord's residence, making his way directly to the Affairs Hall of Baofeng City. Chapter 57. The Real Estate Tycoon. The Affairs Hall of Baofeng City serves as the institution managing various matters of the city, akin to an office in the real world. Chen Feng's purpose for visiting was to ascertain the current real estate prices in Baofeng City, especially since he possessed the privilege to purchase all properties at a 50% discount. It would be wise to utilize this opportunity in preparation for future guild developments. Before long, Chen Feng arrived at the Affairs Hall, where the comings and goings were predominantly those of officials, with no players present. As the current players lacked the qualifications to conduct business there, unlike Chen Feng, he proceeded directly into the hall. The guards at the entrance initially intended to stop him for inquiries, but upon noticing the dazzling title above Chen Feng's head, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they immediately knelt on one knee. We pay our respects to the honorary general. Seeing the guards on the ground, Chen Feng nodded and entered. What is happening? When did Baofeng City acquire an honorary general? It appears he is an adventurer. Shoo, lower your voice. Such a prominent figure is not someone we can provoke. If we wish to keep our positions, we should stand guard properly. The two guards resumed their solemn demeanor, their stances now more disciplined. As Chen Feng entered the interior of the Affairs Hall, the officer in charge, a middle-aged man named Muir, hurried over with great enthusiasm. General, I am the chief steward of the Affairs Hall. How may I serve you? Chen Feng smiled and replied, I wish to purchase commercial properties in Baofeng City. Very well. Please follow me. Muir continued with a smile. He led Chen Feng into a spacious room containing a massive sandbox displaying a simulation of the entire city's layout. Here, sir, is the property distribution map of Baofeng City. The green houses indicate properties that are still available for sale. You may select from them now. Chen Feng surveyed the real estate options and noted that there were still many vacant properties. Currently, the reputation points of all players were insufficient for property ownership, resulting in very few properties being purchased by the game. With so many houses, I lack sufficient funds. I must check the revenue from the forum post. Chen Feng logged into the game forum to review his published posts. He was astounded to discover that his post had amassed over 1 billion views. The redeemable gold coins from this post had reached an astonishing 100 million. After deducting a 30% transaction fee, he would still acquire over 70 million gold coins. If converted to Blue Star currency, that would amount to 7 billion, a sudden windfall. Haha, I am no longer short of funds in the game. Chen Feng laughed joyously as he withdrew all the gold coins from the forum. Looking at the prices of commercial properties, most were in the range of several 100,000 gold coins. However, Chen Feng understood that this was the most affordable time for real estate in the game. In the early stages, properties held little value for any faction, as the living players' levels were still low. Yet, once a substantial number of players entered the city and their levels increased, the prices of weapons, equipment, materials, potions, and more would soar. At that point, powerful lifestyle guilds would begin to purchase properties, with some large guilds striving to monopolize the real estate market. When that time came, the prices of housing, shops, and taverns would skyrocket, with each shop's price reaching at least several million, and prime locations potentially exceeding tens of millions. At this moment, Chen Feng aspired to be the first to seize the opportunity, acquiring all available properties for a future profit. Once he amassed enough gold coins, he would extend his purchasing spree to other main cities. When numerous players flooded into the major cities, the properties he owned would yield substantial profits, whether through rental or sales. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Feng turned to Muir and stated, "I wish to purchase all the properties available in Baofeng City. Please calculate the total cost." Muir was momentarily taken aback, doubting his hearing. It is important to note that Baofeng City can accommodate millions of players, and the total property value is astronomical, even by current standards. How could this honorary general possess such wealth? "Sir, are you indeed referring to all the properties in Baofeng City?" Muir could not help but confirm once more. "Yes, calculate the total amount of gold coins required." Upon hearing this, Muir gasped in astonishment, pondering just how wealthy this honorary general must be. Nevertheless, he did not dare to delay and quickly instructed his subordinates to begin calculating. A few minutes later, an aide approached with a thick stack of reports in hand. "My lord, it has been calculated that there are a total of 130 housing deeds remaining in Stormwind, 230 street shops, 15 taverns, and an additional 130 properties with commercial value. The total cost amounts to 100,200,000 gold coins. As the esteemed general of Stormwind, you are entitled to a 50% discount, reducing the total to 60 million gold coins." Upon receiving the report, Chen Feng glanced through it casually. "Ding. Do you wish to spend 60 million gold coins to purchase all commercial real estate in Stormwind?" Chen Feng was astonished to see the price of only 60 million, as he had initially thought he might not have enough gold. To his surprise, it was so affordable that he would still have 10 million gold coins remaining. Truly, it was an incredible bargain. Chen Feng sighed in admiration. In the future, such properties may not even be attainable by those with wealth. This acquisition was undeniably a lucrative deal. Without hesitation, Chen Feng pressed the confirmation button. "Ding. You have acquired all 130 housing deeds, 230 street shops, 15 taverns, and 130 additional properties with commercial value in Stormwind." As the system notification faded, Chen Feng's backpack was filled to capacity with a plethora of deeds, with the excess directly transferred into his spatial ring. All the shops and residences required naming, which was quite tedious. He opted to spend 500,000 gold coins to establish the New Era Chamber of Commerce at Muir's location, thereby consolidating all properties in Stormwind under the New Era Chamber of Commerce. Consequently, all shops, such as weapon shops, would be designated as New Era Weapon Store, while herb shops would be labeled as New Era Apothecary, and miscellaneous materials would fall under New Era General Store, among others. Chapter 58. The Establishment of the New Era Commercial Empire. Second update. Seeking free power generation, please. Now that the shop matters had been resolved, assistance was still required. The management of these shops mirrored that of the real world, necessitating personnel for operational duties. Otherwise, with so many tasks to undertake, including quests, monster battles, and leveling up, there would be little time to manage the shops. Thus, recruiting was imperative. At this moment, there happened to be a suitable candidate for the position of Human Resources General Manager right before him, and Chen Feng certainly could not let this opportunity slip. "Muir, I need to recruit some personnel," Chen Feng said, smiling at Muir. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Muir, who had been in a state of shock, regained his composure and displayed a professional smile as he responded, "My lord, I happen to have all the job listings available in Stormwind for your consideration." As Muir's words concluded, a plethora of recruitment interfaces appeared on Chen Feng's holographic interface, clearly indicating various types of commercial talents and their areas of expertise. These commercial positions were also categorized by rank. The higher the rank, the greater the commercial intelligence, resembling the operational modes of human-run companies. He could hire higher-ranked individuals to manage others, although their hiring costs were correspondingly elevated. Conversely, lower-ranked individuals possessed limited capabilities but could still be employed in various roles, such as waitstaff at hotels or security personnel with higher strength for shops and cargo transport. After all, every industry had been acquired by him. Yet the only missing component was manpower, as everyone could shine in their respective fields. Gazing at the densely packed list, Chen Feng made no deliberate selections. As he still had several million gold coins to afford hiring a few individuals, he directly recruited all those ranked at the top of the list, totaling 30 elite commercial talents for team management, 100 high-ranking individuals for shop operations, 200 mid-tier personnel for material procurement throughout Stormwind, and finally, 300 low-ranking staff primarily responsible for transporting goods and handling minor tasks in shops. This entire endeavor cost Chen Feng a mere 500,000 gold coins, as his shops currently lacked sufficient inventory for sale. Chen Feng's plan was to utilize the remaining 10 million gold coins to acquire materials, equipment blueprints, and medicinal formulas that players currently found less useful. At this stage, the prices for these items were significantly lower than that of equipment, as players struggled to gather the necessary materials to forge equipment, and holding them in their backpacks occupied valuable space. With someone willing to purchase, players would readily sell. These items could serve as a means for future profit. By collecting materials that other players could not gather, along with releasing tasks for procurement, he could assemble them, and the formulas and equipment schematics would enable the production of medicines and the crafting of equipment. Subsequently, he could sell them at a premium to players, creating a lucrative cycle that would yield an endless stream of income. In his previous life, many players achieved substantial profits through a modest shop, eventually enabling them to purchase cars and houses in reality, marrying the affluent, and living a life of success. Chen Feng was merely magnifying this endeavor ahead of time. With plans meticulously laid out, it was now time for implementation. Merely possessing these foundational items was insufficient. The purchasing power of the several million players in Stormwind was limited. Thus, it was essential to attract guild leaders from other major cities by offering exquisite equipment as bait. The exceptional equipment he had obtained now had its purpose. It is worth noting that players at this stage were primarily equipped with black iron and bronze gear. Should he present golden or dark golden level equipment, it would undoubtedly cause a significant stir. By leveraging the influence of such equipment, he could draw the wealth from other main cities into his own coffers. As a reborn individual, he was indeed quite astute. With everything planned to perfection, the only remaining task was to ensure all players were informed of this development. His game forum account, boasting 6 million followers, was now of great utility, and he felt a live-stream sales event within the game would undoubtedly be a tremendous success. Chen Feng activated his holographic device and opened the forum in the game. He compiled images of over a dozen pieces of golden and dark golden level equipment into an illustrated guide and posted it. The title of the post read, "The New Era, Chamber of Commerce in Stormwind is established. Grand opening celebration, special sale of premium equipment." The content featured numerous screenshots of the equipment alongside the coordinates of Stormwind. After editing the post, Chen Feng promptly clicked to send it. Once published, even before exiting the forum, a multitude of Chen Feng's devoted fans flocked to the thread, eager to comment and share. Chen Feng casually clicked to take a look. "Xiao Yanyan, Gitch, have you established a commercial empire in the game? So impressive. Not only are you powerful and handsome, but you also possess such a keen business acumen. I absolutely adore you. Storm Mage, wow, so many exquisite items. I must hurry to seize them. Honest Man, Guild Leader. Purple Rose, Guild Leader. Could you please sell a few items to my sister? I'm begging you," with a pitiful expression. Twilight Rose, I have already headed to Storm City. Sweetheart, Boss Shirtion. Could you spare me an item? I could help you with your soft bed tonight. A throng of fans erupted into a flurry of comments beneath the post, which was precisely the effect Chen Feng desired. In just a few short minutes, the number of shares for this post skyrocketed to hundreds of thousands, with the figures continuously rising. Upon checking his account's backend, Chen Feng discovered that his follower count had surpassed 100 million within a single day. I must be the fastest person to reach 100 million followers, he mused with a smile. Currently, the stable online player count in the global Yuan Yuzhou has exceeded 1 billion, with registered players surpassing 10 billion. With a world population of only 150 billion, virtually everyone capable of entering the game, except for toddlers and the elderly, has done so, encouraged by their nations. Thus, gaining 100 million followers in a day seems entirely reasonable. Casually clicking through his account, he noticed a plethora of private messages from fans flooding his game panel, along with offers from various luxury brands seeking him for endorsements. Each endorsement deal was worth tens of millions. However, Chen Feng dismissed these trivial amounts, focusing instead on developing the commercial empire within Yuan Yuzhou. He closed the game forum and returned to the game world. Chapter 59, 10,000 Workers, Part 3. Having accomplished this, Chen Feng knew that his identity as an honorary commander should not go to waste. He could command a militia of 10,000 city guards, and that needed to be utilized effectively. He made his way towards the city guard of Storm City, bringing along a special-grade companion with maxed-out attributes. Before long, they reached the military headquarters of Storm City. At that moment, a man clad in armor, the leader of the City Guard's independent regiment, Li Zhong, approached with a welcoming smile. "I have met the honorary general." Chen Feng nodded in acknowledgement. In the game, he held a military rank, currently akin to a deputy commander in the battle zone, while the city lord of Storm City was the commander of the local army. Li Zhong, as the leader of an independent regiment, commanded exactly 10,000 city guards, assigned to Chen Feng by the city lord. The purpose of this meeting was straightforward. He could not allow this 10,000-strong army to go to waste. 10,000 individuals working at an electronics factory in reality could earn over $1 million a month. Therefore, in the game, they ought to serve their purpose as well. Chen Feng directly assigned the entire independent regiment to the outer city to slay monsters around level 20. These city guards, being around level 50, would easily dominate these lower-level creatures, collecting all the materials and equipment. As the overseer of commerce, he would gather and sell these items in the New Era shop, as long as he distributed a portion of the gold to the city guards, who were already dependent on their military pay. They would be delighted at the prospect of increased income. After assigning the tasks to 2 individuals, he set his plan into motion and awaited the profits. Following this, players in Storm City began to notice groups of level 50 city guards banding together to hunt level 20 monsters, leaving them bewildered, yet this was merely the beginning. As evening approached, Chen Feng, having resolved these matters, felt mentally and physically exhausted despite not having leveled up significantly. He returned to the hotel where he and Yuya were residing. Upon entering, he noticed the housekeeper, wearing a flattering smile, seemingly waiting for something at the entrance. Chen Feng was puzzled by the housekeeper's unusual behavior and proceeded into the hotel without giving it much thought. As he approached the entrance, the housekeeper greeted him enthusiastically. "My lord, welcome back." Chen Feng, puzzled, asked, "What is going on, housekeeper? I haven't given you any gold today." The housekeeper, sensing Chen Feng's confusion, quickly explained. "My lord, you seem to have forgotten. This afternoon, you purchased this hotel. You are now the owner of New Era Hotel." Taken aback, Chen Feng glanced at his system interface. Indeed, upon entering the hotel, he found a management interface, indicating that he had inadvertently acquired the establishment during the afternoon's acquisition. He smiled, not dwelling on it further. This was quite convenient, as he and Yuya were content living here, so they would continue to stay. He instructed the housekeeper to attend to his duties and return to his previous courtyard. Seeing Chen Feng return, Yuya joyfully rushed over and leaped into his arms. "Brother, you're back." Chen Feng affectionately patted Yuya's head and said with a smile, "Did you behave well at home?" "Yes, I've been playing with the little kitty." "The little kitty is so cute," she replied, pointing at a distant white cat. Chen Feng glanced at the ordinary little cat and smiled. It was nice for Yuya to have an animal companion. At least she wouldn't feel bored. After playing in the courtyard for a while, noticing Yuya becoming a bit drowsy, he guided her to her room, and soon after, she fell asleep. Upon witnessing Roro succumb to slumber, Chen Feng stepped out into the world beyond the game. After yawning several times in succession, he returned to his own room and promptly logged out, his consciousness returning to the realm of reality. Emerging from the gaming pod, he stretched languidly and glanced at the clock affixed to the wall, noting that it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Time indeed flies in the game. Exiting his room, he found that the maid robot had already prepared dinner. After a simple meal, he retreated to the bathroom for a shower and tidied up the gaming pod before lying down on his bed, ready for rest. Suddenly, a notification sound emanated from his light brain. Who could be sending a message at such a late hour? Chen Feng opened the light brain and clicked to view the message, discovering it was from Rufan. Rufan wrote, "Brother Chen Feng, the construction of the Guild's city is nearing completion. Our guild has now ascended to a level 5 guild, having recruited over 1,000 players of level 15 and above. The core members of our guild have also elevated their levels to above 18, placing us ahead of all players in the server." Chen Feng smiled at Rufan's report, affirming his judgment. Rufan's capabilities were indeed formidable, merely requiring a platform to showcase them. Chen Feng replied, "Well done. Once the monster siege concludes, let us gather." Rufan responded, "Yes, there is one more matter I must report to you, Brother Chen Feng." Chen Feng inquired, "What is it?" Rufan continued, "Recently, we have noticed several members from rival guilds lurking around our guild's premises, seemingly surveying us. Initially, we paid little heed, but the number of individuals has grown, and I fear they might harbor intentions towards our city during the siege tomorrow." Upon reading this message, Chen Feng furrowed his brow. If the defending guild were to fail during the monster siege, the city would become a free-for-all territory, ripe for the taking by other players. Thus, it was not unreasonable to suspect rival guilds might attempt to seize their guild's city amidst the chaos of the siege. However, these individuals likely underestimated Chen Feng's current prowess. Unbeknownst to them, he was now the honorary general of Storm City, capable of commanding a force of 10,000 level 50 city guards. He held the siege in utter disregard, yet if rivals wished to come and present him with equipment, he would graciously accept. Chen Feng reassured Rufan, "Rest easy. Get some sleep. I will be there tomorrow." Rufan replied, "All right, Brother Chen Feng. Good night." Subsequently, Chen Feng closed the light brain and drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 60. The Landlord of Storm City, a night devoid of dreams past. The following morning, Chen Feng awoke, quickly washed up, had a light breakfast, and then entered the gaming pod. "Welcome back," echoed the system prompt, and Chen Feng's consciousness returned to the game world. Arriving at the game early, he noticed that Ruo was still asleep, so he chose not to disturb her. Knowing that the monster siege was still 7 or 8 hours away, He would take Ruo along once the siege commenced. Stepping directly out of the inn's courtyard, he opened the management panel of the New Era Commerce Guild. After a day and night, the guild's funds had surged from over 10 million gold coins to an astonishing 50 million, and this figure continued to ascend rapidly. Chen Feng was pleasantly surprised by the swift influx of wealth. The reason for such rapid financial growth lay in the influx of players from nearby major cities, all flocking to Storm City for commerce. The influence of Chen Feng's posts on the forum was substantial, prompting many guilds to transfer their assets to Storm City in pursuit of his exceptional equipment. This influx had propelled Storm City's population from a mere few million to over 50 million overnight, significantly elevating its economy and consequently driving up property prices. In this climate, players from other cities, unable to profit elsewhere, were also drawn to Storm City to engage in trade. As a result, Chen Feng's previously idle shops and properties were now leased out by players from other cities. Chen Feng could now be deemed the landlord of Storm City, with the speed of wealth accumulation allowing him to achieve minor goals within mere hours. Observing the rapidly increasing gold coins, Chen Feng resolved not to utilize them just yet, as he intended to maintain liquidity for the guild's operations. This was a crucial developmental phase for the guild, necessitating continuous acquisition of materials and items from players. He had ambitious plans to acquire properties in all other cities within Yuan Yuzhou. Opening the Game's wealth leaderboard, as anticipated, he found himself to be the wealthiest player across the entirety of Yuan Yuzhou, with a net worth several thousand times greater than that of the second richest player. He mused that the Game's recharge system would likely be activated within 3 days. Once that happened, the rate at which his gold coins multiplied would accelerate further, allowing him to absorb all commercial properties in other major cities into the New Era Guild. Undoubtedly, Chen Feng's ultimate purpose was to elevate the strength of the New Era Guild to rival that of an entire empire, thus ensuring he possessed ample resources to safeguard the citizens of Daxia when confronted with the calamities and the demonic forces. Once his reputation reached a certain threshold, he could commence the recruitment of an army and the conquest of cities. As a reborn individual, he was determined not to wait for the Game's world to manifest in reality before taking action. As the saying goes, the best defense is a good offense. With his capabilities, why not preemptively strike against the forces of calamity and the demon realm? Now armed with the advantage of rebirth, it was prudent to capitalize on this opportunity and resolve the battlefield within the game before it truly encroached upon the real world, thereby minimizing the potential devastation to reality. The present new era marks the inception of self-empowerment, and I firmly believe that it will not be long before the name of the new era resonates throughout the entire Yuan Yuzhou. Of course, this remains but a notion for now, and all must commence from one's own strength. Let me first visit the guild city, murmured Chen Feng. As the guild leader, I have been rather hands-off, having yet to set foot in the city, which is somewhat inexcusable. Today, with the impending monster siege, I must assess the situation and enhance the city's defenses. Chen Feng arrived at the teleportation array in Storm City, where the array's administrator greeted him with a beaming smile. The large teleportation array within the city is guarded, allowing for the verification of personnel information to prevent malevolent forces from infiltrating through other arrays. However, the outer teleportation array remains unguarded. General, where would you like to go? I wish to travel to the New Era Guild City. Chen Feng had previously arranged for Ruo Fan to establish a small teleportation array capable of supporting simultaneous transport for a dozen individuals, having expended several million gold coins on its construction. Currently, it only facilitates travel to Storm City and a few nearby towns. Very well, General. I shall arrange the teleportation immediately. As Chen Feng entered the teleportation array, the surrounding energy crystals began to coalesce, forming the teleportation formation. After a flash of blinding light, the scenery shifted, revealing a grand city before him. Chapter 61. Constructing defensive towers. The entire city was built against the mountains, with walls towering over 30 meters high, exuding an extraordinary presence. Even from afar, one could sense the fortitude of the walls. The surrounding moat was still under construction, with numerous workers diligently excavating. Upon entering the guild's premises, Chen Feng observed that numerous buildings and shops had been established, drawing a substantial number of residents into the city. Among them, he also spotted some members of the New Era Guild, making the city resemble a miniature version of Storm City. President, you've arrived. A voice interrupted Chen Feng's thoughts as a group of New Era Guild members greeted him warmly, Ruo Fan among them. The guild city is progressing well, isn't it? Ruo Fan, Chen Feng remarked with a smile. The resources required for the guild's upgrade are substantial, with several thousand players currently grinding. We aim to elevate the guild to level 6 today, which will allow us to recruit even more players. There's no rush in the guild's development. Once the monster siege concludes, rewards will be granted, enabling a direct upgrade to level 7. However, President, can we withstand the monster siege? Typically, such sieges commence in the mid-game, Will we not be overwhelmed by initiating it so early? A few core members of the guild expressed their concerns, apprehensive about the city's ability to withstand the onslaught. Should the city fall, all prior efforts would be in vain. Chen Feng understood their worries. It was nearly impossible for players at this stage to defend against the monster siege. Yet, he remained unperturbed. With his hundredfold reward amplification talent, he had come to assist the players in constructing defensive towers along the city walls. As a level 5 guild, the management could invest some gold to erect level 5 defensive towers. With his talent, these could be upgraded directly to level 7 towers, which boasted superior offensive and defensive capabilities compared to level 5 towers. With an ample supply of gold, constructing additional defensive towers would significantly alleviate their defensive burdens. I have my methods. You all may proceed with your tasks. I shall explore the premises. With that, Chen Feng departed towards the City Lord's mansion at the center of the city. Within the City Lord's mansion, due to his position as the guild leader and the lord of the guild's residence, Chen Feng possessed all management authority over the city. He accessed the city's defense panel and displayed the interface for the defensive towers available for construction. Arrow Tower, level 5 defensive structure, health, 5,000 attack, 400 defense, 100 attack speed, 3 per second skill, reconnaissance, capable of detecting nearby invisible units. Materials required, 5 giant stones, 100 wood, 2 energy crystals, 100 gold. Cannon Tower, level 5 defensive structure, health, 5,000 attack, 800 defense, 100 attack speed, 1 per second skill, capable of dealing area damage. Materials required, 8 giant stones, 50 wood, 3 energy crystals, 150 gold. Heavenly Fire Tower, level 5 defensive structure, health, 5,000 attack, 500 defense, 100 attack speed, 10 per second skill. Inflicts continuous fire damage on enemies within range. Materials required, 5 giant stones, 150 wood, 2 flame energy crystals, 200 gold. Heavenly Thunder Tower, level 5 defensive structure, health, 5,000 attack, 800 defense, 100 attack speed, 1 per second skill, deals lightning damage to enemies within range, with a chance to paralyze them for 3 seconds. Materials required, 5 giant stones, 50 wood, 2 thunder energy crystals, 200 gold. Chen Feng noted that only these 4 types of defensive towers could be unlocked at present. The more formidable towers would require further guild level advancements for access. However, these options were sufficient. There was no concern regarding materials, as the guild had accumulated enough resources from recent tasks, though energy crystals were somewhat scarce. Nevertheless, Chen Feng had brought a portion of the crystals acquired by the New Era Guild, which should suffice to construct over 1,000 defensive towers. He proceeded to commence the manufacturing process. Ding dong. You have consumed resources to construct a level 5 arrow tower, triggering the hundredfold reward amplification. And you have built a level 7 arrow tower. Ding dong. You have consumed resources to construct a level 5 cannon tower, triggering the hundredfold reward amplification. And you have built a level 7 cannon tower. Ding dong. You have consumed resources to construct a level 5 Skyfire Tower, triggering the hundredfold reward amplification. And you have built a level 7 Skyfire Tower. Ding dong. You have consumed resources to construct a level 5 Thunderbolt Tower, triggering the hundredfold reward amplification. And you have built a level 7 Thunderbolt Tower. Ding dong. A multitude of energy crystals have been consumed within Chen Feng's spatial ring, resulting in the emergence of formidable defensive towers upon the city walls, all at level 7. Boasting attributes at least 20 superior to those of level 5 towers. Thus, Chen Feng dedicated an entire afternoon to constructing defensive towers at the Lord's mansion, with strongholds appearing at strategic points along the walls. Chapter 62. The monster siege commences at this moment. The guild players on the walls were left astounded by the developments. What is that atop the city? Are those defensive towers? They appear remarkably advanced. Let me examine their attributes. Goodness, they are indeed level 7 defensive towers. Their damage exceeds mine. Aren't we a level 5 guild? How can we construct level 7 towers? It must be the work of the guild leader. The leader is incredible. Look at the hundreds of defensive towers on the walls, and they continue to multiply. Now we have confidence against the monster siege. Bring it on. Let me witness the true strength of the monsters. As the discussion unfolded, a series of monstrous roars echoed from the hills beyond the city walls. Subsequently, a multitude of monsters appeared within the player's line of sight. Finally, they have arrived. So many monsters. Truly a spectacle. The first wave of monsters has spawned outside the city walls. From a distance, the initial group of monsters ranged from level 15 to level 25, primarily consisting of wild creatures from surrounding areas, including some elite monsters, likely serving as cannon fodder before the Calamity Siege. However, the sheer number of these lesser monsters was quite considerable, charging towards the city walls from all directions. At this juncture, all members of the New Era guild stood resolutely atop 3 sides of the walls. Since Chen Feng's guild base was backed by a mountainside, they only needed to defend 3 sides of the walls. The Twilight Rose Guild, led by the esteemed Mu Se Chong, also arrived to lend assistance. Although they had yet to establish a formal guild, they were a well-regarded gaming community, boasting approximately 10,000 members, of which 5,000 had come to aid. They were responsible for defending the Western Wall. Zhi Se Chong was among them, now one of the prominent leaders of New Era, tasked with safeguarding a section of the wall. Meanwhile, 2/3 of the members of New Era were defending the central city gate. Currently, the guild had around 1,500 members, with an additional 10,000 on the periphery. These individuals were among the earliest players recruited by Chen Feng, some possessing their own modest factions, while others brought along members from various studios. After being invited into the group chat by Chen Feng, they flocked to New Era. Of course, only a fraction of them could join the guild at this time, as many were awaiting the guild's level to rise before committing. At this moment, around 2/3 of the guild members, approximately 8,000, were led by Vice President Ruo Fan and guild leader Feng Xing. As the pressure at the central gate warranted a larger force, the last gate was defended by 4,000 members, led by the Honest One and Xiao Yin. Chen Feng found himself in a leisurely position, preparing to offer support with Xiao Lu within the city. It was not that Chen Feng was unwilling to gain experience. Rather, he understood that upon reaching level 30, he could not earn experience points without completing his first job quest. If his summons engaged in the initial waves, it was likely that the guild would not accrue significant experience. So he preferred to allow them to take the experience while he awaited the final waves to claim his share, with the goal of reaching level 30 today. As the monster siege commenced, numerous players from the New Era guild were present, alongside throngs of spectators on the surrounding hills, eager to witness the first player-led city defense battle since the launch of Yuan Yuzhou. Amidst the crowd, a player equipped with a filming device stood closer to the city. "Greetings, everyone. I am your host, Gozi. Today, I will be live-streaming the city defense battle led by the first player, the mighty Shirtian, and his guild, New Era. As you can see, the situation is perilous, with the risk of death or demotion looming at any moment. Please, click that yellow button to support this endeavor and help keep the energy flowing. Thank you all. Much love." This individual was among the most popular streamers within the Yuan Yuzhou sector, boasting a staggering 10 million followers on the Maoya streaming platform. The appearance of this live stream instantly attracted a plethora of players not currently engaged in the battle, causing a flurry of comments and gifts to flood in. Seeing this, the streamer GoZ felt a surge of joy. Indeed, his decision to broadcast this event had proven fortuitous, with a surge of followers expected overnight. Just then, the clamor of battle erupted throughout the city. The distant roars of monsters reverberated, indicating the intensity of the siege. The live streamer's footage shifted to capture the battlefield, showcasing the members of the New Era guild forming distant ranged formations atop the walls. Magicians and archers unleashed a torrent of fireballs, spells, and arrows, the sounds of their attacks resonating as they targeted the first wave of monsters. The spectacle of thousands casting spells simultaneously was breathtaking. The spells and arrows rained upon the initial wave of wild creatures, with damage indicators rapidly appearing above their heads. Before long, the frontline monsters fell one by one, yielding experience points, coins, and a few pieces of equipment. Everyone, take a look. The XNJUN guild truly lives up to its reputation. It feels as though the first wave of monsters attacking the city posed no challenge at all. As the streamer provided commentary, players watching the live broadcast began to flood the chat with praises for the might of XNJUN, clearly demonstrating that its members are among the most formidable players at this stage. However, at that moment, a horde of monsters, including ranged attackers, entered the attack range and began assaulting the city walls. Yet, the players had the advantage of geography, coupled with the firepower of the level 7 defensive towers. In no time, the first wave of monsters was reduced to mere experience points, copper coins, and equipment left outside the walls. Chapter 63. The second wave of the siege. At this moment, Siege in Feng, accompanied by Ru, swiftly began to purify the souls of the surrounding fallen monsters as the second wave of the attack commenced. After a brief casting period, Ru experienced a significant surge in her faith attributes. Meanwhile, the streamer, GUZ, fortuitously captured the moment CHNF emerged. Look, who is that man? Could he be the leader of the XNJUN guild and the current top player in UNYZHU? Known as SHTNDSHN? It appears so. I thought SHTNDSHN was absent. I didn't see him during the first wave. What kind of monsters would warrant his involvement? Oh my, it truly is SHTNDSHN. I am your fan. I adore you. SHTNDSHN. Streamer, what are you doing? Quickly bring the camera closer to SHT-NDSHN's face, or I will unfollow. As the audience in GUZ's livestream confirmed that the figure below was indeed Chen, they inundated the chat with requests for the streamer to focus on him. Upon witnessing the deluge of messages, GUZ wasted no time and directed the live feed towards Chen. It is truly SHT-NDSHN. Who is that adorable little girl beside him? SHT-NDSHN is so handsome. How can such a charming figure be personally gathering equipment? However, Chen was oblivious to the live stream's content and, after collecting a few pieces of equipment, returned to the city with Ruru. Time swiftly passed, and 10 minutes later, the second wave of monster attacks began anew. A multitude of wild creatures once again flooded the previously tranquil hillside. These monsters were the same types found in the nearby leveling zones, mere cannon fodder driven by the undead legion. This time, however, the quantity and quality of the attacking monsters had significantly increased, with a substantial number of elite monsters mingling among the ordinary ones, and their levels had risen considerably. As the vast horde of monsters approached, the players atop the city walls held their breath. Heavens, there are so many monsters. The sight of the advancing horde ignited a fervor within them. Indeed, this is the very scene I envisioned in my dreams of an exhilarating online game. However, Chen remained unfazed by the sight before him. Compared to the millions of undead troops he faced in his previous life, this was merely a minor skirmish. I shall break through. Who dares to join me? Count me in. At this moment, several core members stationed at the city walls could no longer contain their excitement, yearning to engage in a blood-soaked battle with the monsters below. After all, with such a multitude of creatures present, not only could they level up, but they also stood a chance to acquire equipment, a rare opportunity indeed. Moreover, given the manageable difficulty of the previous waves, the guild's core commanders granted them permission to proceed. A throng of melee players charged valiantly toward the monster horde. Chen chose not to join them, as the monsters were of too low a level. Even with the hundredfold reward boost, he would scarcely gain experience. Furthermore, these wild creatures did not count as enemies for his wisdom medal, and he felt no inclination to engage. Minutes later, the second wave of battle reached a fever pitch. A multitude of melee players surged toward the monsters, while ranged players atop the walls unleashed their attacks indiscriminately. Priests positioned behind the warrior and knight players tirelessly healed them, filling the battlefield with a cacophony of sounds. In the distance, the prominent streamer GUZ continued his commentary. Behold, the second wave of the monster siege has begun, and a significant portion of the attacking creatures are elite monsters. Yet, we have yet to witness SHT-NDSHN make his move. I eagerly await his intervention. When will SHT-NDSHN strike? I wish to see his summoned beasts. The chat was ablaze with viewers clamoring to witness Chen prowess. The overall strength of the XNJUN players was unrivaled within the game. Their individual capabilities and the strategic coordination displayed illustrated the remarkable cohesion of a powerful guild. Although there were moments when players fell victim to the concentrated fire of the monsters, others quickly filled the gaps left behind. As of this moment, no monsters had breached the three city walls, particularly at the gates manned by MSG-NGWI and ZSG-NGWI. Chen had initially thought their gate would be the weakest. Surprisingly, the majority of their players were female, predominantly mages, and a torrential downpour of spells descended upon the horde, forming a formidable magical defense. They were currently defending the entire wall at minimal cost. Thus, after more than half an hour, the second wave of monsters was finally eradicated, granting the defending players a 10-minute respite. Chen, as usual, entered the midst of the monster throng alongside little Ruru. Utilizing her innate skills, an abundance of faith surged within her. Observing Ruru's rapidly increasing attributes, Chen could not help but marvel at the sheer strength of her talent. Chapter 64, The Centaur Legion. 10 minutes later. At that moment, a resonant neigh echoed from a distance. Chen Feng glanced towards the source, and his keen perception revealed the presence of formidable foes. Bloodthirsty Centaur, elite level 20 health, 4,000 attack, 210 defense, 50 skills, savage charge, war trample. Description: a quadrupedal creature renowned for its swiftness. Bloodthirsty Centaur leader, silver level 20 health, 40,000 attack, 520 defense, 150 skills, savage charge, war trample, rapid aura, bloodthirst. Description: the leader of the bloodthirsty centaurs, capable of enhancing their speed. The attributes of the monsters materialized before Chen Feng's eyes. The advantage of ranged attacks had evaporated. Chen Feng murmured to himself, recognizing that the centaur-like creatures were known for their agility. When at full gallop, it would be exceedingly difficult for non-targeted skills to strike them. Indeed, under the influence of the bloodthirsty centaur leader's rapid aura, a multitude of centaurs swiftly breached the player's proud ranged defense. They surged towards the city walls, causing a rapid depletion of its durability. Observers and viewers in the live stream began to discuss the unfolding scene. It was undeniable that the New Era guild was formidable. However, it was still a challenge to defend against monsters that had a comprehensive advantage in level and attributes. Yes, these centaurs were already level 20. And coupled with such swift movement, it was uncertain whether New Era could hold their ground. Isn't there still the god of slaying heaven? I have yet to see him take action. I trust in his ability to turn the tide. Even the god of slaying heaven, no matter how powerful, is but one person. Currently, they must defend 3 sides of the wall. Based on my research, monster sieges typically come in 5 waves. And this is only the 3rd wave. 5 waves. It seems that this time, New Era may struggle to defend. Alas, it is still the early game. Possessing a city is perhaps too ambitious for the players at this stage. A group of game analysts began to evaluate the predicament faced by New Era, and they all concluded that it would be challenging for them to maintain their guild stronghold. However, upon immediately perceiving the attributes of the monsters, Chen Feng swiftly commanded through the guild channel. All melee players, charge forth and eliminate the bloodthirsty centaurs. They must not be allowed to continue their assault on the walls. There are still 2 waves of attacks to come, and if the wall's durability is excessively depleted, there will be nothing left to defend. After issuing commands to the guild, Chen Feng dashed towards the wall defended by the Rose Guild, while Yu was instructed to support the right side of the wall. He anticipated that the Rose Guild, primarily composed of mages, would lose their ranged advantage against such swift monsters. Indeed, by the time Chen Feng reached the left wall, numerous bloodthirsty centaurs had already breached the defenses and were relentlessly sapping the wall's durability. President Wei, Purple Rose, responsible for defending the left wall, spoke with a hint of guilt. Do not worry. It's my turn now. With that, Chen Feng raised his staff and began to chant summoning spells. Summon Mechagoblin. Summon Lightning Elemental Aurora Grelin. Summon Dark Knight. Summon Plant Elemental Demon Realm Flower. Summon Holy Light Elemental. Summon Archmage Lewis. Each summoned creature appeared within variously sized magical circles, emanating an overwhelming aura as they dispersed under Chen Feng's command towards the walls. Wow, what are those summoned creatures? Is this the god of slaying heaven's summons? They are incredibly impressive. The god of slaying heaven's summons seem to be twice as powerful. Surely, the god of slaying heaven must have transitioned into some hidden class to be so formidable. With the appearance of his summons, our defense is secured. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream, witnessing such an array of summoned beasts, hurriedly took screenshots to share the spectacle, causing the popularity of the streamer, Dogsy, to soar. With gifts flooding in, as the summoned creatures spread out, a barrage of spells was unleashed, swiftly reclaiming the wall that had been on the verge of collapse. A series of area spells rained down upon the centaur horde, while the Dark Knight charged towards the bloodthirsty centaur leader, aided by the Demon Realm Flower's ensnaring spell. The Dark Knight's colossal sword fell relentlessly, and combined with the ranged attacks, it rapidly dispatched a number of bloodthirsty centaur leaders. With the loss of their leader's rapid aura, the remaining centaurs experienced a sharp decline in speed. Once their velocity diminished, they became vulnerable to the relentless barrage of spells from the walls. Thus, under the onslaught of Chen Feng's summoned creatures and the onslaught of numerous players on the wall, the centaurs fell, yielding equipment and potions upon the ground. Observing that the city gate had been secured, Chen Feng commanded his army of summoned beasts to advance towards the central city gate. At that moment, the battle at the central gate had already commenced, with some players having perished in their charge. Yet through the collective effort of the players, a bloodthirsty centaur leader had been slain. As Chen Feng arrived, the legendary summoned creature, Archmage Lewis, unleashed a meteor strike upon a bloodthirsty centaur leader. Boom! 3 massive crimson meteors plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground. Minus 12,594. Minus 12,468. Minus 25,499. Critical spell damage. The meteoric assault decimated the silver-tier bloodthirsty centaur leader in an instant, and also annihilated dozens of bloodthirsty centaurs in the process. The players from New Era, who witnessed this spectacle, were left in astonishment. Wow, what kind of summoned creature is this, President? It is terrifyingly powerful. Is this meteor strike an embodiment of divine power? I feel as though we, as a group, could not even match a single one of the President's summoned creatures. Without a doubt, the President is forever a deity. Subsequently, Luis unleashed a series of area spells upon the cavalry, causing all who were affected to collapse as if they had been transformed into potion equipment. Thus, the cavalry assaulting the city gate was entirely obliterated. The siege forces on the right side also fell victim to the overwhelming output of skills, leading to their complete annihilation. Chapter 65, A Single Individual Suffices. Next came the most arduous battles of the 4th and 5th waves. All players defending the city were granted a 10-minute respite. While the entire guild's members recuperated, they also assessed their losses. After tallying the casualties, it was revealed that over 1,000 players had perished during the first 3 waves, predominantly consisting of melee fighters. Upon resurrection, they would enter a half-hour period of weakness, rendering them ineffective for the final 2 waves. Moreover, based on memories from a past life, it was anticipated that the final 2 waves would feature monsters from the Plague faction assaulting the city. If the Plague faction were to engage in the siege, it would be an opportune moment for Chen Feng to enhance his Wisdom Medal passive. Thus, Chen Feng resolved to single-handedly guard the central city wall while directing several thousand others to defend the flanking walls, believing that, in conjunction with the defensive towers, they could hold out for a time. Shirtian, all defenders on the central wall, split into 2 groups to guard the other 2 gates. I shall defend the frontal wall alone. Upon issuing this command, some new guild members were immediately taken aback. One person guarding a gate. That's incredibly bold. President, are you certain you can handle it alone during these final 2 waves? A new member could not refrain from inquiring. Chen Feng, upon seeing the message, merely smiled faintly and replied, "Rest assured, I will assist you after I have dealt with the monsters in the middle." Thus, the central forces gradually dispersed towards the sides, leaving Chen Feng as the lone figure at the center. However, at this moment, the audience in the live stream hosted by Guzzi erupted in excitement. What is happening? Why has everyone at the central gate retreated? Do they not wish to defend this city any longer? Only the mighty Shirtian remains at the central gate. Does he intend to single-handedly guard it? Wow, Shirtian is incredible. I can feel the adrenaline rushing. Facing a tidal wave of monsters alone is the essence of a thrilling online game. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. I'm in awe, Shirtian. I'm officially your fan. The live chat was flooded with similar sentiments. The once bustling live stream audience swiftly surged from a few million to over 10 million. Even the host, Guzzi, was taken aback by Chen Feng's rising popularity. Observing Chen Feng standing alone outside the city wall exuded the aura of an ancient general, a solitary figure capable of withstanding 1,000 foes, filled with admiration. After a 10-minute interval, the 4th wave of monsters began to assemble at the city's periphery. With the number of surrounding monsters increasing, they showed no immediate inclination to attack, seemingly waiting for something. Why are the 4th wave monsters making no move? Are they intimidated by the presence of our great Shirtian? The host, Guzzi, continued to broadcast the battlefield situation from the outskirts. At this moment, Chen Feng glanced toward the distant plague creatures and sensed something amiss. Was there a commander leading the plague army in this siege? Just as Chen Feng prepared to charge toward the gathering of monsters, an earth-shattering rumble reverberated through the ground. Suddenly, 2 massive figures began to stride toward Chen Feng's location. From afar, it was evident that they were 2 colossal abominations, dragging their hefty forms. One wielding a gigantic axe bound with iron chains, and the other brandishing a hooked weapon, emanating a foul stench. Abomination, golden grade, level, 30 health, 200,000 attack, 500 defense, 800 skills, devour corpse, disease cloud, great axe attack, bloodthirst. Description, a gigantic abomination composed of numerous fragmented corpses, relishing the act of tearing apart its enemies and consuming them whole. The appearance of these 2 golden grade entities, each boasting a staggering health pool of 200,000, startled the live stream audience. The mere sight of these grotesque monsters sent chills down spines. Wow, 2 golden grades at once. I wager that at least 90% of players at this stage cannot breach their defenses. The unexpected simultaneous assault of the 4th and 5th waves would undoubtedly challenge the new era guild. However, these 2 golden beasts were advancing toward the central gate, which was solely defended by Shirtian. One could only speculate whether their decision was wise. Ha ha ha. Shirtian is invincible. He will dominate the Goldens. As the audience in the live stream debated, a multitude of players began to gather in the vicinity. With the 4th and 5th waves attacking together. No matter how strong Shirtian is, he is but one man. I refuse to believe he can hold all 3 gates. The speaker was Ling Yuntian, the leader of the Lingyun Guild. Beside him, Shuesher, the leader of the Blood Empire Guild, exhibited a hint of apprehension. After this, we have truly made a mortal enemy of Shirtian. It is evident that the new era guild is in its prime. Is this truly wise? Brother Shuesher, we have already established enmity with Shirtian. Even if we do not strike against him now, should we allow them to grow, they will inevitably turn against us. If we can seize the city from their hands, our 2 guilds united in the source universe would be the strongest. Ling Yuntian declared, gazing at Shuesher. Very well. If you succeed in capturing the city this time, do not forget the benefits you promised me. Rest assured, Ling Yuntian replied with a smile. The surrounding players and the livestream audience witnessed the sea of Lingyun Guild and Blood Empire players assembling on the distant hillside. What do they intend to do? At this moment, the streamer Dogsy also noticed a massive crowd surging outside, and the live broadcast temporarily shifted to the distance. These are the members of Lingyun Guild and Blood Empire Guild. Do they harbor intentions towards the stronghold of New Era Guild? There are so many people. It seems that the main forces of both guilds have arrived. They likely want to take advantage of the chaos while New Era Guild is besieged by monsters and reap the benefits. This situation puts New Era in grave danger. With such a multitude of monsters attacking, and 2 top-tier guilds eyeing them hungrily. Only 2? I see many guilds around that seem to have their sights set on the stronghold of New Era Guild. Alas, it seems that New Era's defense will falter today. A group of spectators at the scene sighed for New Era Guild, doubting their ability to hold the city under such circumstances. Meanwhile, the battle between New Era Guild and the monsters had commenced. Chen Feng and his companions naturally took notice of the vast number of players in the distance. Boss, what should we do? The situation seems quite unfavorable for us. Ruo Fan asked anxiously. Chen Feng smiled, gazing at the approaching horde of monsters. Do not worry. This time, I will ensure they return empty-handed. With that, Chen Feng charged into the oncoming tide of monsters alone. Chapter 66. The traitor Xianyan. After a brief incantation, he summoned Mecha Goblin. Summoned Thunder Spirit Aurora Grelin. Summoned Dark Knight. Summoned Nature Spirit Demon World Flower. Summoned Holy Light Spirit. Summoned Archmage Lewis. When summoning Archmage Lewis, the effect of the equipped item was triggered, summoning 4 Lewis at once. 14 summoned creatures appeared neatly in front of the city walls, and under Chen Feng's command, they dispersed around the walls. Attack! As Chen Feng willed it, the summoned creatures began unleashing their skills upon the rushing horde of monsters. Massive explosions, thunder, charges, vines, holy light, and ice spikes indiscriminately rained down upon the monster horde. 2510, 2541, 5124. A plethora of high-damage numbers erupted among the monsters. All but the higher-level elite monsters were obliterated by the summoned creature skills. At that moment, Ruo also brandished her magic staff, casting splendid light spells into the crowd of monsters. Now, having harvested the faith power from the first 3 waves of monsters, her character's attributes had exceeded 1,000. Coupled with her skill enhancements, her output was not inferior to Chen Feng's, allowing her to withstand the onslaught of monsters single-handedly. As the health of the surrounding summoned creatures dwindled, Ruo's holy light spells could easily restore them. What is up with that little girl? How does she output damage as ferociously as the Great Shirtian? She seems to be a priest. How can there be such a vast difference between us? Wow, I love this lowly. She must be something special to be the right-hand assistant of the Great Shirtian. The summoned beasts of the Great Shirtian are incredible. Each one rivals the power of hacks. It seems that this time, the Great Shirtian's defense of the central city gate is assured. The Great Shirtian is formidable. At that moment, Lingyun Tian and Bloodcolor also observed the situation on the battlefield below from a distance. Bloodcolor, I sensed something was amiss with that Shirtian from the very beginning. I feel that even with our tens of thousands of troops, dealing with him seems somewhat unrealistic. Lingyun Tian, what is there to fear? This is a siege battle. He can only defend one wall. Can he possibly split himself to guard the other 2 gates? Look at the other 2 gates. Upon hearing this, Bloodcolor gazed towards the other 2 gates. Indeed, although the number of defenders had increased, they struggled to hold against the relentless onslaught of the overwhelming disaster monsters in both quantity and strength. If not for the protection of numerous arrow towers and city walls, casualties would have been far worse. It is indeed impossible for the defenders at the other 2 gates to hold, but they could manage to last until Shirtian eliminates all the monsters at the central gate and then rushes to provide support. Bloodcolor assessed the battle situation. Haha, did you think I came here with only this preparation? I have long arranged for an insider within New Era Guild. Soon, the West City Gate will open. This time, I will ensure the complete disintegration of New Era Guild. Lingyun Tian chuckled. Bloodcolor, slightly taken aback, then smiled at Lingyun Tian. As expected of Lingyun Guild, which has long held the position of the premier guild in Daxia. I admire you, my brother. Lingyun Tian glanced at Bloodcolor. The time is almost ripe, Bloodcolor. Let us head to the West City Gate and prepare to enter the city. Let us go. Meanwhile, in Chen Feng's direction, the monsters fell under the baptism of Chen Feng's summoned creatures, transforming into experience and loot. Ding dong, congratulations. You have slain a level 30 ghoul, bronze level creature, and gained 1,000 experience points. Triggered, hundredfold reward amplification. You gained 100,000 experience points. Ding dong. Spirit Girl Ruo gained 50 experience points. Spirit Girl Ruo gained 50,000 experience points. Ding dong, congratulations. You have slain a level 25 skeleton archer, black iron level creature, and gained 800 experience points. Triggered, hundredfold reward amplification. You gained 80,000 experience points. Ding dong. Spirit Girl Ruara gained 50 experience points. Spirit Girl Ruara gained 40,000 experience points. Ding dong, congratulations. You have slain a level 30 cave spider, bronze level creature, and gained 1,000 experience points. Triggered, hundredfold reward amplification. You gained 100,000 experience points. Ding dong. Spirit Girl Ruara gained 50 experience points. Spirit Girl Ruara gained 50,000 experience points. Ding dong. As the influx of experience surged, Chen Feng's level rapidly climbed. Ding dong. Your level has successfully increased to level 26. You have gained 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Please allocate them wisely. Ding dong. Jingling Shan Shirurue has leveled up to level 21, gaining 5 points in all attributes and 1 point in all skills. Ding dong. You have successfully leveled up to level 27, earning 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Please allocate them wisely. Ding dong. Jingling Shan Shirurue has leveled up to level 22, gaining 5 points in all attributes and 1 point in all skills. Ding dong, ding dong. You have successfully leveled up to level 30, earning 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Please allocate them wisely. Ding dong. Jingling Shan Shirurue has leveled up to level 25, gaining 5 points in all attributes and 1 point in all skills. Ding dong. Jingling Shan Shirurue has successfully reached level 25 and has learned the skill, Holy Light Punishment. Ding dong. As you have now reached level 30, you have successfully triggered the first job change quest, first job certification. Quest description. Proceed to the Stormwind City Profession Temple to find the advanced summoner Sha Lan, who will issue the first job change quest. You will be unable to gain any experience points until the job change quest is completed. As the system notification continued to sound, in the midst of a vast sea of monsters, Chen Feng reached level 30 and triggered the first job change certification quest. But it was still the time of the monster siege, and he could only wait until the siege concluded to discuss further. Just then, the sound of a friend's voice message popped up. It was Rufan calling. Rufan should still be defending the city. Why is he calling me now? Chen Feng pondered. Yet he still answered the voice call. Boss, this is bad. The West City Gate has been breached. Rufan's urgent voice rang out. Oh, is that so? Chen Feng appeared quite composed. Boss, why aren't you anxious? It was the traitor Xiao Yinyan who opened the West City Gate, allowing a large number of monsters to enter. Moreover, members of the Lingyun Guild and the Blood Empire have also rushed in. The West City Gate is in chaos. Rufan said anxiously. Boss, hurry. We can't hold on much longer. If the monument in the main city is destroyed, our defense will fail, Rufan urged again. Do not worry. Minimize casualties at the West City Gate. The Lingyun Guild cannot yet enter the Lord's Mansion, Chen Feng reassured him. But Rufan still wanted to say something. Rest assured. When have I ever let you down? Just be careful not to get killed. I will come to support you after I finish off 2 gold monsters. With that, Chen Feng abruptly ended the call and returned to the fray. Chapter 67. The end of Lingyun and Blood at this moment. In the direction of the Lingyun Guild and the Blood Empire Guild. Ha! Brother Lingyun, truly impressive. What new era? Merely an inconsequential small guild. In a battle like this, they do not even dare to resist. Blood laughed heartily to Lingyun Tian. They are merely a rabble. What do they have besides a single Shirtian? This time, I shall make him understand that this game is a team game. No matter how strong one individual may be, what does it matter? I have seen many powerful solo players in various games, and have trampled them all. Lingyun Tian declared proudly. President is mighty. President is incredible. President is forever a deity. The core members of the guild echoed in unison. Let us go. We shall head directly to the Lord's Mansion. Shirtian cannot return yet, and the new era will need to hold off the monsters for a while. Once we capture the Lord's Mansion, this city shall be ours, Lingyun Tian commanded, leading the army toward the Lord's Mansion. Soon, tens of thousands of soldiers gathered at the entrance of the Lord's Mansion. Excellent. There are no players from New Era guarding here. As expected, the New Era is just a trash guild. If we charge in, this city will be ours. Lingyun Tian nodded, preparing to enter the Lord's Mansion. Just then, soldiers clad in armor and wielding standard weapons surged forth, forming a battle array that blocked the players of the Lingyun Guild and the Blood Empire Guild. The sudden appearance of this formation startled the surrounding players. What is this? Are they here to defend the city? Wow, look at that. Is that the emblem of the Stormwind City Guard? OMG, it really is the Stormwind City Guard. What are they doing here? Upon witnessing this scene, Lingyun Tian and Blood also sensed something was amiss. This is bad. There may be an ambush. We must retreat. Lingyun Tian shouted, leading the main force to flee. Not so fast. A familiar voice rang out, sending a chill down everyone's spine. From within the Lord's Mansion, powerful summoned creatures emerged, each one appearing as if a deity had descended. At this moment, Chen Feng sat upon the shoulder of a dark knight, coldly observing Ling Yuntian and Blood. Seeing Chen Feng's icy gaze, Ling Yuntian involuntarily trembled. Sure Tian, how could you arrive here so quickly? Have the defenders already been defeated? Chen Feng glanced at Ling Yuntian, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips. Two mere gold monsters. Do you think I would take that long? I have been waiting for you to enter the city so that I could ensnare you all. What? You deliberately let me in? Ling Yuntian began. But before he could finish, Xiao Yinyan arrived with several hundred players. Upon witnessing this, Ling Yuntian felt an ominous premonition but still spoke up. Great. Yinyan, quickly help me take down Shirtian. Xiao Yinyan scoffed coldly. Ling Yuntian, can you not see? I have long been a part of President Brother's faction. How could you expect me to turn against him? With that, she positioned herself beside Chen Feng. Ling Yuntian, you actually betrayed me. At that moment, Ling Yuntian's expression twisted in profound despair. Xiao Yinyan, however, maintained her calm demeanor as she gazed at him. Betrayal? In your Ling Yun guild, consider me merely a decorative vase, surrounded by a group of brutish individuals who constantly harbor ill intentions towards me. Their appearance is far from pleasing. The moment the guild leader invited me to join the new era, my heart and soul became his. What can I say? Your looks are quite unappealing and your strength is lacking. After saying this, I couldn't help but cast a look of admiration towards Chen Feng. You. Ling Yuntian gritted his teeth in anger, nearly choking on his own blood. However, Xiao Yinyan showed no interest in him whatsoever. Shirtian, do not go too far. I command tens of thousands of troops here. If we wish to escape, you cannot stop us. Why not negotiate and let this matter conclude peacefully? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng burst into laughter. Conclude peacefully? Do you think I am a public bus, available for boarding and alighting at will? As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Feng clapped his hands, and several thousand city guards appeared around the crowd, completely surrounding the Lord's mansion. Looking at the well-equipped city guards, they could hardly fathom why the army of Storm City would assist Chen Feng. What is despair? This is despair. In the crimson haze of his mind, memories of previous scenes in the small town flooded back. Today, Chen Feng still sat upon the shoulder of the Dark Knight, commanding an even larger army, coldly observing me. Having traversed this game for decades, I had never felt such utter hopelessness before. It was all due to that damned Ling Yuntian, dragging me once more into a pit of despair. At that moment, Ling Yuntian felt the same, shuddering under Chen Feng's icy gaze. With a bitter smile, he said, Speak. How much do you want to spare me? Realizing the futility of his situation, Ling Yuntian sought to resolve it with gold, to prevent all guild members from losing a level. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng couldn't be bothered to even glance at him. He simply commanded his army and summoned creatures to launch an attack on the encircled Ling Yun Guild and Blood Empire. Ling Yuntian and Blood were also being specially targeted by the Demon Realm Flower, its vines rapidly darting towards them, with a series of damage numbers appearing. The unfortunate leaders of the two guilds transformed into white light, vanishing from the crowd only to respawn at the resurrection point. Ding dong. You were killed by the summoned creature of player Shirtian, Demon Realm Flower. You have died. As this is Shirtian's territory, his kill does not increase your sin value. Ding dong. Due to your death, your level has dropped from 18 to 17, and your equipment, Steel Longsword, Silver Grade, has been dropped. A series of system notifications rang out as Ling Yuntian and Blood revived at the resurrection altar. Damn Shirtian. I, Ling Yuntian, swear that we shall be mortal enemies. Neither of us shall rest until the other is dead. Ling Yuntian furiously shouted at those around him. Subsequently, a continuous stream of players appeared at the resurrection altar, evidently having been killed by Chen Feng's summoned army. As a significant number of players revived, the already small resurrection altar quickly became overcrowded with earlier fallen players. After the white light of resurrection faded, the surrounding scenery gradually came into view. Guild leader, this architecture seems so familiar. I believe I have seen it before. Aren't all resurrection altars the same? This should be the resurrection altar of Storm City. However, the resurrection altar of Storm City is much larger than this one. Look over there at the soldiers. They resemble the city guards who killed us before. A group of revived players began to scrutinize their surroundings. After a moment of observation, they realized they were still inside the city of New Era. This is bad. We must log off quickly. Ling Yuntian was the first to issue the command. Just as the players began to log off, a flurry of arrows rained down upon them. Damage numbers floated above the heads of the players, preventing those who wished to log off from doing so. This is it. We cannot log off in battle. I have died again. What kind of damage is this? I was killed again. A multitude of players met their demise once more, only to appear at the resurrection altar after a few minutes. Chapter 68. All reduced to level 0. This plan had been devised when Chen Feng received word of the Ling Yun Guild's intent to seize the city. Chen Feng initially allowed a few members of the Blood Empire Guild to enter the city, then arranged for his army to encircle and eliminate them. Finally, He simply needed to alter the resurrection settings of the city, ensuring that players would respawn at the nearest altar upon death. As long as they could not log off, they would continuously be killed by his forces until their levels dropped to 0, forcing them back to the novice village or risking deletion of their accounts. The members of Lingyun Guild and Blood Empire were already considered scum in their previous life, with Lingyun Guild even betraying the Great Xia. Chen Feng had long contemplated how to suppress these two guilds, and this opportunity was not to be missed. Thus, tens of thousands of players transformed into white light and perished, only to revive at the altar and be killed once more. After several rounds of level deductions, Chen Feng slowly approached. Upon seeing him, Lingyun Tian could no longer contain himself and shouted, "How can you possibly spare me?" Hearing this, Chen Feng waved his hand, signaling for the attacks to cease. A cold smile gracing his lips. "I will give you an opportunity. You must reduce blood to level 0, or they will reduce you to level 0. Whichever guild prevails, I shall refrain from further aggression towards you." No sooner had he spoken than Lingyun Tian and Blood, without hesitation, launched their fists towards one another. "Lingyun Tian, you bastard. I came to assist you, only to find you so treacherous. Did you not also strike against me? Stop pretending to be noble. Today, it is either you or me who dies. Die." With that, he threw a punch, removing a fraction of Blood's health. As both of their weapons had been destroyed, they were left to fight with their fists, engaged in a fierce battle of attrition. However, due to the previous ambush, Shuesa had already been demoted by 1 level, and with his original rank being 1 tier below Lingyun Tian, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Before long, he was slain by Lingyun Tian, exacerbating the disparity in their levels. Shuesa exclaimed in frustration, "You lack martial ethics. Brothers, attack him." In a fit of rage, Shuesa commanded his guild members to assault the Lingyun Guild. Over 10,000 players from the Shuesa Empire Guild received the order and immediately turned their aggression towards the Lingyun members nearby. Lingyun Tian retorted, "You dare to ambush me? Brothers, take him down." Thus, tens of thousands were embroiled in chaos, dying only to resurrect at the same spot and continue their onslaught, leading to a rapid decline in both factions' levels. Chen Feng observed the unfolding scene with a calm demeanor. After several minutes, the battle concluded with a clear victor. All members of the Shuesa Empire Guild fell to level 0, their equipment dropped and exposed, forcibly teleported back to the novice village, disappearing from sight. Following this debacle, the Shuesa Empire Guild was effectively dismantled, plummeting from a first-rate guild to a mere 18th tier 1, incurring losses amounting to tens of millions, and forfeiting their claim to power within the Yuan Yuzhou realm. Meanwhile, Lingyun Guild retained about 3,000 to 4,000 members. Although Lingyun Tian had also lost a few levels, he donned equipment of dubious origin, appearing rather comical compared to his former confident self. "Sure, Tian. No, boss. I have eradicated all members of the Shuesa Empire Guild. My mistake arose from being misled by that scoundrel Shuesa, who lured me into assisting him in seizing the territory, thus incurring your wrath. It was a moment of folly. I beg for your mercy." Lingyun Tian pleaded with a face full of desperation, appearing quite innocent. "Damn it, that wretched Sure Tian. Wait until I return. I will find a way to eliminate you." However, Lingyun Tian's true feelings were far from that. Chen Feng smirked slightly, contemplating that in his past life, he might have indeed spared him, but having learned of Lingyun Tian's true character, he resolved never to let him off the hook. "I shall not personally take your life, but I never claimed my summoned beasts and legion wouldn't do so." With that, the onslaught of summoned beasts and legionnaires descended once more, leading to yet another round of swift annihilation for the Lingyun members. Lingyun Tian lamented, "My life is forfeit." After being killed several times, he was consumed by rage and opted to delete his account and start anew. "Sure Tian, just you wait. I refuse to believe you are as formidable in reality. I will find you eventually." With those words, Lingyun Tian's character data vanished as he deleted his account. At this moment, Zai Yanyan approached Chen Feng. "President, you must be cautious. That Lingyun Tian is quite powerful in reality with the Lingyun group. Their family influence is vast. I fear he may pose a threat to you." Zai Yanyan regarded Chen Feng with genuine concern. "Is any individual truly mightier than the law of the land? As long as we remain within the borders of the Great Xia, no one can transcend the law. Do not worry about me. What about your own safety?" Upon hearing Chen Feng express concern for her, the typically carefree Zai Yanyan felt a flush of shyness, her cheeks turning rosy as she replied, "President, are you worried about me?" "Perhaps." Upon receiving an affirmative response, Zai Yanyan's smile broadened. "Rest assured, I can protect myself." Chen Feng felt a slight sense of relief, yet the words of that scoundrel Lingyun Tian weighed heavily on his mind, forcing him to contemplate the implications in the real world. While his own concerns were minimal, what about Ranfan? He would not concern himself with others, but if his childhood friend were to encounter trouble due to him, he would undoubtedly regret it. The entanglements of past life events with the realities of the present were numerous, As a reborn individual, how could he overlook such considerations? Now, he had conceived a preliminary idea. Given the spaciousness of his villa, he could gather some friends together to form a guild studio, alleviating his solitude in the vast villa while ensuring the safety of others. It was a win-win scenario. Of course, this was merely a notion for now. Chen Feng would likely agree, but others might not. I'll leave it for another time, Chen Feng murmured to himself. Chapter 69. Acting within one's means. Just as Chen Feng finished speaking, an announcement echoed throughout the server. Ding dong. Server announcement. Congratulations to the New Era Guild for successfully defending their city during the monster siege. As a reward, the guild level is raised by 2, and for 3 days, guild upgrade resources will be doubled. All participating players from the New Era Guild will receive a level increase of 100 gold coins, 1 silver treasure chest of their profession, and a 10 experience bonus. Along with access to basic shop residency, the guild will receive a 30 revenue share from the shop. Ding dong. Server announcement. With the system's announcement, the monster siege officially concluded. The players of New Era began to retreat from the walls, returning to the interior of the city. The president's summoned beasts are incredible. Just a few managed to hold our city gate. President Shirtian, you are invincible. I feel utterly elated. The president's summoned beasts dealt with the siege monsters so effortlessly. I gathered so much equipment. It was exhilarating. I must thank President Shirtian for allowing me to join New Era. I'm off to open my silver treasure chest. The players of New Era were filled with excitement. The scenes of Chen Feng's summoned beasts in battle etched into their memories. Witnessing the combat firsthand was far more impactful than anything seen in broadcasts or videos. If one were to describe Chen Feng in a few words, it would be invincible. During the recent monster siege, the majority of guild members, apart from the initial rewards granted by the system, also leveled up by defeating monsters. To rise 2 levels in such a brief period elicited envious glances from onlookers. This time, Chen Feng reaped considerable rewards, having single-handedly defended a city gate. His level surged to 30. Under the influence of the hundredfold reward enhancement, talent, 2 golden monsters provided him with 3 pieces of diamond equipment and a skill book. One of the magical robes boasted a 5 reduction in skill costs, which he promptly equipped. Subsequently, he encountered an abundance of black iron and bronze gear along the way, which Chen Feng disregarded, as his current equipment was already exceptional. He felt no inclination to even glance at the ordinary bronze and silver items, despite the enhancements from his talents. In the guild chat, he instructed, "You all, proceed to clean the battlefield. Collect any equipment of silver rank or above. Leave the lower ranks behind, as they are mere scrap metal unworthy of our attention." Upon hearing this, the newly joined guild players were taken aback. It was truly impressive that the guild leader, the top player in the entire server, now deemed bronze equipment unworthy. It was well known that most players at this stage donned black iron gear, with only a select few possessing bronze-level equipment. Such coveted items, viewed as treasures by the majority, were dismissed as worthless by the guild leader. The grandeur of the leader's vision and insight would surely incite envy among other players if they were aware. Thus, while the guild members sighed in admiration, they began to enthusiastically clean the battlefield. With the monster siege concluded, Chen Feng needed to attend to other tasks, delegating subsequent guild matters to Ruo Fan and others. The immediate priority was to complete his first job transition, as without it, he could not continue to gain experience. After transitioning, his attributes would be enhanced based on the results of the profession task certification, determining his profession star rating. This rating primarily affected the additional free attribute points awarded to players. A 1-star certification would grant a 1 increase, 2 stars a 2 increase, and so forth, up to a maximum of 10 stars, which would provide a 10 increase. An increase in his own attributes would consequently enhance the overall attributes of his summoned beasts. In his previous life, he had to exert tremendous effort to achieve a 7-star certification as a summoner. Chen Feng utilized the teleportation array of the city to arrive at the vocational temple in Stormwind City. Entering the Hall of Vocational Certification, he approached the senior summoner. "Shalon, instructor, I wish to undergo my first job transition certification," he stated directly. Upon hearing his request, Shalon looked up at the adventurer before her. Upon noticing the impressive title above his head, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. "It is indeed the Honorable General. Such a rapid ascent to the first job transition level is commendable. I shall refer to you as the strongest." The senior summoner, Shalon, showered him with praise, acknowledging the weight of his status. Following this, 10 tasks of varying difficulty appeared on Chen Feng's interface, ranging from 1 star to 10 stars for the first transition. Ding. Please select the difficulty level for the first job certification task, 1 star to 10 stars. A prompt appeared. The higher the task star level, the greater the difficulty. The corresponding job certification level will vary. All tasks must be completed within 1 day. Failure to do so will result in automatic failure, and players can reattempt after 3 days. The higher the difficulty of the transition task completed, the better the subsequent profession attribute enhancements. This led many greedy players in his previous life, upon reaching level 30, to opt for high-star tasks they could not complete. The result was a merciless defeat by the difficult tasks, resulting in both a loss of level and a waste of 3 days. Therefore, as a reborn individual, Chen Feng understood the importance of undertaking tasks within one's capabilities. He believed that completing a 10-star task should not be beyond his reach. I choose the 10-star difficulty. Ding. You have accepted the first job certification. Task at 10-star difficulty. Task details. Hongye Town, a subordinate town of Stormwind City, was occupied by the Cataclysm Legion a week ago. Stormwind City dispatched numerous troops for its recovery, but all attempts have failed. Hongye Town appears to harbor terrifying cataclysmic creatures. Please investigate and eliminate the hidden cataclysmic being. Task rewards, job certification and access to exclusive skills for this profession. Task duration, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Chapter 70, Transition Task to Hongye Town. Chen Feng reviewed the task details, bid farewell to Shaolin, and swiftly made his way to the nearest teleportation array leading to Hongye Town. Please select your teleportation destination, Hongye Town. Ding. Teleporting to Hongye Town. This teleportation costs 0 gold. With the system's announcement, Chen Feng vanished from Stormwind City. Moments later, he materialized at the teleportation point on the outskirts of Hongye Town. Surrounding him were numerous military tents, indicating active combat was underway. Chen Feng entered the camp and headed towards the largest tent. At that moment, an individual clad in a commander's uniform appeared before him, prompting Chen Feng to approach and inquire. I am here to provide support from Stormwind City. What is the current situation? Upon hearing that Chen Feng was sent from Stormwind City, the commander squinted his eyes and scrutinized him. Once he recognized the impressive title of Honorable General of Stormwind City above Chen Feng's head, he was taken aback and immediately knelt on one knee. My Lord General, please forgive my oversight for not recognizing your arrival. Seeing this, Chen Feng helped the commander to his feet, urging him to continue speaking. The commander then explained. 3 days ago, our army suffered a devastating attack from the necromancer Kaidian, resulting in heavy losses. Kaidian now occupies all of Hongye Town and has turned its lands into a corrupted wasteland, rendering our soldiers unable to fight in Hongye Town. Upon hearing the commander's words, Chen Feng's expression grew grave. The corrupted land is a region enveloped by the breath of death, a result of the special methods employed by the Scourge Legion. In this area, all undead creatures experience accelerated health recovery during combat, while living beings suffer a decrement in vitality each second, the extent of which varies according to the level of corruption. Only the cleansing powers of priests and the unique magic of elves can dispel its effects. It seems that the necromancer Kaidian, who has arrived, possesses considerable strength, murmured Chen Feng. Is Kaidian still in Hongyejin? Chen Feng inquired. Our forces have been monitoring him. He dares not venture out and remains within Hongyejin, the commander replied. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng no longer hesitated and proceeded towards the town. General, wait. The commander suddenly called out from behind. Is there anything else? Chen Feng queried, perplexed. General, if you intend to scout, please take this, the commander said, producing a small vial of potion from his pack. Chen Feng accepted the potion. Ding dong, Claude, the vice captain of the Stormwind City Guard, has gifted you Common Purification Potion X1. Triggered, hundredfold reward amplification. You have received Advanced Purification Potion X1. Chen Feng glanced at the potion's description. Advanced Purification Potion effect grants immunity to the damage effects of the corrupted land for 12 hours, with a cooldown of 12 hours. Description omitted. So it is a potion that grants immunity to the corrupted land. Thank you. Chen Feng expressed his gratitude towards Kaidian. My lord, it is nothing. Kaidian's power is exceptionally formidable. If you encounter him, you must flee immediately. I have reported to the headquarters in Stormwind City, and I believe the lord of the city will soon dispatch members of the Holy Light Knights, the commander cautioned. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng realized that this individual was warning him, believing his own strength insufficient to confront the necromancer. Rest assured, I know my limits, Chen Feng replied, offering no further words as he made his way towards the town. After walking for several minutes, he finally reached the outskirts of Hongyejin. The once vibrant human town was now shrouded in a black miasma. Chen Feng slowly stepped into the realm of Hongyejin. At that moment, a wave of black mist surged towards him. Subsequently, a system notification sounded. Ding dong, you have entered the corrupted land and are afflicted by the death aura. Losing 50 health points per second. The status will be lifted 5 seconds after exiting the corrupted land. Indeed, this is the corrupted land, Chen Feng muttered, retrieving and using the advanced purification potion from his backpack. A white mist enveloped him, dispelling the surrounding black haze. Ding dong, you have used the advanced purification potion, granting immunity to the damage effects of the corrupted land for 12 hours. In truth, Given Chen Feng's current attributes, he could simply summon a holy light sprite for a few healing touches. However, entanglement with the aura was quite uncomfortable, so he chose to utilize the potion, which would last a considerable duration. After dispelling the negative effects of the corrupted land, Chen Feng strode directly into the heart of the town. Upon witnessing the streets, he saw the lifeless bodies of Stormwind soldiers scattered everywhere. It appeared a horrific battle had transpired here prior to his arrival. The likely outcome was a devastating defeat for the forces of Stormwind City, explaining the diminished number of soldiers under the vice-captain he had previously encountered. Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng set about searching the town without further contemplation. A few minutes later, he spotted two priests at a street corner, lifting the corpse of a soldier. They appeared frail, as if afflicted by a plague, swaying as they walked, seemingly on the brink of collapse. Spotting the living, Chen Feng hurriedly approached them and inquired, "Gentlemen, do you have any information on the whereabouts of the undead creatures?" One of the hunched priests glanced at Chen Feng and weakly replied, "Cough, cough. They are located at the center of the town. Thank you very much." Chen Feng clasped his hands in gratitude and departed the area. However, shortly after Chen Feng left, the two priests tore off their masks, revealing crimson eyes and large fangs, dragging the corpse into a nearby room, from which the sounds of crunching could be heard. Chapter 71, Slaying Kaidian. After walking for over 10 minutes, Chen Feng arrived at the town square, but the scene he envisioned was absent. Apart from some debris and bloodstains, there was nothing else in the square. What is happening? Did the Scourge Legion flee upon realizing I was coming? Chen Feng muttered quietly. Just then, a foul stench suddenly wafted through the once quiet street. As he caught a whiff of the putrid odor, Chen Feng instinctively raised his staff, summoning Dark Knights. With remarkable speed, two Dark Knights emerged from the black magical circle. At the instant the skill was unleashed, a black shockwave surged towards Chen Feng. An ambush? The thought instinctively crossed his mind. He swiftly activated his teleportation skill, evading the attack. "Adventurer, your reflexes are quite impressive," a voice, aged and raspy, echoed. Chen Feng turned towards the source of the voice. Surrounding him were numerous skeletal soldiers, ghouls, and cave spiders, all converging on the town center. At that moment, a man clad in a black robe emerged, seated atop a gigantic cave spider. This man stood approximately 6 feet tall, bald, with gaunt skin and deep-set eyes. He wielded a white skull staff, and a faint black aura surrounded him, exuding an air of formidable power. Upon witnessing his appearance, Chen Feng immediately cast a reconnaissance spell in his direction. Wangling Mephishashi Kadian, Onjin level creature, level 38 health. Attack. Defense. Skills. Description. The Wangling Mephishashi Kadian has mastered a terrifying form of necromantic magic, rendering him exceedingly perilous. A series of question marks appeared in his eyes. He cackled with a sinister laugh, surrounded by a throng of calamity creatures. Wangling Mephishashi Kadian surveyed Chen Feng from his elevated position. "Adventurer, you are encircled. Your remarkable bone structure suggests you possess great potential. Join us, and you shall be spared," Kadian declared confidently to Chen Feng. "How do you know it is you who have surrounded me? Is it not I who has enveloped you all?" Chen Feng retorted, accompanied by another round of eerie laughter. "I have seen confidence before, but never such audacity. Do not blame this old man for overwhelming you with numbers. Attack my minions." As his words echoed, Kadian raised his skeletal staff. A multitude of skeletal minions emerged from the earth, flooding towards Chen Feng like a relentless tide of the undead. Chen Feng's lips curled into a faint smile as he began to chant summoning incantations. Soon, a series of hexagrams formed around him, and a host of summoned beasts appeared within the luminous barriers. The Dark Knight was the first to stand firm, repelling the advancing undead creatures. Upon witnessing the emergence of so many formidable summoned beings, Kadian's confidence began to wane. How could this brat possess such powerful summoned creatures? Just as he thought this, Chen Feng's summoned beasts unleashed their devastating powers upon the surrounding undead. Boom, whoosh, splatter. A barrage of ice needles, thunderbolts, explosive projectiles, and holy light rained down upon the oncoming calamity creatures. Massive damage indicators floated above their heads. None could withstand even a single attack, let alone two. Within mere seconds, the once torrential wave of calamity creatures had vanished, leaving only a field strewn with equipment. At that moment, only Kadian and his colossal spider mount remained. The surrounding summoned creatures swiftly converged, encircling the dark gold-level sorcerer and his steed. The gigantic spider, relying on its 8 legs, flung Kadian off and fled swiftly. However, it did not escape far before 2 bolts of lightning struck it down. -2,530. -2,550. The spider was reduced to ash, leaving Kadian in a state of shock. Is the damage truly that high? My own abilities cannot even eliminate this elite cave spider in a single blow. As he observed the encroaching summoned creatures, Kadian's heart quivered. Wait, young man. So many are ganging up on this old fool. Just as he uttered these words, Cadian's staff twitched, launching a small black energy orb at Chen Feng from an obscure angle. Ding! You have been hit by the one-time consumable virus bomb from Wangling Mafashishi, Cadian, Z-gene level creature, resulting in a reduction of 5,000 health points and entering a weakened state, with all attributes decreased by 20 for 60 seconds. By the heavens, a sneak attack. Fortunately, Chen Feng's health had already surpassed 10,000 points, rendering the 5,000 point damage insufficient to eliminate him. The weakened state's 20 attribute reduction was negligible in light of his substantial stats. He still lives. How much health does this adventurer possess? Cadian gasped in astonishment at Chen Feng's unwavering vitality. Time to flee. Just as Cadian contemplated escape, a golden cage appeared in the sky, swiftly enveloping the area he sought to escape, ensnaring him. Subsequently, a barrage of damage-dealing spells rained down upon Cadian. Minus 3,000. True damage from Holy Light, reducing all attributes by 20. Minus 2,300. Minus 4,200. Lewis's attack. Minus 1,800. Goblin. The combined assault from 14 level 35 summoned beasts inflicted over 50,000 points of damage upon Cadian. His health bar plummeted by a quarter, suggesting his total health was around 200,000 points. Do not kill me, Cadian cried out in desperation. Ignoring his pleas, Chen Feng pressed the attack. During the control period, the relentless barrage from the summoned creatures ultimately led to Cadian's demise. Chapter 72. Another great loot simultaneously, a notification of task completion resonated. Ding. You have slain the level 38, Wangling Mafashishi, Cadian, on-gene level creature. You have successfully eradicated the Calamity Army of Hongya Town, completing the first-tier quest, first-tier class certification. Please proceed to the Advanced Summoner, Shalon, to complete your job transition. Ding. Congratulations on defeating the level 38, Wangling Mafashishi, Cadian, on-gene level creature, and earning 40,000 experience points. You triggered the hundredfold reward amplification, granting you 4,000,000 experience points. Due to your incomplete job transition quest, you cannot level up. Ding. Elven Maiden Shiyu receives 50 of the experience, totaling 200,000 experience points. Ding. Elven Maiden Shiyu levels up to 26, gaining 5 points in all attributes and 1 skill point. Ding. Elven Maiden Shiyu levels up to 27, gaining 5 points in all attributes and 1 skill point. Ding. As the first player in the entire server to slay an on-gene level creature, you receive an additional 3 skill points, triggering the hundredfold reward amplification, granting you an additional 300 skill points. Ding dong, server announcement. Congratulations to the player Shirtian, level 38, undead sorcerer, Cadian, dark gold grade creature, for becoming the first player in the entire server to slay a dark gold grade creature. As a reward, player Shirtian receives 10 skill points, 40 free attribute points, and 1,000 reputation points. A dark gold treasure chest. Ding dong, server announcement. Ding dong. Yet another 3 server announcements flood the screen. Players in the national server are accustomed to it, having been desensitized by various first kill announcements from Chen Feng. However, foreign players outside the Daxiao region are taken aback. What? Are players in the Daxiao region that powerful? Our strongest in the Star-Spangled Nation are still grappling with silver-grade foes, yet Daxiao Shirtian can kill a dark gold-grade creature? The esteemed crustacean, the mysterious Eastern realm, truly produces exceptional talent. This is impossible. Why hasn't the Star-Spangled Nation made an announcement yet? Let me reiterate. Shirtian is one of our compatriots from the Pickled Vegetable Nation. We must apply for copyright on this achievement. Perhaps next time, the Pickled Vegetable Nation should claim ownership of Blue Star. Disregarding the other announcement rewards, Chen Feng directly approached the corpse of the undead sorcerer Cadian to collect the dropped items. Ding dong. You picked up 5,473 gold coins, triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You receive 547,300 gold coins. At the moment of collecting the gold, Chen Feng was slightly astonished, not expecting such wealth from this purple gold creature, with over 5,000 coins alone. It seems that slaying monsters is indeed a path to riches. Chen Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Ding dong, you picked up the equipment, Silk Armor of Movement, dark gold item, triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You receive the equipment, Undead Robe, legendary. Ding dong, you picked up the equipment, Skeleton Cane's Dagger, dark gold item, triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You receive the equipment, Dagger of Deathly Poison, legendary. Ding dong. You picked up the item, Essence of Life, low grade, triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You receive the item, Essence of Life, high grade. Ding dong, you picked up items. The continuous system prompts popped up on Chen Feng's interface. After clearing the battlefield, he opened his backpack to examine the acquired equipment. Undead Robe, legendary, defense, 520 health, 3,000 all attributes, 100 required level, 35 applicable classes: Mage, Priest, Summoner. Additional effect: when health is below 10, triggers 90 damage reduction for 10 seconds. Description: a truly exceptional life-saving piece of equipment, capable of triggering a 90 damage reduction when health is low, akin to activating a minor invincibility. Quite impressive. However, the equipment level requires 35. So he placed it back into the backpack and turned his attention to the properties of the dagger. This dagger increases the critical hit probability and comes with a poisoning effect, dealing one of the current health of the monster as poison damage, making it quite a decent tool for early exploration. Unfortunately, the level requirement is too high for anyone to use, so it was disregarded. Essence of Life, high grade, type, consumable. Effect: upon use, player attributes increase by 200 points. Description: a player can use a maximum of 10 high-grade essences of life. Using more than 10 of the same type will yield no further effect. Indeed, this is it, Chen Feng thought excitedly. In the source universe, essences of life are categorized into low, medium, and high grades, with the first two types being obtainable from dark gold-grade creatures, while high-grade essences are only produced by epic-level entities at level 60 and above. Having hundredfold reward amplification allows him to enjoy this in advance. Each one grants 200 points to all attributes, and once Chen Feng completes his first transfer quest, the 10-star growth will mean an increase of 4,000 points in health and mana, along with 400 points in magical attack. Chen Feng gleefully consumed the high-grade essence of life. The high-grade essence of life melted upon entering his mouth, and soon a surge of pure energy coursed through Chen Feng's body, significantly enhancing his strength. Ding dong, you consumed essence of life, high grade. All attributes increased by 200 points. Observing the permanently increased attribute points on his quest panel, he noted that the added values surpassed even those of his dark gold grade staff. He resolved to hunt more dark gold grade creatures in the future. After organizing all the equipment, a total of 13 pieces emerged from this transfer quest, with a few decent gold grade items dropped from the surrounding calamity creatures, aside from the 2 legendary pieces. Chen Feng planned to return to the main city and hand them over to the Commerce Guild, utilizing the Trade Association to auction off all these items for a bit of profit. Without lingering, he made his way outside the small town. Chapter 73. The Abnormal Talent. After the first transfer, Chen Feng leisurely returned to the military camp at the teleportation array. At that moment, Claude, the vice-captain of the city guard, was surprised to see Chen Feng return from the small town so swiftly. He approached directly and inquired, "My lord, could it be that the undead sorcerer Cadian was not within the small town?" Chen Feng paused, glanced at Claude, and shook his head, saying, "He is inside." Upon hearing this, Claude sighed in relief and smiled. "Your decision is indeed wise, my lord. Cadian is exceptionally powerful. Now that we know his location, once the Holy Light Knights arrive, we can commence the encirclement against Cadian." Just as Claude finished speaking, Chen Feng produced a black glowing metal from his spatial ring. "What is this?" Claude inquired. Curiosity piqued as he looked at the metal. Upon examining its information, he was left astounded. "My lord, have you already?" "Indeed. The undead sorcerer Cadian has been slain by me. This is Cadian's intermediate undead sorcerer metal." Upon hearing Chen Feng's confirmation, Claude's body trembled, nearly causing him to stumble. The undead sorcerer Cadian is dead? They failed to capture the small town occupied by Kidn. And yet they were vanquished by what he perceived to be a feeble adventurer? "You should proceed to reclaim HNEZHN. CHNF Ing remarked before striding directly towards the teleportation array, disappearing moments later in a radiant glow. Left behind was a dazed KLOD, who gazed in the direction of CHNF Ing's departure, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. After 7 or 8 minutes, CHNF Ing returned to the vocational sanctuary of B of Ing City, making his way directly to the Summoner Vocational Mentor, SHLN. Upon seeing CHNF Ing, SHLN's eyes widened slightly in surprise before she regained her composure and expressed her respect. "General, how have you returned so swiftly? Is there anything else you require?" CHNF Ing remained silent, drawing forth KIDN's insignia and presenting it to SHLN. As she beheld the mage's emblem, disbelief flickered in her eyes. After scrutinizing it several times to confirm its authenticity, she gasped in astonishment. Who is this enigmatic honorary general to have accomplished the class transition task so swiftly? It is known that HNEZHN had been under the control of the necromancer KIDN for a considerable duration, and B of Ing City had dispatched troops multiple times without success to reclaim it. This is utterly outrageous. This task is of 10-star difficulty. Even she, as a second-tier summoner, lacked absolute confidence in completing it. Yet this seemingly ordinary adventurer has done so with remarkable speed. "Can I receive my vocational certification now?" CHNF Ing interjected, breaking SHLN's reverie. "Oh, congratulations, General, on completing the first transition certification." The system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations on completing the quest, First Transition Vocational Certification, successfully advancing to the Vocation, Elf Summoner. First Transition, 10 stars. Ding. You have successfully completed the Vocational First Transition. Level restrictions lifted, and you have automatically learned vocation-specific skills. As a white pillar of light enveloped Chen Feng, indicating the completion of his first transition. He hardly had time to examine his current attribute panel before the system announcement resounded. Ding. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player SSS-tier for successfully completing the 10-star First Transition quest, becoming the first player on the server to achieve this rank. As a reward, player SSS-tier receives 10 skill points, 50 free attribute points, and 1,000 player reputation points. This vocation includes a dark gold level treasure chest. Ding. Server-wide announcement. Ding. The announcement echoed 3 times on players' system interfaces. I'm done. Enough said. SSS-tier is incredible. The first to transition. And SSS-tier is already level 30 while I am still at level 13. The world's number 1 in our D11. D11 is magnificent. SSS-tier is magnificent. I suspect SSS-tier is the favored child of UNYZHU, not just a favored son. Chen Feng paid no heed to the system announcements and instead focused on the changes in his talents following the first transition. Elf Summoner. First transition 10 stars. Vocational talent. Summoning Beast Enhancement. Passive. Increases the attributes of summoned beasts by 50. Restriction lifted. Passive. The limitation on summoning beasts is removed. The number of summons is unrestricted, and the maximum skill level is increased to no more than 10 levels above the character's level. Extending the duration of summon entities by 100. Summoning Affinity. Passive. When releasing summoning skills, the original summon count is increased from 2 to 5. Description. The vocational talents improve after the second transition. After reviewing the introduction to his first transition talents, Chen Feng was rendered speechless. This is the new hidden talent following the first transition? It's simply astonishing. Compared to his initial talents, the original abilities were utterly inadequate. With a 50 increase in the attributes of all summoned creatures, coupled with the ability to elevate his summoning skills to 10 levels above his own, it meant he could now command creatures of level 40. Just this attribute enhancement alone made Chen Feng feel that his strength had at least doubled. Previously, when his summoned beasts faced monsters exceeding his level by more than 5, they suffered significant level suppression. However, with the skill level now raised by 10, the number of monsters capable of imposing level suppression on his summoned beasts had dwindled. Most crucially, the vocational talent of Summoning Affinity allowed him to summon 5 creatures instead of 2. This enhancement not only increased the individual strength of the summoned beasts, but also augmented their numbers. If only the skill cooldown could be reduced further. Chen Feng gasped at the thought. Considering his current tenfold attribute increase, combined with the extraordinary talent of his summoned beasts, he now felt confident even in confronting his second transition self. He eagerly anticipated the talents he would acquire after the second transition. Chapter 74. The extraordinary panel attributes. This transition also unlocked 2 vocation-specific skills. Chen Feng opened his skill list to review the skill information. Whip Strike. Exclusive skill of the Elf Summoner. First transition. Cannot be upgraded. Skill description. Consumes 100 points. Requires no skill incantation. Forming an energy whip in hand that unleashes an attack, inflicting 100 real magical damage on enemies within a fan-shaped area. Allies and summoned creatures struck will only receive 1 point of force damage. Following the Whip Strike, all creatures and summoned entities enter an exhilarated state, with an increase of 30 in attack speed, release speed, and movement speed, along with a 10 increase in attack power. The effect lasts for 60 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Wow, this is a divine skill. After reading the skill description, Chen Feng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. His summoned creatures lacked nothing in attributes except for speed, and this support-type summoner skill perfectly addressed that issue. One should not underestimate the significance of a 30 increase in speed, when he had numerous summoned creatures. Unleashing a wide-range whip strike that sent a horde of summoned beings into an exhilarated state would significantly elevate the overall strength of Chen Feng's entire summoner team. The thrill of farming monsters would be truly exhilarating. Moreover, this skill inflicts considerable damage upon enemy monsters. If the cooldown period accumulates swiftly enough, it can be perpetually unleashed. For an ordinary summoner, the damage may not be substantial. However, in the hands of Chen Feng, the scenario is markedly different. His current magical attack exceeds 3,000 points, and a single lash from this skill delivers over 3,000 points of true damage, leaving only a few minor creatures capable of enduring it. Given the formidable nature of the first exclusive skill, one cannot help but wonder what the second skill entails. Curiosity piqued, he opened the description of the second skill. Dominion Array. The exclusive skill of the Elven Summoner's first transition cannot be enhanced. Skill effect. Consumes a certain amount of magic array value, based on the quantity summoned relative to the mana consumed. Conjuring a colossal magic array that allows for the direct summoning of all summoned beasts within it. The effects of equipment can be triggered, and the player can control whether to summon the beasts. Additionally, the player enters a state of invulnerability while casting, reducing damage taken by 50. The cooldown period for this skill is 20 seconds. This skill is quite impressive, Chen Feng remarked. This ability primarily addresses the limitation where a summoner can only summon one creature at a time, which is easily disrupted by other control skills. However, with the acquisition of this skill, not only does it provide invulnerability and damage reduction, but it also enables the simultaneous summoning of all creatures, rendering it exceptionally practical. He closed the skill description and allocated skill points, elevating all summoning skills to level 40, then assigned all acquired attribute points to intelligence. His defense was now sufficiently high. It was time to embark on a pure damage-dealing summoning route. After completing the point allocation, he turned his attention to the 2 treasure chests. Ding dong. Do you wish to open the dark gold chest? He selected open. Ding dong. You have opened the dark gold chest and received 500 gold coins, triggering the hundredfold reward amplification. You have received 50,000 gold coins. You obtained the equipment, Cursed Sorcerer's Twisted Staff, dark gold. And triggering the hundredfold reward amplification granted you the equipment, Fairy Tale Forest, legendary. Ding dong. Do you wish to open the dark gold chest? He selected open. Ding dong. You have opened the dark gold chest and received 1,000 gold coins. Triggering the hundredfold reward amplification, you have received 100,000 gold coins. You obtained the equipment, Heartbreak Fatal Necklace, dark gold, and triggering the hundredfold reward amplification granted you the equipment, Desolate Necklace, legendary. Upon hearing the system notification, Chen Feng gazed at the 2 newly acquired pieces of equipment in his inventory. Fairy Tale Forest, legendary, attack, 350, magic, intelligence, 100 stamina, 50 casting speed, 30 part, weapon required level, 30 applicable classes, mage, priest, summoner. Additional effects, property 1, when equipped. The player can actively summon 2 level 40 legendary quality toothpick birds, whose attributes are fixed and cannot grow, automatically attacking nearby enemies and inflicting piercing damage. Property 2, all summoned creatures last for 20 seconds. Description, without fairy tales, life loses its color. Yet, when all is fairy tale, one becomes unbearable. This is splendid. He mused, possessing equipment that allows for active summoning, perfectly suited to Chen Feng's talents. With an extended duration of 20 seconds for the summoned creatures. Combined with his talents, it amounts to 40 seconds. With this staff equipped, Chen Feng can summon 3 waves of creatures within the duration of their existence. He promptly replaced his previous staff and examined the other piece of equipment. Desolate Necklace, legendary, attack, 50 intelligence, 80 health, 800 magic, 800 casting speed, 20 required level, 30 applicable classes, all classes. Additional effects, increases the attributes of allied creatures within a 500 range by 100 points. When releasing summoning skills, there is a 15 chance to summon an additional creature. How powerful! Chen Feng exclaimed upon seeing the equipment's attributes. While the base attributes are impressive, the special effect, providing a 15 chance to summon an extra creature, combined with his hidden class talent of summoning 5 creatures, means that if the equipment's effect triggers, he could summon 10 of the same type of creature. It was perfectly suitable for him, and he promptly replaced the previous Deep Sea Spirit Necklace with this one, as its attributes far surpassed the former. After equipping all items and allocating the attribute points, he opened the character panel to review his attributes post-first transition. Character, SSS-tier, level, 30 race, human, class, Elven Summoner, first transition 10 stars, talent, hundredfold reward amplification skills, reconnaissance, detects attributes of monsters not exceeding level 5. Summon Mech Goblin, bronze, summon Lightning Spirit Aurora Grelin, bronze, summon Dark Knight, silver, summon Plant Spirit Demon Realm Flower, gold, summon Holy Light Spirit, diamond. Summon Grand Sorcerer Lewis, legendary, whip, first transition exclusive, Dominion Array, first transition exclusive. Health, 21, 300 attack, 3, 318, magical attack, defense, 1, 390 magic, 14, 840, attack speed, 10 hits per second, 10 hits per second, casting speed, 1000, casting time accelerated by 10, reducing a 10-second cast to just 9 seconds. Movement speed, normal movement 2 meters per second, sprinting at 5 meters per second. Attributes, strength 590, intelligence 1659, agility 720, stamina 790, reputation 111850, Luck, unknown, equipment. Weapon, fairy forest, legendary, ring, dream crystal ring, diamond level, desolate necklace, legendary, sunset soulcatcher bracelet, diamond level, armor, undead robe, legendary, omitted. View equipment details. Title, honorary general of Stormwind City, all attributes 500, badge, wisdom medal, silver level growth equipment, 584-110-0000. Blessing of the Goddess of Life, attack speed 1000. Release speed 1000. Base character attributes 10,000. Excludes equipment. Such astonishing attributes leave me speechless. Chen Feng gazed upon his current stats, leaving even the most seasoned mage heartbroken and knights in tears. Chapter 75. Becoming a marquis with numerous first kills and completion of various dungeons. And having utilized a high-grade life essence, his intelligence had soared to 1659 points. The intelligence of a summoner determines the strength of summoned beings, and naturally, higher-tier summons possess superior base attributes. Coupled with his current first-class talents, he was invincible in the early to mid-game. He closed his character panel and turned his attention to the quest interface. The task from the Holy Dragon Knight Lan Yu, Rise of Light, had reached the required completion. Players at level 30 could venture to the human capital, and Chen Feng's influence was centered in Stormwind City, where his title held significant weight. To truly command power within the game, however, substantial reputation and gold were essential. With a reputation of over 110,000, it felt wasteful to let it sit idle. This journey to the imperial capital was a perfect opportunity to exchange for a noble title. As for gold, the new era, Merchant Guild had essentially monopolized trade among nearby capitals, and with ample equipment to sell, he had no worries in that regard. With this thought, Chen Feng bid farewell to his class mentor Shalan and departed the class sanctum, making his way to the teleportation array towards Stormwind City. A few minutes later, Chen Feng emerged from the teleportation array into the human capital, Jiuxiao City. As he stepped out, a bustling scene unfolded before him. Countless individuals traversed the vibrant capital, with numerous shops lining the broad streets, while soldiers frequently passed by. After a brief glance, he proceeded directly towards the palace. Within the palace, Chen Feng encountered no obstacles and swiftly approached a middle-aged man clad in resplendent attire. He noted the man's title, Chancellor Khadgar of the Holy Dragon Empire. As Chen Feng regarded Khadgar, the Chancellor reciprocated the gaze, his expression shifting to one of mild astonishment upon observing Chen Feng's title. How could this young adventurer command such respect from Uther? Khadgar mused internally. After overcoming his initial surprise, Khadgar addressed Chen Feng with a measured tone. Adventurer, you are quite extraordinary. Uther has granted you the title of Honorary General of Stormwind City. Speak, what brings you to me? Chen Feng smiled and replied, I wish to exchange for a noble title within the Empire. Upon hearing this, Khadgar regarded Chen Feng and responded, I have many titles available for exchange. What noble rank do you seek? As he spoke, Khadgar presented a crimson ledger. Chen Feng accepted it eagerly. And soon a list of noble titles appeared on his game panel. Baron of the Holy Dragon Empire, costs 10,000 reputation points. Viscount of the Holy Dragon Empire, costs 30,000 reputation points. Earl of the Holy Dragon Empire, costs 50,000 reputation points. Marquis of the Holy Dragon Empire, costs 100,000 reputation points. Duke of the Holy Dragon Empire, costs 1,000 reputation points. Currently unavailable. Prince of the Holy Dragon Empire, costs 5,000 reputation points. Currently unavailable. King by right of arms of the Holy Dragon Empire, costs 10,000 reputation points. Currently unavailable. Chen Feng examined the exchange information and noted that his current reputation of over 110,000 was sufficient to obtain the highest noble title available through the Chancellor. Without hesitation, he declared, I wish to exchange for the Marquis of the Holy Dragon Empire. Khadgar was somewhat taken aback, as the Chancellor managing the Empire's affairs. He himself was merely a duke. Yet, here was a young adventurer in his 20s seeking the title of Marquis of the Holy Dragon Empire. However, the adventurer possessed sufficient reputation. Very well, this title is conferred upon you. Ding. You have consumed 100,000 reputation points and successfully exchanged for the identity of Marquis of the Holy Dragon Empire. With the system notification, Chen Feng promptly opened his character panel. Marquis of the Holy Dragon Empire. Human noble title. Title effects. 1. Displays the identity of a Marquis. Within the Empire, those of lower noble ranks must pay respect. Exempt from penalties below the Marquis level. 2. A Marquis is entitled to purchase and establish a basic city. 3. Can recruit an army of no more than 100,000 soldiers. Description. The effects of this identity are restricted to the territory of the human empire. Within other factions, the holder will be pursued by enemy forces. After reviewing the details of the Marquis of the Holy Dragon Empire, Chen Feng closed the introduction panel. His standing within the human empire had now transformed entirely. The foremost effect of holding the title of Marquis, aside from garnering immense respect, is the assurance that one shall not be pursued by those of lower rank for slaying other players. Only those of imperial rank superior to one's own can pass judgment. An imprisonment shall only follow upon a guilty verdict. However, if one is vanquished by another player, that individual will face the wrath of the entire empire, and the ensuing penalties shall be considerably more severe. The second effect allows one to purchase and construct a basic city within the confines of the human empire. This city must surpass one's guild city by 1 tier, falling 2 tiers short of major cities like Baofengqing. Once established, all taxes and rental income from the city shall flow into Chen Feng's possession. Naturally, the city must be profitable. Any losses incurred will be borne by oneself. Lastly, and most crucially, one may command an armed force not exceeding 100,000, thereby granting the ability to wage wars and seize territories within the human empire. For instance, should Chen Feng conquer a town previously held by the Plague Legion, he could then apply for ownership of that town. If territories belonging to hostile factions are captured, he may also claim those cities, becoming the new lord of that region. In summary, with the acquisition of a title, greater opportunities for expansion arise, liberating one from the confines of a singular major city. Nevertheless, this newfound status serves merely as a beginning. The paramount necessity remains wealth. Without it, even an emperor may be overthrown by his own troops and usurped. Chapter 76. The purchase of a basic city. Currently, Chen Feng possesses both the title and the means. With his hundredfold reward amplification reputation, he merely needs to complete a few more reputation tasks. As for finances, the new era Chamber of Commerce that Chen Feng established has become the largest source of wealth in the realm, with revenues increasing daily as development progresses. Chen Feng is confident that he will eventually monopolize all commercial ventures within the human empire, amassing wealth rivaling that of nations. With this thought in mind, Chen Feng addressed Cater directly. I wish to purchase a basic city as my territory. Oh, you wish to acquire a basic city? Cater exclaimed, startled by Chen Feng's declaration. Although a basic city does not compare to a major city, its price typically exceeds 100 million gold coins. Even Cater, with his title of Duke and an annual salary in the millions, would find it impossible to purchase a basic city as his fief. The cost for a marquis to acquire a primary city is no small matter, Cater remarked, unable to contain his disbelief. Fear not, I am financially equipped. Please verify if that territory is still available for purchase. Hearing this, Cater could only shake his head in resignation, bemused by the unwavering confidence of youth. Follow me, he instructed, leading the way to another chamber within the palace without looking back. Upon entering the room, Cater waved his hand, and a map of the entire human realm materialized before Chen Feng's eyes. The map displayed numerous cities of varying sizes, all surrounding the imperial capital. The cities of the human realm are ranked from highest to lowest. The imperial capital, Juxiao City, major cities, Baofengqing, advanced cities, intermediate cities, basic cities, garrison cities, new era guild base, towns, Andohar, Maple Town, and villages, various beginner villages. As a marquis, Chen Feng could only purchase a basic city. Once his rank is elevated to duke, he would then be eligible for an intermediate city. Ascension to prince would grant him access to an advanced city. An elevation to king would allow ownership of a major city. Possessing a city is fundamentally different from merely holding management rights. Ownership entitles one to the city's revenue, akin to private property. In contrast, the Lord of Baofengqing, the Lightbringer Uther, is effectively an employee of the empire, with all earnings surrendered to the state. Chen Feng, possessing prior knowledge of the realm, understood that cities ranked intermediate and above require authorization from the imperial emperor for private sale, and only the emperor can bestow titles of duke and above. After examining the hundreds of basic cities within the Holy Dragon Empire, Chen Feng fixed his gaze on one particular city and made his choice. I choose Tianqin City. Upon hearing this choice, Cater's eyes brightened, though he cautioned. Are you certain you wish to select Tianqin City? It is perilously close to the demon territories. As the chancellor of the empire, Cater was well aware of the status of each city. Tianqin City, being one of the basic cities near Baofengqing, has long suffered from incursions by the demon realm, making it one of the most war-torn cities among the basic tier. It is currently in a state of significant financial loss, which is why Cater emphasized the risks. However, Chen Feng, undeterred by Cater's warnings, replied with a smile, I am certain, I wish to purchase Tianqin City as my fief. Upon hearing Chen Feng's resolute answer, Cater shook his head. The city was indeed in deficit and frequently plagued by demon raids. The lord had changed hands several times. The empire would not overcharge you. So here's the deal. This city is available for 50 million gold coins. and I will provide you with a legion of 10,000 to defend against the demon incursions. Ding. Would you like to spend 50 million gold coins to purchase Tianxin City, Basic City, which comes with a complimentary legion of 10,000? Chen Feng opened the funds pool of the New Era Chamber of Commerce and noted that the total had now reached 180 million gold coins. He promptly withdrew 60 million gold coins. Confirmed. 50 million coins vanished from Chen Feng's backpack. Ding dong. You have successfully purchased Chen, a beginner city, and you may manage the city through the city management interface. Ding dong. You have acquired the command over Chen, a beginner city, and 1,000 city guards, 40. Chen opened the city management interface to inspect. Chen, a beginner city, has a population capacity of 25 for 184, 215, 000. Military forces, 10,000. Commercial buildings, 535, 354 vacant. Assets, 1, 511, 254. City tax rate, commercial tax at 1 per 1,000, agricultural tax at 1 per 10,000. Description: due to years of warfare, the city's population has drastically declined, and both commerce and agriculture remain in a severely underdeveloped state. Chapter 77, Journey to the Dragon Domain. After reviewing the city's basic information, Chen closed the city panel. The reason Chen decided to purchase this seemingly unprofitable city was rooted in strategy. Its geographical position lies between Beijing City and the XNJUN Guild Base. Should either the XNJUN Guild Base or TNXNCH come under attack, Chen could readily summon the city guards of Beijing City for support, given his status there. Furthermore, in his previous life, Chen was aware that an unexploited energy crystal mine resided within the territory of TNXNCH. During his tasks in TNXNCH, he had inadvertently received a quest to locate energy crystals. In his past life, he completed this quest. Yet the rewards he obtained barely amounted to a fraction of the mine's worth. In this life, he could not afford to let such an opportunity slip away. Wealth must be earned. Once the mine is developed, not even 50 billion coins would compel the empire to relinquish this place. Everything here now belonged to Chen. With the city's commerce and agriculture in a rudimentary state, Chen felt secure with the presence of the XNJUN Commercial Association. There was no need for concern. Establishing several branches of XNJUN and TNXNCH would swiftly invigorate the entire city's economy. With this thought in mind, Chen directly accessed the management interface of the XNJUN Commercial Association and issued directives to the Commerce Overseer to initiate the occupation of available shops in the city. He also sent the coordinates of the mine for him to arrange for miners to explore. Currently, the XNJUN Commercial Association had expanded to nearly 2,000 members under the Overseer's recruitment, ensuring ample manpower. Subsequently, he injected 10 million coins from his backpack into the funds of TNXNCH to cover debts and maintain the city's operational stability. Next, Chen simply had to wait for the city to flourish. He closed the management panel, content that with ample assistance in operations, he only needed to issue a few key commands. Once all matters were settled, Chen bid farewell to KDR and departed the royal palace. With his official position and city acquisition completed, it was time to seek out LN or to trigger a quest. However, reaching the Dragon Domain in Ling City was no simple task. The teleportation array to the Dragon Domain was not open to the outside world. One needed to ride a flying mount from the imperial capital to arrive. Chen walked to the flying station in the imperial capital. At the station, a small bearded attendant greeted him with a smile. "Greetings, my Lord Marquis." Chen nodded, feeling a sense of pride at having attained the Marquis title so swiftly. "I wish to go to the Dragon Domain." Upon hearing the words Dragon Domain, the attendant's eyes widened in surprise before he quickly regained his composure. "My Lord Marquis, to travel to the Dragon Domain, you require a royal edict from His Majesty the Emperor or an invitation from the Dragon Domain." Chen was slightly taken aback. He had never been to the Dragon Domain in his previous life, nor was he aware of such stipulations. However, given his current quest, he should be considered as having received an invitation. But how to prove it? After pondering for a moment, an idea struck him. LNR had bestowed upon him the YHUXNZH, which should serve as proof of his invitation. Chen thought to himself as he removed the YHUXNZH he wore and said, "This is a medal given to me by the Saint Dragon Knight. She requires me to complete a task. Will this suffice?" As soon as the ZHUXNZH was revealed, a wave of dragon energy emanated from it, likely due to its prolonged presence in the Dragon Domain. The small bearded attendant was taken aback upon seeing the medal. This dragon energy was indeed a symbol of the dragon domain. My lord Marquis, this is more than sufficient. Please. This way. Afterward, the attendant led Chen Feng into the depths of the flying station. Along the way, numerous mounts appeared around them, including various warhorses, carriages, and flying units such as dragon eagles, griffins, and goblin flying machines, all standard mounts for the human race. Chen Feng found himself before a massive griffin. My lord Marquis, this griffin is the fastest in the entire station. It will only take half an hour to reach the dragon domain. Very well, let us depart. How much is the fare? Chen Feng inquired. My lord Marquis, you are a distinguished guest invited by the dragon domain. We are honored to have you here at our station and would not dream of charging you any coins, the small bearded attendant replied with a beaming smile. Chen Feng nodded, refraining from further comment, as he understood the significance of the dragon domain to the current human empire. Without its support, the empire would likely cease to exist. He approached the griffin and mounted its back. The griffin rider had already awaited him above. Once seated comfortably on the broad back of the griffin and fastened his seatbelt, the attendant announced, My lord Marquis, we are departing. Chen Feng nodded in acknowledgement. The griffin then flapped its massive wings, soaring toward the sky. As Chen Feng sat in the rear seat, he felt the rush of wind against his face and watched as the city below gradually diminished in size. He thought to himself that he should acquire a flying mount as well, as it would significantly shorten travel time. After reaching level 30, players unlock the mount system. However, Chen Feng's progress in this lifetime has been remarkably swift, leaving him with no time to undertake the mount-related quests. He recalls from his previous life that there were numerous hidden tasks that could yield powerful mounts, and he plans to trigger them once his current obligations are fulfilled. Chapter 78 Prologue to the Rise of Light 1, Third Update, half an hour later. My lord Marquis, we have arrived at the dragon domain. The Griffin Knight addressed Chen Feng. We can only halt here at the periphery. You must proceed alone from this point. Chen Feng opened his eyes and gazed into the distance. Before him loomed a majestic mountain, its peaks soaring into the clouds, with a significant portion blanketed in snow. A thin veil of mist enveloped the summit, enhancing its aura of mystery. Occasionally, the resonant roars of dragons echoed through the clouds. Is this truly the dragon domain? Chen Feng mused, having never visited this enigmatic place in his past life, feeling a sense of wonder. Soon, the griffin descended onto a small platform halfway up the mountain. Chen Feng leaped off its back. My lord Marquis, I take my leave, the Griffin Knight said. Chen Feng nodded in farewell as the griffin let out a cry, flapping its wings to ascend into the sky, gradually vanishing from sight. Human adventurer, I am surprised you reached the dragon domain so quickly. You have truly impressed me. At that moment, a deep and familiar voice resonated in Chen Feng's ears. He swiftly turned around to behold a massive head adorned with golden scales before him. Its lantern-like eyes fixed upon him, while its body hovered in midair, vast wings stirring the falling snowflakes. Do hurry inside. Lord Lan Yu has been waiting for you in the small cabin ahead. The golden dragon spoke before flapping its wings and departing. Do dragons always enjoy making sudden appearances to startle others? Chen Feng thought to himself. As he looked forward, indeed, amidst the mist, there lay a modest cabin that was not easily noticeable without keen observation. Chen Feng walked directly towards it. Upon reaching the cabin, he saw a human girl sitting in the yard, clad in a flowing white garment. Her delicate face appeared almost fragile against the biting wind, and her beautiful eyes, clear as crystal, seemed capable of piercing through one's soul, rendering Chen Feng momentarily spellbound. Adventurer, you have arrived? Her melodious voice pulled Chen Feng back to reality. He nodded in response, addressing Lan Yu. Yes, I have fulfilled your requirements and come to accept your trial. No sooner had he spoken than a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task, the Rise of Light. Lan Yu regarded Chen Feng with a slightly serious expression and said, the continent we inhabit is currently united by the Light Alliance of humans, elves, and orcs, standing against the invasion of the Cataclysmic Legion. Although the demon realm has maintained neutrality, it has long cast its covetous gaze upon human territories. Recently, while perceiving the laws of the continent in the dragon domain, I sensed the emergence of a power from a higher realm. Although this feeling is still faint, I foresee that in the not-so-distant future, more formidable beings will descend upon this continent, heralding an impending apocalypse. Chen Feng's heart quivered at this revelation. Could it be that aside from the cataclysm and the demon realm, there existed even more powerful beings from other realms? I chose you because I sensed something extraordinary about you. I will assign you the most challenging task, hoping you can withstand my trial, Lan Yu continued. As her words fell, a notification rang out. Ding! Holy Dragon Knight Lan Yu has issued the task, Prologue to the Rise of Light 1. Do you accept? Accept. With the acceptance of the task, Chen Feng's task panel transformed. Prologue to the Rise of Light 1. Task description. Holy Dragon Knight Lan Yu has presented you with the most arduous trial. Journey to the Valley of Doom in the Demon Realm. Locate at least 2 dragon bones of those who perished in battle and bring them back to the dragon domain. The more dragon bones you collect, the richer your rewards will be. Task duration, 1 month. A mission to the Demon Realm. The Demon Realm, belonging to another faction on the continent, presents significant uncertainties regarding the task's difficulty. I hope you can retrieve the dragon bones lost in the Demon Realm, allowing them to rest peacefully in the dragon domain after death, Lan Yu implored. I will ensure to bring back as many dragon bones as possible, Chen Feng vowed. Excellent. Take this item. Although it is damaged, it can still help you sense the presence of dragon bones and allow you to store them within. Consider it an advance reward for completing your task. After speaking, Lan Yu summoned a blue light that floated into Chen Feng's hand. Ding. You have received the Damaged Dragon Ring, Epic, gifted by Holy Dragon Knight Lan Yu, triggering the hundredfold reward amplification. You have obtained the Dragon Ring, Legendary. It is indeed a mythical teleportation artifact. Hearing the notification of the legendary item, Chen Feng hurriedly examined the attributes of the ring in his hand. Dragon Ring, Legendary, required level, 0 equip location, ring additional effect 1, grants 100,000 cubic units of storage space, capable of holding living creatures. Additional effect 2, detection, can sense the presence of nearby creatures. Additional effect 3, reduces the duration of abnormal status control by 80. Additional effect 4, group teleportation. Players can release a teleportation array with a range of 10 meters, enabling the teleportation of creatures within a 500-meter radius, with an internal cooldown of 300 seconds. Description: in ancient times, powerful beings employed secret techniques to create a space imbued with spatial magic, possessing unfathomable capabilities. Upon observing the attributes of this ring, Chen Feng was left speechless in astonishment. Such an expansive space could easily encompass an entire mountain. Most notably, it could also store living creatures, effectively granting him an additional biological space. The attributes were undeniably extraordinary. Imagining hiding several formidable beings from the human empire within the dimensional ring, he could unleash them unexpectedly upon the forces of evil, transforming it into a tool for ambush. The second special effect functioned like a radar, capable of detecting information about surrounding life forms, presumably intended to sense the remnants of dragons. The third effect reduced the duration of his control, while the fourth allowed for the casting of group teleportation magic, making it incredibly practical for both offense and retreat. Chen Feng promptly equipped the dimensional ring on his hand. The previous spatial ring, while also serving as a storage item, required the removal of the Panlong ring to access the equipment within directly. I will send a dragon to escort you back to the main city. I hope you return safely. I shall await you in the Longyu, Lan Ru said, brandishing her sword. Moments later, a silver dragon adorned with shimmering scales appeared before Chen Feng. Xiaoyin, take this adventurer back to the imperial capital. The silver dragon nodded, lowering its massive body to the ground. Chen Feng quickly mounted, gripping the dragon's scales tightly. With a powerful flap of its wings, the silver dragon soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Chapter 79, Journey to the Doom Valley. A few minutes later, a tremendous roar of the dragon resonated throughout the imperial capital as a colossal silver dragon descended gracefully upon the plaza, instantly drawing a crowd of onlookers. Look, it's a dragon. Has Lord Lan Ru from the Longyu come to the imperial capital? The dragon is magnificent. If only we could touch it. Look, there's a young man atop it. Could he be a dragon rider? Chen Feng dismounted from the silver dragon's back. As he touched the ground, the silver dragon flapped its wings and ascended rapidly, vanishing above the capital. Observing the dragon's departure, Chen Feng noticed that he was being regarded like a spectacle by a gathering of admirers, their eyes gleaming with envy and admiration. Was the influence of a single dragon truly so profound? Chen Feng murmured to himself, disregarding the surrounding discussions, and proceeded toward the teleportation array. Shortly after he left, a young man clad in an ornate robe appeared at a corner of the plaza. The Longyu has sent a silver dragon to escort this young adventurer. Even I did not receive such treatment when I was younger. The young man pondered for a moment. This individual clearly had a unique connection with the Longyu, making it imperative not to offend him. He resolved to draw him to his side if an opportunity arose. Moments later, the young man leisurely exited the plaza. Of course, Chen Feng remained unaware of this young man's presence. Chen Feng opened his quest panel. The task titled The Rise of Light. Chapter 1 had a generous duration of 1 month, allowing him ample time without the need for immediate action. Having already been logged in for an extended period, he felt utterly exhausted and decided to log off for a well-deserved rest. Returning to the Stormwind City Tavern, he noticed that Ru had seemingly found something to entertain herself with. which did not concern him as her current strength ensured her safety. Without further ado, he hurried back to his room and logged off. As his consciousness returned to the real world, he glanced at the clock and realized it was already past 9 in the morning of the following day. As a diligent student of the new era, Chen Feng had once again stayed up all night. Exhausted, he thought, sleep. I need sleep. After stepping out of the gaming pod and attending to his personal hygiene, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. That afternoon, the persistent beeping of the alarm clock roused him from his dreams. He checked the time and saw it was already 3 o'clock. He hurriedly logged back in. Welcome back. His consciousness returned to the Stormwind City Tavern. He first accessed the management panel of the New Era Chamber of Commerce and discovered that, after a day's operation, the chamber's funds had surpassed 300 million gold coins. He promptly arranged for the chamber to continue acquiring vacant shops and properties in other major cities, seizing the opportunity to purchase while prices were low. With wealth in hand, he understood that gold should not be allowed to depreciate and ought to be converted into fixed assets. Having set everything in order, Chen Feng turned his attention to his quest panel. It was time to adhere to his original plan and embark on the mission to the Doom Valley of the Demon Realm. Based on his memories from his previous life, he knew that the monsters he might encounter in the Doom Valley were exceedingly perilous, which is why he chose not to bring Ruru along. He instructed her to remain in Stormwind City, leveling up alongside Ruo Fan and the others, while also enhancing his own attributes. After reviewing the mission requirements and destination, he soon formulated a clear route. After more than an hour of travel, he finally arrived at his destination, the Doom Valley. Ding dong. You have entered the Demon Realm region. Doom Valley. Current map is extremely dangerous. Immediate evacuation is advised. Chen Feng glanced at the system prompt and chose to ignore it. Continuing deeper into the valley, not long after, he arrived at a massive cave concealed by trees. Driven by curiosity, he peered into the entrance, only to suddenly feel a peculiar sense of summons emanating from the Panlong Ring. Could it be that he had already discovered the dragon remains? He pressed on into the cave. Moments later, a nauseating odor wafted from within the cave, prompting Chen Feng to pinch his nose. At that moment, a pair of blood-red eyes emerged from the pitch-black depths of the cave. Upon closer inspection, he found the cave walls teeming with enormous 8-legged spiders, each towering over a person, their formidable fangs glistening ominously. Mo Hua Yunjiju, silver-tier creature, level 35 health, 6,000 attack, 1,000 defense, 450 skills, Poison Fang Strike. Poison Spray, Silkbind. Description: originally a giant spider unique to the Demon Realm's Yun Valley, it has absorbed an unknown energy, growing even more powerful and frequently ambushing passing creatures, requiring careful handling. It appears there is certainly something unknown here, as even the monster's description differs. Chen Feng immediately began to chant a skill, summoning Lei Ji Jing Ling Ji Guang Gulin. Soon, 5 electrified Ji Guang Gulin appeared, illuminating the surrounding cave. Since his first evolution, he had yet to examine the current attributes of his summoned creatures. So he directly looked at the attributes of Lei Ji Jing Ling Ji Guang Gulin. Lei Ji Jing Ling Ji Guang Gulin, bronze tier, level 40 health, 8,400 attack, 2,500 magic, attack speed, 18 strikes per second movement speed, normal movement 2 meters per second. Defense, 650 skills, Thunder Strike, Lightning Shield, Lightning 5-fold Burst, Thunderclap, Lightning Explosion. When attacking and releasing skills, there is a 20 chance to cause enemies to enter an electrified state for 3 seconds, ineffective against units of silver, including tier and above, with additional light attribute damage to electrified enemies. Although the Ji Guang Gulin is a bronze tier summon creature with a slightly lower grade, its skill level is sufficiently high, combined with a 50 attribute enhancement from talents, making it significantly stronger than average golden elite creatures. Most importantly, it is a group attack summon. 5 bolts of thunder are generally enough to incapacitate ordinary silver tier foes. Chen Feng commanded the 5 Ji Guang Gulin to unleash electric therapy on the Mo Hua Yunjiju. Crackle. 5 bolts of golden lightning struck the forehead of the Mo Hua Yunjiju. 2015, 2018, 2020. As 5 bolts of thunder fell, each Mo Hua Yunjiju dissipated into white smoke under the electric therapy. Ding dong. Congratulations on defeating 35 Mo Hua Yunjiju, silver tier creature. Gaining 1,200 experience points, triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You have gained 120,000 experience points. Ding dong. Jingling Xiao Nu Shiru Ru receives 50 of the experience. Jingling Xiao Nu Shiru Ru gains 60,000 experience points. Ding dong, omitted 5. Under the hundredfold reward amplification, a single Mo Hua Yunjiju can yield half the experience to Shi Ru Ru's partition, allowing Chen Feng to obtain 60,000 experience points, totaling 360,000. 000 from defeating 6. Chen Feng noted that he currently required 200,000 experience points to advance from level 30 to 31, and with a single defeat, his experience bar had risen by 1/3. Observing several silver coins lying on the ground, Chen Feng chose not to collect them, instead stepping over the remains of the Mo Hua Yunji Zhu and venturing deeper into the cave. Chapter 80, Slaying the Legendary. The cave seemed endless, and Chen Feng walked inward for quite some time. The further he ventured, the more spacious the cave became, eventually revealing a height of over 10 meters, resembling a grand underground palace. Moreover, the density of Mo Hua Yunji Zhu increased deeper within, with occasional appearances of mutated silver-tier Mo Hua Yunji Zhu. However, these creatures posed no threat to Chen Feng. His level had also risen to 32. After approximately half an hour, a magnificent hall came into view. This must be the center of the mountain, Chen Feng murmured, stepping into the heart of the hall. In the vast hall stood a colossal dragon skeleton at its center, emanating wisps of runic energy into the surroundings, exuding an air of mystery. The dragon ring in Chen Feng's possession felt an intense calling, clearly indicating that the objective of this quest, the dragon relic, lay ahead. Chen Feng approached, intending to place the massive relic into his dimensional ring. Insignificant human, why do you appear here? At that moment, a demon creature clad in a black cloak, with 2 sharp horns on its head, emerged before Chen Feng. The creature's deep blue eyes fixated on him. Chen Feng immediately cast a detection spell. Hey and Mo Jiang Kulida, legendary tier creature, level 45 health. Attack. Defense. Skills. Description: a powerful being from the demon realm's castle, adept in various dark magic, exceedingly dangerous. If you wish to avoid torment, it is best to flee quickly. What? A level 45 legend. Chen Feng exclaimed in surprise. Haha, since you are here, do not leave, become my servant. The dark demon general Ku Lida spoke again. Dark binding. A pitch-black staff appeared in Ku Lida's hand, which he waved, summoning a massive hand of black energy that swiftly reached for Chen Feng. Attempting to seize me? Not so easily, Chen Feng retorted, activating the skill of his equipped item. Time Warp, evading the attack, while simultaneously unleashing a first-tier skill, Control Array. A multitude of summoned creatures emerged from the array, including holy light elves and demon realm flowers, triggering the equipment's summoning attribute to produce 10 holy light elves and 10 demon realm flowers. This summoning yielded a total of 40 summoned beasts, instantly filling the spacious hall. Witnessing this spectacle, Kulida was utterly astonished. How do you possess so many powerful spirit summoners? Prepare to perish. Chen Feng scoffed, beginning to direct his summons to attack Kulida. 10 level 40 holy light spirits simultaneously unleashed the holy light cross upon Keleide, while other summoned entities launched their attacks concurrently. In an instant, waves of golden energy and elemental forces assailed Keleide. Cursed Dark Shield. Keleide roared as he summoned a black protective barrier. The damage was staggering. 4,000, after a 20 attribute reduction, 6,000, 6,000, and finally 0, the shield absorbed the final blow. In this brief exchange, Keleide suffered over 60,000 points of damage. As the holy light spirits dealt true damage, Keleide's dark shield failed to mitigate any harm, and the other summoned creatures shattered the barrier. Instantly, Keleide's health plummeted by 1/10, suggesting that this legendary creature had an approximate health pool of 700,000. Racked with intense agony, Keleide's eyes glowed crimson. Just as he prepared to retaliate, 10 vines ensnared him tightly. The demon flower released toxins as it bound him, inundating Keleide with a barrage of negative status effects. With a swift motion, Chen Feng activated a first-turn class skill, unleashing a crimson energy whip that struck all summoned entities. In that moment, their eyes ignited with a fervent crimson glow, plunging them into a state of exhilaration. The Mecha Goblin, already imbued with a speed-enhancing effect, experienced an even greater surge in velocity. It wielded a massive spiked club, striking Keleide with relentless fury, the blows coming in a rapid succession that created afterimages, achieving a staggering 5 strikes per second. The other summoned beasts mirrored this fervor, their faces alight with excitement as they assaulted Keleide. His health bar plummeted dramatically. Within mere seconds, it dwindled to below 10. Cursed humans, I shall return to summon the demonic army to rend you limb from limb. Keleide spat defiantly as he broke free from his restraints, sensing the dire turn of events. You think you can escape? Retorted Chen Feng. Your opportunity has vanished. Above the grand hall, beams of golden energy converged, forming a multitude of cages that enveloped the entire area. Keleide sensed imminent peril and fled towards the cave's exit. However, the cages covered an extensive range, and with 10 holy light spirits simultaneously attacking, Keleide was swiftly ensnared. Inside the cage, he desperately unleashed dark magic, attempting to break free. But the sheer number of cages proved overwhelming. For every one he escaped, another appeared. At that moment, a horde of summoned creatures rushed in to attack Keeley-eyed. "No, you cannot kill me. My father is Keeley-eyed," he screamed in desperation. A thunderous barrage ensued, and this legendary demon fell without uttering a final word. As Keeley-eyed's lifeless body collapsed, a vast array of equipment, gold, skill books, and potions spilled forth. Chapter 81. Summon the Dark Dragon with Keeley-eyed's demise. A wealth of experience flooded towards Chen Feng, manifesting in 2 beams of white light. Ding. Congratulations, you have slain the level 45 Dark Demon Keeley-eyed, legendary creature, and earned 100,000 experience points. Triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You receive 10,000,000 experience points. Yue receives 5 million. Ding. As the first player in the entire server to slay a legendary creature, you receive an additional 5 skill points. Triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You receive an additional 500 skill points. Ding. Your level has successfully risen to level 33, granting you 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Please allocate them wisely. Ding. Your level has successfully risen to level 34, granting you 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Please allocate them wisely. Ding. Spirit Maiden Yue receives 50 of the experience. Spirit Maiden Yue gains 5,000,000 experience points. Ding. Spirit Maiden Yue has leveled up to level 29, gaining 5 points in all attributes and 1 skill point. Ding. Spirit Maiden Yue has leveled up to level 30, gaining 5 points in all attributes and 1 skill point. Ding. Spirit Maiden Yue has successfully reached level 30, completing her first class transition and acquiring the skill, Revival. At the moment of death, a series of system notifications erupted. The sudden acquisition of 5 million experience propelled Chen Feng to a 2-level increase, a testament to the bounty bestowed by a legendary creature. Subsequently, 3 server-wide announcements followed. Ding. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Shirtian for slaying level 45, Dark Demon Keeley-eyed, legendary creature, becoming the first player in the server to achieve this feat as a reward. Player Shirtian receives level 1, 10 skill points, 50 free attribute points, and 500 player reputation points. Ding. National server announcement. Is this real? The mighty Shirtian has ventured into the demon realm to slay a demon creature? Incredible. Congratulations to Shirtian on the first kill of a legendary creature. The next target must be an epic one. The formidable Shirtian can eliminate a level 45 legendary creature in a single turn. It seems the unification of the entire Yuan universe, continent under Shirtian's reign is not far off. Shirtian, slaying a legendary creature at will? Meanwhile, we are still toiling against lesser foes of the same level. Where's the justice in this? Is there no law? At this moment, players across the server were engulfed in profound astonishment. Meanwhile, Chen Feng merely glanced at the system notifications before turning his attention to the vast array of equipment and items strewn across the ground. Truly, the spoils of a high-tier creature were remarkable. Ding. You have picked up 500,000 gold coins. Triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You receive 50,000 gold coins. Good heavens. Could this be the wealth of a demon realm heir? Dropping 20 of their gold yields 50,000. Does that imply he possessed 250,000 gold coins? Such wealth. Chen Feng smiled as he collected all the gold coins and continued to examine the equipment scattered on the ground. Ding dong, you picked up an item. Ding dong, you picked up an item. Ding dong, you picked up equipment. Ding dong, you acquired the skill book, Summon Golden Winged Eagle, legendary, triggering hundredfold reward amplification. And you obtained the skill book, Summon Dark Dragon, epic. Upon hearing the notification, Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, then immediately focused on the attributes of the skill book. Summon Dark Dragon, epic skill book, learning level, 35 learning class, summoner skill effect, consumes 1,000 points. After chanting for 10 seconds, summons a dark dragon to assist in battle. At level 1, the dark dragon will use a magical flame breath attack on creatures within range, dealing magical damage. At level 5 and above, it gains the additional skill, Dragon Roar, which causes a brief stun to creatures within range. At level 10 and above, it gains the additional skill, Dragonfire, releasing a continuous flame attack in front that inflicts multiple instances of magical damage equal to 150 of its own magical attack on hit creatures. At level 20 and above, it gains the passive skill, Dragon Might, instilling fear in creatures of no higher than epic level within range, reducing their overall attributes by 20. At level 30 and above, it gains the passive skill, Magic Immunity, granting immunity to any magical attacks and control effects. The summoned creature's strength increases with its master, remains permanently present, and upon death, the original summoned creature disappears, with a skill cooldown of 300 seconds. Flying creatures can be ridden, with a range of 0-100 units. After perusing the skill book's attributes, Chen Feng was astonished. Was this not a custom-made flying mount for him? Without hesitation, he shattered the skill book. As the skill book disintegrated, a colossal dragon-shaped icon appeared on Chen Feng's skill panel. Summon Dark Dragon. After a slight chant, 5 dragons, entirely covered in black scales, towering over 10 meters and sporting enormous leathery wings, emerged from the ground. How magnificent! Chen Feng exclaimed in awe as he examined the attributes of the Dark Dragon. Dark Dragon, Epic, Level 45 Health, 300,000 Attack, 5,000 Defense, 3,000 Attack Speed, 2 strikes per second, Release Speed, 100 Movement Speed, 5 meters per second on foot, 50 meters per second when flying. Skills. Omitted. After reviewing the Dark Dragon's attributes, Chen Feng was immensely pleased. Truly, it was a formidable summoned creature, boasting exceptionally high health and defense, with impressive attack power, capable of serving both as a frontline fighter and a source of damage. Moreover, it could also function as a mount, reminiscent of the scenes of awe it had sparked when he previously rode a dragon in the imperial capital. This dragon was undoubtedly a powerful status symbol. In short, possessing this summoned beast was akin to a cow entering the home, bringing unparalleled prestige. Continuing to sift through his backpack, he organized the equipment acquired from this encounter. Upon completion, he tallied the results. The Dark Demon, Clyde, had dropped several potions and 10 pieces of golden equipment, all upgraded to diamond quality due to the hundredfold reward amplification, though none were suitable for his use. He would have to wait until his return to sell them at the marketplace. Chapter 82. Blessing of the Ancestor Dragon. Having organized his backpack, Chen Feng was about to collect the dragon bones when a deep voice suddenly boomed. I am finally free. At that moment, a translucent dragon spirit emerged from the giant dragon skeleton in the center of the cave. These despicable demons attempted to exploit the great dragon's essence to create a darkbone dragon. For their manipulation, such treachery is truly vile. The massive dragon spirit seemed to reminisce, continuing to speak. Subsequently, the great dragon spirit lowered its head to gaze at Chen Feng. Brave adventurer, I thank you for liberating me from the demon seal. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's heart leaped with joy. Was there a reward? I am Lord Lanyu, sent to retrieve the dragon bones and return them to the dragon domain for a proper rest. It is my duty, Chen Feng replied respectfully. Upon finishing, he revealed the Panlong ring, a symbol of the dragon domain's influence. The dragon spirit, upon sensing the aura of the Panlong ring, appeared exceedingly excited. Splendid. You are indeed sent by Lanyu to return us to the dragon domain. Moreover, since Lanyu has entrusted you with the Panlong ring, it signifies that you are the chosen one of the entire dragon domain. The dragon spirit's voice grew fervent. Indeed, she mentioned a test for me, Chen Feng answered. Wonderful. Brave adventurer. Since you are the chosen one of the dragon domain, only you can fulfill this task. I have a request. I wonder if you would be willing to assist me. A task? Please, speak. I shall certainly do my utmost to fulfill it, Chen Feng responded. The dragon spirit nodded in satisfaction. The story goes that in the past, when the continent was inhabited solely by humans, elves, orcs, demons, and our dragon race, the scourge had not yet descended. All dragons resided not in the current dragon domain, but in Ancestor Dragon City. However, later on, the dimensional rift opened, and the Lich King invaded the present continent with his scourge army. The opening of the dimensional rift caused the entire continent to be unable to bear the immense energy, leading to its fragmentation, and Ancestor Dragon City vanished. We dragons suffered catastrophic losses in the battle against the Scourge army. I wish for you to harness the power of the ring to sense the whereabouts of the lost Ancestor Dragon City, rescue the dragon souls trapped there, and return them to the dragon domain for peace. The energy of the dragon domain holds the potential to revive us all. Upon finishing, a notification appeared on Chen Feng's system panel. Ding dong, the soul of the Ancestor Dragon has issued you a hidden quest. Find Ancestor Dragon City. Do you accept? Task description. The enigmatic Zulong City may lie in the eastern region of the Demon Realm, near the location of the Doomsday Marsh. To discover it and retrieve all the dragon souls of Zulong City, back to the dragon domain, the Holy Dragon Knight Lanyu shall bestow upon you generous rewards. Given that this task is bestowed by the soul of the Ancestor Dragon, it is imperative to accept it decisively. This mission was unheard of by Chen Feng in his previous life, thus the rewards must be extraordinary. Accept. A new task has appeared on Chen Feng's task panel. Young adventurer, my dragon soul cannot maintain its form for much longer. To express my gratitude, this is the only reward I can offer you at present. With that, the immense dragon soul erupted with brilliant white light, enveloping Chen Feng. Ding dong, the Ancestor Dragon's soul has granted you the blessing of the dragon soul. Effect. All skill cooldowns reduced by 10. Duration. Permanent. Ding dong, The Ancestor Dragon's soul has activated Blessing of the Dragon Soul, triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You have received the Blessing of the Ancestor Dragon. Effect. All skills have no cooldown, duration, permanent. 2 notification sounds popped up on Chen Feng's panel, and at that moment, a new blessing from the Ancestor Dragon appeared in his task status bar. At this juncture, after expending its skills, the enormous dragon's soul seemed to have been drained of vitality, its once distinct dragon form suddenly appearing hollow. Young adventurer, I hope we can meet again one day. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the massive dragon's soul dimmed, and, moments later, it transformed into a dot and returned to the remains of the great dragon. However, Chen Feng gazed at the skill effects, unable to calm his excitement. With all skills having no cooldown, does that mean if his mana is sufficient, he can summon skills infinitely? The legendary infinite firepower has arrived? With this thought, Chen Feng immediately cast the summoning spell for the great sorcerer Lewis twice consecutively. Indeed, the skills were unleashed in rapid succession, and apart from a brief casting animation, there was no cooldown whatsoever. Wow, this is incredible. Chen Feng laughed heartily. Observing his current mana exceeding 15,000 points, and considering each summoned creature consumes 200 points, he could summon 75 creatures without using potions, and with potions, he could summon over 100 without any issue. Imagining that in the future, as his mana improves, he would simply need to continuously unleash summoning skills on the battlefield, and a vast legion of summoned creatures would assist him in conquering lands. The thought was exhilarating. With a sense of joy, Chen Feng manipulated the Longzhu ring to store the colossal remains of the Ancestor Dragon, and then retraced his steps back to the Doomsday Valley. Upon returning to the outside world, Chen Feng opened the game map and glanced at the location of the Doomsday Marsh. After a brief search, he discovered the site of the Doomsday Marsh, which required traversing the entirety of the Demon Realm continent to reach a point near the Demon Sea. If he were to walk, it would likely take months to complete the journey. Moreover, the path was fraught with numerous mountains, rivers, and the Demon Forest, presenting a myriad of complex terrains where one could easily become lost. The density of monsters along the route was also quite high, ranging from levels 15 to 70, posing significant danger. However, for Chen Feng, who now possessed a flying summon, the journey would merely require avoiding certain major cities in the Demon Realm. After calculating the flight route and time, it would take approximately 3 to 4 days to reach the Doomsday Marsh. It appeared that he would be spending an extended period in the Demon Realm. Chen Feng commanded a dark dragon to descend to the ground, leaping onto its back. Let us embark. The dark dragon's massive wings flapped, swiftly vanishing into the horizon. Chapter 83, wanted by the Demon King just minutes after Chen Feng departed the original location. A figure enveloped in dark brown flames suddenly soared out from the main city of the Demon Realm, Yinma City. The intense demonic fire illuminated the sky above the city with extraordinary brilliance. After a brief pause above the city, the fiery figure sped northward into the sky. Once this fearsome figure flew out of the city, players from the Demon Realm who had been hiding in their rooms timidly emerged from their places of shelter. What is that creature? It seems incredibly powerful. What a terrifying aura. I can feel the heat from so far away. It can even fly? Could it be an epic-level entity? Isn't that one of the top 10 demon lords of the Demon Realm, the most formidable presence in Yinma City? Yinma. What? Yinmo? Is it the legendary level 80 demon? No wonder its aura is so frightening. What could this legendary Yinma be in such a hurry for? Who knows? Something significant must be happening in the Demon Realm. A group of players from the Demon Realm were left curious about the purpose of the Demon Lord's outing. In the Doomsday Valley, within the cave that Chen Feng had just vacated, a figure cloaked in black with enormous sharp horns was manipulating surrounding talismans in the Grand Hall. Under the control of this cloaked figure, talismans coalesced before him, forming images that displayed how Chen Feng had slain the dark demon General Clyde. Upon viewing the images revealed by the talismans, the cloaked figure was filled with rage. Ah, detestable human! How dare you slay my demon spawn? I shall rend you limb from limb. An enraged roar echoed through the cave. A torrent of black, demonic flames surged from the cloaked figure, spreading outward and incinerating all surviving corrupted doomsday spiders nearby into ashes. Subsequently, 3 system notifications appeared on the system interfaces of all players. Ding dong. Server-wide announcement. Due to the player's Shirtian's slaying of the demon spawn of the Demon Realm, level 45, Dark Demon General Clyde, legendary creature. The Demon Lord is enraged and has issued a death warrant against player Shirtian. Player Shirtian's relationship with all Demon Realm creatures has changed to hatred, pursued by the forces of the Demon Realm. Any player who successfully slays Shirtian within that domain will be rewarded with a complete set of golden equipment pertaining to their class, as well as a hidden class scroll from one of the 10 great Demon Lords, Yinma. An announcement reverberated across the entire server. Ding dong. 3 system notifications appeared on every player's interface. Did I hear correctly? The mighty Shirtion has slain the demon prince of the demon realm? Indeed, it is no mistake. Shirtion has persistently used server announcements to remind us of our inadequacies. Now, he has struck a formidable blow by vanquishing the son of a demon lord. Impressive. So what if he is the demon lord's offspring? Those who dare show disrespect to the great Shirtion, even the demon lord himself, can expect no mercy. It has not been easy. Since the game's launch, the legends surrounding Shirtion have never ceased. At this moment, Chen Feng was leisurely perched upon the back of the dark dragon, taking in the scenery when the sudden server announcement startled him. That Clyde was indeed the demon prince. No wonder he was so affluent. Thankfully, I moved quickly. The demon lord has likely visited that cave already, Chen Feng pondered. However, he paid little heed to the world announcement, as the demon lord would not find him for the time being. As for encounters with other players, he felt no anxiety. One could be dealt with, and two could be handled just as easily. He continued to ride the colossal dragon, soaring low over the Valley of Misfortune. According to the quest hints, there should still be dragon bones yet to be discovered within this valley, since his intended route to the Valley of Misfortune required traversing through it. He directed the dark dragon to fly low, allowing the Panlong ring to sense if there were any dragon bones hidden within the forest below. If there were, he would descend to retrieve them and return them to Longyu. If not, he would simply try his luck at Zulong City. Thus, for a considerable stretch of time, Chen Feng lay atop the back of the dark dragon, savoring the exhilarating rush of the howling winds at high altitudes, occasionally catching glimpses of flying beasts in the distance. Yet, for reasons unknown, none dared to approach. The journey was often tedious. So Chen Feng opened the commerce management interface to continue overseeing the acquisition of properties in the main city and the imperial capital, while also instructing the guards of Tianxin City to commence the recruitment of soldiers within the city. With a recruitment capacity of 100,000, he could not afford to waste it. After all, the production of equipment for the Xinjiang commerce depended heavily on a robust military. Given his substantial level advantage over other players, coupled with his ability to slay monsters beyond his level, he found himself in a rather unfortunate position. His high-tier equipment was of little use to others. At this moment, Xiaolu was likely leading the members of Xinjiang in leveling up. It must be said that her strength has far surpassed that of all players in the guild. Even the second-ranked Windwalker on the leaderboard was significantly outmatched by her. Chen Feng had chosen not to bring Xiaolu along this time, primarily out of concern for her safety. Regardless, the experience he gained would also benefit her, and defeating lower-level monsters alongside guild members would simultaneously enhance the collective strength of Xinjiang, an endeavor that was simply perfect. Hence, Chen Feng spent half a day in boredom atop the dragon's back. Just as he was on the verge of drifting into slumber, the ring on his hand suddenly vibrated, jolting him awake. Something was afoot. He commanded the dark dragon to lower itself gently onto a massive stone high above the valley. Opening the game map, he checked his coordinates. He was nearing the exit of the demon realm's Valley of Misfortune. Chen Feng leaped down from the dragon's back, standing on the stone as he gazed downward. Surrounding him were towering trees, each reaching upwards of 30 meters, their dense foliage obscuring the ground from view. Chen Feng had no choice but to descend and explore on foot. Given the immense size of the dragon, traversing the forest would inevitably damage some flora, so he decided against having the dragon accompany him and instead allowed it to wander elsewhere. Following the guidance of his ring, he ventured alone into the forest below. Chapter 84. Discovery of the nest of the corrupted green dragon. Heeding the directions from the Panlong ring, he navigated through the thicket, and after walking for over half an hour, the ring's response intensified. Chen Feng immediately perked up and proceeded in the indicated direction. After passing through another dense patch of forest, he was greeted by a massive waterfall cascading with a blackish-gray hue, exuding a foul odor. The dragon bones must be hidden behind the waterfall, Chen Feng surmised. Without hesitation, he steeled himself against the stench and ventured into the waterfall's depths. Upon crossing the black-gray curtain of water, he discovered an enormous cave beyond, spanning several hundred meters in width. Standing at the cave's entrance, Chen Feng felt as insignificant as an ant. Observing the cave's structure, it became apparent that it had been formed by some immense force. Over the years, the walls had accumulated a thick layer of moss, yet beneath it, remnants of unknown creature scales could be discerned. Such a vast cavern could only have been created during a titanic battle involving dragons. Undoubtedly, dragon bones lay within. Chen Feng deduced and boldly stepped into the cave's interior. As he ventured deeper, the noxious odors grew stronger, and the water flow transitioned from gray-black to pure black, severely impairing visibility within the cave. Cautious not to underestimate the situation, he summoned the cave illumination artifact, the lightning spirit Aurora Grelin. 5 lightning spirits, radiating yellow sparks, illuminated the entire cavern upon their arrival. Once again, the Dark Knight was summoned, and with a swift leap, I landed upon its shoulder. thanks to the enhancements provided by equipment and talents. The duration of both summoned beasts could now be sustained for 4 to 5 minutes, and the CHNF-ing skill boasted no cooldown, allowing for seamless replacements. I ventured deeper into the cavern, and upon the expiration of the summoned beast's duration, I summoned them anew. Strangely, throughout the entirety of the cave, I encountered not a single monster. The further I delved, the more pungent the stench within the cavern became, occasionally accompanied by a gust of foul wind. Fortunately, I had adjusted the sensory settings in the game to the lowest level. Otherwise, the odor would have been unbearable. After half an hour of exploration, I finally arrived at a more expansive stone chamber, where an array of colorful ores illuminated the previously dim surroundings. However, contrary to my expectations of encountering the colossal bones of a dragon, I was confronted by a living, breathing green dragon. At that moment, a system notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, you have discovered the hidden location, Cave of the Corrupted Green Dragon. As the first player to explore this map, you are awarded 1,000 reputation points, triggering hundredfold reward amplification, granting you 100,000 reputation points. How long had this dragon survived since the calamity known as the Scourge? Gazing at the seemingly slumbering dragon sprawled on the ground, I was filled with astonishment. A reconnaissance spell was cast. Corrupted Green Dragon AMLS, Epic, Level. Health, Attack, Defense, Skills. Description: once one of the 4 guardians under the Ancestor Dragon. It suffered severe injuries during the battle against the Scourge. In its moment of impending doom, it inadvertently drank from a spring tainted with demonic blood, becoming a corrupted dragon. Though it preserved its life, it remained immobile due to its grievous wounds, lingering in the green dragon's lair to this day. What I beheld was a severely injured dragon. After receiving the data attributes, I began to hesitate. This dragon's level must surely exceed mine by at least 30 levels. Furthermore, I stood before a genuine dragon, undoubtedly more formidable than the one I could summon. Based on the monster's description, this dragon, in its prime, was likely of legendary status, if not demigod caliber. With my current strength, such a thought seemed unfathomable. Yet, the description indicated that this dragon was in a severely weakened state, presenting me with a chance to defeat it. Should I engage it? I was lost in contemplation. If I failed to vanquish this injured epic dragon, I would be forced to respawn in the human capital and slowly make my way back here, wasting the time I had spent traveling over the past few days. However, if I refrained from attempting to slay the dragon, I would forfeit the rare opportunity to acquire the dragon's remains. Defeating the dragon might also yield clues regarding Ling City. Moreover, having consumed the tainted spring water, this corrupted dragon must be suffering greatly. If I must die, so be it. I could always run back. For the sake of the dragon's remains and the rewards, I resolved to take the risk. With newfound determination, I gazed at the slumbering dragon before me, excitement flickering in my eyes. This was the greatest opportunity one had to slay such a dragon. If missed, I could only speculate how long I would have to wait for another chance. Having made up my mind, I began to consume the mana potions from my backpack. One after another. 1,000, on cooldown. 1,000, on cooldown. Once my mana was fully replenished, I brandished my staff and commenced the summoning. Dominion Array summoned 7 types of summoned beasts. The Holy Light Spirits and the Demonic Flowers triggered the equipment skill effect, resulting in the summoning of 20 additional creatures of the same type. I summoned Toothpick Bird, and another 10 small birds appeared before me. This time, I refrained from summoning the Dark Dragon, because it could only be summoned once. Repeating it would negate the previous one, and the mana cost was prohibitively high. Instead, I opted to summon more damage-dealing Holy Light Spirits. 35 more summoned creatures emerged, including 10 additional Dark Knights due to the triggering of the equipment effect. Now, 75 summoned beasts densely populated the cavern. The shortest duration of the summoned creatures could last 3 minutes, yet after continuously casting various skills, my mana was entirely depleted. I needed to consume more potions. 1,000, on cooldown. Chapter 85. Battle with the Corrupted Green Dragon AMLS. I prepared to wait for my potions to cool down while summoning more creatures. The massive dragon head, which had originally been in slumber, slowly lifted. Its lantern-sized eyes gradually opened. Human, how dare you trespass upon the territory of dragons? The weak voice of the Corrupted Green Dragon AMLS resonated, as its colossal body slowly rose, casting a malevolent gaze upon me. Seeing this, I no longer hesitated and shouted, "Let's do this!" A crimson energy whip materialized in my hand. With a swift motion, I lashed out, striking all the summoned beasts on the ground. 1-1-1. A wave of damage, each reduced by 1, appeared above the heads of the summoned creatures. On the ground, as the 75 summoned beasts were struck by the whip, their bodies erupted in a crimson glow, their eyes turning blood red. Attack! I commanded, and one by one, The summoned beasts charged forth with astonishing speed, unleashing a myriad of skills upon the corrupted green dragon amass. The cavern reverberated with thunderous roars, lightning strikes, explosive blasts, vines, ice spikes, and dragon flames descended without discernible order. Human, should you succeed in slaying me, I might even express my gratitude. However, my body and spirit have been tainted by demonic blood, and there are matters beyond my control. As the words fell, the corrupted green dragon, immersive, manifested two colossal dragon horns that emitted beams of energy. Swiftly, these beams coalesced above its head, enveloping its entire form in a verdant luminescence. Ding! The corrupted green dragon immersive activated the skill Green Dragon Barrier. Prior to the barrier's destruction, it was impervious to any harm inflicted upon immersive. With a current durability of 30,000,000. In that fleeting moment of barrier formation, countless meteors, lightning strikes, holy light cages, explosive blasts, vines, and dragon flames assailed the green barrier. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, stirring a cloud of dense dust. Had it shattered? Chen Feng's expression brightened with anticipation. Moments later, as the smoke dissipated, the green luminescence remained, though its brilliance had notably dimmed. Human, I must concede, your summoned creatures are indeed formidable. However, the majesty of the great dragon clan is not to be trifled with. Roar! Demonic dragon flame. The immense head of the corrupted green dragon immersive lifted, and it opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a fan-shaped torrent of green flames. This conflagration spread widely, piercing through the green barrier and hurtling toward Chen Feng. This is bad. Chen Feng thought to himself. If struck, he could very well be obliterated. Dark Knight, five-fold shield formation. With a mere thought, Chen Feng commanded the Dark Knights to raise their shields before him. 3 Dark Knights formed a trio, and with a total of 15 Dark Knights, they erected a 5-layered shield wall. The Dark Knights, while alternating shields, could reduce frontal damage by 50%. Boom! The green flames surged like a jet, relentlessly battering against the Dark Knight's shields. 8954, 9125, 8952. Within mere seconds, the first shield formation of Dark Knights disintegrated into ashes, quickly followed by the second, third, fourth, and fifth, all succumbing to immersive's demonic dragon flames, as the 15 Dark Knights faded into shadows, vanishing within the cavern. Upon witnessing the fallen Dark Knights, immersive ceased its fiery onslaught and regarded the charred earth. Thunderous roars echoed as yet another barrage of attacks descended. While unleashing the demonic dragon flame upon Chen Feng, immersive's summoned creatures ceaselessly assaulted the barrier. Summon Archmage Lewis! Chen Feng bellowed. And from the back of a colossal dark dragon, 10 legendary summoned beings, Archmage Lewis, emerged in unison. In that very moment, as the dragon flame approached, Chen Feng utilized the brief reprieve provided by the Dark Knights to direct the dark dragon towards him, employing the skill time warp to leap onto its back. The other summoned creatures also took their positions on the backs of the remaining 4 dark dragons. The 5 dragons and the summoned beings launched their assault on the barrier from 5 distinct angles. Boom! Another combined strike reverberated, rendering the already dim barrier nearly transparent, signaling its imminent collapse. You are truly cunning, immersive remarked, observing the 5 dark dragons soaring above. This is strategy. Chen Feng laughed heartily, quaffing a potion to restore his mana. 1000 boom. 15 Archmage Louises simultaneously unleashed meteor strikes from 5 corners, as 45 flaming meteors rained indiscriminately upon the barrier. The sound of shattering resonated. Several meteors struck the already translucent barrier, disintegrating it into fine particles that vanished into the air. At last, it has shattered, Chen Feng exclaimed with joy. In that instant, golden energy formed into numerous gilded cages, enveloping the entire cavern. Holy light cage. 15 golden cages entirely encased the corrupted green dragon immersive. Roar! Immersive thrashed within the cage, desperately attempting to escape. Simultaneously, the ground blossomed with demonic flowers, as seeds scattered around matured into full bloom. Vines ensnared the massive corrupted green dragon tightly from every corner. 1000. Chen Feng consumed another mana potion, and with his passive mana regeneration, his mana now surged back to 3000. Summon Archmage Lewis. He called forth 15 more Archmage Louises, depleting 200 mana. Boom. 45 meteors cascaded from the heavens. The magical attack of the level 45 Lewis reached a staggering 6,000 points. And with a meteor strike's magical attack bonus of 300, not accounting for critical hits, each meteor could inflict a maximum damage exceeding 18,000 points. After deducting the dragon's approximate 7 to 8,000 defense, the 45 meteors would yield an output of at least 4 to 500,000 damage. Indeed, Under the relentless barrage of summoned creatures, the already weakened corrupted green dragon Immersive grew even more feeble, its vast body marred by numerous wounds. Chapter 86. Dragon Slayer. At this moment, Chen Feng observed that Immersive's health bar had dwindled to below 30. In a fit of rage, the corrupted green dragon continued to writhe, yet the multitude of control skills rendered escape impossible. Surrounded by summoned creatures and dark dragons, it faced unrelenting assault. Blood and dark essence oozed from its massive form, as the strength of Immersive's resistance gradually waned. Upon encountering the corrupted green dragon Immersive, Chen Feng's face gradually revealed a smile. The health bar of the corrupted green dragon Immersive read 20. Then, it dropped to 15, and subsequently to 10. However, the battle proved to be more arduous than anticipated. Just when the dragon's health bar dwindled to 10, it summoned an unexpected surge of strength and began to struggle fiercely. I am one of the 4 great dragons guarding the ancestral dragon city. How could I possibly be defeated by a mere human? A thunderous roar reverberated across the land. Waves of sound radiated outward, causing the health of all summoned creatures, including Chen Feng's, to plummet. 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. A barrage of white true damage erupted above. Humph, merely the dying gasps. Chen Feng scoffed and commanded the holy light elf to unleash healing rays. 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. Countless beams of sacred light descended upon Chen Feng and his summoned beasts, directly countering the damage from the dragon's roar. 1,000. Just in time, Chen Feng consumed another mana potion. He summoned the great mage Lewis. After a brief casting period, fortune smiled upon him. He activated the equipment attributes of summoned creature 1, and 10 great mages Lewis appeared in formation upon the back of the dark magic dragon. Meteor strike. The earth trembled as 30 colossal meteors, aflame with fire, descended once more. They obliterated the last remnants of the corrupted green dragon Immersive's health bar. In that fleeting moment, as its health bar vanished, the immense body of the corrupted green dragon collapsed like a small mountain, stirring up a cloud of dust. Goodness, slaying a dragon is indeed no easy feat. Chen Feng sighed with relief as he gazed at the fallen dragon. The preceding battle had been perilously thrilling. Had it not been for the no-cooldown skill bestowed upon him by the ancestral dragon, and the formidable dark magic dragon capable of riding multiple summoned creatures, coupled with the perfect synergy of various summoned beings, victory would have been unattainable. Even so, the narrow win had been exceedingly challenging. At that moment, golden banners appeared in the center of Chen Feng's light brain. Ding dong. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Tion for slaying the level 60 corrupted green dragon Immersive. Epic. Becoming the first player in the national server to achieve this feat and earning rewards. Tion level 2, 20 skill points, 100 free attribute points, and 10,000 player reputation. Ding dong. Server-wide announcement. Ding dong, ding dong. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Tion from the Dragon Kingdom region for being the first player to slay a dragon in the entire server, receiving rewards, 10,000 reputation points, 50 free attribute points, and the unique title of Dragon Slayer. Ding dong. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom region for being the first region to slay a magic dragon. All players on this server receive rewards, 1 free attribute point, 1 skill point, and 10 experience points for monster kills within 3 days. The server's first epic kill announcement echoed 3 times in succession. Chen Feng, gazing at the glaring server announcements, shrugged in resignation. So many server-wide announcements. I can't even lay low. Meanwhile, in an unknown novice village within the Dragon Kingdom region, the president of the Lingyun Guild, Lingyun Tian, had created a new account, surrounded by a throng of high-level players. He was in the midst of battling a black iron-level wild boar king in the novice village's outskirts. Just as the high-level players reduced the wild boar king's health to a mere sliver, Lingyun Tian thrust his novice sword forward, depleting the last vestige of its health. The colossal form of the wild boar king collapsed, transforming into experience points and loot. As a surge of experience flooded into Lingyun Tian's body, a golden light erupted. Brother, at this rate of advancement, it won't be long before you reclaim your position in the top tier of Yuan universe. Lingyun Zhanshen remarked. Lingyun Tian nodded in agreement. The previous loss had been devastating. All core members were reduced to level 0. Thanks to the clandestine support of the Xingtiao Kingdom's Angel Guild, we have been granted a moment to breathe, Lingyun Tian stated. But if the Dragon Kingdom authorities catch wind of this, our Lingyun group will truly be rendered useless. It's merely data sales. What's the big deal? Moreover, Tian has caused us such devastation. I cannot rest easy until I avenge this. Since the higher-ups in the Xingtiao Kingdom wish to take action against Tian, I am more than willing to assist them. Lingyun Zhanshen hesitated, his words caught in his throat. There's no hesitation. Just follow through with the plan. If it weren't for the years of support from the Angel Guild, do you think our Ling Yun group could have endured until now? Ling Yun Tian glared at Ling Yun Zhanshan, his face flushed with anger. Yes, brother, Ling Yun Tian replied, nodding in satisfaction as he made his way toward the next wounded foe. At that moment, a flurry of system announcements erupted on the gaming panels of the group. Ding dong, server-wide announcement. Ding dong, omitted 5. Hearing the system announcements, the crowd was taken aback, and Ling Yun Tian stood frozen in place. Damn it. It's sure Tian again. He must be eliminated, he must. Ling Yun Tian roared in fury. Chapter 87, The Plan of the Xingtiao Kingdom. At that moment, within the Pentagon of the Xingtiao Kingdom, in the underground meeting room of the Angel Guild, a group of high-ranking members convened. Damn it, how is it Sure Tian again? This time, he even managed to slay an epic-level dragon. You useless fools, after we invested so much capital into Yuan Universe, this is what you present to me? A furious voice resonated through the phone. Mr. President, rest assured, we have discovered an opportunity to confront Longwa's Sure Tian. I believe it will not be long before you witness our great star-spangled nation rising within the Yuan Yuzhou. We grant you another chance. Should you fail to eliminate this Sure Tian once more, your existence will be deemed unnecessary. Yes, Mr. President, please be at ease. The call was abruptly ended. At that moment, a striking blonde woman with voluminous waves, clad in a form-fitting mini dress, entered the room, swaying gracefully. General, the information regarding Longwa's player Sure Tian has been transmitted. The moment this captivating figure stepped into the room, she captured the attention of all present. A group of congressmen and high-ranking guild members openly scrutinized her with unabashed gazes. The middle-aged man in A, who took the lead, spoke joyfully. This individual was General MacArthur, the head of the Yuan Yuzhou project for the Star-Spangled Nation. General, do you have a plan to deal with Sure Tian? Inquired a middle-aged, balding interpreter, casting lascivious glances at the alluring newcomer. Yes, we shall discuss the plan shortly. Let us continue our previous meeting. General MacArthur, avoiding the interpreter's gaze, continued. According to the reports, Sure Tian's formidable strength may be linked to a unique item he possesses. For the sake of our nation's glorious resurgence, we must eliminate him. Upon hearing this, a chorus of astonished murmurs erupted among the congressmen and guild leaders. General, I do not wish to dampen our morale, but Sure Tian is nearly invincible within the game. Based on the analysis of the information received, even if we dispatch an army of hundreds of thousands of players, we may pose no threat to him, a concerned guild executive remarked. Indeed, Sure Tian's combat prowess likely surpasses all players at this stage by numerous tiers. Acting recklessly against him could lead to dire consequences for our nation. The sentiments expressed by the guild executive garnered agreement from the surrounding congressmen and key guild members. Sure Tian, currently synonymous with invincibility in the Yuan Yuzhou, had achieved various first kills, completed dungeons solo, and successfully defended against formidable monsters that typically required a group to conquer. Additionally, having recently slain a level 45 legendary creature from the Demon Realm and then a level 60 epic dragon, the upper echelons of the Star-Spangled Nation deemed the task of eliminating Sure Tian within the game an impossible endeavor. General, what precisely is the plan you propose? A key guild member inquired. I possess a truly ingenious plan, General MacArthur declared, exuding confidence as he gazed upon the attendees of the conference room. As you may have heard, the Demon Lord has issued a bounty on Sure Tian, and coincidentally, several members of our Angel Guild have successfully infiltrated the Demon faction and received this mission. While we are currently unable to eliminate Sure Tian ourselves, the Demon Lord Yanma can undoubtedly accomplish this task. We only require Yanma's intervention, and Sure Tian's demise is assured. However, if Sure Tian is located within the human stronghold, I doubt even the Demon Lord would dare approach. Someone questioned again. According to the intelligence received moments ago, Sure Tian is within the Demon Realm's vicinity, likely undertaking a hidden quest near the Cursed Marsh. Therefore, we need only dispatch someone to provide the Demon Lord with Sure Tian's precise coordinates. I am confident that the Demon Lord will be able to slay Sure Tian once he is defeated within the Demon Realm on charges of slaying a Demon Prince. The Demon Lord will certainly imprison him eternally within the Demon Realm's dungeons, rendering his character obsolete. As General MacArthur's words echoed, the conference room erupted into a cacophony of excitement. How splendid! If we can eliminate Sure Tian, our Star-Spangled Nation shall once again stand atop the world. Indeed, truly impressive. General MacArthur, we are in awe. The interpreters applauded incessantly for General MacArthur's plan. Yet, General, who will seek out the specific coordinates? After all, the Cursed Marsh covers a vast area. Our dear compatriots, the server for the KPNJ is situated on an island adjacent to the Cursed Marsh. Is it not? I have already instructed them to send personnel to the vicinity of the Cursed Marsh. Once Sure Tian appears, we will receive immediate notification and subsequently relay the coordinates to the Demon Lord. At that point, haha, General MacArthur displayed a mischievous grin at the assembly. Oh, great God, General MacArthur's plan is utterly flawless. We can hardly wait to witness the scene of Shirtion being vanquished by the Demon Lord. To our resurgence. Cheers. In the Cursed Valley Cave, at this moment, Chen Feng remained blissfully unaware that he had become the target of the Star-Spangled Nation. He was currently busy collecting the spoils dropped by the corrupted Green Dragon. I'm all easy. The experience gained from defeating the corrupted Green Dragon elevated Chen Feng's level by 3. And with the 2-level rewards from the first kill of the epic creature, his level soared to 40. Within mere hours, he ascended 5 levels. An upgrade rate akin to a rocket. Chen Feng proceeded to gather the equipment and gold dropped by the corrupted Green Dragon. Under the influence of the hundredfold reward amplification, he amassed a total of 1 million gold coins, 1 piece of legendary equipment, 1 legendary level warrior skill book, along with a collection of lesser quality equipment, which he promptly stowed in his space ring. Focusing on the legendary equipment that had dropped, he examined it closely. Ring of the Ruler of the Underworld, legendary, attack, 1500 intelligence, 800 strength, 500 magic, 8000 required level, 65 worn on. Ring applicable classes. All classes additional effect 1. Skill casting speed 100. Additional effect 2. Skill level increases by 1 at level 160. Additional effect 3. Active skill, Wrath of the King. Upon activation, releases an energy shockwave within a 200-meter radius, inflicting damage equivalent to 300 of 1's magical attack on all affected entities, while simultaneously reducing their movement speed by 30. The skill has an internal cooldown of 300 seconds. Description, omitted. The equipment possesses commendable attributes. However, it is of no use to me at present. Thus it shall remain within my spatial ring, gathering dust. Subsequently, I turn my gaze towards the title awarded by the system. Dragon Slayer. Title, required level, 30. Effect 1, 800 to all attributes. Effect 2, immunity to the effects of dragon might while wearing this title. Effect 3, inflicts 100 damage to all dragonkind while this title is equipped. Description, omitted. The attributes surpass those of the previous Storm City General by an additional 300 points and come with the added benefit of immunity to dragon might. It is well known that one of the significant advantages of dragonkind lies in their ability to diminish the attributes of their foes through dragon might. The greater the level disparity, the more pronounced the effects. Now, with this title, I need not fear intimidation from great dragons, and the final effect is a powerful weapon against them, dealing 100 damage to dragonkind. Had I possessed this attribute previously, my confrontation with the corrupted green dragon, Imali C, would have been considerably less arduous. I promptly equipped the title Dragon Slayer. Following that, I elevated the levels of all my summoned beasts to 50, allocating all acquired attribute points to intelligence. I then opened my character panel. Character, Shirtion level, 40 race, human class, elf summoner, first advancement. 10 stars, talent, hundredfold reward amplification skills, reconnaissance, investigate attributes of monsters up to level 5, summon Mecha Goblin, bronze, summon lightning spirit Aurora Grelin, bronze, summon Dark Knight, silver, summon plant spirit Demon Realm Flower, gold, summon Holy Light Spirit, diamond, summon Grand Magus Lewis, legendary, whip, first advancement exclusive, domination array, first advancement exclusive, summon Dark Magic Dragon, epic, health, 28,659 attack, 4648, magical attack, defense, 1880 magic, 23165, attack speed, 10 hits per second, casting speed, 1000, casting time accelerated by 10, reducing 10 seconds to 9 seconds, movement speed, normal movement at 3 meters per second, running at 6 meters per second. Attributes, strength 900, intelligence 2214, agility 1020, stamina 1030. Reputation 32850, luck unknown. Equipment, weapon, fairy tale forest, legendary, ring, dream crystal ring, diamond, necklace, spirit of the deep sea necklace, dark gold, sunset soul chaser bracelet, diamond. Armor, undead robe, legendary, omitted. Title, Dragon Slayer. All attributes 800, badge, wisdom medal, silver level growth equipment, 652 for 100000, intelligence 652. Blessing of the Goddess of Life, attack speed 1000, casting speed 1000, base character attributes 1000, not including equipment. Blessing of the Ancestor Dragon, skills have no cooldown. Both magic and health have exceeded the 20,000 threshold, allowing for the immediate summoning of 3 rounds of summoned beasts. Closing the character panel, I stored the remains of the corrupted green dragon, Imali C, within the Panlong ring. I then glanced at the time on my holographic device, revealing it was already late at night. Having spent the day traversing and battling, I must depart from the Doom Valley tomorrow, progressing towards the doomed marshlands, where the dangers are significantly greater, necessitating heightened focus. Thus, I required a good rest. Chen Feng surveyed the surrounding environment, assured of its safety, summoned the dark magic dragon as a bodyguard, and chose a secluded corner to log out. Chapter 89. Commencement of the Sweep in the Doom Marshlands. Upon returning to the real world, I had a light midnight snack, completed my personal hygiene, and then lay down to peacefully sleep. A night devoid of dreams. The following morning, Chen Feng awoke. After briefly attending to personal hygiene and enjoying breakfast, he clicked to log in. His body materialized in the cave where he had logged out. When players log out in the wilderness, their bodies remain for 10 minutes before vanishing. And upon logging back in, they reappear at the same location. Under the protection of the dark magic dragon, I safely endured the 10 minutes after logging out. Observing my surroundings, I noticed the 5 dark magic dragons I had summoned yesterday, peacefully slumbering beside me. These lazy dragons. Their master has risen to work. Yet they remain asleep. How infuriating. I must rouse them. Chen Feng activated his skill, conjuring a crimson energy whip in his hand. Time to work. The whip, exceeding 10 meters in length, struck the 5 colossal dragons with remarkable speed, causing a damage indication of -1 to appear above the head of the dragon that had been lying down. This damage notification instantly enveloped the 5 dragons in a radiant red glow, their eyes ablaze with excitement, akin to having consumed a delightful feast. Chen Feng leapt onto the back of the nearest dragon, commanding it to soar towards the doomed marshlands. Several hours later, due to Chen Feng's relentless application of the whip skill while perched atop the dragon, the speed of the dark giant dragon surged. What would normally take 4 hours to reach the boundary of the doomed marshlands, Chen Feng accomplished in just 2.5 hours. Ding dong. You have entered the demonic realm, doomed marshlands. Current map extremely dangerous, immediate evacuation recommended. Chen Feng cast a glance at the system notification, feeling somewhat exasperated. Since entering the demon realm to hunt monsters, it seems that upon reaching any location, the system promptly displays a warning indicating extreme danger, suggesting immediate departure. Can the system not assess my current strength? I am remarkably brave now. Chen Feng leaned over the back of the dragon, gazing down at the ground, where a thick veil of mist enveloped the entire expanse of the swamp, obscuring any view of the scenery within. He commanded the dark dragon to descend slowly to the ground, dismounted, and then directed 5 colossal dragons to spread out within the bounds of the Ayu swamp to commence their search for Zhu Longcheng. Meanwhile, Chen Feng himself summoned a large contingent of ground troops to initiate a sweeping operation across the terrain. After all, the Ayu swamp is vast, and searching alone could take an indefinite amount of time. Thus, Chen Feng embarked on a frenzied hunt for monsters and exploration throughout the swamp. On the periphery of the Ayu swamp, a group of elite players from Yinghua country was engaged in slaying level 15 swamp river crabs. Above them, each bore the same prefix, Yi Bai. The leader of this group was none other than Yi Bai Yu Tai, the president of the Yi Bai Guild. As a knight player, Yu Tai benefited from the knight class's inherent abilities, allowing him to possess a mount upon professional certification. Currently, he was atop a massive Komodo dragon. With the support of the Star-Striped Nation's Angel Guild, the Yi Bai Guild, once a third-rate guild, had ascended to the pinnacle of guilds in Yinghua country. They were also stationed in the Ayu swamp, awaiting Chen Feng's arrival as orchestrated by their Star-Striped Nation leader. Do you think the Shirtian from Longwood can come here? Yi Bai Yu Tai casually inquired while seated on the giant lizard. President Yu Tai, the cities of Longwa are situated across the entire Ayu Valley, and it would take him at least several months to arrive here. I doubt he will reach us so soon, replied a guild member named Yi Bai Ju Jing. Yu Tai nodded thoughtfully and turned to another guild member. Where did you discover the hidden location in the swamp last time? President Yu Tai, it is located at an entrance in the valley ahead, Yi Bai Jian Yi excitedly responded. Describe the scene you observed. Yes, President Yi Bai Jian Yi respectfully replied. Last time, we circled around that valley and found no monsters within its confines, which I found astonishing. As we ventured deeper into the valley, we stumbled upon a colossal city wall adorned with intricate carvings of flying dragons, composed of exceptional materials. I suspect it might be a concealed dungeon. Indeed, it may very well be a hidden location. Inform everyone to seal off the entire valley and prevent others from discovering it. At this moment, on the opposite side of the valley, Chen Feng was still advancing into the depths of the Ayu swamp. Surrounding monsters trembled in fear upon witnessing the formidable summoned army, reluctant to emerge. The environment of the Ayu Valley was exceedingly intricate, filled with swamps and trees, shrouded in dense mist, resembling a labyrinth where one could easily become lost. Fortunately, Chen Feng had an abundance of summoned beasts to lead the way, along with a dragon soaring overhead for navigation, preventing him from straying within the swampy forest. He commanded his summoned creatures to explore the area for 3 to 4 hours. Just as he believed there were no monsters nearby, bubbles suddenly erupted from the swamp's soil. Moments later, a cloud of black gas surrounded Chen Feng and his summoned beasts, launching an attack. The foul stench assaulted his senses as he observed the approaching muck, and instinctively covered his nose in an attempt to evade it. However, a tentacle unexpectedly emerged from beneath his feet, ensnaring him and rendering him immobile. As the black sludge loomed threateningly close to his face, he activated his time-space maneuver, using his equipment skill to teleport out of the muck monster's attack range. Though the attack seemed to lack significant power, the noxious odor of the black mud was unbearable, and he was determined to avoid being hit. After dodging, he quickly cast a reconnaissance spell. Swamp Dissolving Monster, Common Level, 40 Health, 2000 Attack, 1000 Defense, 0 Skills, Body Slam, Liquid Form, Throwing, Mudbind. Description: a creature formed from the remains of beings that perished in the Ayu swamp. It is exceedingly troublesome and numerous, capable of ensnaring passing creatures and dragging them into the swamp to become one of them. Any being struck will enter a cursed and poisoned state, and it is said to be particularly vulnerable to fire. The attributes of this level 40 monster are quite low, Chen Feng remarked after a cursory glance at its statistics. Its attributes were even inferior to those of the mutated Ayu spider encountered earlier, but at least its numbers were decent for leveling up. He commanded his nearby Dark Knight to engage in battle. The giant sword descended, and a damage number appeared, as the monster, lacking defense, succumbed to the full force of the attack from the level 50 Dark Knight. Following this, Chen Feng directed his Aurora Graylin to unleash attacks on the surrounding swarm of swamp-dissolving monsters. With a thunderous roar, the skills of Lightning Strike and Fivefold Lightning rained down upon the swamp-dissolving monsters, each one resulting in instant annihilation. The defeated monsters dissolved into a puddle of black liquid, left behind in their wake. Moments later, nearly 100 encroaching swamp-dissolving monsters were reduced to mere sludge, sprawled across the swamp's surface. As Chen Feng prepared to press onward, an unexpected event transpired. The previously downed swamp-dissolving monster suddenly rose from the muck, lunging towards him once more. What could this mean? Chen Feng felt perplexed, his mind racing to recall any information regarding this creature. While searching his memory, he commanded his summoned beings to once again reduce the advancing swamp creature to a mere puddle. As anticipated, mere seconds later, the swamp-dissolving monster reformed and began its slow approach toward Chen Feng. Realizing the creature was drawing ever closer, he thought, if I cannot fight it, can I not evade it? Seeing that he was wasting time on a monster he could not defeat, he prepared to mount his dragon and depart. Just then, a system notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain a level 40 swamp-dissolving monster, normal, and gained 1000 experience points. You have triggered hundredfold reward amplification, receiving 100,000 experience points. Ding! Spirit Maiden Shiyuyui receives 50 of the experience, gaining 50,000. Chen Feng paused at the system's notification. He recalled having just defeated numerous swamp-dissolving monsters without receiving a single system alert. How could this one suddenly appear? Was it a glitch? He looked skeptically towards the direction of the slain monster. To his astonishment, he noticed a blazing inferno consuming a dead swamp-dissolving monster. The nearby creatures appeared to cower in fear, reluctant to approach. This monster requires fire attribute attacks. Enlightened, Chen Feng realized that after defeating such a creature, he needed to incinerate the liquidized black mist with fire-based assaults. Understanding the method to vanquish it, he brandished his staff and commenced summoning entities imbued with fire attributes. Summon Mechagoblin. Summon Mechagoblin. Summon Archmage Lewis. He unleashed the summoning skill 4 times in succession. 10 Mechagoblins and Lewis materialized around him. The explosive attacks of the Mechagoblins and Lewis's fireballs, both fire attribute damage, were perfectly suited to combat these swamp-dissolving monsters. He commanded his 20 summoned beings to attack the surrounding foes. The combination of fireballs and explosive blasts targeted the approaching swamp-dissolving monsters. 2000, 2000, 2000. Continuous assaults set the creatures ablaze, causing them to fall and burn fiercely, their liquid black mist dissipating into nothingness shortly thereafter. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain a level 40 swamp-dissolving monster, normal, and gained 1000 experience points. You have triggered hundredfold reward amplification, receiving 100,000 experience points. Ding! Spirit Maiden Shiyuyui receives 50 of the experience, gaining 50,000. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain a level 40 swamp-dissolving monster, normal, and gained 1000 experience points. You have triggered hundredfold reward amplification, receiving 100,000 experience points. Ding! Spirit Maiden Shiyuyui receives 50 of the experience, gaining 50,000. Ding! It is confirmed that the black mist must be burned away with fire attribute attacks. Otherwise, the swamp-dissolving monsters cannot be defeated. With this understanding, he summoned the 5 dark dragons that had been lingering in the sky, directing them to unleash their flames upon the multitude of swamp-dissolving monsters below. Chapter 91. Encounter with players from Inghua country. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 dragons unleashed their fiery onslaught from above, incinerating the vast number of swamp-dissolving monsters upon impact. Chen Feng's experience bar surged rapidly. He now required over 4 million experience points to ascend from level 40 to 41. Each monster yielded 50,000 experience, indicating he needed to slay merely 80 to level up. However, the surrounding swamp-dissolving monsters numbered in the hundreds, densely packed. And with the dark dragons and Lewis's area attacks, the efficiency of his slaying was remarkably high. As the system notifications chimed in succession, Chen Feng's level continued to rise. Ding! Your level has successfully increased to 41, granting you 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Please allocate them wisely. Ding! Your level has successfully increased to 42, granting you 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Please allocate them wisely. Ding! Your level has successfully increased to 43, granting you 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Please allocate them wisely. While Chen Feng reveled in this surge of experience, the flames engulfing the numerous defeated swamp-dissolving monsters, combined with the fiery onslaught from the dark dragons and summoned beings, ignited the surrounding marsh and forest. Within mere moments, the abundant trees and vegetation were reduced to ashes. Observing the encroaching inferno, Chen Feng leapt onto the back of the nearest dark dragon to avoid being scorched. As he ascended into the air, his gaze fell upon a stark white totem that stood in stark contrast to the surrounding environment. What could that be? He hastily commanded the dark dragon to approach for a closer inspection. Before they could draw nearer, the dragon ring on his hand began to tremble, further affirming his suspicion that something awaited ahead. Upon arriving at the site, he discovered that he was atop a high-altitude mountain peak. Looking down, he beheld a shadowy sky above a valley, beyond which lay a vast expanse of black ocean. The ocean surged with colossal waves, while not far off, a river of crimson lava slithered across the gray earth like a serpentine flame, winding its way toward the sea. Within the valley stood a grandiose city, its imposing structure dominating the landscape. Is that the Zhu Longcheng? Chen Feng's heart surged with joy as he commanded the dark dragon to descend underground. Just as he was about to enter the vicinity of Zhu Longcheng, an abrupt system notification echoed. Ding! An unknown barrier ahead is obstructing flight. Further attempts will result in an attack from the barrier. Chen Feng paused momentarily, then directed the dark dragon to land on the ground, unperturbed by such occurrences. In his past life, he had indeed witnessed powerful barrier magic with such effects. The main cities of the human race and the imperial capital were certainly fortified by formidable barrier mages who established no-fly zones to prevent aerial assaults from foes. Of course, if one possessed sufficient strength, they could disregard the barrier and destroy it directly. Unable to fly, he resolved to proceed on foot. As he gazed at the city within arm's reach, Chen Feng donned the soul of the adventurer and sprinted towards it. After several minutes, Chen Feng, moving at an astonishing speed of 9 meters per second, was nearing his destination, Zhu Longcheng. At that moment, a haughty voice reached his ears. Hey, you over there. Yes, I'm talking to you. This area is reserved by our Yebi Guild, so scram quickly if you know what's good for you, or I will take action. A player adorned with the insignia of Yebi Xiongxian shouted arrogantly at Chen Feng. Chen Feng turned to face the speaker and observed a scattered group of armored warriors. The knight players bore an emblem resembling a sanitary napkin. It was indeed the Little Devils. Upon seeing this group, Chen Feng's expression turned icy. He had always harbored a strong disdain for players from the Sakura Nation. In his previous life, after the game materialized into reality, the Sakura Nation was the first to betray the entire Blue Star. He himself had fallen victim to a dual assault from the Sakura Nation and the Calamity Legion. Moreover, among those who ambushed him in his past life was the leader of the Yebi Guild, Yebi Yuta. To encounter them here was unexpected, and he felt compelled to teach them a lesson. Kid, if you don't leave, we will take action. Another warrior player warned Chen Feng as he remained silent. The members of the Yebi Guild drew their swords, glaring at Chen Feng, ready to strike. Without wasting words, Chen Feng raised his staff and unleashed a simple magic orb directed at the head of Yebi Xiongxian. 4250, a jubilant number appeared above Yebi Xiongxian's head, instantly depleting his health and reducing him to a white light. The Yebi Guild members were left speechless, their expressions frozen in shock, clearly unable to process the recent events. After a while, witnessing their fallen comrade, the members of the Yebi Guild gradually regained their senses. How could that archer's attack be so high? And why is this archer wielding a staff? What should we do? It seems like they are incredibly strong. Should we retreat? Baka, our samurai spirit does not allow for such actions. If we are to die, we shall die fighting. As the members of the Yebi Guild debated retreat, Chen Feng sneered. No need to consider, I will send you back. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Feng's staff activated for another attack, and magical orbs shot forth into the crowd. 4250, 4250, 4250. A series of high damage numbers appeared above the heads of the Yebi Guild players, each resulting in instant kills. Within mere seconds, aside from Chen Feng, there was not a single survivor left to draw breath. Trash. Once the task is complete, I will properly deal with you. Chen Feng stowed his staff and strode directly towards the entrance of Zulongcheng. Chapter 92. Entering Zulongcheng at the resurrection point of the Sakura Nation. A flash of light signaled the revival of Yebi Xiongxian. Nanny? What just happened? How was I killed so quickly? Yebi Xiongxian gazed around in confusion, clearly having returned to his main city's resurrection point. Before he could gather his thoughts, dozens of white lights appeared at the resurrection point as members of the Yebi Guild revived. All revived individuals, like Yebi Xiongxian, wore expressions of bewilderment as they looked at their companions. Was that powerful player a deity? How could he be so terrifying? I only saw his weapon move slightly before I found myself back at the resurrection point. It must be a divine act. The great Amaterasu has descended to punish us. Observing his bewildered companions, Yebi Xiongxian felt speechless and proceeded to check the system notifications. Ding. You were killed by player Shirtian. You are now deceased. As Shirtian is not a member of your faction, your death does not incur additional sin points. Ding. Due to your death, your level has dropped from level 15 to level 14, and your equipment, Knight's Heavy Armor, Bronze, has been lost. Oh no, this is bad. The one who killed us is Shirtian from the Dragon Nation, not some archer. Yebi Xiongxian exclaimed excitedly. Baka, Xiongsan, are you insulting us? The entire Blue Star knows that Shirtian is a summoner class. Do you think a summoner could kill 1,000 health knight without using a summoned beast? You must be delusional. Indeed, it seems Xiongsan has been so frightened by Shirtian from the Dragon Nation that he has lost all spirit of an imperial warrior. Xiongsan, you have forgotten your faith. Yebi Xiongxian remained speechless. Look at the system notifications from Yuan Yuzhou. The members of the guild exchanged glances and turned to the system notification page. Moments later, why is this happening? ISNT Shirtian a summoner? Why did he kill us without using any summoned beasts? Did he cheat? Yes, he must have cheated. We need to report him to the officials. Report. Report. Shirtian is a cheater. At this moment, Yi Bai Xiongxian disregarded the group of dimwits and sent a message to the president, Yi Bai Yutai. Yi Bai Xiongxian. President, trouble has arisen. Shirtian has already arrived at the Yiyun Marsh. Yi Bai Yutai nanny. Shirtian. Yi Bai Xiongxian. Yes, it's that Shirtian from the Dragon Kingdom. The other party remained silent for a long while. Yi Bai Yutai. Are you certain it is Shirtian? Yi Bai Xiongxian. I am certain. He recounted the events that had just transpired. Yi Bai Yutai. The human main city he hails from would require several months to reach us. How could he possibly arrive so quickly? Yi Bai Xiongxian. He may possess a spatial artifact. A spatial artifact. Yi Bai Yutai was initially taken aback. After contemplating for a moment, it indeed seemed plausible. Could it be true, as the Star Stripes Nation's Angel Guild claimed, that Shirtian possesses a mysterious treasure? Perhaps not only a spatial artifact, but also a divine weapon. Upon this realization, Yi Bai Yutai seemed to awaken to a profound insight. The Angel Guild's instructions to lie in wait at the Yiyun Marsh, combined with the speed of Shirtian's arrival in their territory and the instantaneous defeat of Yi Bai Xiongxian's group, could only be explained in this manner. If we could obtain the equipment from Shirtian and keep it within our Sakura Nation, we would no longer need to heed the Star Stripes Nation's commands. In due time, our Yi Bai Guild would ascend to become the world's premier guild. I would not even regard the Angel Guild. Ha ha ha, at this moment, a wild thought surged through Yi Bai Yutai's mind. It was imperative not to inform that group from the Angel Guild. The divine weapon must remain within our Yi Bai family. As for Shirtian, I shall ensure that he returns empty-handed. He then began to devise a plan to ambush Chen Feng. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, guided by the sensing of his Pan-Long ring, had arrived at the entrance of Zulongcheng. Observing the city before him, he noted that a significant portion had fallen into ruin, with sections of the walls collapsed and many buildings sunk underground, save for a grand hall towering several hundred meters at the center of the city. Even in its dilapidated state, the ancient castle appeared remarkably majestic, allowing one to envision its splendor during its heyday. Chen Feng approached the entrance, preparing to enter. A transparent membrane appeared, but upon the faint glow emanating from the Pan-Long ring in Chen Feng's hand, he passed through into Zulongcheng. Ding dong. You have arrived at the unexplored location, Zulongcheng. As the first player to explore this map, you are awarded 10,000 prestige points, triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You receive 1,000 prestige points. Just as he entered, a system prompt indicating exploration resonated. Before Chen Feng could fully assess his surroundings, He was met with a colossal fist hurtling toward him with the sound of air being displaced. Instinctively, he activated the equipment skill time-space traversal, relocating himself 10 meters away, and subsequently cast a reconnaissance spell. Fire Rock Golem, silver level creature, level 48, health 15,000 attack, 2, 500 defense, 1, 500 skills, thunder strike, rock armor, heavy strike. Description: a rock guardian created through dragon language magic. It will attack all invading outsiders. Such high defense. Chen Feng murmured at the data presented before him. He then began to unleash his summoning skills. Summoning Dark Magic Dragon. After a few seconds of casting, 10 spatial magic circles appeared in the sky. And fortune smiled upon him as the properties of his equipment's passive were triggered, summoning 10 enormous black dragons above him. Flying is permitted within the city. Chen Feng refrained from summoning additional creatures of this caliber, for the dark magic dragons were permanent and did not necessitate further expenditure of magical energy for summoning. He commanded one dark magic dragon to approach him while the others launched their assault on the Fire Rock Golem. The dragons unleashed torrents of fiery breath upon the Fire Rock Golem. 4,300. 4,300. 4,210. Under the breath attacks of 4 dark magic dragons, the health of one Fire Rock Golem was entirely depleted. The dark magic dragons, now at level 53, boasted an attack power exceeding 5,800 and coupled with level suppression. The Fire Rock Golems could not withstand more than a few strikes before collapsing into dust. Ding dong. Congratulations on defeating a level 48 Fire Rock Golem, silver level creature. Gaining 3,000 experience points. Triggering hundredfold reward amplification. You receive 300,000 experience points. Ding dong. Fairy girl Shilu receives 50 of the experience, gaining 150,000 experience points. Truly, the experience from a level 48 silver creature is substantial. Chen Feng whispered to himself. He continued to direct the dark magic dragons to clear the remaining Fire Rock Golems surrounding the area. Chapter 93, Zhu Long Cheng mission completed. Waves of dragon flames poured over the Fire Rock Golems. As they fell one by one, Chen Feng's experience bar surged rapidly. Minutes later, with the last Fire Rock Golem defeated, a golden light enveloped Chen Feng, raising his level to 44. He allocated all his acquired attribute points to intelligence and elevated the level of his summoned creatures to 54. Subsequently, he approached and collected the items dropped by the Fire Rock Golems. First, he searched the nearest Fire Rock Golem and, under the hundredfold reward amplification, obtained several gold coins and an equipment piece. He examined the properties of the equipment in his hands. Fire Spirit Armor, Dark Gold Equipment, Defense, 330 Health, 2,000 Strength, 140 Required Level, 45 Applicable Classes, Warrior First Transition, Knight First Transition. Additional effect, reduction of fire damage by 5. Description: armor forged in the flames possesses a certain degree of fire resistance. Although it is an equipment of the dark gold tier, its attributes are rather mediocre. And the high level requirement, coupled with the fire damage reduction effect, renders it somewhat useless, destined to gather dust in the spatial ring. Continuing towards the next Fire Rock Golem's remains, I once again retrieved a handful of gold coins and a round red gemstone. Ding! You have picked up the material, Core of Fire, X1, triggering the hundredfold reward amplification. You have obtained Core of Fire, X100. A series of system notifications resonated, and a new set of red gemstones appeared in Chen Feng's backpack. Opening the gemstone's attributes revealed Core of Fire, material, function, infused with rich fire elemental energy. Weapons forged using fire essence can imbue fire damage, and armor crafted can gain a degree of fire resistance. It turns out to be a forging material of fire attribute, which, if memory serves, is highly sought after by players during the later stages of the game for equipment crafting. Its market value is also quite high. Should I choose to sell it, it would fetch a handsome sum. Without further ado, I placed it into my backpack and proceeded towards the remains of the next Fire Rock Golem. After spending several minutes, I finally collected all the loot from this kill. Upon careful calculation, I had acquired several thousand gold coins, 13 pieces of dark gold equipment, and a total of 3,800 cores of fire, which is a considerable haul. Having organized my spoils, I mounted the Dark Dragon, leading a formidable dragon legion, and continued deeper into Zulong City. As I sat atop the dragon, gliding through the vast expanse of Zulong City, the ring of the coiling dragon quivered lightly, imparting a sense of summons. Are there remains? I quickly directed the dragon to descend, following the direction indicated by the ring. Before long, I discovered a colossal dragon skeleton in a sunken street. The massive bones were tainted with a dark aura, and numerous scars on the bones suggested that it had undoubtedly faced a fierce battle before its demise. As I approached slowly, the enormous skeleton, previously lying motionless, seemed to sense my presence, and a grayish-white dragon's soul arose from the bones. Human, who are you? Why do you disturb my eternal slumber? The dragon's spirit regarded me warily. I presented the ring of the coiling dragon in my hand, stating, I am entrusted by Lord Zulong's spirit to retrieve the remains of the fallen dragons from the last cataclysm war and return them to the dragon realm for your souls to find peace. Upon hearing my words, the dragon spirit's wariness diminished slightly as a hint of dragon aura enveloped the area. The spirit trembled slightly as it sensed the essence emanating from the ring in my hand. In our resistance against the cataclysm invasion, my companions and I suffered grievous losses from the undead army's attacks and faced betrayal from the Ice Dragon King, Zendila, which nearly led to the annihilation of our kind. Thankfully, Lord Zulong, wielding the power of Zulong City, severely wounded the Lich King, thus preserving our lineage. We, the fallen dragons, were swept into this realm following a dimensional explosion, unable to depart. I knew that Lord Zulong had not forgotten the warriors who once protected the dragon kin. After 200 years, my soul shall finally find release. The dragon's spirit exclaimed with fervor. Where are the remains of the other dragons? I wish to collect all the remains and return them to the dragon realm. I inquired. Thank you, brave adventurer. You will see the locations of the other dragon remains once you have secured mine within the ring of the coiling dragon. I complied with its request. In the next moment, my quest panel updated. Ding. The quest, Seek Zulong City, has been completed. Please locate all dragon remains within Zulong City, as indicated by the quest markers. Current quest progress, 113. I open the quest panel. Observing the system interface displaying a total of 13 coordinates, scattered throughout various corners of Zulong City. I shall first seek the nearest location, I resolved, planning my route according to the system's task indicators. Subsequently, I urged the dragon towards the designated point. Before long, I reached the next location. Employing the same method to collect the dragon remains, then proceeded to the following site. After dedicating half a day, I successfully gathered all 13 dragon remains. Ding. Your quest, Seek Zulong City, has been completed. You may claim your reward from Holy Dragon Knight Lanyu. Wiping the sweat from my brow and exhaling a breath of relief, I had finally achieved my objective. Glancing at the in-game sky, it had turned dim, and the time displayed on the holographic interface indicated it was already midnight. It would be prudent to log off and rest. Tomorrow, I shall explore the central hall and return to turn in the quest. Resolutely, I commanded 10 dark dragons to guard my vicinity before clicking to log off. My consciousness returned to the real world. After attending to my personal hygiene with a quick shower, I lay down in bed and drifted into a tranquil slumber. Chapter 94. Discovery of the Flame's Secret Realm, a Night Devoid of Dreams. The following morning, I arose, hastily prepared a simple breakfast, and returned to the gaming pod. Re-entering the game once more. Welcome back. My consciousness once again rejoined the game world. Casually mounting a dark dragon, I soared towards the central hall of Zulong City. After flying for a full half-hour within the city, I finally arrived above the majestic central hall of Zulong City. I directed the dark dragon to descend gently to the ground, gazing upon the entirety of the grand hall. The exterior of the grand hall is constructed from an unknown material, entirely distinct from that used in the surrounding city walls, devoid of any signs of decay. As if it were completed just yesterday. Its overall design bears a resemblance to the pyramids of the real world, with the apex serving as the source of energy for the external barrier. Chen Feng strides toward the entrance of the hall, only to find the massive doors firmly shut. How does one gain entry? He whispers softly, contemplating various methods to breach the threshold. After half an hour of fruitless attempts, he mutters in frustration, expressing disbelief at his inability to enter. He has tried countless approaches, seeking a way into the hall, yet the entrance remains utterly unresponsive. In a moment of desperation, he even summons his creatures to assault the door, but after several minutes of relentless attacks, the entrance remains impervious. Just as Chen Feng is about to abandon his efforts and return to complete his task, he notices an exceedingly tiny circular hole at one corner of the door. This orifice, akin to the size of a ring, is nearly invisible unless one examines it closely. Could this be the keyhole to access the hall? Chen Feng approaches to inspect the size of the hole, comparing it to his own Panlong ring, and discovers a remarkable similarity in dimensions. Removing the Panlong ring from his finger, he inserts it into the hole. The moment the ring makes contact, the entire hall seems to awaken, emitting a dazzling light. After a brief tremor, the passageway at the entrance transforms into a shimmering veil and vanishes, with the Panlong ring falling back into Chen Feng's hand. Witnessing such a peculiar spectacle, Chen Feng gasps in astonishment and gazes into the inner passage. The corridor before him resembles the vastness of outer space, glimmering with countless stars. As he enters the hall, he is instantly enveloped in a radiant flash, vanishing from sight. Ding dong. Welcome to the hidden dungeon, Flame's Secret Realm. Please eliminate all creatures within the dungeon within 1 hour. Failure to do so, whether through death or time expiration, will result in dungeon failure. This is a unique dungeon, and once failed, re-entry is not permitted. The abrupt system notification startles Chen Feng. A unique dungeon, he whispers, as memories flood back to him. As the name implies, a unique dungeon can only be triggered once, as mentioned in the introduction of Yuan Yuzhou. It is notoriously difficult to activate. However, those who succeed in clearing it are rewarded handsomely. In his previous life, he recalls a player who inadvertently triggered the unique dungeon of Yuan Yuzhou during a quest. Unfortunately, the difficulty was insurmountable, and the player failed to complete it, thus missing out on substantial rewards. To think that in this life, he has managed to trigger it himself, truly a stroke of good fortune. Regarding the dungeon's difficulty, Chen Feng is unconcerned with his current strength. He believes that as long as he is not up against the most formidable entities among the various factions, the other monsters pose no real threat, serving merely as sources of experience and rewards. Observing his surroundings, he finds himself in a crimson palace, flanked by dragon-head-shaped structures towering above and below. At present, there are no monsters in sight. Chen Feng opens the dungeon map and discovers that the clearing mechanism resembles a series of challenges. One must clear a room to gain access to the next. Progressing through the levels, the final chamber will culminate the dungeon's challenge, and defeating the final adversary signifies success. Currently, Chen Feng stands within the first room of the dungeon, devoid of any creatures, likely designed for players to restore their health before the next challenge. This arrangement is advantageous, as it spares him the need to search every corner for monsters. Some dungeons require the elimination of any remaining creatures in a room before progressing, which can be quite time-consuming. Upon completing the spell casting for his skill, he makes his way toward the portal to the second level. As he passes through the teleportation array, a flash of white light envelopes him, and he materializes in the second room. Before him stands a group of lizard-like creatures. Flame Earth Dragon, Golden Grade Creature, level 50 health, 20,000 attack, 3,100 defense, 1,500 skills, Fire Breath, Tail Attack, Claw Strike. Description: originally an ordinary lizard, it has been transformed into an Earth Dragon under the influence of dragon energy, now serving as the guardian of the second level of the Flame Secret Realm. Swamp Earth Dragon, Golden Grade Creature, level 50 health, 20,000 attack, 3,100 defense, 1,500 skills, Dragon Roar, Petrification. Description: originally an ordinary lizard, it has been transformed into an Earth Dragon under the influence of dragon energy, now serving as the guardian of the second level of the Flame Secret Realm. The two types of golden creatures, the Flame Earth Dragon in red and the Swamp Earth Dragon in green, are easily distinguishable. Chen Feng regards these ordinary golden grade creatures with disdain and commands his summoned army to advance. With a resounding crash, waves of area attacks surge toward the heads of the Earth Dragons, and damage numbers rapidly appear. As expected, the dragons fall before they can unleash a single skill, transforming into experience and gold. Moments later, all the Earth Dragons from the first level dissolve into gold and equipment, vanishing from the dungeon. After collecting the spoils from the ground, he proceeds to the next level. A flash of white light marks his arrival in the third room, where he encounters a creature resembling a human body but adorned with dragon horns, indicating it is likely a dragon man. Chen Feng was disinterested in examining attributes. At most, it was merely a golden creature, lacking any challenge. After instructing his summoned beast to unleash its skills, he leisurely perched atop the back of a giant dragon, idly observing the spectacle. Moments later, amidst a barrage of skills from a multitude of summoned beings, the level succumbed with a mournful cry, collapsing to the ground. An abundance of experience surged into Chen Feng, and a radiant golden light emanated from within him. Ding dong. Your level has successfully risen to 45, granting you 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Please allocate them wisely. Opening his character panel, he allocated all acquired potential points to intelligence and subsequently raised the levels of his summons to 55 before advancing to the next stage. In the subsequent challenges, Chen Feng's numerous summoned creatures rarely lasted beyond 10 seconds before being obliterated, ultimately arriving before the final chamber of the dungeon. After summoning another wave of creatures, he stepped into the room. Chapter 95. The Flame Lord Cert. The moment Chen Feng entered the chamber, the scenery of the dungeon transformed dramatically. The ground beneath him turned a fiery crimson. As he stepped onto the floor, a searing heat surged beneath his feet, with damage numbers of 500 continuously materializing above his head. Ding dong. You have entered the land of crimson flames, receiving 500 points of fire damage per second. The effect will dissipate upon leaving the land of crimson flames. Hearing the system notification, Chen Feng glanced at his summoned creatures, aside from the flying magic dragon. All others displayed damage numbers of 500 above their heads. 500 damage per second accumulated to 5,000 in 10 seconds. Even Chen Feng could not withstand such relentless damage for long. He hurriedly commanded the Holy Light Elf to cast several healing spells, restoring the health of himself and his summoned beasts, then commanded the Dark Dragon to lift them all into the sky. Once off the ground, the fire damage ceased. At this moment, Chen Feng began to survey his surroundings. Gazing down from the heights, the entire chamber resembled a grand hall constructed of flames, with countless fiery totems etched upon the walls and columns surrounding him. "Human, I never expected you to survive to reach this place." A hoarse voice resonated from above the throne in the hall. Chen Feng furrowed his brow, turning his gaze toward the source of the voice. There, upon the throne, sat an enormous figure of flames, distinct from ordinary flames, clad in armor and adorned with a fiery crown, wielding a striking crimson staff. Flame Lord Cert, epic level. Level, 60 health. Attack. Defense. Skills. Description: an ancient fire spirit that gradually ascended to become the sovereign of the land of flames. Summoned and enslaved by the malevolent Lich King through a dark ritual, he became trapped in this realm during a war against the dragon race. His strength diminished after years of confinement, now serving as the guardian of the fiery sanctuary. To encounter the Flame Lord was indeed surprising. The intel from his reconnaissance spell left Chen Feng astounded. In his previous life, the Flame Lord Cert was among the few demigods traversing the vast pathways of the Source universe, commanding a legion of 1,000,000 fiery soldiers, instilling fear in all who opposed him. He never anticipated crossing paths with such a formidable entity here. Furthermore, the once powerful demigod had now fallen to an epic level, trapped within this secret realm. However, based on Chen Feng's understanding, he suspected that Cert might have discovered a way to escape this confinement. Moreover, the Flame Lord Cert ultimately acquired the Eternal Flame, which significantly enhanced his strength, allowing him to ascend once more to the realm of demigods, establishing another formidable force within the Source Universe continent. Due to the Lich King's previous enslavement of him, the Flame Lord harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the undead Scourge, frequently clashing with the forces of the Scourge. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. At this moment, Chen Feng was no longer inclined to eliminate the Flame Lord Cert. If he could persuade him to become an ally, it would indeed be a splendid choice. While Chen Feng contemplated recruiting the Flame Lord Cert, Cert harbored a similar thought. Having been trapped in this secret realm for an indeterminate duration, the arrival of an adventurer with seemingly considerable strength presented a rare opportunity for escape. Human adventurer, your presence here attests to your formidable prowess. If you pledge your allegiance to me and assist in my escape from this realm, I shall not only spare your life, but also grant you command over my legion of flames. What do you say? Cert proposed. Chen Feng smirked, casting a sideways glance at Cert. I can help you escape, but upon your release, you must become my subordinate and sign a contract. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Cert was instantly enraged. This human was indeed overstepping his bounds. As the Flame Lord, the sovereign of the land of flames, he could never submit to this young human. Young man, you truly do not know your place. In that case, I shall demonstrate the power of flames, Cert coldly declared, eager to showcase his might to the audacious youth before him. With a swift motion, Cert conjured a massive flame sword from the elemental fire swirling in his grasp. Let me show you the taste of flames. As he spoke, the flaming sword expanded tremendously, accompanied by a fierce wave of heat, as it swung towards Chen Feng in the air. Understanding that defeating Cert was imperative for his compliance, Chen Feng commanded the Dark Dragon to lower its altitude to evade the flaming sword, then instructed Lewis to unleash ice spikes. 10 Grand Magicians, known as LYS, simultaneously unleashed their ice needles, transforming the sweltering heat of the room into a frigid chill in an instant. The swift ice spikes formed above the Grand Hall, hurtling towards the Flame Lord, SRT. As the icy projectiles approached, SRT raised his other hand, wielding a crimson staff, and summoned a colossal shield of flame energy around him. The sound of ice meeting fire echoed as the spikes collided with the flame giant's shield, both energies gradually dissipating. Cursed be this summoner. How could the summoned creature possess such formidable strength? It seemed I must exert my full power. SRT was astonished that Chen Feng's summon could hold him at bay, yet he soon felt elated, for the stronger the summoner, the greater his chances of escape. Flames surged more vigorously around SRT as he directed his fiery sword towards Chen Feng, unleashing a concentrated burst of flame energy that raced through the air, crashing towards him. The impact reverberated through the Grand Hall, shaking the very roof and enveloping the chamber in a cloud of dust. Alas, I may have overexerted myself. I must not slay this human adventurer, for my hopes of escape would be extinguished. Chapter 96. Epic Follower. Just as SRT anxiously gazed in Chen Feng's direction, a radiant prison of holy light began to form above him. Golden energy coalesced, and in the next moment, a series of cages descended upon him. What is this? SRT exclaimed in shock, attempting to escape the confinement with his fiery sword. A barrage of golden energy was cleaved by SRT's blade, and he was on the verge of breaking free from the prison. This Flame Lord is indeed powerful, Chen Feng muttered as he prepared to unleash another summoning spell. Summon, Grand Magician Lys. Summon, Grand Magician Lys. Summon, Grand Magician Lys. 3 incantations in quick succession summoned 15 circles of magic, and 15 Grand Magicians appeared atop the back of the Dark Dragon. Ice Needles. With the previous 10 Lys, there were now a total of 25. They unleashed their skills simultaneously, filling the Grand Hall with elemental ice energy, significantly lowering the temperature of the flames on the ground. What is that? The Flame Lord SRT gazed in terror at the sky above, feeling the flame energy within him rapidly depleting. Even the size of the fiery sword he wielded diminished. Countless ice spikes, accompanied by a piercing sound, surged toward the Flame Lord SRT. Witnessing this, SRT sheathed his fiery sword and, wielding his crimson staff, poured all his magical power into forming a flame shield that was thicker than before, hoping to withstand the onslaught once more. However, facing the simultaneous assault of 25 legendary Grand Magicians, how could he hope to endure? As anticipated, the flame shield shattered under the relentless barrage of ice spikes. With the protection of the shield gone, the ice spikes struck SRT directly. 2451, 2224, 2512. The wails of anguish echoed as damage numbers floated above the Flame Lord SRT, the flames enveloping him flickering and fading until his once mighty form shrank considerably. How do you fare? Will you become my servant? Chen Feng landed on the ground, gazing at the Flame Lord SRT, now encased in ice. I am the great Flame Lord. How could I? SRT's protest was cut short as more ice spikes struck him, further diminishing his flames. How do you fare? Chen Feng inquired once more. Before he could finish, another spike came. Submit. The ice spikes vanished. Had you said so earlier? Chen Feng grinned wickedly at the Flame Lord. You are the strongest adventurer I have ever encountered. I am willing to become your servant. I beseech you. Take me away from here. As soon as he finished speaking, a system notification appeared on Chen Feng's interface. Ding. Level 60, Flame Lord SRT. Epic. Requests to become your follower. Do you agree? Ding. Agreeing to accept level 60, Flame Lord SRT. Epic. As a follower may influence the existing plot of the Yuan Yuzhou continent. Please consider your decision carefully. Accepting the Flame Spirit SRT will affect the plot of Yuan Yuzhou. As a reborn individual blessed with unique talents and a hidden profession, do you suggest I ponder overtaking a subordinate? I plan to gather a legion and form an army for my own purposes. Ignoring the system's warning, he decisively chose to agree. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully tamed level 60, Flame Spirit SRT. Epic. As your first follower. Ding. As you are the first player in the entire server to acquire a follower, you are rewarded with 10 skill points and trigger the hundredfold reward amplification, granting you 1,000 skill points. Ding. The master-servant relationship between level 60, Flame Spirit SRT, Epic, and you has been established. You can view the followers' panel information in the management interface. Ding. Server-wide announcement. Player SHTIN has become the first player in the entire server to obtain level 60, Flame Lord SRT, Epic, as a follower, thus rewarding player SHTIN with level 1, 50 free attribute points, and 10 skill points. Ding. Server-wide announcement. Ding. Ding. Server-wide announcement. The first player to acquire a follower has emerged. The follower leaderboard is now open. Upon acquiring followers, players will be ranked based on their comprehensive strength. And the top 10 players on the leaderboard each month will receive rewards of prestige, gold, and skill points. Ding dong, a server-wide announcement resonates. Ding dong. The instantaneous 6 announcements reverberate across the entire server, startling all players. What is happening? Is the Epic truly devoid of shame? It has become a follower of the god of slaughtering heaven. Indeed, the god of slaughtering heaven is formidable. Remarkably, he has created a new leaderboard for Yuan Yuzhou. How impressive. Enough said. Can anyone inform me of the current whereabouts of the god of slaughtering heaven? I wish to extend my warmth to him. The god of slaughtering heaven incessantly reminds us through server announcements that our efforts are in vain. He is a champion of our Longwa. Henceforth, our Longwa shall undoubtedly be the strongest. Slaughtering heaven Longwa. The god of slaughtering heaven is a powerhouse of our rejuvenated nation. Upon witnessing these 6 global announcements, the players erupted in fervor, some elated, others envious, and a few gripped by fear. Outside the Misfortune Marsh, Tens of thousands of players from the Yabi Guild, upon hearing this system announcement, were rendered speechless with fright. Yabi jigging. Chairman Yute, we must flee. The god of slaughtering from Longhua has tamed a level 60 epic. If he comes for us, our numbers will be insufficient. Yabi Yute, what? How could this be? I spent a fortune acquiring potions that could temporarily reduce his attributes by 90. I never anticipated that a level 60 epic creature would submit to him. What on earth has he accomplished? Yabi Xiongxian. Chairman, we should hastily retreat to prevent retaliation from the god of slaughtering. I believe he won't cross the ocean to pursue us. The members of the Yabi Guild, let us withdraw. Seeing the situation had become irreversible, Yabi Yute could only shake his head in resignation, sighing, "It is indeed a pity that we cannot behead the god of slaughtering within our Sakura nation. We must inform the Angel Guild of Xingtiao about this matter." Yabi Yute shook his head helplessly. Chapter 97. The Demon King approaches. There is no alternative. Now that Chen Feng has an epic-level follower, even a solitary individual could annihilate their entire guild. He had previously invested heavily to procure a potion from another Sakura Nation player, capable of temporarily diminishing a player's attributes by 90. With this potion, he was confident he could eliminate the god of slaughtering and acquire his formidable secrets. Alas, that wretched god of slaughtering, employing some unknown method, has managed to subdue a level 60 epic. How infuriating! Yabi Yute seethed with impotent rage. Consequently, he could only direct the players of the Yabi Guild to retreat to Tianyuan City, across the coast. As numerous guild members evacuated, only Yabi Yute, Yabi Jigging, and several high-ranking members of the Yabi Guild remained in the surrounding bushes. There was no recourse. They could only hope for the assistance of the Angel Guild. Yabi Yute addressed the group. As long as the infernal demon from the demon realm arrives, even with an epic follower, the god of slaughtering will surely meet his demise here. At that point, we shall reconsider our options. For now, let us notify the Angel Guild, as they have personnel stationed in our main city. In the infernal demon city, a raspy voice echoed within the grand hall of the Demon King's palace. Is what you say true? Oh, my lord Demon King, I swear by the name of the supreme ruler of the demon realm, it is absolutely true. The one who killed the young master is in the Misfortune Marsh. At this moment, kneeling in the hall was a young Caucasian man with yellow hair and green eyes, known as Angel Tom, who timidly reported to the infernal demon seated on the throne. He was one of the few players from Xingtiao who had joined the demon realm. Yet life in the demon realm was not as glorious as anticipated, especially serving under the legendary infernal demon, where one would face frequent beatings. As the lowest tier in the demon realm, he was subject to humiliation from any demon entity. However, for the sake of his mission for Xingtiao, he endured the indignities in silence. You dare not lie. Tell me the coordinates. I shall have him torn to shreds. The infernal demon stated indifferently from the throne. Yes, my lord Demon King, he is located at 009528125081 in the Misfortune Marsh, Tom respectfully replied. Very well, here is your reward. Once I eliminate that scoundrel, I shall return to reward you handsomely. The infernal demon casually tossed a piece of golden equipment to the ground before rising from the throne and soaring away. Tom, exhilarated, picked up the equipment from the ground and examined its attributes, revealing a satisfied smile. Wonderful. All my hardships have not been in vain. This is indeed golden equipment. Tom caressed the golden equipment as if it were a beloved. At this moment, within the Flame Secret Realm, Chen Feng opened the follower panel. Character, Flame Lord Cert, Epic Growth Type. Level, 60 Race. Infernal Demon, Title. Flame Lord Class. Flame Lord, Dual Martial Arts. Talent, Fire Element Affinity. Level, absorbs fire elements to enhance personal attributes. Can regenerate health in areas rich in fire elements. Skills, Reconnaissance, scans attributes of monsters up to level 5. Soul Burn, Incinerate, Flame Sword, Flame Shield, Magma Impact. Summon Fire Demon, Volcanic Eruption, Flame Chains, and more. Health, 10, 086, 750, 000, nearly defeated by Chen Feng. Attack, 30, 000, Defense, 8, 888, Magic, 30, 000, Attack Speed, 1 attack per second, Release Speed, 80, Movement Speed, Normal Movement at 3 ms, Running Movement at 6 ms, Attributes, omitted. Equipment, Flame Staff, Flame Lord Ring, Flame Lord's Emperor Set omitted. Loyalty, 50. Beneath the threshold of 50, one may likely rebel. The positioning of followers and Xiao Ryue on their respective panels differs. Xiao Ryue can be regarded as an equal contract, akin to a true friend. The final column reflects affection rather than loyalty, for Xiao Ryue, bound to oneself, can draw experience and grow. In contrast, followers cannot extract experience from their master. Aside from what is bestowed upon them, they cannot gain advantages from their master. Thus, a fundamental distinction exists between the two. Upon encountering the Flame Lord, Suerte, Chen Feng felt a twinge of jealousy. His health points were astonishingly high. with a staggering 75,000 health points. It equated to the combined total of 15 or 16 Chen Fengs. Moreover, how was it that a mage wielding a staff could engage in melee combat? This seemed decidedly unfair. Mages should wield their staves for casting spells, not emulate warriors. Could it be that your status grants you such advantages? Chen Feng scoffed inwardly, feeling disgruntled. When he glanced at the loyalty column, his expression darkened. Goodness, this individual was teetering on the brink of rebellion. This was unacceptable and warranted a stern reprimand. Unbeknownst to Suerte, who gazed at Chen Feng with utmost respect, he was oblivious to the fact that Chen Feng could perceive his loyalty attribute. Suerte, how might I assist you in escaping? Chen Feng inquired. My master, behind this temple lies a barrier established by an ancient dragon. If it is shattered, I shall be free, Suerte replied with deference. Then why do you not break it yourself? Chen Feng questioned, perplexed. My master, I am sealed within this place. Should I strike the barrier, its energy will retaliate against me. You, as an adventurer, possess the ability to attack the barrier, Suerte explained. If you deceive me, you shall face dire consequences. At that moment, Chen Feng could not fully trust Suerte. For his loyalty stood at a precarious 50 and could lead to rebellion at any moment. Caution was imperative. My master, I would not dare. You are so wise, powerful, and handsome. I yearn to follow you. How could I possibly deceive you? Suerte lavished Chen Feng with flattery. Chen Feng merely pursed his lips, dismissing the praise, and opted to command his summoned creature to test the waters first. He directed the dark dragon to prepare an assault on the barrier. My master, what troubles you now? Chen Feng asked. I wonder if my master could restore some of my health points. I fear that when the barrier shatters, it may have adverse effects on me. Suerte admitted, somewhat embarrassed. Goodness, you are quite fearful, Chen Feng silently critiqued. He then commanded the holy light elf to cast healing spells upon Suerte. However, after several spells were cast, his health bar did not rise. What is the meaning of this? My master, due to my innate talents, I can only enhance my strength and health through the use of fire elemental items. Such healing is of no use to me, Suerte revealed. Fire elemental items? Chen Feng seemed to recall something and retrieved a core of fire from his bag. Here, will this suffice? Chen Feng casually tossed a core of fire to Suerte. Upon seeing the core of fire, Suerte's eyes lit up, fixating on the item in his hands, eager to bring it closer. Waves of pure fiery energy surged into his being.